Beyond the 33 heavens lies the chaos Zixiao Palace. The sounds of the Tao drift gently like fine rain nourishing all things. Celestial music resounds like evening drums and morning bells. Lotus blossoms bloom from the earth sweet, dew descends from the heavens to fairy sentient beings, and the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace wander intoxicated in search of the great Tao. They could be seen nodding in contemplation or closing their eyes in deep thought, sometimes with a faint smile at the corners of their lips, sometimes with brows tightly knit, wandering within the great Tao, utterly immersed in the words of the Tao Ancestor. Suddenly one among them, a figure in crimson Taoist robes, snapped his eyes wide open. His expression revealed shock and bewilderment. His gaze swept rapidly around the surroundings filled with indescribable dread. He was Hongyun. Hongyun from the Blue Star. Not the Hongyun of the primordial world. He lowered his head to look at his Taoist robes, then swept his gaze around once more. He had no choice but to accept a certain fact. He had transmigrated. Moreover, he had transmigrated into the primordial world's most unfortunate soul. Hongyun, the first red cloud born after Pangu created the world, the primordial world's greatest good-natured fool, its most tragic figure, had been schemed against by Hongjun and died with his Tao scattered. Countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. Hongyun's expression grew increasingly grim. This was already the Tao Ancestor Hongjun's third sermon. Soon would come the moment of bestowing the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Hongyun's tragedy was about to begin. A single strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi would be not the beginning of his becoming a heavenly Tao saint, but rather a countdown to death. What should he do? Should he accept the Hongmeng Purple Qi that was about to be bestowed, or not? If he accepted it, history would unfold as before. Everyone would envy him, scheme against him, ambush him, and slaughter him. Yet refusing it would be too great a pity. That was the Hongmeng Purple Qi, the foundation of becoming a heavenly Tao saint, sought by countless beings, yet granted to few. How could he so easily give it up? How frustrating. He had only been doing good deeds and been struck by a vehicle in his previous life. He should have been rewarded with good fortune. How could he have transmigrated into the primordial world's most unfortunate soul? My dear friends, the third sermon concludes here. I possess 7 strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi, the foundation of becoming a saint. I now bestow them upon you. As Hongjun's voice rang out, the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace all shuddered in unison. Their gazes turned fervent, brimming with expectation and desperate longing. Laozi Yuan Shi Tongtian. The 3 of you are incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, bearing the merit of opening the heavens. You are the heaven-ordained saints. I specially bestow upon you 3 strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi. As his words fell, Hongjun waved his hand slightly. 3 streams of qi emanating a hazy violet radiance drifted gently and appeared before the 3 figures seated on meditation cushions. Overjoyed, the 3 of them exchanged glances, then hurriedly tucked the Hongmeng Purple Qi into their robes, their expressions of excitement overflowing. Hongjun smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze toward the 4th person on the cushion. Niwa, you shall accomplish a great meritorious deed. You too are a heaven-ordained saint. You may receive 1 strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Niwa was both surprised and overjoyed. She hurriedly rose to give thanks, naturally tucking the Hongmeng Purple Qi into her robes as well. At this point, everyone had come to understand that the Hongmeng Purple Qi was connected to the meditation cushions. Expressions of envy and longing could not help but appear across the assembly. Sure enough, the next 2 strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi Hongjun bestowed, without the slightest hesitation, upon Jian and Zhuanti. Of the 7 strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi, 6 had now been given away. Only the last strand remained. The gazes of everyone grew increasingly fervent. Hongjun, however, was unhurried. Frowning in thought for a moment, he suddenly waved his sleeve, allowing the Hongmeng Purple Qi to drift aimlessly throughout Zixiao Palace. The final strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi is truly difficult to decide. Let it choose for itself. The fated one may obtain it. As his words fell, that strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi immediately became lively, drifting and dancing before the assembly. Watching this unfold, Hongyun could not help but smile bitterly, knowing the most difficult choice was about to arrive. Just as history dictated, the Hongmeng Purple Qi drifted about for a while before finally stopping before him. Take it or not take it? That was the question. Ding. The super feedback system has officially activated. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Hongyun shuddered all over, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. It had come. It had finally come. The golden finger he had long awaited had arrived. Ding. Only by giving can one receive. The principle of this system is the more you give away, the greater the feedback you receive, and the better the feedback becomes. Ding. For example, the Hongmeng Purple Qi. If the host actively accepts it and then gives it to another, you shall receive Chaos Mother Qi from the system as feedback. Ding. The Hongmeng Purple Qi is the foundation of a heavenly Tao saint, while the Chaos Mother Qi is the foundation of a great Tao saint. Which is greater, which lesser? Host, please make your choice. A great Tao saint. That was an existence even stronger than the heavenly Tao itself. Did this even require choosing? Naturally, he would give away the Hongmeng Purple Qi and obtain the Chaos Mother Qi. He had struck it rich. Absolutely struck it rich. Indeed, with the system in hand, the world was his. His eyes immediately blazed brightly. Without further hesitation, he finally had a plan. He reached out and seized the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Meanwhile, Hongjun's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, revealing a hint of undetectable mockery. He smiled and said, "The seventh strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi has chosen its master. My dear friends." "Wait!" Hongyun shouted loudly, interrupting Hongjun's words. "What a joke! If giving it away would bring Chaos Mother Qi, why would he want this worthless Hongmeng Purple Qi?" With great strides, he walked to the very center of Zixiao Palace. He surveyed his surroundings, and only after seeing that everyone was looking his way did he nod with satisfaction. The Hongmeng Purple Qi is the foundation of becoming a saint. Though I, Hongyun, am the first red cloud born after Pangu created the world, I still possess self-awareness. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the assembly, finally settling on Hongjun. Word by word, he declared, "The Hongmeng Purple Qi. I am not fated to receive it. May I bestow it upon another Taoist friend." Boom. The moment these words left his mouth, all 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace were utterly stunned, scarcely able to believe their own ears. Has Hongyun gone mad? This is the Hongmeng Purple Qi. This is the foundation of becoming a saint. To abandon it just like that. What does it mean to be not fated to receive it? The path of cultivation is one of contending with heaven, with earth, and with others. Without such a fighting spirit, how could one ever seek the great Tao? Before Hongjun could even speak, Xin Yuanzi grew anxious first. He hurriedly said, "Hongyun, think this through carefully. This is the Hongmeng Purple Qi, not some ordinary treasure. Everyone knows you are a good man, but at this critical moment you cannot fail to fight for it. Otherwise you shall be forever separated from the great Tao." Hongyun, however, shook his head and smiled. "Many thanks for Taoist friend Xin Yuanzi's kind reminder, but my mind is set. I am willing to bestow the Hongmeng Purple Qi upon another Taoist friend." "Taoist friend Dijuan, do you have any interest in the Hongmeng Purple Qi?" Dijuan nearly burst into tears. He was absolutely interested. He was so interested he could burst. He was so eager he wished to charge forward and slay those 6 heaven-ordained saints to seize a strand for himself. "Taoist friend Hongyun, as long as you give me the Hongmeng Purple Qi, I Dijuan swear before the heavenly Tao that I shall reward you handsomely. Whatever you want that I possess, I shall give it to you, even this life of mine." Those were the words he wanted to hear. The corners of Hongyun's mouth curved upward, and he laughed heartily. "Good. Since that is the case, this strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi now belongs to Taoist friend Dijuan. What I ask is not much. From the Sun Palace might I have some solar gold essence. My 99 soul refining gourd still lacks power and requires solar gold essence to temper and refine it. Of course, if there happens to be a branch of the Fusang sacred tree, that would be even better. Infusing it into my 99 soul refining gourd would surely elevate its quality by another grade." Hongyun was insane. Absolutely insane. He was actually willing to trade primordial purple qi for a mere amount of sun gold essence and a branch of the Fusang tree. His mind had to be waterlogged. Sun gold essence and the Fusang tree branch were indeed fine treasures. There was no doubt about that. But compared to primordial purple qi, they were nothing short of trash. Wait. Suddenly, just as Hongyun was about to hand the primordial purple qi to Di-Jun, Hongjun finally could not hold back and spoke out. His brow furrowed deeply. It seemed his long-planned scheme had been disrupted, and he was fretting over how to proceed. "Ahem, young friend Hongyun, the primordial purple qi is in your hands, so I should not say anything. But I must remind you of something. As fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi has said, this is primordial purple qi, not an ordinary treasure. Are you truly certain you wish to give it to Di-Jun?" "Nonsense. If I don't give it away, I'll just wait for you to scheme against me." Hongyun mocked him inwardly, yet on the surface he appeared righteous and loyal, the very picture of noble magnanimity. "Tao Ancestor, you have seen it too. Fellow Taoist Di-Jun is extremely interested in the primordial purple qi. How could I, Hongyun, take away what another desires?" Di-Jun's eyes went wide, his breathing grew rapid, and he hurriedly said, Yes. I am very interested in the primordial purple qi. Please, Tao Ancestor, have mercy, and do not stop fellow Taoist Hongyun." Hongjun was furious. The primordial purple qi was a trap. Whoever held it would die. Di-Jun, as the demon emperor, still had great uses ahead. How could he wade into this muddy water? Ahem, young friend Hongyun, you should know the principle. When heaven bestows, refuse and suffer the consequences. Are you truly certain you wish to give the primordial purple qi to Di-Jun? You crafty old man, despicably scheming. You've set your sights on me, haven't you? No wonder they say it is not that the old become wicked, but that the wicked become old. Hongyun frowned, did not answer Hongjun, but turned to look at Di-Jun and asked in confusion, "Fellow Taoist Di-Jun, have you somehow offended the Tao Ancestor? Why is he so strenuously opposing my giving the primordial purple qi to you?" Di-Jun was stunned. A flash of anger and resentment crossed his face, but it vanished in an instant. Then with a thud he dropped to his knees. "Tao Ancestor, I do not know where Di-Jun has offended you. Please speak plainly." I am willing to bear brambles on my back to beg forgiveness, willing to obey all of your commands. Beside him, Dong Huangtai Yi also grew anxious. Thud. He too fell to his knees and pleaded, Tao Ancestor, what exactly has my elder brother done wrong? Just say it. If there are any problems, we will change them. Why must you stop, fellow Taoist Hongyun? As he spoke, he glanced at Nuwa and Fu Shi. Both Nuwa and Fu Shi held positions in the Demon Court's Heavenly Court. Although only nominally, they were figures of imperial rank and had always been on good terms with them. How could they not help? Fu Shi quickly said, Tao Ancestor, the Demon Emperor and Eastern Emperor have always been deeply respectful to you. Please, Tao Ancestor, show mercy and do not make things difficult for the two of them. Nuwa quickly added in agreement, Indeed, Tao Ancestor. The two elder brothers are open and righteous people and have never shown you disrespect. Please have mercy upon them, Tao Ancestor. Oh, I have become the villain. I was clearly doing this for Dijun's own good. Tao Ancestor Hongjun was suddenly both angry and frustrated. After years of a calm and undisturbed heart, ripples had begun to stir within. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He looked sharply at Hongyun, and his face immediately filled with shock. What a Hongyun retreating to advance. Not only had he disrupted his plan, but he had also planted a wedge between himself and the demon tribe, undermining his authority. Bitterly resentful in his heart, he could only swallow his grievance in silence. He could not exactly tell the truth. In the end, he flicked his sleeve and said, Enough, do as you wish. Such is the will of heaven. What can be done about it? Hongyun laughed heartily, swaying his head with satisfaction, and said, That's right. Fellow Taoist Dijun has the heart, and I have the intention. It is a win-win matter. Tao Ancestor, to obstruct it would be uninteresting. Having said this, he did not hesitate any longer, and solemnly handed the primordial purple Qi in his hand to Dijun. Fellow Taoist Dijun, you must keep it safe. The 6 great saints are predestined by heaven. No one can seize the primordial purple Qi from others. But this one of yours is given by me. Some people may have objections. Dijun shuddered, suddenly realized something, and quickly glanced at Hongjun. In an instant, his expression became resolute. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, rest assured. Whoever dares to take my primordial purple Qi will be making an enemy of my demon court. My demon court will fight them to the bitter end. At the same time, a crisp system voice rang in Hongyun's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully given away the primordial purple Qi. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the treasure rewarded by the system Primordial Chaos Mother Qi. Would you like to receive it immediately? At last, the Primordial Chaos Mother Qi had arrived. Hongyun was overjoyed and quickly said, Receive immediately. Whoosh. A streak of white light invisible to the naked eye merged into his body. It was none other than the Primordial Chaos Mother Qi. Moreover, after receiving the Primordial Chaos Mother Qi, he felt his whole body lighten, as though he were transcendent above the heavenly Tao. His entire spirit was transformed. His thoughts became increasingly clear and penetrating, returning to the original source. Unfortunately, the others did not notice, including Dijun himself. No one realized that the Hongyun now was utterly different from before. It was Hongjun, however, because of his impending merging with the Tao, whose perception was far sharper. He instantly sensed something was wrong. His heart suddenly sank, as if a great mountain had suddenly pressed down upon his head. Though this mountain was formless and intangible, impossible to grasp, the sensation was undeniably real. What is happening? I have already become a saint. Once I merge with the heavenly Tao, I shall be the undisputed #1 in the primordial world. Why does it feel as though a mountain rests upon my head? Could it be that my plan has suffered a setback and my thoughts are no longer clear? Enough. The plan must still proceed. For the stability of the primordial world, this Hongyun cannot be allowed to live. Having made his decision, he couldn't help but glance at Hongyun again, only to discover with shock that Hongyun had become incomprehensibly mysterious, and even with his abilities he could not see through him. Startled, he immediately narrowed his eyes and unleashed his supreme, great divine power to observe carefully. But at that moment, a flash of white light suddenly burst from within Hongyun's body, like a needle stabbing ruthlessly into his eyes. "Ah!" He cried out in alarm, quickly withdrew his gaze, his heart filled with terror. This sudden change left the crowd greatly confused, and all turned to look at Hongjun. Especially the 3 pure ones, Lao Zi, who hurried forward to ask, "Master, what is wrong? Is there anything your disciple can do for you?" Hongjun steadied his mind, waved his hand, and said, "It is nothing. Let us continue. Ahem, the primordial purple Qi each has its destined owner. Now I shall take on disciples. That is, 3 pure ones. Nuai, you 4 may be my direct disciples. Receiving and Junti, you 2 shall have great opportunities in the future and may be my named disciples." Hongyun watched with a smile on his face, coldly observing. Just now Hongjun had used his great divine power to observe him. He was not a soft persimmon to be pinched. He tentatively channeled his spiritual power into the primordial chaos Mother Qi. Though it was only a wisp, it burst forth with white light and directly stabbed Hongjun's eyes. As expected, the primordial chaos Mother Qi, as the foundation of the great Tao Saint, was truly extraordinary. Little punk, whether you became wicked in your old age, or the old became wicked, you dare to observe me. So I'll blind your dog eyes. Hongjun was indeed Hongjun. Although he had been thoroughly stunned by Hongyun's wild punches, he soon steadied his mind. After accepting disciples, he began distributing treasures. As the legends described, he was deeply biased. He distributed powerful treasures, such as the Pagoda of Heaven-Earth Mystery, and yellow the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the four swords of Zhuxian to the three pure ones. The He Mountains and Rivers chart was given to Nuwa. Only when everyone could no longer contain their frustration and raised objections did he reluctantly produce the treasure-distributing rock, allowing all to claim what they could through their own fate. Hongyun followed the crowd out of Zixiao Palace. But instead of rushing forward with everyone else, he simply crossed his arms and watched from the sidelines. The fine treasures had already been distributed away, but what remained was worthless trash. Had he not possessed his super return system, he would have fought alongside the others just as fiercely. But now with his golden finger, even treasures like Chaos Primordial Qi came easily to him. What could be said about other artifacts? To put it plainly, the junk on the treasure-distributing rock was completely beneath his notice. Hongyun, what exactly is going on with you? Zenyuanzi approached, his face etched with worry. If not for the inappropriate setting, he would have dragged Hongyun aside for a proper education. Why did you give away the Hongmeng Purple Qi you had already obtained to Dijun? There are numerous treasures on the treasure-distributing rock, yet you refuse to claim any of them. What is wrong with you? Hongyun understood that among all beings in the primordial world, Zenyuanzi was the only one who truly cared for him. Having been close friends for years, they shared everything without reservation. He decided not to keep it secret, lowering his voice to warn, "Do not covet the Hongmeng Purple Qi. It is a trap, and anyone who takes it will perish. Do not ask me how I know this, but I just do." Hongjun is no friend to others who, apart from his direct disciples, everyone else is merely a chess piece in his scheme. As for the treasures on the rock, I, Hongyun, have no intention of accumulating more karmic debt from him. But there are those who owe me karma, and I need to settle that score. At this point his gaze fell upon Zhuanti and Jane, whose smug expressions told the story. They only had meditation cushions in Zixiao Palace, because he had willingly yielded his own. They owed him an enormous karmic debt. Senior brothers Jane and Zhuanti, do you still remember what happened before? During the first preaching at Zixiao Palace, you two arrived late. It was I, Hongyun, who offered my cushion, granting you both a place to sit. What, now that you have obtained the Hongmeng Purple Qi and can achieve sagehood, have you forgotten that original karma? Jane and Zhuanti's faces flushed crimson. They never expected Hongyun to bring this up in front of everyone. What was he planning? Did he want something in return? You are right. I do want something, but not for personal gain. I want to settle this karmic debt. I have heard, fellow Taoist Zhuanti, that you possess the seven treasures wondrous tree. I, Hongyun, ask for nothing more. Simply hand it over, and our karmic account regarding the cushion will be settled. What say you? By all rights, this demand was reasonable. Though the seven treasures wondrous tree was an invaluable artifact forged from Bodhi branches through immense spiritual power, compared to the Hongmeng Purple Qi, it was merely trash. The problem was Zhuanti's nature. He was notoriously miserly and stingy. Could he possibly part with such a precious treasure? His expression collapsed instantly, tears welling in his eyes as he wailed, "Fellow Taoist, Hongyun's request is far from unreasonable. But our western realm sits remote and barren. Apart from the seven treasures wondrous tree, I possess nothing else for protection. If I surrender it today, how shall I defend myself against future enemies?" With that he burst into loud sobbing. The onlookers exchanged scornful glances, while some like Dijun and Tai actually laughed out loud. Hongyun, however, wore an expression of deep sympathy. Sighing heavily, he gestured and produced his 9-cycle soul-forging gourd. "Very well, keep the seven treasures wondrous tree. I have few other treasures, but within this gourd are 9 grains of soul-scattering sand. Still quite useful, so I will gift them to you." Huh, he was actually offering a treasure. The soul-scattering sand, though only 9 grains, could multiply into thousands, shift in size at will, and serve both offense and defense. It was extraordinarily powerful. Yet because Zhuanti threw a tantrum of poverty, Hongyun was about to give away such a precious item. Was he really that soft-hearted? Zhuanti's thick skin meant he would seize every opportunity to take advantage. He quickly reached out, eagerly snatching the 9 grains of soul-scattering sand, his tears instantly replaced by a grin. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Hongyun, for this generous gift." Glancing at the 9-cycle soul-forging gourd, he shamelessly added, "It is a pity I have the sand, but not your red gourd. The effect would be considerably diminished without it." Hongyun looked thoroughly embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, he stamped his foot and declared, "Enough, enough. I will see kindness through to the end. Today I gift you the 9-cycle soul-forging gourd as well." The entire crowd was stunned. What on earth was happening? Was Hongyun deliberately provoking them? He was actually giving away his own magical treasure. Zhuanti was shamelessly taking advantage of Hongyun's kind nature. A complete forced sale. Little did they know Hongyun was absolutely thrilled inside, barely holding back tears of laughter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the soul-scattering sand. Ding. Congratulations. You have received the system reward treasure 9 cycle star sand. Ding. A friendly reminder: the 9 cycle star sand can trap immortals, annihilate deities, slay Buddhas, and slaughter sages. It was forged by Pangu using 9 stars from the chaos. Damn, this is an absolute treasure. Far superior to the soul-scattering sand. This trade is incredibly worthwhile. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the 9 cycle soul forging gourd. Ding. Congratulations. You have received the system return treasure heaven and earth gourd. Ding. A friendly reminder: the heaven and earth gourd contains a universe within, making it a growable magical treasure that will one day evolve into a complete microcosm. Amazing. Absolutely magnificent. Treasures with internal universes are rare. Only the heaven and earth cauldron is well known, and even that is uncommon. In other words, the heaven and earth gourd ranks at least as high as the heaven and earth cauldron. It must certainly be a primary spiritual treasure. Junti, don't you have any shame? Zenyuanzi could no longer contain himself. Despite knowing Junti would become a sage in the future, he cursed fiercely. What has Hongyun ever done to deserve this from you? You gave him the cushion and secured a sage position for him. He intended to use the 7 treasures wondrous tree to settle this great karmic debt, yet you not only refused, but also seized his only treasure. Are you even human? Junti deeply regretted his actions. If only he hadn't been so greedy. Taking the Sanhan sand would have been enough, but he insisted on the 99 soul refining gourd, and now he had incurred the wrath of everyone. It was also Hongyun's fault. Why did he have to be such a pushover? If I asked for something, he just gave it. Couldn't he refuse? Ahem, fellow Taoists, please calm down. In the end, it was Jin who stepped forward. His face was also flushed with embarrassment. As the senior brother having a junior brother so shameless naturally brought shame upon him. Fellow Taoist, my junior brother was merely joking with Taoist Hongyun. He did not truly intend to demand the Sanhan sand and the 99 soul refining gourd. Isn't that right, junior brother? Stop joking, quickly return the Sanhan sand and the 99 soul refining gourd. What the hell? Return them? No, absolutely not. If Junti returns them, that's fine, but what if the super reward system takes back those 2 treasures? I would be at a huge loss. 9 turn star sand, Qiankuan gourd. Both are classified as innate spiritual treasures. Although I hadn't heard much about them before, the system wouldn't cheat me. Ding, rest assured, host. If the recipient voluntarily returns the gifted treasure, it does not violate the rules. A crisp voice sounded. The system sensed his thoughts and began to explain the rules of the super reward system. Ding, I must remind the host that only the first time a treasure is gifted will activate this system. Moreover, treasures gifted by this system, when sent out, will not activate this system. Understood. That is to say, he could retrieve the Sanhan sand and the 99 soul refining gourd, but only if Junti voluntarily returned them. Moreover, after retrieving them, if he gifted them again, the super reward system would not reward corresponding treasures. Also, treasures gifted by the system yield no reward when sent out. This was a bug. The second and third rules were fine, but the first was extremely advantageous to him. Pure profit from nothing. A grin spread from ear to ear. Hongyun rubbed his hands together and said awkwardly, if Taoist Junti truly wishes to return them, my Hongyun would be most grateful. Well, then our karmic ties are settled once and for all. As for the 7 treasures wonderful tree, if you wish to give it, go ahead. If not, forget it. Or maybe don't give the 7 treasures wonderful tree at all. Just give me a branch. A token is enough. The main thing is to settle the karmic ties between us, which is good for both of you. What a good person. A truly good person. A selfless person who always benefits others. In the entire primordial world, there were countless great powers, but was there a single one as honest as Hongyun? Originally, he could have leveraged the great karmic debt to demand huge benefits. But instead, he just asked for what was originally his, and only a small branch as a token to settle the matter. At this moment, even Junti, whose face was as thick as city walls, felt embarrassed, and even guilty toward Hongyun. However, feelings were feelings. Making Junti suffer a loss was absolutely impossible. In other words, Junti was determined to take this advantage. After a moment of deliberation, ignoring the contemptuous glances around him, he said, since Taoist Hongyun has spoken thus, I shall obey with respect. With that, he returned the Sanhan sand and the 99 soul refining gourd to Hongyun, then cut a branch from the 7 treasures wonderful tree and gave it to Hongyun. Hongyun held the regained Sanhan sand and 99 soul refining gourd, looked at the branch of the 7 treasures wonderful tree in his hand, and nearly burst out laughing. That's how you get something for nothing. The treasures took a full circle and came back. It was as if he had obtained the Qiankuan gourd and the 9 star sand out of thin air. If anyone was a good person, it was Junti. Zhen Yuanzi frowned, sighed deeply, and said, Hongyun, I don't know what's gotten into you, but don't do such foolish things anymore. What kind of place is the primordial world? It's full of deceit and treachery. With your personality, you will suffer great losses. Originally a huge karmic debt, and in the end you only got a branch of the 7 treasures wonderful tree. Sigh, what a huge loss. Hongyun's expression flickered slightly, his eyes turned, and he handed the branch to Zhen Yuanzi, saying with a smile, it's for you. Although this branch is of innate primordial metal, it will greatly benefit your ginseng fruit tree. I come every day to eat ginseng fruits, but I have never fertilized or watered the tree. This little branch is a bit of nourishment I give it. What the heck? He had just gotten the treasure, and now he was giving it away again. Although it was only a branch, the branch of the 7 treasures wonderful tree was absolutely extraordinary. Refined carefully, it could become a fine magical artifact. Everyone was shocked. They suddenly realized that interacting with Hongyun required no caution, and they could even gain benefits at any time. He was simply the best friend. Who wouldn't like such a person? If there was a black pot to carry, did it mean they could also let Hongyun bear it? That would be even better. Even Jin Yuanzi was helpless. But he was not pretentious either. This branch of the 7 treasures wonderful tree truly benefited the ginseng fruit tree, and greatly so. Fine, I'll take it. With this, the ginseng fruit tree should bear fruit soon, and we can again satisfy our cravings. Let's go. There should be nothing left for us at Zixiao Palace. Even if there is, it's a matter between Dao Ancestor and his disciples. We should not get involved. As Jin Yuanzi took the branch, another ding sounded in Hongyun's mind. Ding, congratulations host for successfully gifting the branch of the 7 treasures wonderful tree. Ding, congratulations host for receiving the system reward treasure, the sapling of the innate spiritual root Bodhi tree. What? The innate spiritual root Bodhi tree. He had struck it rich. What was the Bodhi tree? It was a future Buddhist treasure that could help one comprehend the Tao and accelerate cultivation speed. Cultivating under the tree prevented deviation and was truly the best cultivation aid. To be honest, in these times cultivation resources were not lacking. What were lacking were cultivation aids. It could be said that with the Bodhi tree, Hongyun's future cultivation path would be unimpeded. Taoist Hongyun, you are too much of a pushover. Why ask for a branch of the 7 treasures wonderful tree? You should have asked for the whole tree. Unbeknownst, Dijuan came over, his face full of pity for his misfortune and anger at his lack of ambition. As Taoist Jin Yuanzi said, you need to change your temper. Your face is too thin. When you encounter someone as shameless as Zhuanti, you are bound to suffer losses. Pitiful. You could have gotten the 7 treasures wonderful tree, but now you only got a branch. I feel sorry for you. Hongyun grinned, showing a harmless smile, and said, Taoist Dijuan, you are mistaken. In interpersonal interactions, one must be sincere and genuine. Although my cultivation level is not high, I have a pure heart. I am content with the title of Primordial World's Goody Two-Shoes. I also believe that everyone will treat me sincerely. Taoist Dijuan, if you need anything, just say the word. I Hongyun, if I have 2 parts of strength, I will not give only one. In his heart, he was overjoyed. What is the 7 treasures wonderful tree? I've got the Bodhi tree now. Who needs that tree? Dijun felt contempt for the overly kind Hongyun. This was the primordial world where the law of the jungle prevailed and strength was paramount. Being a good-natured fool would only bring suffering and schemes with no benefit whatsoever. But he could not say it outright. Not because he was too polite, but because this kind-hearted Hongyun had brought him too many benefits, such as the Hongmeng Purple Qi. If Hongyun hadn't voluntarily yielded it, how could he have obtained it? It was better to avoid the shameless act of gaining advantage while pretending to be innocent. Shaking his head, he took out some sun gold essence and a branch of fusang from his bosom, and said, Fellow Taoist Hongyun, take these for now. If they are insufficient, you may come to my Sun Palace in the Demon Court for more. Hongyun naturally accepted whatever was offered. Sun gold essence and fusang branch were both excellent treasures. If he gave them away, perhaps the system would reward him with a sun and a fusang tree. His name was Hongyun, and it was not for nothing. He was also a fire attribute. Being able to refine a sun would definitely multiply his combat power manifold. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, wait. Suddenly, just as he and Jin Yuanzi were about to leave the Zixiao Palace together, a cold, sinister voice called out to him. It was Kunpeng. This motley bird's face was extremely displeased. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, you are indeed generous. Not only did you give away the Hongmeng Purple Qi, but you are also about to give away your signature artifact. The title of Foremost Good Samaritan of the Primordial World is truly yours. But have you considered me, Kunpeng? Back then, if you hadn't yielded the cushion, I would have had a seat. This is a massive karmic debt. How do you intend to settle it? When Hongyun yielded the Hongmeng Purple Qi to Dijun, Kunpeng was so furious that his nose almost twisted. Damn it, if you didn't want it, you should have given it to me. Because of you, I lost my cushion. Shouldn't this Hongmeng Purple Qi have been given to me? Hongyun's expression shifted slightly, a mix of anger and embarrassment. He scratched the back of his head and said, What do you mean, fellow Taoist? The Hongmeng Purple Qi has already been given to Dijun. I can't very well take it back. How about this? I have a fire cloud cave, a blessed land, and I'll give it to you, alright. With nothing else to give, he would just give away his cave dwelling. After all, in the original history, the Fire Cloud Cave would eventually belong to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, having nothing to do with him anyway. What? Kunpeng was instantly choked. This honest man Hongyun was too naive. He gave away things at the drop of a hat, and now even his own cave dwelling was on the table. His attitude of admitting fault was so sincere that even Kunpeng, despite his blazing anger, was momentarily stifled, unsure of what to do. But Kunpeng was quick to react. Hongyun, if you dare to give it, I dare to take it. Fine, from now on the Fire Cloud Cave belongs to me. Hongyun was stunned, then overjoyed. He had thought that Kunpeng, who lived in the Northern Sea, would not want land-based territory, but to his surprise, Kunpeng agreed immediately. What a windfall. He was about to receive another excellent reward from the system. Sure enough, as soon as Kunpeng finished speaking, the crisp voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully giving away the Fire Cloud Cave. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the system's reward, the Fire Cloud Palace. Ding! Friendly reminder, the Fire Cloud Palace is a treasure on par with the Zishao Palace. It is a chaos spiritual treasure, self-contained as a small world, usable both as a residence and as a magical artifact with growth potential. Fire Cloud Palace, on par with the Zishao Palace. A chaos spiritual treasure, self-contained small world with growth potential. Hearing these words, Hongyun was so delighted he nearly jumped for joy. As everyone knows, treasures of the primordial world are ranked from low to high: postnatal spiritual treasure, postnatal supreme treasure, innate spiritual treasure, innate supreme treasure, chaos spiritual treasure, chaos supreme treasure, with the highest being the Hongmeng supreme treasure. The Hongmeng supreme treasure is merely a legend. Chaos supreme treasures, such as the Chaos Green Lotus Creation Axe, Creation Jade Disc, and Chaos Pearl, were either destroyed or vanished after the creation of the world. As for chaos spiritual treasures, there was only one in the primordial world, the Zishao Palace, the Taoist shrine of the patriarch Hongjun. It is said that Hongjun distributed all other treasures simply because he did not care for them. What did he care about? Naturally, the Zishao Palace. In other words, Hongjun believed that with the Zishao Palace in hand, he could suppress all directions. No matter what treasures others held, once the Zishao Palace appeared, they would all be defeated. The Fire Cloud Palace was the same as the Zishao Palace. Once it matured, it would one day be able to suppress all directions. With the Fire Cloud Palace brought forth, everything would be vanquished. The only pity was that Hongyun could not immediately enter the Fire Cloud Palace to inspect it. He had to be patient and deal with Kunpeng first. In that case, fellow Taoist Kunpeng, would you consider the karmic debt between us settled? I have even given you my place of residence, though our grievances should be resolved now. Kunpeng was exasperated. He never actually wanted the Fire Cloud Cave. He had only agreed out of momentary anger. Hearing Hongyun's words, he realized that he had spoken rashly. His goal was not the Fire Cloud Cave, but the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Hongyun, are you joking? A mere Fire Cloud Cave is supposed to appease me. How can it compare to the Hongmeng Purple Qi? I, Kunpeng, am not like you, so foolish and brainless that you were fobbed off with a branch of the Seven Treasures wonderful tree by Zhuni. Hongyun frowned. He had nothing left to give. He had even given away his own lair. What else could he offer? He couldn't very well give away his own life. Moreover, he was very displeased with Kunpeng's aggressive and arrogant tone, as if he had Hongyun completely at his mercy. Damn it, what did he mean? Did he think I was afraid of him? Nonsense. Even Hongjun, I dared to blind his eyes, let alone a motley bird like you. With that thought, his tone turned cold and somewhat angry. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? First of all, yielding the cushion was your own personal action, having nothing to do with me. Even if there were the slightest connection, I have already given you my cave dwelling. That is the utmost of my goodwill. What more do you want? Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, you don't think that an honest man is easy to bully, do you? I, Hongyun, truly wish to be kind and sincere to others, but I will never allow myself to be bullied or humiliated. This already carried a hint of threat. Who was Kunpeng? The demon master of the demon race, holding high rank and power. Who would dare speak to him like that? Flying into a rage, his eyes widened fiercely as he bellowed. Hongyun, are you challenging me? Do you want to exchange some moves? I, Kunpeng, have never feared anyone. Since all the fellow Taoists are here, why don't we have a contest? Let everyone see just how formidable you, Hongyun, the foremost good Samaritan of the primordial world, really are. Jin Yuanzi grew anxious. He knew Hongyun's abilities. Although both were at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, Kunpeng was always belligerent and had an array of extraordinary techniques. Hongyun was different. He preferred to be kind to others and rarely fought, so his combat prowess was not particularly high. Wait. Why must you two go this far? Can't we discuss this peacefully? Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, could you do me, Jin Yuanzi, a favor? If you think a single fire cloud cave is insufficient, I have a few ginseng fruits here that I can also give you. How about that? Kunpeng does not want the ginseng fruit. If Xinyuanzi were to bring out the ginseng fruit tree, that would be more like it. A few ginseng fruits and a dispensable Hongyun cave, yet they wish to compare themselves to the primordial purple Qi. What a joke. His expression shifted slightly. He gazed coldly at Xinyuanzi and said, this matter has nothing to do with you, fellow Taoist. Must you insist on inserting yourself? Very well. Since you also wish to meddle, then I, Kunpeng, will face both of you alone. I am not dismissing you out of hand, but even if the two of you join forces, I suspect you still stand no match against me. Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. Xinyuanzi's expression changed immediately. His fists clenched tightly as he wanted to rush forward and beat the spot-feathered bird senseless. But just then Hongyun reached out and stopped him, smiling. Fellow Taoist, no need to be hasty. Let me handle this spot-feathered bird. Kunpeng I Hongyun have always been amiable toward others, yet I am by no means powerless. Since you seek a beating, do not blame me for being harsh. In the past, Hongyun, armed only with the 99 soul-refining gourd and soul-scattering sand, would have stood almost no chance against Kunpeng. But now everything was different. Forget about the chaos primeval Qi. Even just the Qiankuan gourd and 9-cycle star sand in his possession were enough to give Kunpeng a tough time. Moreover, he did not even need to use both simultaneously. One would suffice, such as the 9-cycle star sand. As soon as his words fell, he launched his body and darted into the chaos. All present were Deluo golden immortals at the peak. Though they could not dwell in the chaos for long, they could briefly resist its erosion with their magical power. This was also a display of cultivation. Would Laozi dare to venture into the chaos? Could you? Kunpeng nearly laughed in anger. He had always held himself in high esteem. Not only would he disregard second-rate figures like Hongyun and Xinyuanzi, but even Dijun and Tai he had never been in his eyes. He felt himself should stand shoulder to shoulder with supreme figures such as Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian. Niwa Zhuanti and Jieting would all have to call themselves juniors in his presence. Therefore, at Hongyun's provocation, he felt both contempt and rage, ultimately resolving to teach Hongyun a severe lesson before the assembled crowd, thereby showcasing his combat prowess and cultivation. Whoosh! His form moved. He transformed into a massive bird of 10,000 zhang. With a slight flap of his wings, his figure vanished and reappeared opposite Hongyun in an instant. Countless surges of chaos Qi rolled around him, even producing a thunderous rumble, yet they could not touch him. The formidable aura caused everyone present to turn pale. No wonder Kunpeng dares to claim the title of Demon Preceptor. He truly is extraordinary. Before the Zixiao Palace, 3 men with somewhat similar features were watching. One had silver hair, another was a middle-aged man with a beard, and the last was a spirited youth. They were none other than Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian. As the 3 pure ones born from Pangu's primordial spirit, they had inherited Pangu's transmission, their cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds to unfathomable depths. Their lofty perspective was beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Even they praised Kunpeng, which spoke volumes about his capabilities. Hongyun is in danger. Yuanshi stroked his beard and could not help but say. Tongtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hongyun may be a good man, but he is only a good man. In terms of cultivation and combat prowess, he cannot compare with Kunpeng. What a pity. This forthright soul will likely suffer a heavy defeat today. I only hope he does not lose his life. There was a hint of reluctance on his face. His brows rose slightly, eagerly anticipating action, as though he intended to step forward and aid Hongyun. Unlike his 2 senior brothers, he too was a man of passion. Though he looked down upon Hongyun's people-pleasing nature to some degree, he also admired him deeply. However, before he could make a move, Laozi stopped him. No, matters between them are their own to resolve. They have nothing to do with us. Moreover, from what I observe, Hongyun's fortune is thin, and he does not appear to have a long life ahead. Alas, one day he may perish, and his Tao may dissipate. On the other hand, Kunpeng, as the Demon Preceptor, is protected by the fortune of the Demon Clan. Even when beset by occasional tribulations, he will avert disaster and ultimately achieve something remarkable. Tongtian frowned, his face full of displeasure, and said angrily, Kunpeng has committed countless evils, yet he possesses great fortune. Hongyun is upright considering the needs of others, yet his fortune is thin. What kind of world is this? Yuanshi, somewhat displeased, retorted, Brother Third, your words are misguided. What you and I seek is the great Tao, not the punishment of evil and the promotion of good. The great Tao is difficult to find, and one must resort to any means necessary. Consider Hongyun, he obtained the primordial purple Qi, yet dared not claim it. What sort of hero is that? His words revealed considerable disdain for Hongyun. Tongtian was furious, thinking, what twisted logic is this? Is being kind, upholding justice, punishing evil, and promoting good truly wrong? Just as he was about to argue, Laozi interrupted him forcefully. Enough. Let us stop discussing useless matters and watch for now. Although Hongyun is not skilled in combat, his boldness in provoking Kunpeng suggests he has his own trump cards. Furthermore, I observe that his eyes shine with confidence, as though he has already calculated victory over Kunpeng. It is truly perplexing. Those unable to understand, much like them, included Xinyuanzi, Dijun, Tai, Inuwa Fushi, and even Jieting and Zhuani, who also felt Hongyun had been imprudent. In other words, among the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace, hardly anyone favored Hongyun, though all believed he would surely lose before Kunpeng. You all think I will surely lose. Hongyun observed every expression among the crowd, and could not help but curl his lips into a sneer. Today I shall let you witness my prowess, and tell you honest people cannot be bullied. His eyes flickered slightly. With a wave of his hand, he produced the 9-cycle star sand. However, to avoid drawing suspicion, he subtly altered it, coating the surface of the 9-cycle star sand with the aura of soul-scattering sand. In other words, to the outside world, the 9-cycle star sand appeared to be merely soul-scattering sand. Haha, you intend to deal with me using these 9 grains of rotten sand. Don't make me laugh. Such trash is nothing in my eyes. Kunpeng's eyes were filled with mockery. He swept his wings fiercely and countless chaos qi surged, generating a chaos storm. Had these been ordinary soul-scattering sand, they would likely have been scattered by the chaos storm the moment they were unleashed. But the 9-cycle star sand was different. These were 9 rare stars within the chaos brought forth by great god Pangu and refined. The chaos storm could not harm them in the slightest. Hongyun smiled faintly, poured his magical power into the 9-cycle star sand, and pointed at Kunpeng, shouting, "Go! Smash that spot-feathered bird to death!" Rumbling, terrifying sounds resounded. The 9 grains of star sand shot toward Kunpeng like 9 actual stars, ignoring the chaos storm and disregarding Kunpeng's attempts to block them. They struck Kunpeng hard. A cracking sound echoed as bones shattered. Alt! Kunpeng let out a piercing scream, and one of his wings was brutally broken off. Silence. Not a single sound was heard. You could hear a pin drop. No one had expected Kunpeng to be defeated so swiftly and so miserably. With just one strike, his wings were shattered. Instant kill. An absolute instant kill. Since when had Red Cloud's soul-scattering sand become so formidable? A slap. The sound of a hand striking a thigh echoed. It was Zhuandi. His face flushed crimson like a pig's liver, his breath quickened, and his lips trembled as he muttered, "I've lost big time. This time I've truly lost big. These 9 soul-scattering sands should have been mine. I had them in my hand. No, I had already packed them away, yet I gave them back." Regret. An overwhelming regret. If there were a cure for regret, he would have taken several doses no matter the cost. The 9 revolution star sand had performed too brilliantly. It had wounded Kunpeng in a single strike, leaving him no chance to dodge or resist. Among all the treasures in the world, how many could boast such power? Perhaps only Patriarch Hongjun could claim to achieve this, while the rest dared not be certain. "Senior brother, I am so aggrieved." His eyes were already red, tears nearly spilling, and his nose began to twitch. "That treasure was mine, now it's Red Cloud's. If I go to ask for it back, do you think he will return it to me?" Jane showed a wry smile, and quickly stopped him, saying, "Junior brother, you must not. If we are not fated with this treasure, do not force it. Forcing it will only bring trouble and create an enemy. Regardless of Red Cloud's past, with such a powerful artifact in his hands, he will surely have a place among the top experts. Even if we become sages in the future, it is best not to offend such an expert. In fact, we should deliberately cultivate good relations with him, so that he may become an ally in critical moments." This was not just their opinion. In fact, everyone present, upon realizing Red Cloud's power, harbored the thought of befriending him to gain his future support. Red Cloud was simply too good-natured. When dealing with a cunning person, one always has to be cautious to avoid betrayal. But with a good-natured person, there was no need. One could trust him completely without fear of being stabbed in the back. The primordial world was full of deceit and treachery. Only Red Cloud was a breath of fresh air. How is this possible? How can this be? When did your soul-scattering sand become so powerful? Kunpeng's voice echoed, filled with disbelief, boundless resentment, and of course a hint of fear. "I don't accept this. I absolutely refuse to accept it. I wasn't prepared, and you ambushed me. Yes, you ambushed me. Red Cloud, you despicable coward. You took advantage of me. I will remember this and settle the score with you another day." With that, unable to face the situation, he dragged his injured wings and vanished in a flash. Red Cloud raised an eyebrow, revealing a sarcastic smile. But the smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of urgency. "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, don't leave so quickly. Here are 3 feathers and dozens of drops of your essence blood you dropped. Aren't you going to take them back?" Never mind. I'll keep them for you until we meet again, then return them to their rightful owner. Kunpeng's feathers and essence blood are precious treasures. They must not be wasted. Alas, I never intended to make an enemy of Kunpeng, but man proposes, heaven disposes. I couldn't control my strike and ended up hurting him. What am I to do? I only hope he's just speaking in anger and doesn't truly hold a grudge. Everyone exchanged stunned glances. For a long moment, no one spoke. All who heard Red Cloud's words were at a loss for what to say. Wasn't this blatant showing off? Well, yes. It was indeed blatant showing off. Being low-key is the ultimate form of boasting. Red Cloud had embodied this philosophy to the core. Of course, regardless of what he said, no one among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace dared to underestimate him anymore. Even Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian widened their eyes in astonishment. I said he had a trump card, and indeed he does. He must have reforged the soul-scattering sand. I wonder what opportunity he encountered. Laozi said this, his eyes flickering with strange light, as if quickly calculating something, but in the end he sighed and gave up. Yuanshi frowned and said, "I never expected that Red Cloud, the good-natured one, not only didn't suffer a loss, but gained a great fortune. Kunpeng's feathers and essence blood are rare and precious items." Tong Tian, thinking of something, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Laozi and Yuanshi were greatly surprised and looked at him with confusion. Tong Tian quickly pointed at Zhuandi and laughed. "Haha, someone is probably going to cry again. Look, he's indeed crying. Poor Zhuanti, the powerful treasure he had in hand, is now gone. Laozi and Yuanshi immediately understood and exchanged a knowing smile. The two from the west were always known for taking advantage and never suffering losses, but this time, they had suffered greatly at Red Cloud's hands. No, senior brother, I must speak with Red Cloud. Zhuanti refused to give up, staring at the Kunping feathers and essence blood in Red Cloud's hands with shining eyes, forming a new idea. Even if he won't return the precious artifact, he should at least give me a few drops of Kunping's essence blood or one of its feathers. With these words, ignoring Jane's reaction, he flashed forward and eagerly approached Red Cloud. Fellow Taoist, Red Cloud, the West is impoverished and has no good treasures. Could you spare me some of the Kunping essence blood and feathers? What? This shameless one. Red Cloud cursed inwardly. While he was fighting Kunping, Zhuanti kept his distance, but now that there was gain, he pounced immediately. His face was truly thick. However, Red Cloud glanced sideways at a hidden corner, showing a troubled expression, and said, the Kunping essence blood and feathers belong to fellow Taoist Kunping. I am merely keeping them temporarily. How can I give them to you? Zhuanti's eyes darted and he quickly smiled. You are mistaken, fellow Taoist. You and Kunping have a misunderstanding. Keeping these items with you will only deepen the rift. It would be better to entrust them to me. When I meet Kunping later, I can return them and act as a mediator to resolve your conflict. Red Cloud, being the good-natured one, did not suspect a thing and immediately handed over the Kunping essence blood and feathers. Zhuanti was overjoyed, clutching the two treasures with a grin that nearly split his ears, silently cursing Red Cloud as a fool. But just as he was reveling in his triumph, a voice filled with venomous resentment rang out. Zhuanti, you stole my cushion, robbed me of my saintly seed, and now you want my feathers and essence blood. What are you trying to do? I, Kunping, have no quarrel with you two from the West, yet you have repeatedly wronged me. If I do not avenge this insult, I am not worthy of being called a man. Kunping. It was Kunping indeed. Zhuanti was crying again. Last time one could say he wept from the grief of losing what he treasured most. This time, however, he was weeping from being deceived. As for who deceived him, naturally, it was the most naive fool in the primordial world, Hongyun. Who would have guessed that after being injured, Kunping did not take the opportunity to flee, but instead used a concealment technique to hide nearby. That scheming old fox likely intended to take Hongyun off guard and launch a surprise attack. Even the feather quills and essence blood he had left were all part of his calculated scheme. But despite all his calculations, he had never anticipated that Hongyun's foolish habit would strike again. Of course, there was one more thing he failed to account for: Zhuanti's absolute shamelessness. With just those words about the barrenness of the Western Heaven, he managed to extract treasures once again from Hongyun's hands. All his schemes were completely ruined. He had also lost over a dozen drops of essence blood and 3 feather quills. A classic case of losing everything. Yet he could not bring himself to hate Hongyun. It was truly impossible to harbor any resentment. Hongyun had been very clear. These essence blood and feather quills were only kept in trust and would be returned later. If one cannot hate Hongyun, then whom should one resent? Naturally, it was Zhuanti, the one who had ruined the plan. Zhuanti, you better remember this well. One day I will make you pay. I will come to your Western Heaven and smash it to pieces, making it truly barren. The venomous voice gradually faded into the distance. Kunping had truly departed this time, and Zhuanti was genuinely weeping. Senior brother, I never intended this. I had no wish to provoke a powerhouse like Kunping. How could things have gone so wrong? What am I to do? He harbored a hint of resentment toward Hongyun. You were far too honest. When I asked, you simply handed it over. Couldn't you have declined more gracefully? Now look at this mess. Because of a few feathers and some drops of blood, you have thoroughly offended Kunping. It is utterly unworthy. However, Jane merely cast a profound glance at Hongyun before speaking. Junior brother, do not worry. Friend Kunping was merely speaking in anger. He would not truly follow through on such threats. Enough. Let us let this matter rest. Now accompany me back to the Zixiao Palace. The teacher may yet have further instructions. After saying this, he cast another meaningful look at Hongyun, nodded slightly, and then slowly made his way toward the Zixiao Palace. Hongyun furrowed his brow. That old Jane was far more formidable than he appeared. It seemed as though he had caught on to something. Could it be that he has already deduced? I was fully aware all along that Kunping was hiding nearby, only then promptly handing over the feather quills and essence blood to Zhui. Ever since receiving the chaos primordial Qi, his perceptual abilities had surpassed all cultivators in the primordial world. Even Patriarch Hongjun was no match for him in terms of perception. This was also precisely why he could effortlessly outmaneuver Hongjun's gaze and readily detect Kunping concealed to the side. Never mind. If he guesses, let him guess. Who do I, Hongyun, fear? If he dares challenge me, then let us see. Better yet, I should quickly examine the treasure the system has rewarded me with. As if on cue, the moment this thought arose, a crisp voice echoed within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully presenting the Kunping feather quill and essence blood. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the system's reward, 1 Kun egg and 1 Peng egg. What in the world? A Kun egg and a Peng egg. Wasn't I supposed to receive a young Kunpeng? Hongyun touched his chin in mild bewilderment. He had assumed the system, given its capabilities, would reward him with a miniature Kunpeng. He never expected it to be separate eggs. In truth, the Kun and Peng were actually two distinct species. One was the Kun, a massive fish dwelling in the ocean depths. The other was the Peng, a great bird soaring across the vast heavens. Ancestor Kunpeng, however, was a unique hybrid born between heaven and earth, an anomaly, both Kun and Peng possessing the traits of one and the abilities of the other. This was precisely why all beings regarded him with apprehension. If he were merely a Peng or merely a Kun, others would long have slain him and cooked him. How could they ever have referred to him respectfully as Ancestor Kunpeng? Ding! A friendly reminder: Kunpeng is a unique hybrid of heaven and earth. There can only exist one such being in all creation. Even this system cannot defy the laws of heaven and earth. What did that mean? Was he implying that once Kunpeng perished, he could merge these two eggs together to create a new Kunpeng? No, merging them would be far too troublesome. Rather, he should absorb their powers and forge a clone. Then, with the clone serving as Kunpeng, Kunpeng would effectively become Hongyun, while Hongyun would remain distinct from Kunpeng. How wonderful that would be! With his decision made, his expression nonetheless retained its usual simple-minded guise. He anxiously rubbed his hands together and said, "Oh dear friend, Kunpeng has misunderstood. Friend Junti merely wished to help me temporarily safeguard them. How could he possibly intend to keep the feather quills and essence blood? Friend Junti is not such a person." Zenyuanzi gave a cold, mocking smile and retorted, "You are mistaken. Junti is exactly such a person. Neither of the two sages of the West is anything worth trusting. They exist solely to fleece our eastern realm and plunder its treasures." Di Jun chuckled loudly and added, "Friend Hongyun, human hearts are treacherous. You must not assume that all great powers in the primordial world share your noble temperament." Enough. Patriarch Hongjun is bestowing special instruction upon his own disciples. There is no purpose in our lingering here any longer. Let us depart. With those words, he vanished in a flash. From beginning to end, he did not once glance back at the Zixiao Palace, nor did he show the slightest trace of reverence. Meanwhile, within the Zixiao Palace, Patriarch Hongjun knitted his brows tightly. His fingers moved ceaselessly in divination, yet no matter how he attempted it, he could not fathom what extraordinary fortune had befallen Hongyun. How peculiar. I am about to merge with the Tao. All beings in the primordial world appear before me like ants, easily observed in their fates. Yet why can I not perceive Hongyun's destiny? Though troubled once his 6 disciples had gathered, he had no choice but to abandon his divination. All 6 of you possess the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Upon your return, contemplate it diligently. One day you will find the opportunity to attain sanctification. Furthermore, before achieving sanctification, you must first reach the quasi-saint realm. When I previously lectured the gathered masses, my teachings were somewhat disjointed. Let me now reiterate them for you. Laozi and the others naturally sat upright, reverently listening to their master's instruction. After a long while, they gradually opened their eyes, each bearing an expression of deep satisfaction, clearly benefiting enormously. Yet Hongjun did not relax. The mountain pressing upon his heart persisted. Though invisible and intangible, that oppressive feeling had not diminished in the slightest. Without warning, the figure of Hongyun suddenly surfaced in his mind. With a flick of thought, he declared, "Upon your return, you 6 must closely monitor Hongyun's movements." That youth boldly refused the Hongmeng Purple Qi, gifting it instead to Demon Emperor Di Jun. He has also recklessly bestowed his own treasures upon others. His actions are profoundly perplexing. As for the others, nothing came of it. However, Tongtian, whose nature was straightforward and blunt, could not help but burst into laughter, saying, "Teacher Hongyun is simply a naive fool. There is nothing worth monitoring about him." Yuanshi shot Tongtian a reproachful glance, but quickly interjected, "Hongyun is after all merely a cloud. To put it mildly, he possesses noble character and a pure mind. To put it bluntly, he lacks intelligence. He is nothing but a fool." Laozi's expression shifted subtly. With a sigh, he said, "Alas, someone of such nature, unless his cultivation and combat prowess rank among the pinnacle, will likely not survive long in the primordial world." Junti was moved. He had always known that Laozi possessed the ability to calculate the future. Hearing this now, he immediately understood. In the river of fate, Hongyun might not live long. Whether Hongyun lives or dies is irrelevant. What matters is that Hongyun's treasures, specifically the 9 soul-scattering sands that originally belonged to him, if they fall into someone else's hands, he would probably cry again. Senior brother, did you understand the meaning of the words of the teacher and Laozi? It seems that Hongyun, for all his good deeds, is destined to suffer a great calamity. Jane knew his junior brother too well. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow slightly and lowered his voice. "Junior brother, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to fan the flames?" Junti revealed a cunning and cruel smile, speaking word by word. "A petty man is not a gentleman, who a man without ruthlessness is not a true man. The West is barren. If we do not employ certain means, how can it become prosperous and rich? Anyway, since Hongyun is destined to suffer a calamity, why don't we take advantage of the opportunity to seize his treasures for ourselves rather than let others benefit? This? Jane showed a troubled expression, shaking his head. Junior brother, isn't this going too far? After all, Hongyun has done us a favor. Without his yielding the seat, we would not have obtained this saint position. If we kill him outright, and it spreads, how can we continue to operate in the primordial world? Zhuanti was full of confidence, smiling. Direct killing is certainly impossible, but through sowing discord it can be done. Having said this, he waved his hand. The clouds in the sky were swept aside, revealing a vast expanse of the Honghuang continent. On the continent were countless figures hunting and slaughtering. They were the Wu clan, already extremely prosperous and powerful. The Wu and Yao have always been irreconcilable. Yet in the Zixiao Palace, Hongyun gave the primordial Purple Qi to Dijun of the Yao clan. Isn't that going against the Wu clan? With the minds of these Wu people, as long as I show up and whisper a few words, they will surely resent Hongyun. When that time comes, the 12 ancestral sorcerers will join forces, and with my covert assistance, even if Hongyun has transcendent cultivation, formidable combat power, and mysterious treasures, he will still perish. Jane's eyes lit up. If this could be done, it was a good method. As long as they did not act directly and did not give others a handle, there would be no problem. Zhuanti grew more excited as he spoke. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot, directly rushing toward the vast Honghuang continent, while his voice trailed off. Senior brother, stay in the west for now. I will go and return soon. When this matter is settled, the west will have another supreme treasure. Wonderful, wonderful. Poor Hongyun being schemed against without even knowing it. Returning from Zixiao Palace to the Honghuang continent, he plunged into Wuzhuang Temple and happily ate ginseng fruits. Hongyun, do you really intend to give the Huayun cave to Kunping? I think Kunping is only pretending to accept it. He doesn't truly want it. Zenyuanzi asked thus. He was not annoyed with Hongyun, but simply wanted to understand clearly. After all, a cave dwelling is like one's own lair. Hongyun's Huayun cave is also a blessed land of celestial abode. Hongyun devoured a ginseng fruit in one bite, and said with a smile, a word spoken is a word that cannot be taken back. Since I have said it, I will certainly do it. There is no reason to go back on my word. Of course, if Kunping does not like it and returns it to me, that is another matter. I will not refuse. It's a pity, though, that even if Kunping dislikes it, he probably won't return it to me. The misunderstanding between us is too deep. Saying this, he sighed pretentiously, his face full of helplessness. Zenyuanzi was both amused and exasperated, thinking to himself, Hongyun, doing this is like taking off your pants to fart. Completely unnecessary. Kunping definitely would not actually occupy Huayun Cave for his own use. If given to someone else, probably no one would dare to accept it. After all, the reputation of Hongyun the Ancestor is not to be underestimated. He was about to say something more, but then his eyebrows slightly raised, showing surprise and confusion. Just then a loud roar came from outside Wuzhuang Temple. Is Hongyun here? The Wu clan has come to settle accounts with you. Come out quickly, don't be a coward. Otherwise the 12 ancestral sorcerers will join forces and storm Wuzhuang Temple, leaving no one alive. The Wu clan, the 12 ancestral sorcerers. What is this all about? Zenyuanzi was stunned. Hongyun was also stunned. They exchanged glances, seeing confusion and doubt on each other's faces. Since they had already come to their doorstep, not showing up was certainly not an option, and Hongyun was not one to hide. With a flicker of his form, he vanished from the main hall of Wuzhuang Temple. When he reappeared, he was already outside Wuzhuang Temple, standing before 12 strangely dressed figures. So it is the 12 ancestral sorcerers who have come. I wonder in what way I have offended you that you would go to such trouble to question me. His words were very polite, but the aura emanating from him was not weak at all. It soared into the sky, confronting the murderous intent of the 12 ancestral sorcerers without any hesitation. This was not all. What made the 12 ancestral sorcerers tremble inwardly was that Hongyun alone matched their aura without being at a disadvantage. The 12 ancestral sorcerers acted recklessly, but that did not mean they were brainless. They immediately realized that Hongyun's cultivation was unfathomable, likely at the peak of the great Luo realm, and breaking through to quasi-saint was only a matter of time. Hongyun alone was so powerful. If they also considered Zenyuanzi, who was at the same level as Hongyun, the 12 of them would probably gain nothing if they started a fight. Dijiang, the leader of the 12 ancestral sorcerers, and the person in charge, knew that the plan to trouble Hongyun today would probably not succeed. He was able to stoop or stand as needed. Immediately lowering his posture and softening his tone, he said, Daoist Hongyun, we did not come without reason today. There is a matter we wish to ask clearly. The Wu clan and the Yao clan are irreconcilable. Yet in the Zixiao Palace you gave the primordial Purple Qi to Dijun of the Yao clan. How do you explain this? Have you already sided with the Yao clan and become an enemy of the Wu clan? So it was about this matter. Strange, how did news of what happened in Zixiao Palace spread so quickly? All the 3,000 guests in Zixiao Palace are gossips. Hongyun pondered briefly and realized that someone was probably sowing discord, either to target him or to target the 12 ancestral sorcerers. What a cunning fellow. However, I, Hongyun the Ancestor, am not so easily bullied. Do you think the title of #1 good old man of the primordial world was earned for nothing? His eyes rolled slightly. He immediately put on a look of sudden realization, and at the same time his posture became even lower than Dijiang's, even bowing deeply. Dear Taoists, please let me explain. There is a huge misunderstanding. My action was entirely for the peace between the two clans. My sincere efforts can be witnessed by heaven and earth, sun and moon. Alas, the creatures of the primordial world suffer. If the Wu and Yao engage in chaotic war, the creatures will suffer even more. Only when the two clans are at peace can the entire Hongwan continent enjoy harmony and avoid the calamity of war. If anyone else in the presence of the 12 ancestral witches beat their chest and sighed, the beings of the primordial world suffer, so the 12 ancestral witches would have no hesitation in charging forward and slapping them across the face. But Hongyun was different. As the first great good-hearted person of the primordial world, Hongyun was inherently kind, inherently compassionate. In fact, if he didn't act this way, it would have seemed strange to the 12 ancestral witches. For such a truly good person, even the 12 ancestral witches, despite their anger, immediately calmed down. Especially when they heard Hongyun say that he did this mainly because he didn't want to see the Wu clan suffer too many casualties. Their dissatisfaction turned into goodwill. Our Wu clan may be naturally warlike, but we are not bloodthirsty. It is the Yao clan that goes too far, forcing us to resist. Dijiang sighed, showing a helpless expression. If the Yao clan would just stay in their heavens, we would have nothing to say. But they are too overbearing, extending their reach to the ground, wanting to dominate the entire primordial continent. Who can tolerate that? Hongyun silently smirked, full of disdain, thinking to himself, your Wu clan is not much better either. To expand their territory, they continuously slaughtered the Yao clan. Dijun and Tai Yi, as the leaders of the Yao clan, could not ignore the plight of their subordinates. This was a conflict of interests, a struggle for hegemony over the primordial world. No one could mediate. Not Hongyun, not even Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Unless one side withdrew from the stage of history or both suffered mutual destruction, there was no solution. Of course, Hongyun certainly couldn't say that at this moment. Instead, he slapped his thigh and laughed. So I gave the primordial purple Qi to Dijun of the Yao clan. The primordial purple Qi is the foundation for attaining sainthood, but comprehending its mysteries is no easy task. It may require endless eons. A snake without a head cannot move. Once Dijun goes into seclusion, the Yao clan will fall silent, giving your Wu clan endless eons to develop. Huh, could it be explained like that? That reasoning seems a bit twisted. Dijiang frowned and said displeasedly, fellow Taoist Hongyun, you only thought of this, but did you consider that once Dijun becomes a saint, our Wu clan will face utter destruction? Hongyun waved his hand slightly and interrupted with a smile, ancestral, which Dijiang, please don't be hasty. Let me finish. I hear that your Wu clan possesses a formation called the 12 Heavenly Gods and Demons Grand Array, which when activated by the combined power of you 12 ancestral witches, can summon the true body of Pangu, possessing the power of a saint. Is that true? There was no denying it. Without this formation, the 12 ancestral witches wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, not even showing much respect to Hongjun. But this formation was not flawless. When activated, even the robust bodies of the 12 ancestral witches would suffer severe injuries, possibly leading to death and the end of their Tao. Thus, this formation could only be used as a last resort. Hongyun laughed heartily. When I gave the primordial purple Qi to fellow Taoist Dijun, I also asked for some sun gold essence. Using this sun gold essence to temper your bodies, the physical strength of you 12 ancestral witches will surely reach a higher level, making it less difficult to activate the 12 heavenly gods and demons grand array. In other words, by the time Dijun fully comprehends the primordial purple Qi and attains sainthood with your intelligence, you will have already tempered your bodies to the extreme, allowing you to easily activate the formation. Was that so? Was it that easy? What if Dijun became a saint first? However, Dijiang couldn't say that out loud. Once spoken, it would mean he feared Dijun and considered himself and his fellow 11 less intelligent than Dijun. So he could only nod in agreement, even expressing that they would be the first to temper their bodies to the extreme, surpassing Dijun. Seeing Dijiang's compliance, Hongyun became even more excited and laughed. In this way, both sides will have a saint, and mutual fear will prevent them from engaging in all-out war. This is the true path to peace between the two clans. When strength is equal, neither can overwhelm the other, so they will have to cease hostilities, and the peace of the primordial world can be achieved. Having said this, he unhesitatingly took out a special bottle from his bosom, its interior gleaming with golden light, the sun gold essence. Dijiang received it, and immediately sensed that this sun gold essence was extremely useful for tempering their bodies. Overjoyed, his earlier dissatisfaction turned completely into gratitude. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, your kindness is beyond words. In the future, if you have any requests, our Wu clan will go through fire and water without hesitation. The 12th of the 12 ancestral witches, Hotu, was always sincere in her dealings with others, with a gentle and balanced temperament, and she quite liked Hongyun's character. Seeing that the two sides had turned hostility into friendship and had gained immense benefits, she quickly said, "Fellow Taoist Hongyun, if you have free time you can visit the Panga Hall at Buzhou Mountain. The sun gold essence is so precious, yet you gave it away so generously. We feel uneasy. We would like to offer you some unused items stored in the Panga Hall." The Wu clan had no primordial spirit, so they could not cultivate various techniques, they could only continuously temper their bodies. Therefore, many items useful for cultivation techniques and primordial spirits, such as rare herbs and flowers, were useless to them. From the Wu clan's perspective, exchanging some useless items for sun gold essence was an incredibly profitable deal. Hongyun's eyes lit up. He was just worrying that he had no treasures left to give away, and then an opportunity presented itself. "Thank you for the invitation, Ancestral, which Hutu." Hongyun gratefully accepts, and will certainly visit the Panga Hall at Buzhou Mountain when I have time. As he spoke, the crisp sound of the system echoed in his mind again. "Ding, congratulations, host successfully gave away sun gold essence." "Ding, congratulations, host received the system's reward treasure Sunstar Core." "Ding, friendly reminder, the Sunstar Core is the most important component of the sun star, the essence of the Sunstar's essence. If allowed to grow, it can eventually become a small sun." Holy crap, this was truly awesome. He actually got a small sun. Hongyun's grin stretched almost to his ears, he nearly jumped up. With the Sunstar Core, his cultivation would surely reach a new level in a short time, and breaking through to Quasi-Saint was not far off. Speaking of which, he was originally a piece of blazing cloud that attained enlightenment, inherently fire attributed. The cloud fire art he cultivated also focused on the refinement of fire attributes. The sun's fire is the source of all fires, greatly beneficial for cultivating the cloud fire art. And the Sunstar Core being the source of the sun's fire was even more beneficial. "Fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi, I suddenly have an insight, and need to find a place to go into seclusion. I won't disturb you further." "What?" "Stay directly at the 5 Zhuang Temple." "Haha, thank you for your kindness, but I actually have another place to go, but it's not convenient to disclose for now. When I break through to Quasi-Saint, I will return to have tea and chat with you. Oh, and remember to save me a few more ginseng fruits." The reason for leaving Wuzhuang Temple was not a lack of trust in Xinyuanzi, but rather his intention to properly tend to Huiyun Palace. Huiyun Palace was a realm comparable to Zixiao Palace, inherently extraordinary. Of course, this referred to after Huiyun Palace had fully matured. In its current state, it certainly could not compare to Zixiao Palace. It was precisely for this reason that he needed to carefully cultivate and enhance it, incorporating as many rare treasures as possible into its foundation. For instance, the Bodhi sapling would need to be planted in the rear garden of Huiyun Palace. And if circumstances allowed, a pond should be constructed to house the Kuan egg. The Peng egg, on the other hand, required no special location. Simply place it beneath the Bodhi sapling. While the arrangement seemed straightforward in theory, the execution would prove cumbersome. Neither task was trivial, and remaining at Wuzhuang Temple was not a sustainable long-term solution. Zhen Yuanzi harbored no suspicions and readily agreed, offering several more ginseng fruits before they parted with reluctance. Lifting himself onto the cloud, he made a single bound forward. Hongyun had scarcely crossed the boundary of Wuzhuang Temple when a golden light shot toward him from the distance, halting before him. It was none other than Zhuanti. Hongyun was both startled and bewildered, unable to contain his curiosity. "Zhuanti, why have you come here instead of proceeding to the Western Pure Land?" His curiosity ran deep. Having obtained the primordial purple qi, one should return immediately to meditate upon it, not wander about aimlessly. Zhuanti offered a faint smile as a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "I have come to find you. Friend Hongyun, your skill is truly impressive. With but a few words you dismissed the 12 ancestral sorcerers. I could not match such ability." "What? The 12 ancestral sorcerers?" Could Zhuanti himself be the one who sowed discord among the 3,000 guests at Zixiao Palace? His expression shifted slightly as realization struck, and his smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor laced with killing intent. "What is your meaning, friend? Do you seek to eliminate me through the 12 Wu clans? Yet I am truly puzzled. What offense have I committed against you that has driven you to devise such a sinister scheme?" He simply could not comprehend it. Though he had always known the primordial world was a place of deceit and cruelty, he still could not figure out what he had done to provoke Zhuanti. Honestly, because he knew the future events, that the 3 pure ones, Nuwa and the Western 2 paths, were all destined saints. He had been extremely cautious before gaining strength, even deliberately trying to curry favor. But who could have predicted that despite his caution, he would still clash with Zhuanti, the most despicable and shameless figure in this primordial world? This was troubling, yet not entirely terrifying. At worst, he could fight. If he truly couldn't win, he would retreat into Huiyun Palace. After cultivating for a time, he would emerge and fight again. At minimum, he would avoid the fate of his past life, perishing and dissolving into nothingness. Zhuanti smiled. He sensed Hongyun's tension and grew increasingly confident in his forthcoming plan. "Friend Hongyun need not be alarmed. Informing the 12 ancestral sorcerers of the truth was my mistake. I failed to consider all angles. But this was unavoidable. You have held on to my treasure without returning it, and showing no sign of doing so, which leaves me no choice but to entertain other possibilities. Huh, I possess your treasure. Hongyun was utterly bewildered. Turning the matter over in his mind, he could not recall ever taking anything from Junti. Was it merely that small fragment of the 7 treasures' wonderful tree branch? That would be difficult to return. The branch had already been gifted to Zhen Yuanzi, who had incorporated it into the ginseng fruit tree. No, that could not be it. While precious the branch meant nothing to Junti, it must be some other treasure. Friend, please clarify. When did I take your treasure, and what exactly is it? I have no recollection whatsoever. Junti smiled faintly. How could you forget? Before Zixiao Palace, you yourself gave me 9 grains of soul-scattering sand. Later you employed it against Ancestral Penguin and inflicted grave injuries upon him. Now you should remember, it is those 9 grains of soul-scattering sand that you must return. He had encountered the Shameless before, but never anyone quite this brazen. He had given it to Junti, who returned it to him, and now Junti claimed it as his own. The truth was he had seen the power of those 9 grains, know the 9 turned-star sand, and desired to keep it for himself. This went beyond mere shamelessness. It was outright robbery. Hongyun was a kind man, but that did not mean he lacked temper. Allowing someone to trample him without resistance would make him a fool. So you're bullying me because of my lower cultivation and planning to seize it by force. Haha, no need for such lofty pretenses. There's no one around anyway. If you kill me and take the treasure, no one will know. Junti, is that your scheme? Unfortunately, you've miscalculated. If I could grievously wound Peng Kuan, I can wound you, or rather kill you. As soon as the words left his mouth, his hands moved. 9 grains of 9 turned star sand materialized, spinning into a circle and radiating an eerie aura. During this period, he had fused the soul-scattering sand into the star sand, combining both soul-scattering and stellar power, making it over 30% more potent than when he faced Peng Kuan. Junti's eyes lit up, immediately gleaming with avarice as drool nearly escaped. This is absolutely the right feeling. This is no ordinary soul-scattering sand. It surpasses it in power, infused with concentrated stellar energy. Haha, Hongyun, hand it over now, or face my wrath. Hostile intentions. At this point where blades were drawn, there was no room for courtesy. They were locked in a battle to the death. A faint smirk crossed Hongyun's lips as he channeled his spiritual energy into the 9 turned star sand, pointing forward with a commanding shout. Go crush this shameless fellow. Whoosh. The 9 turned star sand plummeted like stars from the highest heavens, hurtling forward with a deafening roar. No elaborate strategy, just pure direct assault. Such brutality. Yet Junti was no pushover. His body shuddered slightly as 10,000 rays of light erupted, and in an instant, he manifested 18 arms. Each arm wielded a distinct magical treasure. A Sarira relic, silk, cord, jewel necklace, parasol, flower, garland, banners, golden bow, fish intestine, sword, and more. Friend Hongyun, surely you don't mistake me for that useless Peng Kuan. Very well, let me demonstrate the power of my 18-armed golden body. Rumble. All 18 arms swung simultaneously, unleashing countless rays of golden light that coalesced into a protective barrier before him. Before the sound could fade, the 9 turned star sand struck the barrier with of wind and thunder. Screeching. The piercing friction echoed through the air, yet the barrier remained unbroken, repelling the attack entirely. Incredible. The 18-armed golden body truly lived up to its reputation. A destined saint is indeed extraordinary. Even Hongyun, who had always looked down on Junti, considering him a shameless scoundrel, had to admit that Junti was truly formidable. Had it been the Hongyun of old, he would never have been a match for Junti. Without even resorting to other techniques, Junti's 18-armed golden body alone would have left Hongyun utterly helpless. Fortunately, he was Hongyun. Though he was also called Hongyun now, his arsenal of treasures was far beyond what the old Hongyun could compare with. Junti, do you truly believe that my 9 revolutions stardust sand is only this powerful? You are wrong, utterly wrong. The might of the 9 revolutions stardust sand far exceeds your imagination. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chick. With these words, Hongyun clapped his hands together sharply. Boom. A violent explosion resounded. The 9 revolutions stardust sand, which had been no larger than a fist, suddenly expanded to an immense size, like 9 true stars. Not only that, but with the change in size, its power instantly multiplied tens of thousands of times. Crack. The golden barrier of the 18-armed golden body could no longer hold, and countless fissures began to appear. It sounded like shattered glass, a grating noise that set teeth on edge. Junti's face changed drastically. He had never expected Hongyun to be so formidable, especially this treasure, named 9 Revolutions Stardust Sand. Its might was simply beyond imagination. Of course, this also proved that his judgment was correct. If he could obtain the 9 Revolutions Stardust Sand, the Western lands would gain a terrifying weapon. As for Hongyun, since he was so obstinate, killing him would be simple. After all, Hongyun's fortune was mediocre. He was not destined for longevity. Hongyun, I admit, I underestimated you. However, if you think this is enough to deal with me, to scare me away, you are gravely mistaken. Now let me show you my true power. Divine Pestle, break them. Whoosh. A divine pestle suddenly appeared, shimmering with blinding golden light, and slammed heavily into one of the 9 revolutions stardust sand grains. This grain of stardust sand was as large as a real star, and the divine pestle before it seemed like an ant trying to shake a tree. Yet to everyone's shock, the divine pestle struck only once and sent the stardust sand flying. Once one grain was sent flying, the power of the other 8 instantly diminished. With a series of bangs, all 9 grains of stardust sand were knocked away. Haha, Hongyun, your skills are still lacking. I knocked them away with a few strikes. In your hands they are like pearls cast before swine. Zhuanti was greatly pleased, his gaze upon the 9 revolutions stardust sand growing more avaricious, wishing he could seize it immediately. This divine pestle of mine was personally bestowed by our teacher ancestor Hongjun. It possesses supreme power. With your paltry cultivation, you are not even worth mentioning. He was utterly contemptuous. At the same time, he did not forget to boast of his orthodox origins, as if telling Hongyun, you are nothing but a heretic. I am the true legitimate school. Hongyun narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the 9 revolutions stardust sand. He said in a cold voice, a treasure personally bestowed by Hongjun is indeed extraordinary, but it is merely extraordinary. In my eyes it amounts to nothing. If you have the skill, use it to withstand my second move. If you can even block this one, I will concede defeat. I, Hongyun, will present this treasure to you with both hands without any further words. As he spoke, he waved his hand again, and the 9 revolutions stardust sand shot toward Zhuanti at an even greater speed. Zhuanti was somewhat puzzled. What is the difference between this second move and the first? They seem no different. Could it be that he is using more magical power, making it more powerful? But it really feels the same. No, it seems even slightly weaker than the enlarged stardust sand. How strange. Or perhaps this is just a pretext from Hongyun to save face, a way to retreat. Though puzzled, Zhuanti's movements were not slow. He swung the divine pestle, continuously golden light, blazing, illuminating the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds rang out incessantly. The 9 revolutions stardust sand was repeatedly knocked away. A mocking smile couldn't help but spread across his face as he shouted, this second move is also mediocre. It seems the 9 revolutions stardust sand will be mine. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hongyun, for the gift. However, Hongyun's expression did not change at all. In fact, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of a successful scheme. Oh no, something is terribly wrong. This second move must be extraordinary. A great shock struck Zhuanti's heart, but he continued to swing the divine pestle until it struck the last star. Only then did his face turn pale with horror. 9. There were 9 just now. Why are there 10 this time? What is the last one? It is not the 9 revolutions stardust sand. No, it is dense solar essence. This is a solar core. How can you have a solar core? How could Zhuan be willing to give it to you? But alas, his reaction was too slow. Boom. A violent explosion resounded. The solar core directly smashed the divine pestle away, and its momentum unabated, it slammed fiercely into the 18-armed golden body. Crack. The 18-armed golden body shattered completely. The 18 treasures were instantly reduced to nothing. Zhuanti's 18 arms were also broken, all twisted into contorted positions. Oh! A shrill scream rang out. Zhuanti spat several mouthfuls of blood. He dared not hold back anything. He waved his hands, frantically summoning the 7 treasures sublime tree to protect his body. The 7 treasures sublime tree was his enlightenment artifact. It could wipe away all treasures and nullify all offensive power. Naturally, it could block the solar core's attack. However, before he could wipe the blood from his lips or utter a single defiant word, he suddenly noticed that the 7 treasures sublime tree was trembling slightly. What is happening? He hurriedly looked toward Hongyun, and his eyes widened in disbelief and incredulity. Bodhi tree. No, a Bodhi sapling. How is this possible? How can you have a Bodhi sapling? Even on my Mount Ling there is no second one. Where did you get it? Hongyun chuckled smugly. You have yourself to thank. Without the branch of your 7 treasures sublime tree, how could I have obtained a Bodhi sapling? Haha, Zhuanti, do you know what it means to be too clever by half? Oh, you don't need to know because you are about to die. As his words fell, the Bodhi sapling in his hand trembled slightly. A strange force poured out, striking the 7 treasures sublime tree and instantly rendering it completely useless. No, I don't believe it. Hongyun, I am a destined saint, a disciple of ancestor Hongjun. Would you dare to defy the world and kill me? Haha, you wouldn't dare, you absolutely wouldn't dare. Boom. The solar core plummeted down. It smashed directly onto Zhuanti's head. Zhuanti burst like a lit firework. In an instant he turned into a splash of blood, then vanished without a trace. You big fool, you say I wouldn't dare kill you. You're nothing. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chick. At Mount Lingshan, Jane sat cross-legged. At this moment he was utterly serene. Especially after immersing his mind in the primordial purple Qi, he became increasingly oblivious to both self and the world, even forgetting the existence of this realm. This state was rare. In cultivation it was called enlightenment. Generally speaking, a cultivator might experience such enlightenment once or twice in a lifetime, and that was considered immense fortune. But for Jane, as long as he wished, sinking his mind into the primordial purple qi would instantly bring him into this state. In fact, he was not alone in this privilege. The other possessors of the primordial purple qi could also easily enter the state of enlightenment. This was perhaps the partiality of the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, while in the midst of enlightenment, he felt a disturbing unease, as if something had happened to his closest one. He gasped. His eyes snapping open, he repeatedly calculated with his fingers, trying to divine who was in trouble and what had happened. But after a long while, he had to give up. Pity that elder brother Laozi is not here. If he were, he could surely calculate exactly what happened. Could it be junior brother Zhuani? Impossible. He went to see Hongyun. With Hongyun's cultivation, how could he pose a threat? Or has someone been so audacious as to ignore us, the heaven-ordained sages, and seize his primordial purple qi, defying the world's will? His heart instantly leaped to his throat. Although Zhuanti's cultivation was supreme and his combat power formidable, it depended on the opponent. If Dongwang Tai or Fuxi the Great made a move, Zhuani would be in grave danger. No, I cannot speculate here. I must go check the Bodhi tree. As long as the Bodhi tree does not die, junior brother Zhuani will be fine. With a flicker of movement, he immediately headed toward the Bodhi tree. At first glance, he was not alarmed, but as he approached, he froze in an instant. His eyes bulged wide, almost unable to believe what he saw. The Bodhi tree had withered. Junior brother Zhuani was in trouble. At the same time, a beam of light radiating purple qi shot toward him with lightning speed. Primordial purple qi. And it was Zhuani's primordial purple qi. Junior brother, what on earth happened? Who did this? Who? He was usually composed and rarely angered, but now he could no longer contain himself. His heart burned as if scorched by fire. If the enemy were before him, he would not hesitate to raise his hand and strike, smashing him into a pulp. Junior brother, you will not die. You are a heaven-ordained sage, you will not die. I will go to the teacher now. The teacher surely has a way. Grabbing the primordial purple qi, Jane transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the 33rd heaven. In the blink of an eye, he charged into the chaos. Hongyun Ancestor had just finished his third sermon and was about to merge with the heavenly Tao when his brow suddenly furrowed in disbelief. Something happened to Zhuani. Impossible. He is a heaven-ordained sage. How could something happen to him? Who did this? Who has such ability? His fingers moved in rapid calculations, but like Jane, he found nothing. Just then Jane burst in with the primordial purple qi and knelt with a thud. Teacher, something has happened to junior brother Zhuani. While traveling, he was ambushed and killed. Only the primordial purple qi rushed to me. I brought it here hoping teacher would show mercy and save junior brother. Although junior brother and I are only your nominal disciples, our respect and reverence for you are no less than that of the three pure ones. Please teacher, grant us your grace. As he spoke, he kowtowed repeatedly. His eyes were bloodshot and tears streamed uncontrollably. Hongjun waved his hand and sighed. Do not be anxious. As long as the primordial purple qi remains, Zhuanti cannot die. I will now use my great power to revive him. However, revival is one thing, but his cultivation foundation has been severely damaged. To restore his cultivation to its former state, he will have to undergo arduous training. Jane's heart ached, but he could do nothing. To be alive again was already a blessing. What more could he ask for? With a whoosh, several beams of white light shot into the primordial purple qi. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as chaotic energy swirled. After a full quarter of an hour, Hongjun Ancestor, his face slightly pale, waved his hand and shouted, "Condense. Zhuanti, reveal yourself now." When else? With a whoosh, a crack appeared in space. A figure stepped out. Judging by his appearance, it was none other than Zhuanti. He still bore a look of panic, even unimaginable fear. His eyes darted around until he saw Hongjun and Jane, then he let out a sigh of relief. Hongjun frowned and asked, "What exactly happened? How could someone with your cultivation be slain? If not for the primordial purple qi being fused with your primordial spirit, your spirit would likely have been destroyed. Who has such ability? Could it be that another great power unknown even to me has emerged in the primordial world?" Zhuanti's expression stiffened. He caught Jane's subtle signal and quickly understood. "Teacher, I am also perplexed. I do not know who ambushed me. After parting with elder brother Jane, I intended to travel the primordial world and visit Taoist Hongyun for an exchange. Unexpectedly, before I reached the 5 Villages temple, I was attacked. Although caught off guard, I could tell that the attacker used a solar star core." A solar star core? Only the solar star possesses such a thing. Could it be that Dongwang Tai and Demon Emperor Dijuan were behind this? Hongjun, however, was not so easily deceived. He merely moved his fingers slightly and shook his head. "It is not Tai or Dijuan. It should be an unknown great power. You may return. I will soon merge with the heavenly Tao and will rarely see you again. Take care of yourselves. These rascals won't even tell me the truth. Why should I bother seeing them?" Zhuanti and Jane dared not linger and quickly took their leave. Only after they were far from Purple Mist Palace did Zhuanti recount the events to Jane. "What? It was Hongyun. He was hiding so deep. I never knew Hongyun possessed such formidable combat power. No wonder he dared to be a meddler. Junior brother, do not worry. I will avenge this wrong. Recently, I have gained some insights from contemplating the primordial purple Qi. I believe I will soon break through to quasi-sage. Zhuanti was overjoyed and ground his teeth. I leave this matter to you, elder brother. If I do not kill Hongyun, I am not a man. Also his 2 treasures, the 9 revolutions stardust sand and the solar star core. If you kill him, be sure to obtain them. Then our western sect will gain 2 great weapons. Jane gave a cold smile. His originally compassionate face turned murderous, even ferocious. Hongyun, a man of shallow fortune, is bound to die a violent death. Since that is so, what harm is there in me finishing him? Remember, I am a heaven-ordained sage blessed with immense luck. Why should I fear a man of thin fortune? Hongyun was unaware that Zhuanti had already died and been resurrected. Nor did he know that Zhuanti's senior disciple Jinin had resolved to fight him to the death. Of course, even if he had known, he would not have cared. What of a heavenly destined saint? If one could kill him once, they could kill him a second time. After all, though he lacked the primordial purple Qi, he possessed the chaos origin energy. Barring any mishap, he was destined to one day become a great Tao saint. What precisely was a great Tao saint? It was an existence far more powerful than the heavenly Tao itself. What was a heavenly destined saint compared to that? In truth, after dispatching Zhuanti, Hongyun paid it little mind, and with a single bound arrived before a palace. Above the palace entrance were 3 great characters, Hongyun Palace. Impressive. The system's reward truly is a treasure. They call it a palace, but it is in truth a miniature world. The space within is nearly infinite. From now on, this shall be my sanctuary, one of my most important magical treasures and trump cards. I must refine it thoroughly. By the way, the first order of business is to plant the Bodhi sapling. Rumor has it that Zhuanti's true form was a Bodhi tree. His thoughts shifted slightly. A bold idea suddenly struck him. I have killed Zhuanti. Could I use this Bodhi tree to create another one? Would such a counterfeit be able to deceive the heavenly Tao? After much deliberation, he merely shook his head and cast the notion aside. It was far too audacious. At least it certainly seemed so at present. Never mind. The Bodhi sapling is still young. Who knows how many millennia it will take to mature. Even if it one day grows and gains sentience, it would not be Zhuanti. As he thought thus, his hands moved without delay. With a gentle sweep of both palms, a garden appeared, and at its very center stood the Bodhi sapling. Beneath the sapling lay an egg. If it were not that Peng egg, then what else could it be? Both hands swept again, and a pond materialized within which an egg bobbed up and down. None other than the Kuan egg. Gazing at them, Hongyun wore a thoughtful expression, and the thought from moments ago surged anew. Perhaps he could not create a new Zhuanti, but he might well create a Kuanping. After all, Kuanping was no heavenly saint. The heavenly Tao had never left its mark upon him. As long as the deed remained sufficiently concealed, there would be no issue. To create a Kuanping, the first step is to break through to the quasi-saint realm. The most refined method for breaking through to quasi-saint at present was the 3-corpse severing technique of Tao ancestor Hongjun. So-called severing the 3 corpses meant eliminating the 3 aspects of goodness, evil, and self during the early, middle, and late stages of the quasi-saint realm. Only freed from the interference of these 3 corpses could one better comprehend and master the laws of the great Tao. With complete mastery over even a single law of the great Tao, one could become a heavenly saint. Naturally, this was only theory. In practice, since having severed the 3 corpses, one was no longer in a perfect state and could not truly attain complete mastery over the laws. This was where the primordial purple Qi was required. For Hongyun, this meant the chaos origin energy. In other words, achieving heavenly sainthood through the primordial purple Qi made one a servant of the heavenly Tao, while achieving great Tao sainthood through the chaos origin energy made one a servant of the great Tao itself. To truly break free from the shackles of either the heavenly Tao or the great Tao, one had to seek another path, such as reuniting the 3 corpses. Reuniting the 3 corpses may be as difficult as scaling the heavens for others, but with my Hongyun system in hand, I shall accomplish it without the slightest effort. In that case, I shall begin my breakthrough to quasi-saint. The first of the 3 corpses to be severed, whether the corpse of goodness or the corpse of evil. Once I have absorbed the powers of the Peng egg and Kuan egg, I shall be entirely capable of transforming into Kuanping. Meanwhile, Kuanping was thoroughly dejected. Because of the meditation mat incident, he had lost the primordial purple Qi and his position as a saint, becoming the most unfortunate being in the entire prehistoric world. That was unfortunate enough, but one could scarcely complain. After all, only 7 individuals had attained sainthood, each blessed with extraordinarily profound fortunes. What rankled most was that he had been defeated by Hongyun, the most renowned do-gooder in the prehistoric world and the one most looked down upon. With my abilities, I was bested by a waste like Hongyun. Such an insult shall not go avenged. And Zhuanti, that wretched creature, to stab me when I was already wounded and schemed to steal my vital essence and sacred feathers. Alas, the 2 masters of the West are fated to become saints. Making enemies of them is unwise. Sigh, I shall endure for now. The wise man knows when to yield. In other words, Kunpeng, that mangy bird, was nothing more than a bully who preyed upon the weak and cowered before the strong. Had Hongyun been sufficiently powerful, Kunpeng would have meekly admitted defeat without uttering a word. But the old Hongyun, though a do-gooder, was also the very symbol of weakness. Powerful figures such as Kunpeng and Mingyi had never spared him a second glance. Suddenly, as Kunpeng secretly fumed, an inexplicable sense of panic arose within his heart, as though some great calamity were upon him. What was happening? How could such a feeling come over him? One must understand that cultivators of his caliber often possessed extraordinary intuitions, particularly an exceptional sensitivity to danger. It seems the prehistoric world is growing restless. I should not leave the northern dark magic master palace. I shall remain here and cultivate diligently, breaking through to the quasi-saint realm as soon as possible. That is the proper course. Of course, his refusal to leave the magic master palace did not mean his disciples could not venture out. Indeed, sensing that something grave was amiss, he immediately dispatched his subordinates to gather intelligence from across the prehistoric world. News arrived swiftly. What? Zhuanti nearly died. And it was Dao ancestor Hongjun who ultimately intervened, using the primordial purple qi to resurrect him. How can this be? Are you certain? On the entire prehistoric continent, who could have killed Zhuanti? This was not mere defeat, it was killing. Many in the prehistoric world could defeat or wound a quasi-saint. For instance, Emperor Dijun and Tai Yi of the Demon Court, one wielding the river map and Luo book, the other the Chaos Bell, were undoubtedly among the supreme existences. Unless Zhuanti had become a saint, it was absolutely impossible for either Dijun or Tai Yi to be his match, let alone both together. But why would the two of them seek to kill Zhuanti? For the primordial purple qi. That was utterly inconceivable. One must remember that Dijun already possessed a fragment of the primordial qi and the opportunity to achieve sainthood. There was no need to seize another. Moreover, Zhuanti's primordial purple qi had been bestowed by Dao ancestor Hongjun himself. To steal it would mean opposing Hongjun. A fool would never dare such a thing. Have you discovered who was behind this? He asked eagerly, though unfortunately no one could provide an answer. For the only one who could have given such an answer was currently cultivating diligently within Hongyun Palace. Hongyun was cultivating with remarkable diligence. Seated cross-legged beside the Bodhi sapling, he remained completely motionless. It was not until an unknowable amount of time had passed, when a mysterious aura emanated from his entire body, that he abruptly opened his eyes. With a mighty sweep of his hand, the Peng egg and Kuan egg transformed into two streams of luminous radiance, shooting directly into his palm. Light flickered as wave upon wave of eerie power surged from both eggs into his body. In the blink of an eye, both eggs withered and dried like autumn vegetation, utterly stripped of vitality. The time had come. Hongyun opened his mouth and cried, "Sever." As his voice rang out, his body began to radiate brilliantly. Full as the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a human silhouette gradually coalesced, and with one step it became solid flesh. It was a man who resembled Hongyun in 8 out of 10 aspects, except his eyes betrayed a trace of malice, and his entire presence exuded a fierce aura. The evil corpse. It was none other than Hongyun's evil corpse. Surely no one would have expected that the so-called most benevolent man of the prehistoric world would choose to sever his evil corpse as the first of the 3 corpses. "I shall strike." The evil corpse frowned, displeasure manifesting upon his face. "You have been staring at me for quite some time, yet you have not even bestowed a name upon me. I have no desire to be remembered as the most accommodating soul in the prehistoric world, nor do I wish to retain the name Hongyun." Hongyun smiled. Having originated from the same source as his evil corpse, he naturally comprehended his thoughts and would never permit him to share his own name. "You shall be called Kunpeng." Indeed, exactly that, Kunpeng. Although you do not yet possess Kunpeng's abilities, that is merely due to your unfamiliarity with them. Before long you will acquire all of Kunpeng's innate divine talents. Your cultivation stands merely 1 tier below mine at the peak of the Luo Golden Immortal, most fitting for Kunpeng's caliber. If a plan had been formulated, it must be executed. His enmity with Kunpeng had long since become irreconcilable, why bother with courtesy? When the moment to deliver a fatal blow arrived, it must be struck without hesitation. The evil corpse blinked twice, then grinned wryly. "Master, do you believe this can succeed?" Regardless, Kunpeng remains one of the titan figures of the prehistoric world, among the firstborn creatures of this realm. To supplant him will not be easy. Hongyun offered a faint smile, confidence radiating from his words. "Even you think so, which means no one across the entire prehistoric continent would envision that I would employ my own evil corpse to replace Kunpeng. Not even Kunpeng himself would believe it. This is our opportunity. Should we succeed, we shall deceive the heavens and astonish all beings beneath them. And as for failure, it matters little. My relationship with Kunpeng has already deteriorated beyond repair. The worst case is simply that it worsens further." The evil corpse pondered this and found the reasoning sound. Success would bring abundant benefits. Failure would be inconsequential. Then why not attempt it? Very well, let us take this risk. Nevertheless, we cannot merely barge in recklessly. We must devise an exquisite strategy. Ideally, you would defeat him in single combat, after which I could smoothly assume his position. This was no simple undertaking. Kunpeng was no ordinary being. To challenge him to single combat without alerting others, and to kill him, would be extraordinarily difficult. As for the previous killing of Zhuanti, it was primarily because Zhuanti had laid out concealment arrays in advance, preventing their battle from drawing any attention. Leave this matter to me. After pondering for a while, Hongyun had not yet conceived a suitable stratagem, yet he did not grow anxious. Your most pressing task now is to master Kunpeng's innate divine abilities. Should any flaw emerge and reach the ears of the world, the consequences would be dire. There could only be one Kunpeng beneath heaven and earth. This was the cosmic law of the prehistoric world, so absolute that even Hongyun's golden finger, the super feedback system, could not alter it. For Kunpeng, this was essentially favorable news. Yet the qualifier essentially implied there was also an unfavorable aspect. For instance, everyone knew that Kunpeng's innate divine abilities were formidable. With wings spanning 90 million li, his speed rivaled that of Dijiang, who commanded the laws of space. The crux of the matter was this. Everyone only knew in general terms, yet no one had truly understood the specifics. After all, there existed but one Kunpeng in the world, and he was so fearsome that none dared provoke him. In other words, if Hongyun's evil corpse Kunpeng possessed the same innate divine abilities, could spread wings spanning 90 million li, and shared an identical appearance, no one would ever distinguish truth from falsehood. Oh, Kunpeng, you never expected this, did you? The most yielding soul in the prehistoric world is about to commit a dark deed. This cannot be blamed on me. Blame your own ill fortune that you dared to offend me, Ancestor Hongyun. Your only path now leads to death. A violent shiver coursed through his entire body. Kunpeng awoke from his meditation, suddenly feeling waves of chill, as though a biting wind had penetrated straight into the marrow of his bones. What was the meaning of this? He had already reached the pinnacle of Deluo golden immortal cultivation, merely one step away from severing one of his 3 corpses and ascending to quasi-saint. How could such coldness possibly affect him? Matters do not look favorable. Could that powerful being who slew Zhuanti have set his sights upon me again? The question is, when exactly did I offend such a powerhouse, and who is he? His heart churned with unease. He made several attempts, but could not enter a meditative state. Resigned, he abandoned his cultivation and stepped out of seclusion. Though he would remain within the Northern Sea Demon Master Palace, he could at least hear reports from his subordinates. Nothing significant has occurred in the prehistoric world recently. If anything must be mentioned, it is that Sanqing Nuwa and Jiedao have all broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Moreover, it is said that your majesty, the Demon Emperor and Eastern Emperor of our demon court, are also on the verge of breakthrough. I trust they shall ascend to quasi-saint within no time. As for everything else, nothing noteworthy. Oh, by the way, Jin Yuanzi appears poised to break through as well. Had Hongyun not gifted him a branch of the 7-treasure wondrous marvel tree, the efficacy of the ginseng fruit would not have surged so dramatically, accelerating his cultivation thus. This was entirely understandable. With the branch of the 7-treasure wondrous marvel tree, Jin Yuanzi had effectively gained an unfair advantage. Yet even without such aid, he was no ordinary cultivator, and now with it his breakthrough to quasi-saint was inevitable. Kunpeng felt increasingly restless, watching each of these individuals ascend to quasi-saint, while he himself remained perpetually one step away from the threshold. He could never cross, bred frustration within him. Suddenly a person came to his mind. He hastily pressed, what about Hongyun? What is he doing now, and what is his cultivation realm? Hongyun. His subordinate looked puzzled, but after a moment of reflection, understanding dawned upon him, and he smiled. You must be asking about the most accommodating man in the prehistoric world, venerable lord. Haha, there has been little news of Ancestor Hongyun, nor has he returned to the Fire Cloud Cave. It seems his gift of the cave to you was indeed sincere. By the way, I do have some news, though it concerns the past. It seems Hongyun has grown close to the 12 ancestral witches. Reports say he presented them with the solar gold essence he received from the Demon Emperor. For this reason alone, the Demon Emperor had been furious, even threatening to sever all ties with Hongyun henceforth. A cold sneer escaped Kunpeng's lips. How typical of Hongyun's nature, pretending to be kind to all so as not to offend anyone, yet offending everyone in the process. The prehistoric world is no place for childish games. Being friendly with everyone means being loyal to none. Should trouble arise, not a single ally would come to your aid. That will do. You may withdraw. Keep close watch on matters within the prehistoric world, especially news concerning Hongyun. Report to me immediately upon learning anything. One day I shall claim his head. He who kills shall himself be killed. While Kunpeng plotted to take Hongyun's life, Hongyun was simultaneously scheming against Kunpeng's. Appear weak to the enemy, lure Kunpeng into pursuit, lead him into the chaos beyond, and then execute the final stroke. Then that is what we shall do. Delay not, for you and I shall seek out Kunpeng's misfortune this very moment. At the entrance of the Yaoshi Palace, and beaming a rarely visited gateway, a red-robed Taoist suddenly appeared. Behind the Taoist hung a gourd also crimson like a blazing flame that seemed to dance incessantly, clearly no ordinary artifact. He was exceedingly courteous. Seeing a subordinate from Yaoshi Palace approach, though the man's cultivation was far inferior to his own, he still clasped his fists in salute and smiled, saying, "Esteemed Taoist friend, I am Hongyun, a friend of Taoist Kunpeng. Could you kindly announce my arrival?" The visitor was taken aback. Their master had no friend named Hongyun as far as they knew. However, there was indeed an enemy by that name, one known as the #1 kind-hearted man of the primordial world. A sudden shiver ran through him. He finally realized that this man before him was none other than the primordial world's most benevolent soul, and their master's sworn foe. You wait here." He stammered, his body trembling involuntarily. Only his strong mental fortitude kept him from fainting on the spot. "I'll report this at once. Don't leave, whatever you do, don't leave." Whoosh. He vanished in an instant, not waiting for permission, and rushed straight into the Yaoshi Palace, to where Kunpeng was in seclusion. Annoyed at being disturbed from his cultivation, Kunpeng's eyes widened as he listened to his subordinate's report. "You say Hongyun has come to visit me? Unbelievable. How could that naive soul, knowing full well the profound enmity between them, walk in so boldly? Did he think that a few soft words and an apology would erase the hatred? Impossible. This was about the Hongmeng Purple Qi and the path to sainthood. Lead the way. Today I shall see just how bold our patriarch, Hongyun, truly is." And indeed, Hongyun's courage was immense. This was no sarcasm. Skill breeds boldness, and Hongyun now believed his own powers were sufficient to utterly disregard Kunpeng. Of course, he still had to put on a show. To lure the enemy in hiding his true cultivation was essential. "Taoist Kunpeng, long time no see. You look radiant. It seems the wound you suffered that day has healed." As soon as they met, Hongyun deliberately touched on the sorest subject, exposing Kunpeng's scar before his many subordinates. This infuriated Kunpeng. Already burning with rage, he now blazed with a fury 10,000 times greater. Had it not been for maintaining the dignity of a master teacher, he would have struck immediately. "Hongyun, why are you here? Are you seeking death? Don't think an apology will settle this. Between us, it's a fight to the bitter end." Hongyun sneered inwardly, but his face wore a pitiful expression. With a bitter smile, he said, "Taoist Kunpeng, hear me out. The battle outside Zhixiao Palace was not my intention. As for your essence, blood, and feathers, they are now in the hands of Zhuanti. He is keeping them temporarily. If you ask, he will surely return them. Taoist Zhuanti is one of the heaven-appointed saints. He would never break his word. I firmly believe in him, absolutely." Kunpeng stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face twisted with scorn. "If Zhuanti's word can be trusted, pigs can climb trees. Hongyun, I truly don't know whether to call you foolish or brainwashed. But it doesn't matter anymore. Since you've come today, don't expect to leave alive." Whoosh. He stretched out his arms, transforming them into 2 wings. One wing was missing 3 feathers, a lingering effect of their last encounter. Hongyun panicked. With a leap, he fled, beaming, racing toward the distance. As he ran, he kept pleading, "Taoist Kunpeng, wait. Let me finish. I came here to reconcile, not to fight." But Kunpeng paid no heed. With a single flap of his wings, Kunpeng traversed 90 million li, blocking Hongyun's path. Startled, Hongyun dared not hold back and hurled the 9 revolution star sand. Kunpeng had anticipated this move. Seeing the star sand, he simply flapped his wings again and dodged with ease. But while he successfully evaded, Hongyun flashed past him, charging straight for the heavens beyond the 33rd level, disappearing into the chaos in no time. Hongyun was the first burning cloud to attain enlightenment. As a cloud, his speed was not to be underestimated. Even Kunpeng, with his innate divine ability, needed several wing flaps to catch up. What puzzled Kunpeng was that once they reached the chaos, Hongyun stopped, a faint smile on his face, all trace of his earlier panic gone. A chill went through his heart. Kunpeng instantly sensed something was wrong. He thought of turning back, but seeing Hongyun's mocking smile, he forcefully suppressed the urge. He could lose face in front of anyone, but never before Hongyun. "Hongyun, at least you know when you're beaten. You realize you can't outrun me, so you're waiting here. To be honest, I'd really like to have a kind man like you as a friend. You're so easy to take advantage of. Who wouldn't want a friend like that? But unfortunately, the karmic ties between us are too deep, our hatred too vast. Only one of us can survive." As he spoke, his killing move was already prepared. Hundreds of feathers from his wings floated around him, like arrows ready to launch at any moment. Hongyun's smile didn't waver. In fact, it grew even brighter with a hint of triumphant scheming. "Kunpeng, you've always called me foolish, but you're the real fool, the one with water in your brain. Without a trump card, without being prepared, do you think I, Hongyun, would be foolish enough to deliver myself to you for slaughter? I admit you, Kunpeng, are formidable with an extraordinary innate divine ability. In the past, I would have been no match for you. But now things are different. I am a quasi-saint." Rumble. His aura erupted completely, his cultivation no longer hidden. The overwhelming power of a quasi-saint stood like a towering mountain ahead, daunting to behold. Kunpeng's face changed drastically. Of all the possibilities, he had never imagined Hongyun could break through to quasi-saint. It seemed impossible given his talent. No, he had to retreat. A quasi-saint, even with just the word saint, possessed combat power far beyond a peak great Luo golden immortal like himself. Fortunately, Kunpeng's escape skills were unmatched in the world. A few extra flaps of his wings would leave Hongyun eating dust, even if Hongyun was now a quasi-saint. Hongyun, you dared to set me up? The green hills remain, the waters flow forever. We'll see each other again. Once I break through to quasi-saint, I will avenge today's humiliation. Hongyun had already attained the quasi-saint realm. Kunpeng, on the other hand, remained at the peak of the golden immortal level. Although only a single rank separated them, their combat prowess was worlds apart. In other words, if Kunpeng stayed where he was, he would be no match for Hongyun. The best course of action was to evade the edge of the blade and flee first. For anyone else faced with such a disparity in rank, they would likely be unable to escape, forced to kneel and beg for mercy, hoping their opponent would spare them. But Kunpeng was different. His innate divine ability, the legendary flight of 90,000 miles on the wings of the rock, was no mere boast. With a single flap of his wings, he could instantly cover 90,000 miles, vanishing from the spot. Even Hongyun, as a quasi-saint, would find it difficult to catch him. However, just as he flapped his wings to make his escape, he suddenly noticed a figure appearing behind him. There was nothing strange about that in itself. Hongyun's breakthrough to quasi-saint meant he had severed one of his 3 corpses, thus gaining a loyal and unwavering ally. What puzzled him was that upon seeing this figure, he felt a sense of familiarity, and within that familiarity, an unparalleled danger. What was happening? This feeling was utterly incredible. As he pondered, his movements slowed slightly, and the figure became clearer. When he saw it clearly, his eyes widened in shock, an expression of disbelief spreading across his face. It was not one of Hongyun's 3 corpses. It was another version of himself. You, who are you? Forgetting to flee, he couldn't help but shout in anger. The opposing Kunpeng also showed surprise and shouted back. You, who are you? Their expressions and tones were so alike that if placed side by side, no one could tell them apart. More identical than twins. His face turned pale with horror. His heart was thrown into chaos. He finally understood why he had been feeling uneasy lately. It was not his 6th sense failing him, but real danger. Originally, there could only be one Kunpeng in the heavens, and Earth, a unique creature. But now 2 Kunpeng existed in the primordial continent, and one of them was destined to die. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, why aren't you running? A lazy voice sounded belonging to Hongyun. He shook his head, his face full of complacency. What do you think of my evil corpse? Satisfied, ha? When I was severing the evil corpse, I thought it couldn't be ordinary. And in the entire primordial continent, the most extraordinary one is none other than you, Ancestor Kunpeng. So I modeled it after you. Who would have thought it would succeed? This evil corpse of mine is exactly like you, possessing your innate divine abilities. Tell me, could it be you? Gulp. He swallowed hard. Kunpeng staggered back 3 steps before finally steadying himself, his eyes filled with venom, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even a fool could see it now. That bastard Hongyun had plotted against him, and the most hateful part was that the scheme seemed to have succeeded. He had fallen for it. Hongyun, they say you are the #1 good-natured fellow in the primordial world. I spit on that. You are nothing but the #1 schemer. Do you think you can toy with me, Ancestor Kunpeng? How arrogant. Do you think a mere evil corpse can possess my innate divine abilities? Don't be ridiculous. Today I will show you the true power of my abilities. Even if you are a quasi-saint, you will die beneath my claws. The 90,000-mile flight was only one of Kunpeng's innate divine abilities, and the most famous one. In reality, he had several others. Take the Kunpeng's talons, for instance. Once unleashed, they were said to ignore all defenses, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Swish! With a slight movement of his wings, his form shot out like lightning. His 2 claws were as hard as metal. With an endless chill, they struck directly at the evil corpse's neck. Clearly, he intended to eliminate this being that was so similar to himself, erasing the threat of 2 Kunpeng existing in the primordial continent. But just as his claws extended, Hongyun's evil corpse turned around and also produced 2 claws, colliding fiercely with them. Boom! The violent collision caused the surrounding chaotic energy to churn, creating ripples. Each ripple was a spatial tear, terrifying in nature. Even Hongyun, as a quasi-saint, could be severely wounded or even die if caught in a spatial storm from these tears. But Ancestor Kunpeng and Hongyun's evil corpse paid no heed. They continued to strike with their claws, colliding violently. The same techniques, the same boundless power. Hongyun's evil corpse grew more excited with each clash, his face full of pride, and he couldn't help but let out a long howl. Haha, they say Ancestor Kunpeng is formidable, but it seems that's all there is to it. After I slay you, I will become Ancestor Kunpeng. The happier he became, the angrier Kunpeng grew. Of course, what fueled his anger even more was that he realized he and Hongyun's evil corpse were evenly matched. Even if he had a slight advantage, it was negligible. How could this be? As the only Kunpeng in the heavens and earth, his innate divine abilities were unknown to others. How did Hongyun know them? What was going on? For a moment, he even suspected that the Hongyun before him was a fake, perhaps the heavenly Tao himself in disguise. If anyone could see through him, it would be the heavenly Tao. Hongyun, are you really going to do this? Do you not understand the meaning behind it? This is deceiving the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao will not allow it. I admit defeat. I lost. You win. From now on I will avoid you whenever possible. Is that acceptable? Enmity is easier to resolve than to create. There is no deep-seated hatred between us. The dispute over the meditation cushions was instigated by Jundi. It has nothing to do with you. When under the eaves one must bow one's head. Hongyun's mere evil corpse could fight him to a standstill. If Hongyun himself, a quasi-saint, joined the battle, he would surely die. In such a situation he had no choice but to admit defeat. As for an irreconcilable hatred, forget it. First save his own life. Hatred meant nothing. Unfortunately, Hongyun did not see it that way. He understood the principle of, if you don't uproot the weeds they will grow again with the spring breeze. If it were the good-natured Hongyun of his past life, he might have spared someone, but this Hongyun would never make such a mistake. He burst into laughter. Jundi is dead. Haven't you heard the news? To tell you the truth, I killed him. I, Hongyun, have been too honest all these years. Everyone thought I was an easy target, always trying to gain something from me. Haha, you all forgot that inside a good-natured man dwells a demon. Once that demon awakens, no one, not even you, Kunpeng, can escape death. What? Jundi was killed by Hongyun. Although Jundi was ultimately resurrected, the fact that he could kill Jundi was enough to demonstrate Hongyun's prowess. Kunpeng deeply regretted. Had he known this, why would he have provoked Hongyun? As long as he didn't provoke him, Hongyun was just a kind-hearted person posing no threat at all. It was too late for any words. He had to think of a way to escape quickly. After fleeing, he could not stay in the Demon Master Palace, but instead he must rush beyond the 33 heavens to find the Zixiao Palace and inform Hongyun Ancestor of this news. Now it seemed that no one could stop Hongyun. Only if Hongjun Ancestor personally intervened would it be possible. What, the three pure ones? No kidding. Since Hongyun could kill Jundi, the three pure ones were indeed the strongest in the primordial world, but how much stronger could they be than Jundi? In Kunpeng's eyes they were all about the same, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. If Hongyun could kill Jundi, he could eliminate any one of the three pure ones, including Laozi. But just as he was pondering countermeasures, a claw suddenly struck. It was Hongyun's evil corpse grabbing him fiercely by the chest. Oh! A piercing scream rang out. He quickly gathered his mind, daring not to be careless again, and turned to flee. As long as he burst out of the chaos and plunged into the North Sea, he could transform from Peng into Kun and roam the ocean. However, Hongyun did not give him that chance. Just as he turned to flee, Hongyun suddenly appeared, and the 9 revolution star, sand like 9 enormous stars, smashed indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of continuous impacts rang out. Crack, crack, crack. These were the sounds of bones breaking. When all the smoke cleared, Kunpeng was floating in the chaos like a pool of mud with only breath out and none in. Taoist Hongyun, spare me from death. I am the demon master of the Yao clan, protected by the great fortune of the Yao clan. Killing me would diminish that fortune, which is unfavorable to you. I am willing to pledge allegiance to you, become your subordinate, and follow your lead. If in the future you have any orders, just command me, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Hongyun smiled. His smile was full of sarcasm, even carrying an indescribable contempt. If only you had known this earlier, why did you do it in the first place, Kunpeng? I intended to befriend you, but you were ungrateful and insisted on opposing me. Those who oppose me, Hongyun, must die. You are the second, the first was naturally Jundi. There will be more in the future, but unfortunately you won't live to see them. As for the great fortune of the Yao clan, haha, who says Kunpeng is dead? My evil corpse is Kunpeng, isn't it? The great fortune of the Yao clan can be fully transferred to him. This idea was mad. Yet it was not without feasibility. Of course, carrying it out would be bloody. The most crucial point was to devour Kunpeng alive and then refine him for one's own use. Only thus could the great fortune of the Yao clan be transferred to Hongyun's evil corpse. Kunpeng seemed to sense this as well. His face turned ashen, his lips trembling incessantly, and with great effort he squeezed out a few words. No, you can't do this. Jundi was resurrected by Hongjun Ancestor. You didn't actually kill him. He is the real culprit. You should settle accounts with him. I am willing to become your subordinate. I swear to the heavenly Tao that I will never betray you, or else I die without a burial place. Swearing to the heavenly Tao was no trivial matter. In the primordial continent, the heavenly Tao was supreme. Once one swore to it, it became the witness of the oath. If the oath-taker failed to act according to the vow, they would suffer punishment from the heavenly Tao. This showed that Kunpeng was truly terrified. Indeed, Kunpeng was a bully who feared the strong, who otherwise he wouldn't have dared to provoke Jundi and Jane, but instead took out his anger on the kind-hearted Hongyun. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong scapegoat and kicked against an iron plate. Hongyun had nothing more to say. He merely turned his head slightly to glance at the evil corpse standing nearby. The evil corpse instantly understood. With a flash of form, it expanded to infinite size, opened its enormous mouth, and with a single inhale swallowed Kunpeng into its belly. It sat cross-legged, quietly refining. After a long while, its aura suddenly changed. and its eyes became unruly and fierce. Kunpeng. This was the real Kunpeng. Hongyun nodded with satisfaction and smiled. It seems you have succeeded. By devouring Kunpeng, you have not only obtained all his memories, but also gathered his great fortune onto yourself. My main body has also benefited greatly. Protected by this hidden great fortune, as long as the Yao clan is not destroyed, I Hongyun will not die. The evil corpse Kunpeng smiled slightly and said, the matter is settled. What should I do next? How should I return to the Demon Master Palace? In the posture of being defeated by you, or in the posture of defeating Yui? This was a very important matter. In the eyes of many primordial great powers, Hongyun's ability was definitely inferior to Kunpeng's. Even though Hongyun had gained an advantage in front of the Zixiao Palace, everyone still thought it was only due to his magical treasures, not his true skill. In other words, if Hongyun wanted to play the fool, he should appear to be outmatched. If he wanted to rise strongly and change his former weak image, he would have to beat Kunpeng into a headlong flight. With a slight smile, Hongyun said, better for me to flee and you to pursue. We are originally one. Why should I suppress you to boast of my own might? If I truly wanted to announce my strong rise to everyone, I could fully borrow the prestige of another, such as the old schemer Mingi. Having settled the plan, the two naturally did not idle. They immediately began fighting in the chaos, and as the battlefield moved, they gradually fought from the chaos into the primordial continent. In the chaos, other great powers, including Hongjun, could not penetrate the chaotic aura to sense the battlefield's condition. Once they reached the primordial continent, it was different. Almost all the great powers who sensed this battle were constantly watching and simulating, trying to gauge their own level through the fight between Hongyun and Kunpeng. Kunpeng is still slightly superior, but Hongyun is no pushover either. It seems the previous impression of the primordial world's #1 good guy, as being very weak, needs to be changed. No, the aura on Hongyun is very wrong. Although he conceals it well, it clearly carries the aura of a saint. Has he already broken through to quasi-saint? Impossible. If after breaking through to quasi-saint, he is still no match for Kunpeng, then how formidable must Kunpeng be? Once Kunpeng breaks through to quasi-saint, wouldn't he surpass the 3 pure ones? Such discussions were everywhere. Fortunately, Hongjun was in the process of merging with the Tao and had no time to pay attention, otherwise he would see through it with a single glance. Hongyun, today, I will teach you a lesson. I Kunpeng am magnanimous and will not kill you. You'd better take care of yourself in the future. Kunpeng finally stopped. Although his face still showed endless murderous intent, perhaps he realized that he could not kill Hongyun, so he had to quiet down. Hongyun, on the other hand, still wore a wry smile and said, Taoist Kunpeng, it is easier to resolve enmity than to create it. Why hold a grudge? Scram! Kunpeng roared loudly. With a slight movement of his form, he disappeared. He plunged into the North Sea and returned to the Demon Master Palace. Hongyun was actually a bit nervous. Through his orchestrated performance with his evil clone, the evil clone had already deceived almost all the great powers. Next came the most crucial trial, the Demon Preceptor Palace. Like the Fire Cloud Palace and the Purple Mist Palace, the Demon Preceptor Palace served as both a habitable residence and a magical treasure capable of harming enemies. However, due to Kunpeng's refining techniques, its quality fell far short of that of the Fire Cloud Palace and the Purple Mist Palace. Nevertheless, it remained Kunpeng's most intimately guarded treasure. Unless one could deceive this artifact, Hongyun's evil clone would not be considered flawless. After a long while, the Northern Sea Demon Preceptor Palace remained as tranquil as ever. Only then did Hongyun finally exhale in relief, knowing the most critical trial had passed. From this point forward, his evil clone Hongyun would be recognized as Hongyun Ancestor. Senior Hongyun, whose magical power reaches the heavens, the Northern Sea Dragon King Ao Shun extends his congratulations. Suddenly a loud voice rang out. Immediately after, the Northern Sea churned violently, and a ruler clad in yellow robes appeared, none other than the Northern Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun. Ao Shun was a figure who had only emerged in recent years within the Dragon Clan, his cultivation having reached the Golden Immortal Realm. However, such a level of cultivation meant nothing to Hongyun, who had attained the quasi-saint stage, a full 2 major realms above Golden Immortal. Yet within the already declining Dragon Clan, a Golden Immortal was considered top tier. As for whether the Dragon Clan still concealed further strength that remained unknown to outsiders. Although the Dragon Clan presented themselves very modestly, and their publicly visible figures like Northern Sea Dragon King Ao Shun peaked at Golden Immortal cultivation, the great powers of the primordial world dared not look down upon them. Even a starved camel outweighs a horse. As the central players of the Dragon Han tribulation, the Dragon Clan had once dominated the primordial continent. Who knew what hidden trump cards they still possessed? Forcing them to unleash their trump cards could very well result in mutual destruction. This was especially true for Hongyun, who needed to maintain his reputation as the primordial world's greatest good guy. He certainly could not treat the junior Ao Shun with harshness. So it is the Northern Sea Dragon King, my Taoist friend. I wonder what business brings you to intercept me. My Hongyun has never had much interaction with the Dragon Clan. His tone was remarkably calm. It even carried a hint of reverence. Yet beneath that lay something more: distance, confusion, and an inability to comprehend why Ao Shun had suddenly appeared. Ao Shun seemed to understand that his sudden appearance was somewhat abrupt, so he quickly clasped his fists in greeting, fully adopting the posture of a respectful junior. Senior Hongyun misunderstands. How would I dare obstruct you, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so I would like to invite you to visit our Northern Sea Dragon Palace. The words were quite clever. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Did this not imply that the Northern Sea Dragon clan viewed Kunpeng as an enemy, and therefore Hongyun as Kunpeng's adversary was their friend? They say the Dragon clan excels above all at reading situations and seizing opportunities from chaos, and indeed they proved it. A veteran hegemon, no matter how declined, can still instantly grasp opportunities amid turmoil and act upon them. Hongyun's eyebrows lifted, slightly feigning interest. He was genuinely intrigued not by prospects against Kunpeng, for Kunpeng had already become his evil clone, but by the Dragon clan's treasure vault. As the previous generation's rulers of the primordial world, the Dragon clan's treasure vault was certainly extraordinary, its contents likely overflowing with precious artifacts. What? The Dragon clan's treasure vault had been plundered. Come now. If the Dragon clan had only one vault and no secret reserves, would they still deserve the title of hegemon? Since friend Ao Shun invites me, it would be impolite for me, Hongyun, to decline. I shall accompany you to the Northern Sea. Ao Shun was overjoyed and quickly gestured for him to follow, leading the way ahead. For mighty beings like them, water posed no obstacle whatsoever. Wherever they traveled, the waters naturally parted to form a clear passage. Their speed was remarkable. In the span of a single tea, they had already arrived at the bottom of the Northern Sea. A crystal palace of breathtaking transparency and opulence materialized before Hongyun's eyes. Without question, this crystal palace was also a magical treasure. If wielded properly by a formidable master, even a supreme golden immortal at the peak of their cultivation would find themselves completely overshadowed. The Dragon clan's reputation for treasures was no empty boasting. This was merely the Northern Sea, one of the 4 poorest seas. If this had been the Eastern Sea, the quality of the crystal palace would doubtlessly reach an even higher level. The Dragon clan has fallen into decline. The reason we can still barely govern the Northern Sea to this day is precisely this crystal palace. Northern Sea Dragon King Ao Shun sighed. His face was etched with sorrow for the past. Having once soared to great heights, radiating majesty, even nearly unifying the entire primordial continent, yet ultimately falling into decline. Such was the weight of history. This was a tragedy. The tragedy of contemporary masters. The tragedy of future generations. Flowers bloom and wither. All are part of heaven and earth's natural order. Which clan can prosper forever? Hongyun offered his comfort with genuine warmth, truly worthy of his title as the primordial world's greatest good guy. Do not be fooled by the current dominance of the demon and witch clans. Who can predict their fate in the future? They too may face decline. Speaking thus, he shook his head, his face filled with compassion for all creation. One might have thought his sentimental heart was about to flare up again. Indeed, it was about to flare up, but not from sentimentality. It was the craving for treasures. Ahem, friend Ao Shun, is there any treasure you might need? Whatever I, Hongyun, possess, I shall gladly bestow upon you. Damn it, I've spoken so many moving words. Why doesn't this old Northern Sea Dragon King pick up the hint and ask for treasures right away? Huh, treasure. Ao Shun looked genuinely bewildered. As the Dragon King of a great sea within the dignified Dragon clan, he possessed countless treasures. Why would he need to ask Hongyun for anything? But since Hongyun had already offered, how could he refuse? In these times, who could ever have too many treasures? So he quickly masked his awkwardness with a smile and said, Senior Hongyun is indeed a kind person. Since you insist on gifting this, junior dares not refuse. The meaning was clear, just give it and he would accept it, though he had no specific desire in mind. Hongyun laughed heartily and immediately drew 3 ginseng fruits from his sleeve, saying, Here are 3 ginseng fruits which can enhance your cultivation. Consider them my greeting gift. Ao Shun was overjoyed, quickly accepting them in hand, and said with a smile, Thank you, Senior Hongyun. Please come into the Crystal Palace and rest. An elder of our Dragon clan also wishes to meet you. A Dragon clan elder. Was it a survivor from the Dragon Han tribulation? Hongyun was surprised inwardly, but before he could dwell on it further, the clear voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully bestowing 3 ginseng fruits. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving system reward treasure, a ginseng fruit tree sapling. A ginseng fruit tree sapling. Good heavens, though there was a sapling, at the end it was still a ginseng fruit tree. First the Bodhi tree sapling, and now a ginseng fruit tree sapling. Before long, he would be able to gather all 5 primordial spiritual roots of the primordial world. His mouth stretched into a grin from ear to ear. Instead, he completely cast aside his earlier questions and followed Ao Shun, striding confidently toward the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace was truly luxurious. Even the tables and chairs placed there were treasures of considerable quality. Of course, what was considered considerable quality did not catch Hongyun's eye. What caught his eyes was a person sitting upright in the Crystal Palace hall. To be precise, it was a person with 2 black horns. He shuddered all over. His eyes instantly widened to their fullest. He almost cried out, "Zhu you are you Zhu Long. Impossible. How could you be Zhu Long? In the Long Han tribulation, didn't you die together with Ancestral Dragon? This is too incredible." Zhu Long, who was clearly dead, was actually safe and sound sitting upright in the North Sea Crystal Palace, and was even waiting for him. What on earth was going on? He suddenly felt as if he were trapped in a whirlpool. This was definitely being plotted against. More precisely, he should have been schemed by the Dragon Clan. The mastermind of the scheming should be the Zhu Long before him, and the executor was Ao Shun. Haha, fellow Taoist Hongyun, how have you been? During the Long Han tribulation, although you never participated, you and I have met a few times. Today, seeing an old friend resurrected from the dead, you should be overjoyed. Why are you so surprised? Ecstatic. I'm ecstatic, my ass. Who doesn't know that your Dragon Clan is overbearing? When Ancestral Dragon was alive, you bullied all other races until they couldn't hold their heads up. Only after the Dragon Clan declined did all other races rise. In other words, the currently rising demon and witch clans both do not wish for your Dragon Clan to revive and flourish. Even the great powers of the primordial world, such as the 3 pure ones Jane and Junie, probably share this view. But this could not be said. After a moment of shock, Hongyun forced out an awkward smile and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, what are you saying? When an old friend resurrects from death, I, Hongyun, am naturally overjoyed. However, may I ask, fellow Taoist, why did you summon me to the Crystal Palace? Let me state up front that I, Hongyun, have meager magical power and weak strength. I cannot handle any major matters. First, block all possible paths. Even if you, this dead dragon, make an unreasonable request later, I will be able to refuse. As for using force, then I'm sorry, my cultivation as a quasi-saint, if fully unleashed, is enough to turn the North Sea Crystal Palace to rubble." Zhu Long's expression shifted slightly, and his eyes continuously opened and closed as if countless nights and days were alternating. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and said, "Fellow Taoist Hongyun, you are too modest. How can a quasi-saint supreme being be considered as having meager magical power and weak strengths? What? Zhu Long actually detected my cultivation level. Doesn't this mean that this dead dragon is also a quasi-saint?" Indeed, as soon as Zhu Long finished speaking, a faint saintly aura arose from his body, exactly the majesty that only a quasi-saint possesses. This time I invited fellow Taoist Hongyun here, because I indeed have a request. As long as fellow Taoist Hongyun is willing to help, you may take any treasure you like from the Dragon Clan's treasury. First display force, then offer benefits. This is a typical tactic of giving a slap, and then a sweet date. Of course, it also contains an element of intimidation. The fact that Zhu Long is alive should be a huge secret. If he does not help, it will be very difficult for him to leave as he is. In other words, the Dragon Clan has him cornered. Hongyun was somewhat annoyed. What an overbearing Dragon Clan. This was simply bullying him, the great good guy of the primordial world. However, since things had come to this, refusal was useless. Although he had various trump cards, and even if Zhu Long was a quasi-saint, killing him would not be a problem, he decided to listen first. Perhaps there really was some benefit to be gained. Fellow Taoists, do not doubt. This matter has absolutely no harm to you. I merely need to borrow the power of your original form to go to a secret space. Zhu Long said this with a very good attitude and a calm tone, as if he were telling the truth. But Hongyun knew that if he truly believed Zhu Long's words, he would soon be dead. However, as the first great good guy of the primordial world, the one with the least cunning, he naturally had to put on a believing appearance. He slapped his chest hard and laughed boisterously. "So that's it. Easy, easy. We are all friends. Even without treasures, I will definitely help with this." Zhu Long showed a satisfied expression and continued, "The place I am going, fellow Taoists should know, is the Nether Blood Sea." Nether Blood Sea. The territory of the Mingyi Patriarch. Hongyun was greatly shocked, almost not believing his ears. He asked in astonishment, "Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, what are you going to the Nether Blood Sea for? Are you visiting the Mingyi Patriarch?" Although Mingyi and I were both guests of the Zixiao Palace, we have never interacted and are not friends. It would be somewhat inappropriate for me to accompany you, fellow Taoist. By the way, there is a suitable person, the native of the North Sea, the Demon Master Kunpeng. He has always had a friendship with Mingyi. Why not ask him to accompany you? Zhu Long shook his head and lowered his voice. "Kunpeng won't do. I only trust you, fellow Taoist. Moreover, this trip to the Nether Blood Sea is not to find the Mingyi Patriarch. To be precise, the place we are going is the deepest part of the Nether Blood Sea, known as the Nether Eye. Except for one with a cloud-type physique like yours, which can transform into myriad things, no one can enter. Nether Eye, the deepest part of the Nether Blood Sea. This is a bit terrifying." Hongyun showed a puzzled expression, his eyes flickering, and asked, "Fellow Taoist, can you tell me what exactly is the matter that requires me to go to the Nether Eye? If not clear, he would absolutely not go." Zhu Long didn't intend to hide it either. He sighed and said, "Fellow Taoist, you know that in the Long Han tribulation our Dragon Clan suffered heavy losses. Of the 9 Dragon Kings, only 2 or 3 remained, and the Ancestral Dragon perished physically and spiritually. But in fact the ancestral dragon did not truly die. He was pulled into the nether eye by the demon ancestor Rahu, and then trapped there unable to escape for eternity until the great Kulpa ends. His eyes widened to the fullest. Hongyun was shocked beyond words, his jaw nearly dropping. This news was too terrifying. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than Zhu Long's survival. The ancestral dragon was actually not dead, but trapped in the nether eye. Could it be that this trip was to rescue the ancestral dragon? Damn it, this is asking for death. Absolutely asking for death. If we fail to rescue the ancestral dragon, we die in the nether eye. If we rescue him, we die at the hands of other great powers. Either way, there is no way out. Fellow Taoists, do not panic. The ancestral dragon has been trapped in the nether eye for too long, and has transformed into an ancestral dragon pearl. As long as you fellow Taoists take out the ancestral dragon pearl, that will be all. Zhu Long saw Hongyun's horror, and afraid that Hongyun would back out, quickly explained. Whether the ancestral dragon pearl can hatch the ancestral dragon is still uncertain, but this is a necessary step. Otherwise there is no chance at all. I Zhu Long can swear to the heavens. When the ancestral dragon pearl hatches the ancestral dragon, the entire dragon clan will regard you fellow Taoist as our benefactor. Your command will be the highest decree of our dragon clan, and we will never go against it. No choice remained. Should he refuse after swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao before Zhulong, Hongyun would be making an enemy of the entire dragon clan. Even though the dragon clan's glory days were but a memory, of fallen giants still towers over lesser beings. Provoking such a race would be extraordinarily unwise. After mulling it over, Hongyun finally made up his mind, and declared solemnly, if friend Zhulong has said so, then very well, I shall undertake this journey. However, I have one condition. I must go alone. Friends, simply await me at the Crystal Palace in the Northern Sea, and do not pry into other matters. Zhulong hesitated about to speak further, but Hongyun merely waved his hand, and said firmly, you ought to know what kind of man I am, friend. A true man's word is as solid as a nail. As long as I, Hongyun, yet draw breath, I shall surely deliver the dragon pearl. This time Zhulong had no retort. To harbor doubt now would be an insult to Hongyun. Though skepticism lingered in his heart, he still nodded and agreed. Hongyun said no more, visited the Northern Sea treasury, collected several treasures that appeared roughly equivalent, and then, with a single leap, headed straight for the netherworld Blood Sea. Primordial ancestor Mingi was no ordinary person, and for now Hongyun had no wish to antagonize him. Thus, upon arriving at the netherworld Blood Sea, he did not slink in covertly as Zhulong had suggested, but called out loudly. Is friend Mingi present? Hongyun comes to visit. His voice rang out magnificently, penetrating every corner of the netherworld blood source. In truth, Mingi had long since detected Hongyun's approach. As the saying goes, the Blood Sea shall not run dry until Mingi perishes. In a certain sense, he was the netherworld Blood Sea, and the netherworld Blood Sea was him. Therefore, the moment Hongyun drew near, he was immediately aware. Hongyun, Taoist friend, what a rare visitor. I wonder what brings you to my Blood Sea. He held no respect for Hongyun, a coward who dared not accept the primordial purple Qi, and instead gifted it away. What worth was he? Yet for all his contempt. Feeling that Hongyun's strength rivaled his own, he suppressed his disdain and spoke accordingly. Hongyun paid no mind to his thoughts, laughing heartily, and saying, today I come bearing a treasure for you, friend. With that he waved his hand, and produced a piece of fusang, with the very gift from Emperor Dejuan. This is fusang would bestowed upon me by the demon Emperor Dejuan. I have no use for it, and so I present it to you, friend. Friend resides within the netherworld Blood Sea, a realm of supremely energy, where breaking through to quasi-sage is surely no easy task. As the saying goes, solitary Yin cannot flourish, solitary Yang cannot generate. With this treasure as aid, the harmony of Yin and Yang would yield twice the result with half the effort. These words ring with truth. Especially those four characters, solitary Yin cannot flourish, solitary Yang cannot generate, struck a chord with Mingi immediately. Truthfully, he had indeed reached the threshold of quasi-sage breakthrough, yet something always eluded him, that faint thread of opportunity, forever out of reach. Now, gazing upon the fusang wood, and hearing Hongyun's words, clarity flooded his mind, and he was suddenly enlightened. He closed his eyes, then opened them once more. The path to quasi-sagehood lay within arm's reach. Huh! He burst into unrestrained laughter. The entire Blood Sea churned in response. It was as if countless waves were crashing against the shore, or the sea itself rising with the tide. I thank you, friend Hongyun. Since this is so, I Mingi shall accept without further ceremony. With a gesture, he caught the fusang wood, and without waiting for Hongyun to speak further, absorbed it directly into his body. Rumble. An otherworldly aura surged skyward. A subtle pressure radiated from Mingi's form. He was breaking through right there, and then paying no heed to Hongyun standing merely beside him. This courage truly befitted one of the great heroes of the age. Hongyun watched with a smile, showing no impatience. In truth, he was overjoyed. The moment the fusang wood left his possession, the system's crisp voice rang out immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully presenting the fusang wood. Ding, congratulations host for receiving the system's gift of Fusong sapling. Wonderful. Absolutely exhilarating. The Fusong sapling was his. He had actually anticipated this all along. After all, when he had given away the branch of the Seven Treasures wonderful tree, he had received a Bodhi sapling in return. When he had presented the ginseng fruit, he had obtained a ginseng fruit tree sapling. Now that he had given away the Fusong, would it naturally follow that he would receive a Fusong tree sapling? Ding, a friendly reminder among the 5 great innate spiritual roots of the primordial world, host has already acquired 3. Should all 5 be gathered and arranged as array anchors, the innate 5 elements great array could be deployed. The innate 5 elements great array. The very name sounded formidable, and especially with the word innate, it was undoubtedly a top-tier formation among all formations. One should know that even the precious sword's formation of execution does not bear the character innate, which means once this formation is completed, it will possess extraordinary power. But how is he to obtain the remaining 2 spiritual roots, the Hongjun Li and the peach tree of immortality? Legend has it that the Hongjun Li once fell into the hands of the sovereign of the East, chief of the male immortals. But later, when the sovereign of the East defended both Dijuan and Tai, these 2 joined forces to kill him, and the Hongjun Li disappeared without a trace. The sovereign of the East is dead, but the Queen Mother of the West, head of all female immortals, still lives in leisure and contentment. Perhaps the Hongjun Li remains in her possession. It seems that once matters here are settled, a trip to the western Kunlun will be necessary. As for the peach tree of immortality, it should be in Hongjun's hands. Later, Hongjun enfeoffed his disciples Hongyun and Yaoqi as the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West respectively. To win over the various immortals, he gifted them the peach tree. He certainly could not wait that long, and asking Hongjun directly was impossible. Perhaps this task should fall to Hongyun and Yaoqi. Sneaking a few peaches from those 2 youngsters should pose no problem. Once all 5 spiritual roots are in hand, he will immediately set up the innate 5 elements great array. Only then can he openly reveal the Fire Cloud Palace. What? Would anyone dare to eye the Fire Cloud Palace? Preposterous. With the innate 5 elements great array guarding it, who among the fearless would dare to come? Those who arrive shall perish. Haha, I thank you, friend Hongyun, for your assistance. I have broken through to the quasi-sage realm. They say you are the greatest benevolent soul in the primordial world, and indeed it is true. Mingi's voice carried across. Beside him stood another man of similar countenance to Mingi, his eyes blazing with intensity, as if streams of sword energy flickered within his gaze. This must be one of his 3 severed aspects, though it remained unclear whether it was severed through Yuandu or Abi. Hongyun smiled faintly and said, I congratulate you on taking that crucial first step, friend. Though they call me the most generous soul in the primordial world, I do not bestow treasures without purpose. I have been entrusted with a task, and must enter the eye of the netherworld. I beg your cooperation, friend Mingi. Should you ever need something like the Fusong wood in the future, I am willing to provide it again. His posture was remarkably humble. Not once did he present himself as a benefactor. If he was to be known as a man of kindness, he must embody that role completely and become the benchmark figure of the primordial world. Mingi furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a moment, then suddenly curled his lips into a sinister smile and said, the Fusong wood is no longer needed. However, that treasure of yours which you used to strike Peng the last time, I remain deeply interested in it. I wonder if you might part with it. Pushing his luck, a textbook case of giving an inch and taking a mile. The smile instantly vanished from Hongyun's face, his eyes narrowing as a hint of killing intent flashed through them. What fellow Taoist Hongyun is unwilling? Mingi said with a sarcastic smile, leaving no politeness. Unfortunately, whether you like it or not, you have no choice. It's no longer up to you. Although this is the edge of the netherworld blood sea, it is still my territory. Moreover, I am already a quasi-saint, and my evil avatar is at the great Luo cultivation level. A great Luo and a quasi-saint. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, do you think you can handle us? Threats. Naked threats. If Xuanti's shamelessness lay in grabbing every advantage with unsightly eagerness, at least he still cared about face. For instance, when scheming against Hongyun, he resorted to cunning plots and sowing discord. When killing Hongyun to seize the treasure, he would even seal off the surrounding space beforehand to avoid being caught. Mingi, however, was completely different. He was far more direct than Xuanti. Kill those he disliked, kill whenever he wished. What? Afraid of being caught? Rubbish. I'm bald, no braids to grab. Catch them if you can. Reputation be damned. Ooh, I only care about my own pleasure. In other words, Xuanti was a hypocrite and Mingi was a true villain. Neither was a good person. But this time Mingi had clearly kicked an iron plate. Hongyun's lips curled into a cold sneer as he said calmly, fellow Taoist, do you mean to kill me and seize the treasure? Excellent. I have seen many ingrates, far off not to mention, but recent ones like Xuanti. Yet I have never encountered such ingratitude as yours. Very well. As the foremost good-natured person in the primordial world, it is my duty to uphold justice, punish evil, and promote good. And you, Mingi, deserve severe punishment. As his words fell, his entire body trembled. The aura of a quasi-saint burst forth with a roar vast as the seas surging like tides. In an instant it engulfed nearly the entire netherworld blood sea. Mingyi's face changed drastically. He had never expected that Hongyun, the despised good-natured man, was also a quasi-saint. Moreover, judging by this momentum, he had clearly broken through to quasi-saint long ago, only concealing his cultivation. Mingyi's eyes flickered and he was at a loss. Should he continue the robbery or retreat? Continuing naturally carried risks for Hongyun was also a quasi-saint, and not to be underestimated. But if successful, he would obtain a marvelous treasure, one that could even injure Kunping, absolutely worth possessing. Retreating was safe, but it would certainly cause a great loss of face. If word got out, he might be labeled a coward or timid, and he would no longer be able to hold his head up in the primordial world. With that thought, he steeled his heart and said harshly, Hongyun, you are a quasi-saint, and so am I. Why would I fear you? Don't forget, this is the netherworld blood sea, my territory. I have the advantage of heaven, earth, and people, all three. What can you use to fight me? With that, he clapped his hands together. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed. Countless waves of blood from the sea transformed into towering billows, surging wildly, engulfing heaven and earth in an instant, leaving only a crimson vista. Whoosh. Mingyi vanished into the blood sea. Of course it was not a retreat, for every surging wave carried his figure, each concealing a sharp sword. This sword was either Yuan-Tu or Abi, both unmatched in sharpness. Once struck, even one's primordial spirit would be severely wounded. Haha. In my blood sea, I am the king, the creator. Even the primordial Hongjun would be at a loss. Hongyun, you are doomed. However, incredibly, Hongyun showed no sign of panic. His only reaction was a disdainful snort, as if everything was within his control. He waved his sleeve, and his mana surged. A star appeared bearing unparalleled solar gold essence, instantly pressing down on the surrounding blood sea, halting its advance. The solar star core. A supremely young object perfectly counteracting the supreme Yin aura of the netherworld blood sea. If it were a lesser amount like a piece of Fusang, the suppression would be limited, for the blood sea was nearly inexhaustible. But the solar star core was different. The solar gold essence it contained was also nearly infinite, and the netherworld blood sea held no advantage before it. How is this possible? The solar star core. This is the solar star core. Is Dijun insane to have given it to you? Stop. Quickly stop. Hongyun enemies should reconcile rather than entangle. Let us both cease. Cease. Joking. You start a fight, and then call it off. Wouldn't I lose face? Hongyun sneered coldly, and with a wave of his hand the Qiankuan gourd appeared instantly. Its mouth aimed at the netherworld blood sea and began to suck wildly. The Qiankuan gourd contained its own small world, deceptively small, yet nearly infinite in capacity. As it drew in the netherworld blood sea, it was like a tout yet never satiated. Mingyi's face turned pale with horror. He was so anxious he nearly jumped. If not suppressed by the solar star core, he could have controlled the blood to prevent it from being sucked away. But now the solar star core pressed down on him, almost suffocating him, leaving the blood water ownerless, so Hongyun could collect it effortlessly. Wasn't this a disaster? A dwindling blood sea meant Mingyi's power weakened. If the blood sea was drained dry, he would perish body and soul. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, show mercy. I admit defeat, and am willing to offer any compensation. Bang! The solar star core suddenly shot out. Oh! A piercing scream rang out. It was not Mingyi. It was Mingyi's evil avatar, which was directly smashed to pieces by the solar star core, unable to maintain its form, instantly turning into a long sword. Mingyi staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His original quasi-saint cultivation instantly plummeted. Although he had not yet completely fallen to the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal, it was within sight, unless he immediately went into seclusion to recondense the slain evil avatar. Even so, his cultivation would greatly decline, barely qualifying as a breakthrough to quasi-saint. To stabilize his foundation, it would take at least several millennia. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, spare my life. In my netherworld blood sea there is a treasure left by the demon ancestor Luhu, the god-slaying spear. This spear, though damaged, possesses infinite power. Killing with it incurs no karmic retribution. I am willing to gift it to you as compensation. A damaged god-slaying spear. What a fine treasure. Perhaps if he gave it away someday, the system might grant him a complete god-slaying spear. With a thought, Hongyun withdrew the solar star core, grabbed the Qiankuan gourd, and snorted coldly. Mingyi, I, Hongyun, did not teach you a lesson for the sake of treasure. I merely wanted to tell you that since I could give to you, I can also take back. In the future, keep your eyes open. Never offend those you should not, and never harbor greed you should not, or you will face mortal danger. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring out the damaged god-slaying spear. Such a treasure in your hands brings too much harm. Better let me keep it safe. Mingyi was about to cry. Boss Hongyun, didn't you say you weren't after treasures? Why are you so eager to take them? However, when under someone's roof, one has to bow their head. At this moment, even if beaten to death, he dared not ask further, and could only obediently hand over the god-slaying spear. Ahem, fellow Taoist Hongyun, our grudges are settled. May I leave now? Well, the Nether Eye is located at the deepest part of the Nether Blood Sea. With your ability, fellow Taoist, you can easily find it without my guidance. I must warn you, the Nether Eye is extremely eerie. Even though I claim to be the master of the Nether Blood Sea, I cannot venture deep into it. Fellow Taoist, you must be very cautious. Who says Mingi is so wicked that he has sores on his head and pus on his feet? Now that's being good. Just like a well-behaved baby. He nodded with satisfaction. Hongyun praised, that's right. Speak nicely. As the #1 good fellow of the primordial world, I like obedient children. Alright, you may go. Recondense your evil avatar. Don't delay. Remember, if you need any treasures next time, don't resort to robbery. Just come to me. Generally, I will fulfill your requests. After all, helping others is the principle of me, the primordial world's #1 elder. Mingi really cried this time. #1 good fellow of the primordial world. Damn it, he's clearly the #1 death messenger of the primordial world. From now on, I'll stay as far away as possible and run whenever I see you. But on the surface, he dared not show any negligence. He quickly agreed, saying, I remember. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hongyun. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, you truly deserve the title, #1 good fellow of the primordial world. You always convince people by virtue. I Mingi admire you greatly. Enough nonsense, time to hit the road. Don't misunderstand this, hit the road doesn't mean heading to the Yellow Springs. Nowadays, the ancestral witch hoodoo has not yet transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, so there is no Yellow Springs to speak of. The path Hongyun had to take was the Blood Sea Road leading to the Nether Eye. Along the way, the howling of ghosts and wailing of spirits were endless. All souls unable to attain liberation, suffering endless torment in the Blood Sea. Hongyun could do nothing. The only thing he could do was sigh deeply and quicken his pace. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. As long as he didn't see it, it would be fine. Soon the Nether Eye appeared ahead. Pitch black and spiraling downward. At first glance, it really looked like an eyeball. But this eyeball seemed to have the power to absorb one's divine sense. It was only Hongyun whose original form was a cloud, yet had given birth to intelligence whose divine sense was unimaginably resilient. Anyone else here would probably immediately become a walking corpse. Moreover, the Nether Eye exuded a terrifying aura, as if it concealed great danger. Danger? He who would know that inside is actually the ancestral dragon. With a slight thought, his figure flickered and transformed into a fiery red cloud. Though there was no wind, its speed was astonishing. In an instant, he rushed into the Nether Eye. After an unknown amount of time, he finally felt the bottom. With a slight movement, he transformed back into human form. The feeling of landing on both feet was wonderful. However, the surroundings were terrifyingly dark, so dark that one couldn't see one's own hand. Even with his cultivation, he could not see. Helpless, he had to take out the sun core and use it as a big light bulb. And indeed it worked. As soon as the sun core lit up, he noticed something unusual ahead. A strange black mist was silently creeping over. What are you? Hands up, he shouted loudly. Then he suddenly realized the black mist had no hands, so he quickly added, Ahem, if you have no hands, just stand still. If you move again, don't blame me for being rude. The black mist actually stopped moving. It only slowly writhed in place, and after a moment it transformed into a humanoid shape, but its face was blurry, impossible to see clearly. Here comes a person, no a cloud. He opened his mouth and let out a voice like a broken gong. Hoarse and low, it made one's eardrums ache. A cloud is fine, I can still eat it. How many years has the old ancestor been here? I haven't had a single full meal. Sob, I'm so miserable. Hongjun, you bastard, you plotted against me, but I will not die. One day I will break out and utterly destroy you. The Tao is 1 foot tall, the demon is 10 feet tall. The demon will always be stronger than the Tao, haha. Hongyun was stunned. In an instant he reacted again. This black shadow was damn it, the demon ancestor Luoho. Zhulong had said that the ancestral dragon and Luoho perished together, eventually falling into the Nether Eye. This was damn nonsense. Luoho wasn't dead at all. It was your boss who died. Senior, are you Luoho? You have to speak. As the #1 good fellow of the primordial world, communication should be his forte. Junior Hongyun pays respects to the demon ancestor. Everyone says you have been utterly destroyed, soul scattered, completely dead. But you are still alive. How truly gratifying and congratulatory. Luoho was stunned, greatly puzzled. Kid me, being alive is gratifying. If I'm alive you have to die. What's so gratifying about that? Hongyun quickly waved his hand and laughed. Senior, you jest. What's the point of fighting and killing? Why not sit down and chat about life? Senior, you must know many secrets of the primordial world, such as the truth of Panga's creation of heaven, the true form of Tao ancestor, Hongjun, the beast calamity, the secrets of the 3 tribes war. If you don't tell them, won't you feel suffocated? Suffocated? I'm suffocating a damn. I'm craving to eat you instead. Luoho would not waste words. His figure flickered as he prepared to strike, but then he suddenly froze, his eyes nearly popping out. God-slaying spear. My God-slaying spear. His voice trembled. His tone was mournful. Hongyun proudly twirled it a few times and laughed. It is indeed the God-slaying spear, or rather the incomplete God-slaying spear. How about this? I give it to you, and you spare my life. Is this deal acceptable? Acceptable. Absolutely acceptable. Not to mention sparing Hongyun's life. Even if it cost Luoho half his life, he would agree without hesitation. As long as he got the God-slaying spear, any condition was fine. Of course, whether he would keep his promise after obtaining the God-slaying spear was a different matter. Hand it over quickly, hand it over. My God-slaying spear, my old partner, you have finally returned. Haha, I've always said that the demon is the only eternal and immortal existence. The Tao is nothing. Poor old Hongjun, he has been arguing with me endlessly. Meanwhile, Hongyun grinned, also overjoyed though not as hysterically as Luoho. He was still shaking his head in delight. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully giving away the incomplete God-slaying spear. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the system's reward, the complete God-slaying spear. Ding, friendly reminder, the complete God-slaying spear has an overwhelming advantage over the incomplete one. The difference is like a steel knife versus a kitchen knife. The killing effect is incomparable. Listen to the system's analogy. How apt. This is equivalent to Hongyun exchanging a kitchen knife for a steel knife. Absolutely, a huge profit. Senior Demon Ancestor, I have given you the God-slaying spear. Should you not make way, and let me enter? Despite his excitement, he still had business to attend to. As the foremost Good Samaritan of the primordial era, he could not tarnish his reputation. Having promised Zhulong to find the ancestral dragon pearl, he must fulfill that promise. A man of honor keeps his word as firm as a nail driven into wood. If he failed to keep his promises, how could he be called the foremost Good Samaritan of the primordial era? Entrusted by another, I must be loyal to the task. As a benchmark figure of the primordial era and a model for countless living beings, I always keep my word. However, upon hearing this, Luoho not only refused to step aside, but curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. The black mist around him thickened even more. The killing intent became almost tangible. With the God-slaying spear in hand, he was like a tiger with wings, becoming even more ferocious and terrifying. Hey boy, are you truly naive, or just pretending? Did you really believe I would keep my word? Do you not know who I am? I am the Demon Ancestor Luoho. I act solely according to my will, following my whims. Even the heavenly Tao's oath cannot bind me. I did promise to spare your life just now, but I have changed my mind. I will devour you, refine you bit by bit. To be honest, I can hardly wait to savor your taste. Hongyun frowned, showing annoyance, and snorted coldly. Luoho, will you not step aside? I will give you one last chance. Move aside immediately. Damn dog, you knew I would go back on my word. Did you really think I was afraid of you? After all, he was now at the early quasi-saint stage. Although Luoho was an ancient powerhouse who once competed with Hongjun for the chance to become a saint, he too was only at the early quasi-saint stage. It was not that Luoho had failed to progress, it was simply that he had been trapped in the nether eye, unable to absorb any spiritual energy, consuming his own reserves daily, his cultivation gradually worn away. Moreover, he was not whole, merely a remnant soul. That a remnant soul could possess such cultivation was already astonishing. Only the Demon Ancestor could achieve this, anyone else would have long since perished. Of course, even so, if this situation continued, he would not escape the netherite anytime soon, and his cultivation might further decline, possibly even to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Since both were at the early quasi-saint stage with similar cultivation and Hongyun held the complete God-slaying spear, what was there to fear? Fight when it was time to fight, never back down. Luoho, however, was oblivious to this. Seeing Hongyun's arrogance, he burst into laughter. Boy, you don't think that just because we're both early quasi-saint you can surely defeat me, do you, eh? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Don't forget who I am. Even that old man Hongjun suffered losses at my hands. The western continent of the primordial world was shattered by me. In fact, you might have had a chance to defeat me, but you were foolish enough to return the God-slaying spear to me. With the God-slaying spear in hand, even if Hongjun himself were here, Luoho would not fear him, let alone a mere little cloud like you. His gaze instantly turned sharp and ruthless. He shook the God-slaying spear in his hand, unleashing countless violent energies that instantly filled every inch of space, mercilessly crushing down on Hongyun. Hongyun felt an immense pressure, as if a towering mountain had slammed into his primordial spirit, bending it, so that it could no longer straighten. He had to admit that the Demon Ancestor Luoho lived up to his reputation, and indeed had some skills. But this time he was destined to fail, and fail miserably. Hongyun frowned, then suddenly grinned. With a flick of his hand, he brought out the complete God-slaying spear. Not only that, but he waved it several times in front of Luoho, showing off before chuckling, "Look what this is." Luoho, are you stupid? Holding a broken God-slaying spear, you still want to face my complete one? Is there a hole in your head, or is it filled with water? In an instant, all the violent energy vanished, as if mice had seen a cat. No, it was even more than that. The very sound of a cat's meow sent the mice fleeing. Luoho was stunned. His eyes nearly popped out. His face was filled with disbelief and incredulity. How is this possible? A complete God-slaying spear. How do you have a complete God-slaying spear? There is only one God-slaying spear in the world. My broken one is real. Yours must be fake. Damn it, you dare to counterfeit my divine weapon. I will kill you, refine you, and use your body to escape. Die. Boom. The broken god-slaying spear thrust forward. Black mist surged like a tidal wave threatening to drown the world. Hongyun sneered, coldly paying it no heed. Only when the broken spear was almost upon him did he execute a spear flourish and thrust out. There were no flashy techniques, no earth-shattering spectacle. Just a simple plain thrust. Rumble. A sound like muffled thunder erupted. The entire nether eye trembled incessantly, as if it might collapse at any moment. Crack. A crisp sound came from the broken god-slaying spear. It snapped. It broke in the middle like a chicken with its neck twisted, twitching a few times before falling still. Not only that, but the complete god-slaying spear continued forward, stopping only after it had pierced through Luoho's body. The god-slaying spear earned its name because of its special ability to slay primordial spirits. Thus, after piercing Luoho, it immediately unleashed its characteristic power, frenziedly slaughtering Luoho's primordial spirit. Poor Luoho, his eyes wide as saucers, even now unable to believe it. No, this isn't real. It's not real. How could this happen? Who are you? Who exactly are you? Why do you have a complete god-slaying spear? Did Hongjun send you? Is it that old man Hongjun? You can't kill me. Huh? You can't kill me. The demon will always exist, always. Hongyun let out a disdainful tch, slightly retracting his power to reduce the spear's killing force, then said, "What is Hongjun? No one in the entire primordial world can command me. As for you, head demons indeed exist forever, and you are immortal. But what if I refine you into the artifact spirit of the god-slaying spear? Head the demon ancestor Luoho as my artifact spirit. How awesome is that? What a... Refine me into the artifact spirit of the god-slaying spear." Luoho spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face instantly turning pale. He screamed hysterically, "No, you can't do this. I am Luoho, the demon ancestor Luoho. I am not an artifact spirit. Not an artifact spirit." Hongyun laughed heartily, shaking his head with smug satisfaction. "You don't get a say now? I think you're perfect for being an artifact spirit. Head the demon ancestor Luoho as my artifact spirit. How cool is that? Stop struggling. You should be honored to become the artifact spirit of the foremost good Samaritan of the primordial era. Countless people in the primordial world wish to befriend me, but I don't even bother with them. What can I say? I'm just a good-natured fellow." The harvest was tremendous. Not only did he acquire the complete god-slaying spear, but it also came with a formidable magical artifact's true spirit. Quite the bargain indeed. Talk about buy one get one free. Even Luoho gave away himself along with it. Simply ask yourself, are you impressed? Hongyun chuckled and patted Luoho, who continued to struggle futilely. "If you wish to make a fuss, carry on. It won't alter reality, so you might as well accept your fate. Never mind. Let it go and attend to what matters. Having accepted someone's trust, I must honor that commitment. Someone like me, a perpetually kind-hearted soul, is destined for hardship. Moving forward. Once I obtain the ancestral dragon pearl, it becomes mine. I'll hand it over to Zhulong later. Wait, a windfall is upon me." With the generosity of the super feedback system, if he gave away one ancestral dragon pearl, wouldn't it reward him with an entire ancestral dragon? If that were truly the case, the gains would be enormous. Keep in mind that even before the ancestral dragon achieved the status of a saint, he undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to do so. Although without the primordial purple qi in these times, the ancestral dragon cannot yet attain the rank of a saint, his cultivation and combat prowess would still effortlessly surpass the vast majority of beings. In other words, with the ancestral dragon at his side, he would have an enforcer, and a supremely formidable one, far more useful than the evil incarnation's Kunpeng. After all, the Kunpeng of the evil incarnation was a hidden pawn unknown to the world. The ancestral dragon was different, but once he changed his appearance, he would become an overwhelmingly powerful existence. What is that? Suddenly, beneath the blazing light of the sun star core, Hongyun noticed something small stirring deep within the netherworld eye. A six-winged mosquito. Rather intriguing. Who says the netherworld eye lacks living beings? In the span of a moment, I have already encountered two. His entire body tensed as realization struck him. Wait a moment. Six-winged mosquitoes born in the netherworld blood sea. This is the legendary mosquito Taoist of the Fengshen era. During the Fengshen era, mosquito Taoist fame was known to all. The 12-petal golden lotus of the Western Buddhist sect was already formidable, one of the primordial treasures of the prehistoric world, yet it was ruthlessly devoured, reduced from 12 petals to 9. This was truly a powerhouse, an absolute master, and he had stumbled upon one. His eyes shifted slightly as an idea formed instantly. Adopting an air of detached superiority, he called out, "Little mosquito, why do you hide from this old ancestor?" This old ancestor is known across the primordial world as the most benevolent soul of the prehistoric continent, ever compassionate toward all living beings. Even a mere mosquito deserves protection rather than being swatted. Why then should you be so anxious? Enough. Witnessing your loneliness and helplessness within the netherworld, I fills this old ancestor with compassion. I shall take you along on my way out. Mosquito Taoist was terrified. From birth he had been trapped within the netherworld eye. Though he possessed 6 wings, his cultivation was so weak that escape was impossible, leaving him unaware of the primordial continent beyond. Yet ignorance, or not as a primordial anomaly, he possessed an innate wariness that would never lead him to beg a stranger for passage. As Hongyun's massive hand closed and his 6 wings suddenly flared, and he shot upward, narrowly evading capture at the last possible moment. Ancestor, please hold. I am quite comfortable here and have no desire to depart. I beg for your mercy. Merely evading was insufficient. The gap in their cultivation levels was far too vast. He needed to submit and plead for mercy. Hongyun was taken aback. Such a remarkable mosquito Taoist. If he had exerted even a fraction of his power, the outcome would have been vastly different. Yet the mosquito had dodged with such effortless grace, proving itself truly extraordinary. What? Unwilling to leave. That simply would not do. If it could evade his grasp, it must be taken along. Such a fine enforcer, or disciple, would be a waste to lose. Yes, he had already resolved to take Mosquito Taoist as his disciple and nurture him carefully, eventually deploying him against Junti and Jane. It would be truly splendid if someday Mosquito Taoist infiltrated Spirit Mountain and devoured the Bodhi tree to its roots. You foolish little mosquito, displaying such ingratitude. The netherworld eye is on the verge of collapse. Should you remain here, your death is certain. This old ancestor meant only kindness, recognizing your exceptional talent and feeling compelled to take you under my wing. Yet you harbor such suspicions toward me. Very well. Life and death are predetermined, prosperity and poverty decreed by heaven. Since you refuse to understand destiny and cannot distinguish right from wrong, remain here and fend for yourself. With those words, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled forward, shaking his head with exaggerated composure, completely ignoring Mosquito Taoist. Of course, he had no intention of truly abandoning him. This was the classic tactic of feigning indifference to draw someone in. As expected, Mosquito Taoist's eyes widened in alarm. His appearance here stemmed from that very tremor. He had been awakened by the disturbance and rushed over to investigate. The quakes originated from Hongyun's battle with Luoho, fueled by the god-slaying spear. Unfortunately, he remained unaware of the truth, and Hongyun's words plunged him into immediate panic. As the saying goes, better to believe it exists than to dismiss it entirely. If this so-called first benevolent one spoke truthfully, remaining here would mean certain death. Realizing this, his eyes darted about frantically as he pleaded, "Ancestor, spare my life. This humble one was ignorant of the truth and suspected you without cause. Please forgive me. If you can, I beg you to extend your hand and rescue me. The debt of saved life cannot be repaid with words alone. I shall repay it with my very death." "That is precisely what I wish to hear." Hongyun smiled faintly. "Since you are willing, enter my gourd. It contains netherworld blood water, which should serve you well, without hindering your cultivation." During his battle with Ancestor Mingi, he had collected at least 1/10 of the netherworld blood water. He had assumed such filth would be useless to keep, yet now it proved invaluable. As the saying goes, one can never have too many skills, and now he felt the same about treasures. Mosquito Taoist, unaware of the circumstances, was overjoyed and immediately darted into the Qinkuan gourd. Poor creature. He had fallen into Hongyun's trap, yet remained grateful, vowing silently to repay even the smallest kindness 100-fold. Hongyun, of course, was delighted. Shaking the Qinkuan gourd, he chuckled, "Little mosquito, I see you are also a primordial anomaly. Given that our paths have crossed, our fate must be significant. How about this? I shall take you on as my disciple. This old ancestor is Hongyun, transformed from the first cloud between heaven and earth. My character is noble, my nature inherently kind, and my aptitude unparalleled. I have already reached the early stage of quasi-saint cultivation. To put it this way, within the primordial continent, my cultivation would rank at least within the top 10, or perhaps even the top 5. Of course, this is merely my own assessment. I usually claim top 10, there is no need to boast." Mosquito Taoist stood bewildered. Had he really been accepted as a disciple so abruptly? This felt far too hasty. Yet if he refused and resisted, he was already trapped within that gourd. What choice did he have? Was there any alternative? When fortune arrives, it cannot be restrained. Take Hongyun at this moment, for instance. Though he finds himself within the eye of the netherworld, his rewards come one after another. And who could forget the god-slaying spear? The matter of claiming Luoho as the spiritual essence of a magical treasure needs no further mention. Most importantly, he had actually found Mosquito Taoist and successfully taken him on as a disciple. One could easily imagine the heights this primordial creature would reach under his careful cultivation, certainly attaining the level of a quasi-sage. By then, the 2 sages of the West would face considerable trouble. If Mosquito failed to devour Zuni's Bodhi tree entirely or reduce the 12-apex golden lotus to merely 3 apexes, all of Hongyun's efforts would be in vain. The mere thought made his mouth stretch ear to ear in delight, and he hummed a jaunty tune as he continued on his way. Everything had gone smoothly, in fact almost unbelievably so. He located the Ancestor Dragon Pearl quite swiftly. The pearl was indeed a wondrous artifact, its crystalline exterior gleaming with an extraordinary radiance, and it pulsed with a tremendous life force. Even as one who had attained the revered status of quasi-sage, he felt that absorbing this life force would bring about a major breakthrough in his cultivation. Could this be the ancestor dragon? How intriguing. It truly lives up to being the first dragon in all creation. Quite remarkable indeed. Yet he chose not to absorb this life force for himself. It went without saying that once he handed it to Zhulong, the super feedback system would reward him with at least a juvenile ancestor dragon. Compared to such a prize, the ancestor dragon pearl was nothing worth mentioning. He who can blame me for being the most benevolent soul in all of Hongwang. I simply delight in doing good deeds. When Zhulong sees the ancestor dragon pearl, I dare say he'll be moved to tears of gratitude. As for whether Zhulong hoped to use the ancestor dragon pearl to restore the progenitor dragon, or if that dragon simply sought to absorb its life force for his own gain, none of that concerned him. He had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the dragon clan. You are truly a man of your word, friend Hongyun, truly the most virtuous in all of Hongwang. That you have returned so swiftly fills my heart with profound gratitude. Zhulong gazed upon Hongyun standing before him in utter astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. From the intelligence he had gathered, the eye of the netherworld proved far more treacherous than anticipated. Beyond the ancestor dragon pearl there loomed an even more formidable presence, the ancient demon ancestor Luoho. In other words, even after surmounting the trials set by Patriarch Mingyi and successfully penetrating the eye, one would still need to confront this ancient demon lord. Luoho was a ruthless figure. A single misstep could cost one's life and extinguish one's Tao. This was precisely why he had gone to such lengths to draw Hongyun, the most virtuous soul in all of Hongwang, into this dangerous venture. But who could have anticipated that Hongyun would resolve everything so swiftly with barely a few days passing? Not only had he emerged unscathed, but judging by the radiant smile upon his face, he had undoubtedly secured the ancestor dragon pearl. Have you brought forth the ancestor dragon pearl? As long as you honor our agreement and deliver it to me, my dragon clan shall regard you as our savior, and I myself shall bestow a generous reward upon you. Hongyun's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features as he retorted sharply, what manner of speech is this, friend Zhulong? I am Hongyun, the foremost paragon of virtue in all of Hongwang. I have always placed the highest value on keeping my word. Admittedly, the ancestor dragon pearl is indeed a priceless treasure, but in my eyes it cannot compare to the sanctity of a promise. I have given my word to you, and I shall honor it. With those words still lingering in the air, Hongyun moved, without hesitation, drawing the ancestor dragon pearl from his sleeve and tossing it toward Zhulong. Zhulong's eyes blazed with elation as he snatched the pearl eagerly, his gaze shifting toward Hongyun, uncertainty mingling with something deeper, though gratitude ultimately prevailed. The title of most honorable benefactor in all of Hongwang befits you, friend Hongyun, entirely. From this moment forth you shall hold the place of honored guest within our dragon clan. Speak but the word, and we shall face fire and water without hesitation. Such words rang hollow. How could a once dominant power like the dragon clan truly pledge itself to a single individual in such a manner? And yet they were pleasing to hear. Hongyun nodded repeatedly with a beaming smile, appearing to believe every word. In truth, however, his joy bore no connection to Zhulong's hollow promises. His elation stemmed not from flattery, but from the system's generous reward. A juvenile ancestor dragon had been bestowed upon him, far surpassing the worth of the ancestor dragon pearl. Congratulations, host, on successfully presenting the ancestor dragon pearl. This system grants the following reward: a juvenile ancestor dragon. Friendly reminder, since this juvenile ancestor dragon has not experienced the era when the dragon clan dominated the heavens, nor the great war of the three races, it does not possess the power of the ancestor dragon from that period. Understood. This young ancestor dragon was essentially blank, a vessel untainted by past conflicts, its cultivation shallow, and combat experience limited. By all appearances, such a creature offered little advantage. Yet Hongyun's excitement only intensified, his eyes narrowing into delighted slits. A pristine canvas was precisely what he desired. He could shape it according to his vision, forging it into the most devoted companion at his side. No, he must reconsider his wording. The term was too crude. He had already accepted Mosquito Daoist as his senior disciple. Why not take this primordial beast, the ancestor dragon, as his second? The logic proved sound upon reflection. In the Hongwang continent, strength dictated hierarchy, and the weak were consumed. Even with his formidable power and the contingency of Kunpeng, he could not foresee what threats might emerge. Throughout Hongwang's history, those who endured invariably built their own factions, and these organizations proved remarkably formidable. Take Kunpeng, for instance, or Patriarch Mingyi, creator of the Azuras. The three pure ones hardly needed mention, each presiding over their own sects. The Western duo commanded Buddhist orders, while Nuwa stood as the supreme leader of the demon clan. Even Jun Yuanzi, who had always kept a low profile, maintained the five-fruit temple and leveraged the sacred ginseng fruit, to rally considerable support. Hongyun must not lag behind others either. I too need to cultivate my own faction, and Mosquito and the Ancestor Dragon are merely the beginning. While harboring these thoughts, he betrayed nothing upon his face, even raising a hand to extend his congratulations to Zhulong. Zhulong quickly returned the gesture with a smile expressing that all credit belonged to Hongyun, and that he felt obliged to offer substantial gratitude though regretting that their clan's vaults had been plundered, leaving few precious treasures remaining. However, I do possess a few rare items that might catch your discerning eye. Saying this, he produced several plums emitting a subtle fragrance, each inscribed with the characters Hongjun. The Hongjun plums. They were unmistakably so. Though our dragon clan has declined, we have maintained friendly relations with immortals from the overseas fairy islands, particularly Lord Dongwangong. These Hongjun plums belong to Lord Dongwangong. We received several during our customary exchanges, and now I present them as a borrowed offering. I pray you friend Hongyun will not decline. Lord Dongwangong stood as the paramount sovereign among male immortals, forged from pure yang energy itself, commanding all male immortals by the decree of Hongjun. In days past, when he sought to build his faction to counter the witch and demon clans, he spared no expense in winning the dragon clan's allegiance. Alas, 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands, and a noble tiger could not prevail against a pack of wolves. Lord Dongwangong ultimately fell crushed by the combined forces of Dijuan and Tai. And the dragon clan whom he had spent so heavily to win over remained absent throughout, content to watch from the sidelines. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, what's wrong with you? Seeing Hongyun staring at the Hongjun Li in a daze, Zhulong was utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? Although the Hongjun Li was precious, being one of the 5 great innate spiritual roots, it should not have caused Hongyun to lose his composure like this. Everyone in the world knew that Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi were inseparable friends. The Renshin fruit of Jin Yuanzi was something that others could not obtain even after 1,000 requests, but Hongyun could eat them as if they were ordinary meals. The Hongjun Li is almost the same as the Renshin fruit. Hongyun shuddered and finally came to his senses. He quickly smiled and said, I'm sorry fellow Taoist Zhulong for making a fool of myself. I don't have any other fault other than being fond of eating. As soon as I see such fine fruits I can't help but drool. As he spoke, he snatched the 3 Hongjun Li and solemnly put them away. Hongyun was certainly not just fond of eating. The moment he saw the Hongjun Li, besides thinking of Dongwangong, he also thought of the Hongjun Li sapling. According to past experience, as long as he gave away the Hongjun Li, the super reward system would give him a Hongjun Li sapling in return. In this way, he would have 4 of the 5 great innate spiritual roots, bringing him one step closer to successfully arranging the 5 elements innate grand formation. I finally have the Hongjun Li sapling. Now what I lack is the Pantho sapling. Thinking this, his eyes twinkled slightly, and he grinned. Seeing the Hongjun Li, I suddenly thought of the Pantho. That is also a 5 elements innate fruit, and must be equally delicious. I wonder if you have any fellow Taoist. Is he directly asking for it? Everyone said that Hongyun was the #1 good-natured man in the primordial chaos, but his audacity seemed quite thick. It was a bit like the tendencies of Zhuanti from the West. Zhulong shuddered, quickly shaking off that thought. He shrugged and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist, you jest. I am already fortunate to have the Hongjun Li. How could I dare to covet the Pantho? You must know that the Pantho tree belongs to Ancestor Hongjun. If one wants to eat Pantho, one can only ask him for it. I am not that bold. That was the truth. Who was Hongjun? He was the Tao ancestor. In his presence, everyone had to be extremely cautious. No one dared to be disrespectful, let alone ask for Pantho. Hongyun, however, was not resigned. A thought crossed his mind, and he thought of Hongjun's 2 child attendants, Haoyin and Yaoqi. These 2, who would later become the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, must have Pantho in their possession. If so, why not exchange with them? Previously, he only had the Renshin fruit. Approaching Haoyin and Yaoqi to exchange for Pantho, though possible, was not 100% certain. If he were rejected, he would lose face and would not feel comfortable trying again. Now it was different. With the Renshin fruit and the Hongjun Li, 2 of the innate spiritual fruits of heaven and earth, he believed that Haoyin and Yaoqi would absolutely not be able to resist the temptation. They would even steal a big Pantho to exchange. Thinking of this, he could no longer hold back. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to Zhulong. Fellow Taoist, I suddenly have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. When I have time, I'll come to the Dragon Palace to chat with you again. But Zhulong was greatly alarmed and quickly said, Fellow Taoist Hongyun, wait. I have another matter that I need your help with. In the North Sea, there is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood left by ancient ferocious beasts. Could you accompany me to investigate? Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, Hongyun had already disappeared. Too fast. Like lightning, like a hurricane. Slap. Slapping his palm hard, Zhulong showed a look of chagrin. He sighed helplessly and said, This Hongyun is not foolish at all. Afraid that I would ask for more favors, he ran off in a flash. Fine, it's just a mountain of corpses and sea of blood. With the ancestral dragon pearl in hand, what harm is there in me venturing alone? If I am fortunate enough to obtain the essences of the 4 great ferocious beasts with the power of the ancestral dragon pearl, I Zhu Long will become the new generation ancestral dragon. Then my dragon clan will once again dominate the primordial chaos. Saying this, he could not help but grin widely, bursting into wild laughter, tears almost streaming from his eyes. After laughing for a long time, he finally stopped. A cold glint flashed in his dragon eyes containing boundless killing intent. Once the dragon clan regains dominance, the first one I will eliminate is Hongyun. The netherworld, I can suppress the ancestral dragon pearl, and thus can suppress me when I become the ancestral dragon. This secret must never be known by anyone. Hongyun, I'm sorry. Hongyun, of course, did not know that Zhu Long's plan to revive the dragon clan was so evil. His mind was full of the 5 elements innate grand formation and the pantho tree. In a flash, he rushed into the chaos. After turning left and right several times, he finally saw the silhouette of the Zixiao Palace. However, at this moment, the Zixiao Palace was merely a palace emitting purple radiance bobbing up and down in the chaos. Its doors were not open. What could be done? Hongyun could not help but stroke his chin and decided to take a risk. He then called out loudly, "Hao Tian Yaoqi, are you two there?" After waiting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea with a creek, a boy and a girl walked out. They were exactly Hao Tian and Yaoqi. Hao Tian was in front and spoke first, frowning, "Fellow Taoist Hongyun, what brings you here? If you are looking for the master, please return. The master is in the process of merging with the Tao and has no time to receive guests." Ridiculous. Even Zhuanti and Jane Hongjun did not want to see, let alone Hongyun, who was completely unrelated. Hongyun laughed heartily, showing no sign of being rebuffed. He said amiably, No. I am looking for you 2 young friends, not the Tao ancestor." As he spoke, without hesitation, he immediately took out 2 Renshin fruits and 2 Huangjongli. "How about a trade? I give you 2 Renshin fruits and 2 Huangjongli, and you give me 2 Pantho in return." Is there such a trade? Has Hongyun gone mad? Hao Tian could not help but swallow hard, showing a greedy expression. Meanwhile, Yaoqi raised an eyebrow slightly, as if suspicious. Hongyun knew what they were thinking and quickly said, "To be honest, I made a bet with someone, and that's why I need 2 Pantho. Think of me, Hongyun, the #1 good-natured man in the primordial chaos. I care most about my face. Even if I suffer a loss, I cannot lose face. Please help me, young friends." Hao Tian could no longer resist. Not taking advantage of such a bargain would be brainless. Without caring about the truth, he immediately said, "No problem, but please don't go back on your word, fellow Taoist Hongyun. I happen to have 2 Pantho here." As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, tossing out 2 Pantho, and at the same time he reached out and grabbed the Renshin fruits, and Huangjongli taking them into his hands. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully given away 2 Huangjongli. Ding! System reward item Huangjongli sapling. Ding! Friendly reminder of the 5 great innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos. The host now has 4. Only the Pantho tree is missing. If all are gathered with the 5 great innate spiritual roots as array, eyes the 5 elements innate grand formation can be arranged. Pantho tree. Here it comes. Hongyun immediately threw a Pantho to Wendoran. "Disciple, this is for you. Don't refuse." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully given away 1 Pantho. Ding! System reward item Pantho sapling. Ding! Friendly reminder, the host has now gathered all 5 great innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos and can arrange the 5 elements innate grand formation. The primordial 5 elements grand formation. It is definitely one of the most formidable formations in the primordial world. Although its offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking when it comes to defense, even the Wuzhuang Temple, with its ginseng fruit tree, is slightly inferior. Excellent. My Fire Cloud Palace can finally be revealed to the world. From now on, I, Hongyun, have my own Taoist sanctuary in the primordial world. Having my own sanctuary means I have put down roots. Haha, I, the kindly old man of the primordial world, will surely stir up the winds and clouds. All formidable figures have their own sanctuaries, such as Tao Ancestor Hongjun's Purple Heaven Palace, the 3 pure ones Kunlun Mountain, Nether River's Blood Sea of the Netherworld, and Kuanping's Demon Master Palace. Of course, now Kuanping is no longer the original Kuanping. He is his evil corpse. Kuanping's Demon Master Palace can also be considered his sanctuary. But this is not enough. His evil corpse incarnation as Kuanping is a secret among secrets known to no one but himself. In other words, the Demon Master Palace is destined to remain the Demon Master Palace. It cannot become his sanctuary, at least not publicly. This cannot be. As one of the great powers of the primordial world, a renowned, kindly old man, the conscience of the primordial world, how can I not have a sanctuary? As for the former Fire Cloud Cave, it was indeed a blessed cave paradise, but it ultimately became the 3 sovereigns' sanctuary. Just thinking about it disgusted him. Even if it had now returned to his embrace, he had no intention of keeping it. Most importantly, I now have a better choice, Fire Cloud Palace in existence comparable to Purple Heaven Palace, coupled with the primordial 5 elements formation. It seems to have a higher starting point than Purple Heaven Palace. After bidding farewell to Hongyun and Yaoqi, he flashed into the chaos. He did not return to the primordial world, but waved his hand and directly took out the Fire Cloud Palace. Swoosh! His figure vanished. The next moment he appeared inside the Fire Cloud Palace. By planting the 5 primordial spiritual roots according to the 5 elements directions, the primordial 5 elements formation will naturally be activated. His figure shook repeatedly. The 5 spiritual roots were planted in sequence. Nodding with satisfaction, he waved his hand again, and infinite spiritual energy surged into the formation. Rustle. The Hongjun leaf sapling swayed. The leaves rustled as if blown by the wind. Waves of primordial wood qi spread in all directions, bringing infinite vitality. The Fire Cloud Palace instantly became lush, with greenery. Countless small flowers and plants sprouted and grew rapidly, adorning everything in the small world. Whoosh! A sound like flames burning came. It was the Fusang tree sapling. Its twisted, gnarled trunk swayed left and right, actually sprouting clusters of flames. Primordial fire qi, like a volcanic eruption, shot straight into the sky, instantly adding a few traces of scorching heat to the Fire Cloud Palace, as if a small sun was shining upon the earth. Boom! This was the sound of mountains and earth moving. Of course, it was not a real earthquake. It was actually the ginseng fruit tree sapling taking root in the Fire Cloud Palace. Primordial earth qi surged underground, and in an instant it stabilized the land of the Fire Cloud Palace's small world, making it a true small world. Clang! The sound of metal striking. It was the Bodhi tree sapling. Its branches and leaves swayed but emitted a metallic sound. This was the effect of primordial metal qi. In that instant, the Fire Cloud Palace gained a hint of killing intent, like an inviolable emperor, or else blood would flow for 1,000 miles and 1,000,000 corpses would lie. Rustle. Unbeknownst, the sound of babbling water appeared in the Fire Cloud Palace. Streams began to flow. But they were not real streams. They were the primordial water qi originating from the peach of immortality tree sapling. At first, these qi energies were independent of each other, not interfering, but soon they intertwined, tangled together, as if vying for supremacy. After a moment of this, they finally reached balance, and then with a boom, the tangled primordial 5 elements qi became orderly, mutually generating each other, endlessly cyclic. The Fire Cloud Palace underwent another transformation. The 5 primordial spiritual roots gradually faded away, completely concealing their forms, leaving only dense primordial qi flowing through the small world, nourishing all things. Phew! He let out a long breath. Hongyun nodded with satisfaction and revealed a slight smile. The 5 elements generate each other, nourishing all things. Once an enemy invades, I can make them overcome each other, and the infinite qi will turn into infinite slaughter. The primordial 5 elements formation is truly extraordinary. This is my domain. Even if Tao Ancestor Hongjun enters, he will have to bow and submit. Suddenly a shadow flashed by. To be precise, it was an oversized mosquito. It was none other than Taoist mosquito from the eyes of the netherworld. What's going on? What happened? Such dense primordial qi, even my cultivation has suddenly increased considerably. Seeing Hongyun, he quickly transformed into a human form and bowed in salute. So it is Master who is here. I was wondering why the qi suddenly became so dense. It must be Master's doing. Swoosh. A long shadow appeared. Illo. A dragon's roar sounded. It was none other than the young Zulong. He had no memories of Zulong, only knowing that Hongyun was his master. Seeing Hongyun was like seeing his father. With a flicker, he transformed into a 15 or 16-year-old youth in white robes, knelt down, and said, "Greetings, Master." The sudden change in qi. Is it because Master is refining the Fire Cloud Palace? Is there anything this disciple can help with? See, this is a true disciple. That bastard Taoist mosquito is an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. But even a white-eyed wolf can't cause much trouble in Hongyun's hands. Stroking his beard, Hongyun laughed heartily. 2 disciples rise quickly. The protective formation of the Fire Cloud Palace is complete. There is no need for you 2 to worry. Then he glanced at Taoist Mosquito, raised his hand, and pointed a finger. Infinite light rushed out and enveloped Taoist Mosquito. In just a moment, Taoist Mosquito's appearance changed drastically, becoming a young man in blood-red robes. Although his face remained gloomy, he had completely lost the cunning and slyness from before. Good, one in red and one in white. One is my first disciple, the other my second disciple. I entrust the Fire Cloud Palace to you 2 to manage. Having said this, he paused thoughtfully. Then he waved his large sleeves repeatedly. The original blood sea rolled incessantly, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a blood-colored palace. Taoist Mosquito, you may dwell here from now on. It shall be called the Mosquito Taoist Hall. With another wave of his hand, a azure-blue palace shimmering with strange light appeared before Zulong. Zulong, you may dwell here from now on. It shall be called the Zulong Palace. These 2 places were not chosen randomly. They are the visible formation eyes of the primordial 5 elements formation. With the 2 of them guarding, it will be completely secure. Of course, where there are visible formation eyes, there are hidden formation eyes. The hidden formation eyes are precisely the 5 primordial spiritual roots. One visible, one hidden, ensures the primordial 5 elements formation is indestructible. Even if all sages joined forces, they would be powerless. He nodded with satisfaction. Then he gently waved his sleeve again. A streak of light flashed and shot straight toward the primordial continent. Boom. A sound like the creation of heaven and earth resounded. A path connecting the Fire Cloud Palace to the primordial world appeared. I am old ancestor Hongyun, establishing the Fire Cloud Palace as my sanctuary. All fellow Taoists of the primordial world are welcome to come. Hongyun, the most benevolent figure in the primordial world, was establishing his own Tao sanctuary. The news, as if taking flight, spread across the 5 continents in an instant, reaching the ears of all major and minor factions throughout the primordial world. On Wanshou Mountain, within the Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi sat upon his meditation cushion. His half-closed eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing an expression of astonishment. How strange. After relinquishing the Fire Cloud Cave, Hongyun had somehow found yet another new sanctuary. What was going on? Could there possibly exist a more auspicious retreat in the primordial world than the Fire Cloud Cave? Speaking of which, when Hongyun had gifted the Fire Cloud Cave to Kunpeng, Xinyuanzi had raised objections. However, Hongyun's stance had been resolute at the time, so he had refrained from saying much. He had presumed Hongyun would eventually come to regret his decision. Yet to his surprise, not only did Hongyun show no regret. After a brief journey, he had instead found a brand new sanctuary. As the old saying goes, when the old departs, the new arrives. As a friend of Hongyun's, when his new sanctuary is opened, I, Xinyuanzi, must be the very first to go and offer my congratulations. Qingfeng and Mingyue quickly bring 10 ginseng fruits and accompany me to Taoist friend Hongyun's new abode. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court Sun Palace, Demon Emperor Dijuan and Demon Sovereign Tai awoke from their secluded meditation and convened together. Brother, that fool Hongyun has acquired a new sanctuary and spread the word far and wide. What does he intend? Is he hoping to collect our congratulatory gifts? Though Tai appeared to be a brute, he was subtle beneath his rough exterior, harboring many cunning schemes. He did not believe Hongyun announced his new sanctuary out of goodwill to welcome various mighty experts. Instead, he suspected Hongyun intended to take advantage of them. This time we must not offer lavish gifts. Last time brother gifted him the solar golden essence, and he callously passed it along to those ancient witch clansmen. It was utterly outrageous. Does he not understand that our demon race and the witch clan bear an ocean-deep grudge, a feud that admits no coexistence? Speaking thus, his expression turned vexed, as though he himself had suffered some great grievance. Dijuan furrowed his brow slightly and gestured dismissively. Brother, do not speak foolishly. The solar golden essence was not given away for nothing. It was exchanged for the primordial purple qi. Though Hongyun's fortune is meager, he remains a towering figure of great influence. You and I have both received his considerable favors, though our congratulatory gift cannot appear too paltry. Moreover, when the time comes, masters from all directions will attend, including those ancient witches among the witch clan. We must not allow ourselves to be looked down upon because our gift is insufficient. Tai pondered briefly, then nodded with deep approval. You have thought this through well, elder brother. I happen to possess 3 sun grasses, who I shall offer those to him. With that he chuckled slyly, a cunning grin spreading across his face. As the most benevolent figure in the primordial world, Hongyun cannot bear to let others suffer a loss. Since we are gifting him sun grass, how could he possibly send us back empty-handed? His return gift will surely not be poor. Dijuan also broke into a smile, his face radiating smug satisfaction, as though a great windfall were already within reach. Upon Kunlun Mountain, in the Hall of the 3 Pure Ones, Laozi furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers moving rapidly in intricate gestures, but ultimately, he could only sigh. I cannot fathom it, truly I cannot. How could Hongyun acquire a new sanctuary? This is far too strange. Yuanshi curled his lip in disdain, his expression dripping with contempt. Given Hongyun's prodigal behavior, even gifting away a sanctuary as exquisite as the Fire Cloud Cave, what excellence could his new Fire Cloud Palace possibly possess? Tongtian laughed heartily. Since both elder brother and second brother are curious, let us simply go and see for ourselves. It will also be an opportunity to meet with fellow cultivators and observe the progress of their cultivation. The 3 Pure Ones were incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, blessed with tremendous fortune and immense merit. Their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, having long since broken through the early stage of quasi-saint, and now entering the middle stage. Yet the others were no pushovers either. Whether the 2 demon emperors, the 2 Western monks, or the sibling duo Nuwa and Fushi, all stood equal to them. This equality, particularly for Tongtian, had sown the seeds of competitiveness. After a moment of contemplation, Laozi nodded. Very well then. Let us pay a visit to the Fire Cloud Palace. A congratulatory gift must not be omitted. I shall present a gourd of 9-cycle golden elixir pills. Yuanshi frowned, then steeled himself. Since senior brother offers such a weighty gift, I too cannot be negligent. I shall present 1 pound of enlightenment tea. Tongtian laughed loudly with a teasing tone. Both elder brothers speak scornfully of Hongyun, yet your generosity knows no bounds. You both wish to forge a favorable connection, do you not? I Tongtian cannot be stingy either. I shall offer a single lotus leaf. Upon hearing these words, both Laozi and Yuanshi were profoundly astonished. This lotus leaf was no ordinary treasure. When the primordial ancestral Lord Hongjun bestowed his treasures, he divided a single innate lotus platform among the three pure ones: a crimson flower, a white lotus root, and an emerald lotus leaf. Laozi had refined the crimson flower into his cane. Yuanshi had refined the white lotus root into a jade rui. Tongtian meanwhile had forged the emerald lotus leaf into the emerald lotus sword. These three treasures were all personal possessions of theirs, their power beyond what ordinary beings could imagine. The lotus leaf Tongtian intended to gift was sprouted from the original emerald lotus leaf, containing his profound comprehension of the sword Dao, truly priceless. Yuanshi frowned, feeling this gift was far too precious, and wanted to reprimand Tongtian sharply. But before he could speak, Laozi gently raised his hand and smiled. Let it be so. Though we three pure ones share one origin, our karmic bonds belong to each individual. If third brother believes Hongyun is worthy of this small lotus leaf, then let it be given. At the same time, upon Mount Buzhou in the ancestral witch hall, the 12 great ancestral witches were also discussing Hongyun's establishment of a new sanctuary. Di Jiang spoke. Though Hongyun may be overly generous at times, his gift of the solar golden essence has elevated our body refinement techniques to a higher realm. We cannot treat this karma lightly. Now that he is establishing a new sanctuary, we must go and show our support. Moreover, he is known for his eagerness to help others. Cultivating such a connection may well prove useful. Gong Gong, whose personality was bold and straightforward, clear in both gratitude and resentment, laughed heartily. Since elder brother says so, this time we shall bring an abundance of immortal herbs and spiritual treasures. Speaking thus, he chuckled cunningly, a sly expression spreading across his face. I have also captured a primordial beast, the crimson firebird. We can slaughter it on the spot and feast to our heart's content. This carried clear undertones of provocation. The crimson firebird was a primordial beast of the ancient world. Although it was a bird and not a crow, it shared a certain kinship with the three-legged golden crow. Legend holds that a wisp of solar golden essence containing the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow, through chance and circumstance, fell upon phoenix blood. Over countless ages, the crimson firebird was born. Therefore, the crimson firebird possessed both phoenix bloodline and three-legged golden crow lineage. If Dijuan and Tai did not attend, there would be no issue. Were they present and witnessed the crimson firebird slain, they would likely die of rage right then and there. Of course, those seeking trouble were not limited to the witch clan alone. The two Western monks, Jinti and Jane, upon receiving the news, also saw their expressions darken immediately. Senior brother, I cannot swallow this insult. Jinti said bitterly. Hongyun is clearly slapping my face. If I do not make him understand the consequences, how can I possibly walk freely throughout the primordial world? Jane nodded slowly, his pair of eyes filled with icy coldness as he spoke word by word. Junior brother, do not worry. This time I firmly support you. If Hongyun bows his head and apologizes, so be it. Otherwise, I will never let this rest. Clad in a fiery red robe, his face beaming with joy, Hongyun stood before the Fire Cloud Palace, welcoming guests from all directions. Daoist friend Jin Yuanzi, haha, I knew you would be the first to arrive. Don't rush inside. My dojo is your dojo, so you must join me here to welcome the guests. 10 ginseng fruits. I won't stand on ceremony. I happen to be short of fresh fruits to entertain the guests. With your 10 ginseng fruits, the grade will instantly elevate. Jin Yuanzi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Hongyun was still the same Hongyun, oblivious to the meaning of courtesy. Well, since they were good friends, he complied and played the role of a greeter at the door. Daoist friend Hongyun, I heard you abandoned the Fire Cloud Cave, and I felt sorry for quite a while. I never expected you to have a new dojo so soon. Congratulations. A loud shout rang out. Only after the voice fell did the figure appear. It was none other than the loud-voiced Dongwang Tai. Dijuan, standing beside him, couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Second brother, don't talk nonsense. The Fire Cloud Cave was given to the Demon Master Kunpeng by Daoist friend Hongyun, who embodied the spirit of a good-natured person. It was not abandonment. Daoist friend Hongyun, congratulations. The Heavenly Court has nothing valuable, only a few sun grass plants, which I offer as a congratulatory gift. Hongyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately showed joy, quickly saying, Thank you, Dijuan and Tai, my fellow Daoists. This sun grass can condense sun gold essence, truly a rare and precious treasure. With this treasure's blessing, my Fire Cloud Palace will be a true Fire Cloud Palace. Since the Fire Cloud Palace carried the word fire, it was naturally a fire attribute. With the sun gold essence, the fire attribute was further strengthened, greatly benefiting Hongyun's cultivation. Daoist friend Hongyun, congratulations on moving to a new residence. Another voice sounded calm and detached, carrying an air of transcendence. It was Laozi, walking between Yuanshi and Tongtian. He smiled faintly, took out a gourd, and said with a smile, This is the 9 Revolutions golden pill, personally refined by me. Please do not disdain it, Daoist friend Hongyun. The 9 Revolutions golden pill was the pinnacle of all elixirs. A mortal would become immortal by just smelling it, and eating one would instantly attain the golden immortal fruit. Even though Hongyun was a quasi-saint and no longer needed it, he could give it to his disciples and followers. This was a generous gift. Hongyun was both surprised and delighted, and said with tears of gratitude, "How can I accept this? I've put you to expense, Taoist friend Lousy. Ahem, well, I have nothing to repay you. Taoist friend Lousy, feel free to look around later. If you fancy any treasure in the Fire Cloud Palace, just say the word, and I will present it with both hands. What is a good-natured person? This is it. If you fancy something, just speak up. If you dare to ask, I dare to give absolutely without hesitation." Looking across all the mighty figures of the primordial era, who else has such magnanimity and boldness? Only Hongyun. Everyone couldn't help but admire except Yuanshi, who showed a look of disdain, but it vanished in an instant. He quickly put on a smile and said, "Taoist friend Hongyun, I have a packet of enlightenment tea leaves. Please accept it. Compared to the 9 revolutions golden pill, or even the sun grass, a packet of enlightenment tea leaves was clearly nothing special. Yet Hongyun still showed ecstatic joy, his excitement no less intense. "Thank you, Taoist friend Yuanshi. As I said before, if you fancy anything, just speak up. I, Hongyun, will not say a word of objection." Of course he would not say a word. With the enlightenment tea leaves, as long as he gave them away according to the system's usual nature, it would reward him with an enlightenment tea tree. The enlightenment tea tree, though not among the 5 great innate spiritual roots, was still classified as an innate spiritual root. It was definitely a good thing, with its effect of aiding enlightenment no less than the Bodhi tree. Yuanshi, what a good person. Not only Yuanshi, but Tongtian was also among the best. With a wave of his hand, he offered a small green lotus leaf. "It contains my insights on the sword Tao. Taoist friend Hongyun, when you have time, feel free to contemplate it more. Ahem, it's not that I think your cultivation is lacking, but the primordial era is full of evil people, and one must be cautious. You are naturally noble and pure, born from a cloud, just as outstanding as the clouds themselves. But you are unaware of the world's filth, which specifically targets the noble and pure." This was a truly good person. Hongyun was startled, then showed a solemn expression. He bowed deeply and said, "Taoist friend Tongtian's golden words are deeply engraved in my heart. I will remember them. I will repay today's kindness in the future. I, Hongyun, distinguish clearly between kindness and enmity, and I will never break my word." Originally, he had no intention of meddling in the messy affairs among the 3 pure ones. But Tongtian's sincerity moved him deeply, and he immediately resolved to change Tongtian's fate and the fate of the Jia sect. Of course, that was a story for later. Although he spoke earnestly, Tongtian at that moment actually did not take it to heart. Just as they were exchanging a few words, the 12 ancestral witches arrived in grand force. The gifts they brought were a dazzling array of precious spiritual herbs, exotic flowers and fruits, rare forging materials, and even a blood marrow stone weighing over 1,000 jin. This blood marrow stone is only found in our ancestral witch hall. It is formed from the marrow of Father God Pangu, containing a trace of his divine essence. Today I gift it to Taoist friend Hongyun to thank you for the great kindness of gifting the sun gold essence." Gonggong said thus. He did not forget to cast a sidelong glance at Dijuan and Taiyi, his provocation obvious. Dijuan, as the leader of the demon race, was deep and scheming. Although burning with rage, he did not show it on his face. The hot-tempered Taiyi, however, could no longer hold back. With a wave of his hand, he brought out the chaos bell and said sternly, "Gonggong, you brat, how dare you squint at me? Are you asking for a beating? Do you believe I can annihilate you right now?" How could Gonggong show weakness? He waved his water god halberd and roared, "Do you think I'm afraid of you, a feathered brute? If you have the guts, let's try and see who destroys whom." The crowd naturally could not let them fight. They quickly intervened to mediate. Zhen Yuanzi pulled Dijuan and Taiyi inside, while Hongyun stopped the 12 ancestral witches to talk, finally putting a temporary halt to the conflict. But everyone knew that the Wu and Demon clans were already irreconcilable and would one day fight to the death. Just then Fuxi and Nuwa arrived. They were thorough in their etiquette. One presented a grain of 9 heavens divine soil, and the other offered 9 heavens silkworm silk for making the strings of Fuxi's zither. Perhaps in their view, the 9 heavens divine soil and 9 heavens silkworm silk, though precious, were only a single grain and a single strand of little use. But Hongyun was overjoyed, almost dancing with excitement. A single grain of 9 heavens divine soil in hand meant he had all the 9 heavens divine soil. Similarly, a strand of 9 heavens silkworm silk in hand meant he had the 9 heavens ice silkworm. These were treasures that could only be encountered by chance, not sought. They were unique in the primordial continent, with no other source. "Thank you both for honoring me. Please come in quickly. I won't say more now. After the banquet, there will be generous rewards." These treasures were useless to him. He had to give them away. Since that was the case, why not choose today? After the banquet, he would distribute these gifts to everyone. Not only would he receive the system's rewards, but he would also gain a favor from each. Why not do it? Mingi arrived. The evil corpse Kuanping also came. Even the 4 sea dragon kings, who had little presence in the primordial era, came eagerly. It could be said that the entire Fire Cloud Palace was packed, gathering almost all the mighty figures of that time. Something's off, it seems 2 people are missing. Someone suddenly blurted out. Everyone swept their gaze around, and then Dong Wang Tai slapped his thigh, shouting boisterously. That's right, the 2 who love to freeload the most aren't here. But that's strange. They always enjoy a commotion and love to snatch benefits, so why wouldn't they come? No names needed, the words, love to freeload, were enough to make clear whom Tai meant. The Western 2, Junti, Jane. Right, why haven't those 2 shown up? Gong Gong, not only hot-tempered, but also a notorious gossip, blinked a few times and bellowed at the top of his voice. I heard that some time ago Junti was killed and Jane begged the Tao ancestor Hongjun to resurrect him with great difficulty. Could he be convalescing in the West? What? Junti was killed. When did this happen? After all, although everyone present was a great power, most of them were entirely devoted to cultivation, deaf to the world outside, and naturally unaware of this earth-shattering news. The Wu tribe was different. They had no primordial spirit, hence no need to sit in meditation, and they roamed the vast Honghuang land, gaining extremely well-informed intelligence. What you actually don't know. Gong Gong exaggeratedly gaped, displaying an expression of utter disbelief. If you ask me, you fellows only know how to go into seclusion, you've almost become fools from it. Such a huge event, and you've heard nothing at all. Well, let me, the primordial Wu Gong Gong, who is known for his good temper and warm hospitality, explain it to you. Speaking of this Junti, he's truly a scoundrel, always coming to the east to freeload. Thus was born the tale of a shameless freeloader who, after failing to mooch, flew into a rage and tried to seize by force, only to be cut down by a mysterious figure. Stunned, utterly incredulous, complete disbelief. That Junti freeloaded. Everyone believed that without doubt. That he would resort to force after failing to freeload was also not impossible. After all, Junti's shamelessness was well known, as such a deed was well within his character. But the idea of a mysterious figure drawing a blade to help the oppressed was simply absurd. What kind of place was this? The Honghuang continent. It believed in the strong ruling and the weak being prey. Across the entire Honghuang there might be those who could surpass Junti, but very few could kill him unless the 3 pure ones took action, or Tai and Dijun joined forces. Seeing everyone look his way, Tong Tian of the 3 pure ones quickly waved his hand and said in a muffled voice, "What are you looking at? We 3 brothers have been in seclusion, cultivating all this time, never wandering the Honghuang. How could we have killed Junti?" Tai also chimed in hastily, speaking boisterously. "Although we brothers have long found Junti disagreeable, we have likewise been in seclusion during this period and have not set foot in the Honghuang." Having said that, he eyed Gong Gong somewhat provocatively and said sarcastically, "If you ask me, this is probably something someone made up. Everyone should just take it as a joke and not really believe it." Furious, Gong Gong nearly slammed the table and stood up, bellowing, "You mangy bird, who are you calling a liar? The Honghuang continent has fallen from grace. Oh, every being is cunning and despicable. But that doesn't mean there are no true good people. For instance, Patriarch Hongyun. Maybe he couldn't stand by and drew his blade to help. Hongyun. That was actually possible. Not because Hongyun's cultivation was so high, but in terms of character, he was probably the only one in the whole Honghuang continent who would dare to act chivalrously. The #1 Good Samaritan of the Honghuang. That nickname was no joke. Facing the inquiring gazes of the crowd, Hongyun gave a soft cough and said with some embarrassment, smiling, "Fellow Taoists, don't look at me like that. As for acting chivalrously and drawing a blade to help the oppressed, I simply did what I had to. As for Taoist Junti, how should I put it? I originally had a very good impression of him, and I once sympathized with the barrenness of the West and gifted him many treasures. But he just grew more brazen and even blocked my door, demanding more. It's also because my self-cultivation wasn't up to par. In a moment of anger, I struck a bit too hard and ended up killing him. Fortunately, the Tao ancestor Hongjun's divine power is profound, and he resurrected him, or else I would have truly sinned." Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. All eyes were bulging as they screamed inwardly, "Holy crap, it's true, it's true. Hongyun really did kill Junti." But just then a furious roar rang out before the gates of Fire Cloud Palace. "Hongyun, you villain, how dare you slander me? I will never rest until you are dead." It was none other than Junti. Then came Jane's voice. "Taoist Hongyun speaking ill of others behind their backs and gossiping about their shortcomings is not the conduct of a virtuous man." How awkward. They had been talking up a storm, never expecting the subjects to be listening outside. Caught red-handed. And Jane and Junti were no ordinary beings. They possessed the Hongmeng Purple Qi and were destined sages. Offending them meant offending 2 future sages, who wouldn't be afraid. Instantly the scene fell into dead silence. The atmosphere was so tense it could be cut with a knife. Even the boisterous Tai and the notorious gossip Gong Gong pressed their lips tightly, not daring to utter a single word. Hongyun frowned, slightly waved his hand to open the gates of Fire Cloud Palace, and indeed saw Jane and Junti standing there, both with dark expressions and gloomy looks. Yet he seemed completely unperturbed, grinning and saying, "Greetings, fellow Taoists. Have you come today to congratulate me on my new home? Xuanti gave a cold snort and said irately, of course we congratulate you on your new home, but at the same time I have some scores to settle. Hongyun waved his hand, interrupting, without ceremony, hold on. At the same time later. Let's handle one thing at a time. Since you two have come to congratulate me on my new home, then present your congratulatory gifts. Everyone has sent gifts, and they are all lavish ones. 2 future sages won't be stingy, will they? Xuanti staggered, nearly falling flat on his face covered in black lines, both angry and exasperated. Too shameless. I was killed by you once, and we are already irreconcilable. And you still want a gift? Want a damn hairball? What, you don't have any? Hongyun's face turned cold, and he said harshly, if you don't have any, then get lost. This is my cave, and I don't welcome you. Xuanti was going mad. Fine, Hongyun, you want to turn against me in front of everyone, do you? Fine, let's see who's afraid of whom. Gnashing his molars, he erupted with his full power, his quasi-sage cultivation fully displayed, ready to strike. But at that critical moment, Jane raised his hand to stop him, speaking with a dark look. Since Taoist Hongyun has put it that way, a congratulatory gift should indeed be presented. With that, he flicked his sleeve, and a golden lotus seed flew out. This is a seed from the 12th grade golden lotus. If cultivated in a primordial spiritual spring, it can yield a 9th grade golden lotus. So, Taoist Hongyun, are you satisfied with this gift? The seed of the 12-petal golden lotus. My heavens, this is truly a priceless treasure. Even if he wished to feign dissatisfaction, Hongyun could not disguise his delight at this moment. He was utterly satisfied, so satisfied that he could have leapt for joy. Indeed, among all the congratulatory gifts, this lotus seed was the most precious. Of course, not for the seed itself. In truth, even setting aside the difficulty of finding a primordial spiritual spring, if one could cultivate the seed into a 9-petal golden lotus, its value would still be merely second-rate. But offering this seed as a gift changed everything. The super reward system would surely grant him an astonishing return, perhaps even a direct 12-petal golden lotus. What was the 12-petal golden lotus? It was the supreme treasure that would one day anchor the fate of the Buddhist school. Its very existence would cause the Buddhist school's fortune to swell, eventually ushering in its great era of prosperity. If I possessed the 12-petal golden lotus to stabilize the fortune of Fire Cloud Palace, then the 3 pure ones, the 2 sages, and even Goddess Nuwa would all be beneath my notice. I would instantly transform from the primordial world's foremost good-natured soul into its luckiest one. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his eyes narrowed into slits, and without hesitation, he snatched the golden lotus seed. A Taoist Xuanti truly knows how to conduct himself. Since you have brought gifts, you are both honored guests. Please come in. To be honest, the ginseng fruits sent by Taoist Zenyuanzi are already prepared. If you delayed any longer, you would only catch a whiff of their aroma. His attitude had shifted dramatically. One moment, he spoke coldly, the next his face bloomed with spring warmth. Who said that Hongyun, the primordial world's ultimate good-natured fool, was muddle-headed and unable to adapt? Utter nonsense. It was clear that he judged people by their offerings, or rather by their gifts. Xuanti was nearly amused into anger. For a moment he even forgot the phrase, but at the same time, he strode forward. Only after taking his seat did he snap back to reality, his face reddening with anger. He whispered to Jane, Senior brother, this gift is far too generous. Since we have already fallen out with Hongyun, why waste such a treasure? Jane gave a cold smile. No waste at all. Once Hongyun is dead, not only the lotus seed, but even this Fire Cloud Palace will belong to us. Xuanti's eyes lit up. He looked around, carefully examining Fire Cloud Palace, and nodded with satisfaction. He could not help but laugh. What a treasure. This Fire Cloud Palace is truly remarkable. It gives me the feeling of our teacher's Purple Firmament Palace. Could they be of the same grade? Jane nodded slowly. You have sharp eyes, junior brother. This Fire Cloud Palace and the Purple Firmament Palace share the same essence. At first glance it appears to be a palace, but in truth it is a small world. I have just probed it. The palace is vast beyond measure, enveloped by chaotic energy, yet entirely unaffected. In fact, it seems to absorb the chaotic energy and transform it into primordial spiritual energy. I wonder how Hongyun obtained such a treasure. Does not the esteemed Laozi calculate that his fortune is shallow and he is doomed to suffer a great calamity? Could the calculation be wrong? Frowning, he revealed deep confusion. Xuanti, however, smiled faintly. Senior brother, you worry too much. The esteemed Laozi's calculation is not wrong. Before a great calamity, there must be a great blessing. As the saying goes, when prosperity reaches its peak, decline follows. How can one decline without first prospering? I believe Hongyun's great calamity is imminent. In this challenge, I will not hold back. I will kill him utterly. With a swish, he stood up, abruptly ignoring the others who were drinking and conversing, and shouted in a stern voice, Taoist Hongyun, the gift has been presented, and congratulations are complete. Now it is time to settle the score between us. Taoist Hongyun, the gift has been presented, and congratulations are complete. Now it is time to settle the score between us. Silence. Not a sound was heard. A pin could be heard dropping. Everyone turned to look at Junti, then shifted their gaze to Hongyun, their eyes burning with curiosity and myriad thoughts. Was he already starting to cause trouble? Junti was far too impatient. He truly was a narrow-minded person. From now on, one must never offend these two Western Taoists. Hongyun, however, seemed to have anticipated this. His expression remained calm, his demeanor serene, and he smiled. Settle a score? What do you mean, Taoist Junti? What score is there between you and me? Fury erupted. Junti was so enraged that his nose nearly twisted. Gritting his teeth, he said, Hongyun, are you still pretending? If you had not ambushed me that day, how could I have nearly perished? This enmity must be avenged. Ambush? What a brazen reversal of right and wrong, a slanderous accusation. Hongyun would never bear this black mark. But he did not lose his temper. Instead, he showed surprise. Taoist, what do you mean? When did I ever ambush you? I only recall that after leaving the 5 Villages temple that day, I encountered someone who blocked my path and demanded that I hand over the 99 soul-scattering sand. He said that since the sand had been given to him, it was his, and even if I returned it, it was still his. If I refused to hand it over, he would kill me. Forced to act, I struck back. Unfortunately, that person was no match for my new treasure, the 9 Revolution Star Sand, and was crushed into a pulp, even his primordial spirit shattered. Forced to act, I struck back. Unfortunately, that person was no match for my new treasure, the 9 Revolution Star Sand, and was crushed into a pulp, even his primordial spirit shattered. As he spoke, his smile grew even brighter, but his voice carried a chill. He enunciated each word. From your words, Taoist Junti, I gather that this highway robber was none other than you. No one was a fool. After hearing Hongyun's account, they immediately understood what had happened. Junti's shamelessness was already well known, but no one expected he would stoop so low as to commit highway robbery. From now on, one must guard against Junti when possessing valuable treasures. If he coveted them, not only would the treasure be lost, but one's life might also be forfeit. Junti's face flushed crimson. As an expert of his level, he could naturally sense the mockery in everyone's eyes. He was both embarrassed and furious, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. But precisely because of this, his murderous intent toward Hongyun burned even more fiercely. He almost struck immediately. Enough talk. Hongyun, do you dare to fight me? Of course he dared, but fighting on command would be beneath his dignity. Hongyun furrowed his brows as if struck by an idea, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I can fight you, but there must be a wager. Without profit, why bother fighting? At this, the others also reacted, clapping and cheering. This was beneficial to them in every way, especially the 3 pure ones, Nuwa and Dijuan, all future saints who possessed the Hongmeng Purple Qi. They were eager to witness Junti's true skills. At the same time, they were curious, how could Hongyun, whose cultivation was never considered top tier, have killed Junti? And what was so formidable about the 9 Revolution Star Sand? Fine. You want a wager? No problem. I have here a 6 roots pure bamboo refined from the primordial spirit root bitter bamboo. It can seal one's divine sense, and is a primordial spiritual treasure. Is that acceptable? 6 roots pure bamboo, refined from the primordial spirit root bitter bamboo. That is absolutely acceptable. Ahem, I have a gourd that contains a small world. The Qiankuan gourd fused with the 99 soul scattering gourd. It can dissolve souls. I will offer it as the wager. Ahem, I have a gourd that contains a small world. The Qiankuan gourd fused with the 99 soul scattering gourd. It can dissolve souls. I will offer it as the wager. A universe gourd contains a miniature world, capable of dissolving the divine soul. This is undoubtedly an extraordinarily precious treasure. Were we not told that Patriarch Hongyun was as poor as a church mouse, possessing scarcely any treasures? How then could any ordinary item he casually produces be such a heaven-defying marvel? Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Even the 3 pure ones and Goddess Nuwa widened their eyes with unmistakable envy. As for Tai and Emperor Jun, they were practically drooling. Meanwhile, Junti's whole frame trembled with ecstatic joy, his face alight with barely contained glee. Haha, Hongyun, these are your own words. The universe gourd is the wager. A gentleman's word stands firm as iron, no regrets allowed. His expression seething with emotion. Particularly when his gaze fell upon the universe gourd, his eyes were brimming with an unabashed greed that he could scarcely conceal. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. The universe gourd will undoubtedly be mine. Actually, I should thank you, Patriarch Hongyun, for bestowing this treasure upon me. Hongyun smiled, a smile as serene and detached as drifting clouds. He possessed the lofty purity of a cloud itself, yet also radiated the aura of one who gazes down upon all creation with compassion like a savior figure. Since I have brought it forth, I shall have no regrets. Should I lose to you, I will gladly surrender it with both hands. But should you lose, the 6 roots clear bamboo will become mine. You would not regret that, would you? How could Junti possibly admit regret? Even if defeated, while he would likely regret and try to backtrack later, he would never voice it now. The fellow cultivators present can bear witness. I, Junti, am a man of my word, and I shall never regret it. Enough idle chatter. Let us begin. Today I will show no mercy. Hongyun, take this. As the words fell from his lips, he flicked his wrist, and the seven treasures wondrous tree materialized, spinning gleefully and radiating boundless luminous splendor. To onlookers, these radiances naturally swayed their spirits, gorgeous and kaleidoscopic, even tempting one to reach out and grasp a handful. Yet to Hongyun, they appeared as countless sharp swords. Once struck, his body would be riddled with wounds. Worse still, these treasured radiations possessed the power to suppress one's cultivation. Originally at the peak of the early quasi-saint realm, Hongyun's cultivation had suddenly dropped to the beginning stage of quasi-saint, perilously close to falling into the Daluo Jingxian realm. One had to admit that as a heaven-appointed saint endowed with great fortune, Junti's cultivation had not deteriorated despite having been slain once before. In fact, he had grown even stronger than before, his aura more profound and mature, as though after his resurrection his comprehension of the heavenly Tao had deepened considerably. Hongyun is in danger. Observing this, Patriarch Laozi of the Three Pure Ones sighed involuntarily. Yuanshir's mouth curled into a sneer as he coldly remarked, "Hongyun overestimates himself. To dare challenge a heaven-appointed saint, he has only himself to blame for his misfortune." Tong Tian, however, held a contrary view, smiling broadly as he said, "I disagree with my two elder brothers. Since Hongyun dared accept this challenge, he must surely have his own trump cards. Let us wait and see." Meanwhile, Demon Emperor Dijun and Dongwang Tai also began discussing. "Elder brother, between Hongyun and Junti, who do you think will prevail?" Tai asked. Dijun furrowed his brow and spoke softly. "Naturally, I hope Hongyun wins, given that our relations with the Western two paths have always been strained. But Junti is after all a heaven-appointed saint bearing the primordial purple qi. After days of contemplation, he has likely made significant gains." The implication was clear. He hoped Hongyun would win, but believed he could not. Tai gazed at the radiant seven treasures wondrous tree and sighed helplessly. "You speak truly, elder brother. In the past, this tree seemed to lack the ability to suppress cultivation." Rumble. The radiance of the seven treasures wondrous tree grew ever more brilliant, like a miniature sun. Countless branches began to twist and writhe, crackling like lightning bolts. A vast net woven from branches materialized in the blink of an eye, descending upon Hongyun with thunderous speed. Once ensnared, he would be trapped within the tree's domain, essentially within Junti's own world. "Hehe, Hongyun, come right in. I'm eager to draw closer to you." Hongyun merely smiled faintly, remaining as composed as ever. Not only did he make no move to counterattack or even evade temporarily, but his expression didn't flicker. "Since fellow Taoist Junti is so hospitable, wishing to show me the wonders within this tree, how could I refuse such kindness?" With those words, his figure flickered, and he deliberately stepped inside. The audacity of it left everyone stunned, hardly able to believe their eyes. What in the world was happening? By all logic, Hongyun should have fought desperately to avoid entering the seven treasures wondrous tree's realm. So why was he walking into it of his own accord? Strange. Too strange. While the onlookers wrestled with bewilderment, Hongyun, now inside the tree's world, immediately sprang into action. With a casual sweep of his hand, a pitch-black spear materialized in his palm, the god-killing spear. This so-called seven treasures wondrous tree world is nothing special. Watch me pierce a hole right through it. Rumble. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the god-killing spear transformed into a ferocious black dragon, hurtling toward the tree's core with incomparable speed. Worse still, as the strike soared forward, a hideous writhing shadow manifested, none other than the remnant soul of the demon ancestor Rohi. Had the god-killing spear stood alone, piercing the seven treasures wondrous tree's root in one strike would have posed considerable difficulty. But with the demon ancestor Rohi's remnant soul attached, the spear gained sentience, and its power surged tens of times over. Moreover, the will of the demon ancestor Rohi was naturally antagonistic toward what would later become the Buddhist seven treasures wondrous tree, a vulnerability that remained fully operative. Alas, it is the god-killing spear. Only now did Junti fully register the danger, crying out involuntarily. "Despicable! Hongyun, how despicable of you, to deliberately enter my tree's domain solely to destroy it." He attempted to withdraw the seven treasures wondrous tree, but it was already too late. Crackle! The sound of splintering branches rang out. In the space of a breath, the once brilliant tree dimmed catastrophically, snapping clean in twain. Whoosh! Hongyun leapt free, his posture as fluid as ever, his smile as radiant as before. "Fellow Taoist Junti, it seems your seven treasures wondrous tree requires further refining. Its durability still leaves something to be desired. An eye for an eye, as the saying goes. Since you've thrown one move, I shall return the gesture. Had I unleashed my full power, I might well have killed you again, and the Tao ancestor would surely reprimand me for that. Very well, let us call this even." With that, he waved his hand and casually slapped forward. Junti's nose twitched in fury. This was humiliation. Barefaced, unvarnished humiliation. What did he mean by just a token effort? Was he implying that a heaven-appointed saint like himself was merely a sparring partner to be dealt with casually? "Hongyun, you insult me beyond endurance. I will fight you to the death." In a flash, he surged forward, recklessly intent on taking Hongyun down with him. But at that precise moment, the ambient spiritual energy shifted inexplicably, forming what appeared to be a 5 elements cage around him. For an instant, he found himself utterly immobilized. Speed defied description. As he struggled within the cage, Hongyun's palm descended, moving with deceptive slowness that masked blinding velocity. Smack! Crystal clear and resonant. Crackle! Bones shattered and tendons snapped. Silence. Not a sound could be heard. So profound was the quiet that even a needle falling would ring like thunder. Everyone was utterly stunned, staring blankly at the scene before them, convinced their eyes must be deceiving them. What was happening? How could Hongyun's casual slap send Junti, a saint ordained by heaven, crashing to the ground with shattered bones and torn sinews, nearly costing him half his life? Why didn't Junti dodge? Had his brains been watered out or riddled with holes? Or was he some sort of masochist who enjoyed being pummeled? Oh! A piercing scream finally erupted. It was Junti. He had at last registered the pain. Or more precisely, he had broken free from the 5 elements cage, clutching his head and howling in agony. Despicable! Hongyun, you despicable man! Why can I not move anymore? Tell me, why can I not move? Senior brother Hongyun is a despicable scoundrel. He ambushed me. He wielded the god-slaying spear, destroyed my 7-treasure wondrous tree, and used treacherous schemes to leave me immobile. Hence I received those blows. Fellow Taoists, bear witness for me. It is not that I, Junti, am inferior to Hongyun. I did not lose this battle. It was Hongyun who employed sinister schemes. Everyone was left speechless. What manner of talk was this? With his brain matter nearly splattered out, he still dared claim he had not lost. One could have thick skin, but surely not to the point of lying with one's eyes wide open. As for Hongyun employing sinister schemes, what nonsense. So many great powers were present here, yet none detected anything. What right did a defeated loser like him have to dictate the truth? Even granting the slimmest possibility that Hongyun did employ some underhanded stratagem, nothing had prohibited it before the duel commenced. Victory is victory. Defeat is defeat. To triumph is to rejoice wildly, but to lose and then roll about and throw tantrums. Is this the conduct of a person? Junior brother, enough. Jane could bear it no longer, his brows knitting as he rebuked. We have lost the first match. His eyes shifted slightly, and he continued, however, based on what my junior brother has said, does fellow Taoist Hongyun truly possess the god-slaying spear? Is this true? The god-slaying spear, an artifact of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Who was the demon ancestor Luo Ho? He stood as the greatest enemy of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. In other words, if Hongyun were linked to the demon ancestor Luo Ho, then Hongyun would become Hongjun's mortal enemy, and by extension the mortal enemy of everyone present, given that Hongjun, as the Tao ancestor, had bestowed upon them the gift of teaching and guidance. Junti was no fool. He grasped the situation instantly. Disregarding the blood streaming down his head, he erupted into laughter. It is true, 100% true. I would stake my life on it. Hongyun possesses the god-slaying spear. He glared viciously at Hongyun. His eyes brimmed with malice. Word by word he demanded. Hongyun, confessed quickly. What exactly is your connection to Luo Ho? Were you sent by him to cause destruction? His words cut sharp and pressed relentlessly. This provoked many to rise against him. Tai of the demon clan rumbled in a deep voice. Junti, to fabricate accusations when your skills fall short. Don't you think that's being rather despicable? You haven't even attained sainthood yet. What will you do once you have? Gong Gong of the Wu clan could no longer remain silent, calling out loudly. Exactly. Though I never held a favorable impression of that ruffled bird Tai, his words hold truth. Junti, can you possibly grow any more despicable and shameless? He had originally prepared a crimson firebird to make an example of Tai and Di Jun, but now it served no purpose. He had discovered someone far more detestable than them, someone in dire need of correction. Thus the spear point naturally shifted elsewhere. Enraged, Junti whipped his head around, casting venomous glances at both Tai and Gong Gong, his eyes brimming with malice. From that moment forward, both the demon clan and the Wu clan had thoroughly offended Junti. Hongyun merely offered a faint smile, first bowing to Tai and Gong Gong with cupped fists in gratitude, then turning to Junti. Since fellow Taoist Junti wishes to know the truth, then inquire of fellow Taoist Mingi. I, Hongyun, possess no remarkable abilities, yet my heart cannot tolerate any corruption, let alone association with the demon ancestor Luo Ho. I, Hongyun, seek neither sainthood nor anything beyond. I only wish to be the steadfast virtuous one of the primordial world, its moral compass. Heaven and earth themselves bear witness to these words. His voice rang forth with iron resolve. A surge of righteous energy climbed straight to the heavens. Colored clouds manifested while thunder rolled across the skies, as though even heaven and earth themselves quaked in approval. Witnessing this, all present displayed admiration. Only Laozi among the three pure ones sighed softly and shook his head, repeatedly murmuring, "Cultivation is about contending with heaven, with earth, and with humanity. What purpose serves playing the virtuous fool? This is the path that invites ruin. Hongyun's destruction draws near." Yet his voice remained too faint for most to catch. Only Yuanshi and Tongtian could hear. Meanwhile, beneath the weight of questioning gazes, Mingyi offered a bitter smile. He shrugged helplessly, saying, "The god-slaying spear in fellow Taoist Hongyun's possession was actually my gift to him. In truth, it was never the complete weapon, merely a fragment. Ahem, fellow Taoist Juanti, if your seven-treasure wondrous tree world could not withstand even a fragment of the god-slaying spear, then it is indeed lacking in resilience and requires further refinement." Juanti staggered violently, nearly crashing face-first into the ground. His once pale complexion, deprived of blood, flushed in immediate furious red. He had never anticipated that instead of planting false accusations upon Hongyun's head, he would find himself mocked by Mingyi. Who was Mingyi after all? Despite bearing the title of ancestral master, he remained second-rate, on par with Kuanping and Xinyuanzi. Such a mediocre figure would not have merited even carrying his shoes in former times, yet now dared to taunt him to his face. Utterly outrageous. The urge to unleash fury and deliver Mingyi a harsh lesson burned within him. However, observing the mocking expressions directed at him, he could only swallow his rage whole. If he struck now, it would bring temporary satisfaction, but he would instantly become the target of all arrows. This was far from advisable. Jane harbored equal fury within, though directed not at Mingyi, but at Hongyun. Still accustomed to enduring silently, he exhaled deeply before responding, "So that is how it stands. This humble Taoist misunderstood fellow Taoist Hongyun. Please forgive me. During our earlier encounter, my junior brother suffered defeat. Watching ignited a craving within me to engage myself. Might I request instruction from fellow Taoist Hongyun?" They struck the younger, and now sent in the elder. They had defeated one junior brother only to summon his senior. Such despicable conduct revealed their true nature. Hongyun raised his brow, a scornful smile crossing his face, yet he declined nothing, saying, "A visitor deserves hospitality. If fellow Taoist Jane wishes to spar, I would welcome it. However, regarding stakes, I ask that you consider this carefully. Without suitable stakes, I must decline. Ahem, well, fellow Taoist Juanti, please relinquish my 6 roots purity bamboo. It belongs to me now." Juanti raged inwardly, his back teeth grinding audibly, yet powerless to resist. Reluctantly, he cast the 6 roots purity bamboo toward Hongyun. Hongyun examined it briefly, nodded approvingly, and smiled. "Splendid, a true treasure. With further refinement, it may become a bamboo flute. Playing it in moments of leisure would undoubtedly promote clarity of mind and freedom from desire." His gaze flickered slightly as he suddenly addressed Jane. "Fellow Taoist Jane, I understand you possess an 8-treasure merit pool in the western region. How would this arrangement serve us? I shall wager the heaven and earth gourd and the 6 roots purity bamboo while you stake the 8-treasure merit pool. Shall we place a bet?" The 8 treasures merit pool, one of Jane's 4 great treasures, is said to be the place of his birth. Although it is only a pool of clear water, it has the power to purify filth, clear the mind and spirit, and reshape the body. It is one of the most important treasures of the future Western sect. Is he really going to use it as a wager? Jane fell into silence. The 8 treasures merit pool was too important. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be dire. However, seeing Hongyun's unyielding demeanor, it was clear that he would refuse to spar unless the 8 treasures merit pool was put up as a wager. After all, they were currently at Hongyun's Taoist temple, surrounded by countless mighty figures watching. He couldn't simply resort to force without regard for appearances. If he did that, he would likely face social death, and even if he later attained the status of a sage, he would be reviled for 10,000 years. As he hesitated, Juanti standing beside him grew anxious. The Qinkuan gourd and the 6 roots of cleansing bamboo together were definitely worth more than the 8 treasures merit pool. This deal was not a loss. More importantly, he had full confidence in his senior brother Jane. Not to mention Hongyun, even against Laozi, the most enigmatic leader of the 3 pure ones, he believed his brother would not necessarily lose. "Brother, agree to it. Give him a profound lesson so that others won't underestimate us too from the West. Fellow Taoists, bear witness." It was Hongyun who insisted on staking the Qinkuan gourd and the 6 roots of cleansing bamboo. It was not we brothers who forced him. "Hongyun, perhaps you are a bit stronger than me, but compared to my brother you are nothing but an insignificant ant. Crushing you would take no effort at all. Just wait for your doom." Hongyun shrugged nonchalantly and smiled. "If that's the case, why all the noise? Hurry up and persuade your brother to agree. It seems I'm not the one refusing to fight him, ice." "Huh." Juanti immediately fell silent. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. How could he have forgotten that point? However, there was no need for his persuasion. Jane had already made up his mind. He stepped forward slowly, his expression solemn, and said, "Since Taoist Hongyun is so eager, I shall reluctantly comply. Let it be as you say." As he spoke, a flash of cyan light surrounded him, and a small banner appeared. On the banner was a vivid green lotus, lifelike, as if it were striving to grow. The primordial green lotus treasure banner, one of the primordial 5 elements banners. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Even Laozi, the leader of the 3 pure ones who had been sitting calmly, couldn't help but open his mouth wide, revealing a startled expression. "Isn't that too much? It's only against Hongyun the Ancestor, and he already uses this treasure to defend himself. But soon such doubts vanished. Because everyone suddenly remembered that Hongyun was the one who had once nearly smashed Zhuanti's head with a slap. His combat power was clearly far beyond Zhuanti's. Although Zhuanti had been beaten so badly among all those present who dared to claim they could defeat Zhuanti. Apart from the enigmatic three pure ones, even the demon emperor Dijuan Donghuang Tai and the ordained sage Niuhua in a one-on-one fight probably wouldn't dare to guarantee victory. In other words, Hongyun, the primordial world's first good-natured man and self-proclaimed conscience of the wild, had already ascended to the ranks of super first-class experts on par with the three pure ones and Jane. Isn't this a bit bullying? Tong Tian couldn't help but mutter. The primordial five elements banner has unparalleled defensive power. With such a banner in hand, he's already invincible. How can they spar? Yuan sure had never liked Hongyun, and although he had no fondness for Jane, either he spoke up for Jane at this moment. I don't see anything wrong with it. Before the spar, they didn't forbid defense. Daoist Jane using one of the primordial five elements banners is not a violation. Laozi of the three pure ones frowned and waved his hand. Stop arguing. Hongyun hasn't said anything yet. Why are you two quarreling? Sure enough, the two looked at Hongyun, who only furrowed his brow slightly before a smile returned to his lips, revealing an expression of full confidence. Hongyun was certainly confident. What place was this? The Blazing Cloud Palace. His lair. Within the coverage of the primordial five elements grand formation. Not long ago, why had Zhuanti suddenly become unable to move? It was because Hongyun had quietly activated the primordial five elements grand formation, creating a primordial five-element cage. As for Jane using the Green Lotus treasure banner, it was indeed a bit troublesome. Unless he used the God-slaying spear, it would be difficult to break through its defense. But the God-slaying spear was closely associated with Luo Hu. If not for Mingyi's explanation earlier, he would have been unable to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. How could he dare to use it again? Since I can't use the complete God-slaying spear, I'll use the damaged version and directly detonate it. No matter how powerful the Green Lotus treasure banner is, it's only one. I don't believe a self-detonation of the God-slaying spear fragment won't blast open a breach. As long as I blast open a breach, I'll activate the primordial five elements grand formation and trap him to death. Let's see if Jane still dares to be cocky. Having made up his mind, he naturally wouldn't hold back. With a sudden wave of his hand, the damaged God-slaying spear turned into a streak of light and charged straight forward. Seeing this, Zhuanti sneered contemptuously. If your God-slaying spear were perfect, it might be able to break the defense of the Green Lotus treasure banner. But trying to break the situation with a damaged God-slaying spear, don't even think about it. Hongyun, admit defeat, and you'll still keep your life. Otherwise today, next year will be your death anniversary. With a solid defense, one stands invincible. My brother is truly a genius. I never thought of that. A mistake. Otherwise I wouldn't have lost to Hongyun. But before he could finish his shameless words, a thunderous boom was heard. It exploded. The damaged God-slaying spear actually exploded. Remember, this was a primordial supreme treasure. Even though damaged, the power of its self-detonation reached a terrifying level. Even though Jane was protected by the Green Lotus treasure banner, he was still blasted into a dizzy, disoriented state. As for the Green Lotus treasure banner, it now had a breach no longer as vivid as before. To restore it, it would take at least 1,000 years of nurturing. That wasn't all. While everyone was still stunned and hadn't reacted, Hongyun waved his hand again. The primordial five elements grand formation activated. In the blink of an eye, it firmly trapped Jane, who was still dizzy. Trying to break free. Impossible. The primordial five elements grand formation used the five primordial spiritual roots as its array, eyes mutually generating and overcoming each other in an endless cycle. Whether it was a battle of attrition or burst power, it was futile. Jane panicked. With a flash of golden light in his hand, he produced the 12-petal merit golden lotus, protecting his entire body. The 12-petal merit golden lotus was a primordial supreme treasure roughly on par with the primordial five elements banner. Note, this refers to the entire primordial five elements banner, not just one of them. Its defensive capability was naturally unparalleled. The only drawback was that activating the 12-petal merit golden lotus consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. In contrast, the primordial five elements grand formation was self-sustaining and hardly consumed any energy. Moreover, the five primordial spiritual roots could absorb chaotic energy and convert it into primordial spiritual energy. Even if there was some consumption, it was negligible. Jane, since you won't admit defeat, let's have a contest of attrition. Let's see who outlasts whom. Zhuanti, you don't need to look so grim. Daoist Jane is a destined sage. I Hongyun am not so ungrateful as to kill him. After all, Dao Ancestor Hongjun has it hard enough. He can't keep cleaning up after you two from the west. Quoti stumbled and nearly spat out his immortal saliva, his face turning an unsightly shade of disgust. He desperately wanted to charge forward without hesitation and fight to the death with the detestable Hongyun, even if it meant mutual destruction, to rescue his senior brother Jane. But when he thought of Hongyun's combat prowess and the 9-cycle star sand and solar core that Hongyun had yet to unleash, he could not help but swallow hard and suppress his desire to fight to the death. There was no way around it. Circumstances were simply beyond his control. With senior brother Jane already captured by Hongyun, he stood alone and helpless, forced to compromise for the sake of survival. Hongyun, you despicable villain, release my senior brother at once. You know he is a heavenly decreed saint and a disciple of Tao Ancestor Hongjun. How dare you humiliate him so? Are you not afraid of revenge in the days to come? Release him now and hand over the 6-root pure bamboo and the Chinquan gourd, and I shall pretend nothing has happened. I will absolutely not seek trouble from you in the future. How about that? What nonsense. Release a prisoner and hand over the 6-root pure bamboo and Chinquan gourd just to guarantee I won't cause trouble later. What kind of reasoning is that? Do you think I am afraid of you? You possess the primordial purple Qi to achieve the title of Heavenly Tao Saint, but I am not empty-handed either. With the chaos Qi in my possession, I can aspire to become a great Tao Saint, far surpassing a mere Heavenly Tao Saint like you. His expression darkened and grew increasingly grave. Hongyun narrowed his eyes, fixed his gaze intently on Quodi, and spoke slowly and deliberately. Quodi, what do you mean by this? Are you bullying the weak through your position of power? This tactic may work on others, but it will not work on me, Hongyun. What does it matter if you are a Heavenly Tao Saint? I have always believed that justice and fairness are supreme. Even a Heavenly Tao Saint or Tao Ancestor Hongjun means nothing before justice and fairness. His voice rang out with power and conviction. A surge of righteous energy shot straight into the heavens. Peals of thunder rolled across the sky while auspicious clouds gathered, and miraculous phenomena appeared in succession. Everyone was stunned, including Quodi, who stood frozen in disbelief, hardly able to trust his own ears. Was Hongyun serious? This was the primordial continent where the strong dominated and the weak were consumed. Justice and fairness were merely empty words, yet he actually took them seriously. It is over. Hongyun has completely lost his mind. Di Jun struck his forehead with a bitter smile and whispered to Tai, justice and fairness amount to nothing before Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Strength is what truly matters. It is everything. Forget it. From now on, you and I should keep our distance from Hongyun. Getting too close to someone like him invites disaster. You would not even know how you died. Tai opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he merely sighed and said nothing. Deep down he may have agreed with Hongyun that justice and fairness matter more than a Heavenly Tao Saint or Tao Ancestor Hongjun. But confronted with the harsh reality of the primordial continent, he could only remain silent. In truth, even Gonggong, infamous throughout the primordial continent for his loose tongue, could only grin faintly, offering neither applause nor enthusiastic praise. No one was foolish. Everyone understood that endorsing Hongyun now would mean offending all the heavenly decreed saints and Tao Ancestor Hongjun himself. Hongyun's cultivation ran deep and his combat prowess was formidable, so he could face these consequences without fear. Could they? Yet silence did not mean a lack of admiration. At least two people wore expressions of quiet approval. One was Tong Tian, the other Fushi. Tong Tian stood in stark contrast to Laozi's rigidity and Yuanshir's arrogance, having always advocated teaching without discrimination, that all beings endowed with spiritual awareness possessed the right to pursue the immortal Tao regardless of race. As for Fushi, though a great saint among the demon clan, he was naturally gentle and inclined toward array formations and music rather than conflict, holding no interest in dominating the primordial continent or vying for power and profit. On this point, he fell even short of his sister Nuwa, which was precisely why his cultivation had gradually lagged behind hers. Meanwhile, Quodi grew excited. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, he instantly perked up, nearly bounding with delight. So Hongyun looked down upon the heavenly decreed saints and claimed that justice and fairness outweighed even Tao Ancestor Hongjun. What was he attempting? Was he defying the very heavens? Senior brother Laozi, you heard that, did you not? Hongyun seeks to rebel against heaven itself, to make an enemy of us heavenly decreed saints. Senior brother Laozi, you cannot simply stand aside. Junior sister Nuwa, you heard that as well. Hongyun's impiety knows no bounds. He dares insult our teacher Hongjun. If such affronts are tolerable, then nothing is intolerable. We must discipline him, teach him a stern lesson. Fellow Taoists of the primordial continent, this Hongyun scorns both the heavenly decreed saints and our teacher Hongjun. Anyone who shows favor toward him is an enemy of ours and of Tao Ancestor Hongjun. It is over. This time Hongyun was done for. With righteousness on their side, eliminating him would be effortless. Quodi was already fantasizing about which treasures he might claim after Hongyun's demise. The Fire Cloud Palace could not be surrendered. It was comparable to Tao Ancestor Hongjun's Purple Dawn Palace. To let it slip away would be an immeasurable loss. The Chinquan gourd should also belong to him. It had been his wager from the start, and regardless of whether he ultimately won or lost, it was rightfully his. The 6-root pure bamboo was his by right as well. He could not allow anyone else to claim it. And then there were the 9-cycle star sand and solar core. Though Hongyun had not deployed them this time, they were undoubtedly precious treasures, and must not fall into others' hands. Pondering it over, all of Hongyun's treasures seemed destined for him. This was the path to immense wealth. Slaying a single Hongyun would yield more than centuries of siphoning from the eastern regions. However, at that moment, Laozi of the Three Pure Ones spoke in a calm, measured tone. Taoist quotient, what shall I say to you? One must accept the consequences of one's choices. Why behave thus? You and I are heavenly decreed saints carrying out the will of heaven. Heaven is the Tao, and the Tao is the law. The heavenly Tao is perfectly just and remains unshaken by external forces. Taoist Hongyun's words carry some merit. Moreover, this contest has always been between you two from the West and Taoist Hongyun. It has nothing to do with us. Please handle it yourselves. Huh? What did that mean? They were simply washing their hands of the matter. Quoti was utterly bewildered, his entire body trembling as though plunged into an ice cave, shaking uncontrollably. He understood that his scheme had failed, utterly reducing him to a laughingstock across the primordial continent. Quoti's failure meant Hongyun's success. Haha, Quoti, stop struggling. It is futile. Justice resides in the hearts of all. You now have only two choices. Hongyun burst into loud laughter, his expression brimming with mockery and contempt. Either watch Jane remain trapped for 300 or 500 years, or even 3,000 or 5,000. I have plenty of time to wait. Or surrender hand over the 8 treasure merit pool, and I shall release the formation arrays. Neither party shall owe the other, and all will be satisfied. No more debts, joy for all. Rubbish. It's only you, Hongyun, who is joyful. Who else can be joyful? Zhuanti's chest was about to explode with rage, his lips trembling so much that he could not speak a word. But when one is under someone else's roof, one has to bow one's head. What else could he do? He could not really stand by and watch his senior brother Jin be trapped for 3,000 to 5,000 years. Although time in the primordial wilderness was immeasurable, who knew whether within those 3,000 to 5,000 years other heaven-ordained sages might take the crucial step and become true sages? For it was well known that whoever became a sage first would gain a massive advantage in resources, benefiting both their disciples and themselves. The 8 treasures merit pool was indeed important, but compared to attaining sagehood, it was a minor matter. At worst, he could demand it back from Hongyun in the future. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years. With this thought, he finally made up his mind. Waving his sleeves repeatedly, a pool filled with clear water appeared before Hongyun. The 8 treasures merit pool is yours. He forced out these words between clenched teeth, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Release him. If you break your word, Zhuanti will self-destruct on the spot and kill you. He did not need to self-destruct. As the #1 good-hearted man in the primordial wilderness and its conscience, how could Hongyun break his word? Jane put away the 12-petal golden lotus, looked at Hongyun, and a flicker of hatred vanished in an instant, replaced by amiable equanimity. Raising his hand in salute, he said calmly, "Taoist friend Hongyun, I concede defeat." With these words, he swept his gaze across the fire cloud palace, his eyes profound, as if trying to see through everything. "Taoist friend, you are truly blessed. This fire cloud palace contains at least 5 primordial spirit treasures, otherwise it would be impossible to form the primordial 5 elements grand array and trap me without any means to fight back. 5 primordial spirit treasures." At these words, everyone was greatly shocked, their faces showing envy and jealousy. For it was known that ever since Hongjuan's 3rd sermon, the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain sagehood had spread throughout the primordial wilderness. To sever the 3 corpses, one must possess a primordial spirit treasure. But such treasures were extremely precious, and the primordial continent was limited. Who would not want to contend for them? Jane's public revelation was undoubtedly intentional, meant to stir the greed of the great powers of the primordial wilderness, so that even if they could not kill Hongyun, they would at least cause him trouble. To put it bluntly, he was saying, if I can't kill you, I'll damn well disgust you. Hongyun, however, was completely unconcerned. He laughed heartily and said, "Taoist friend Jane has keen eyesight. With 5 primordial spirit treasures forming the primordial 5 elements grand array, and with the support of my fire cloud palace, I am confident I can fight even a saint. Come on, anyone who doesn't want to live can just come and try. Even a sage like Laozi doesn't scare me, let alone you trash." Those who had indeed harbored greed immediately pursed their lips upon hearing this, extinguishing that greed. Only the living can have everything. There was no need to seek death for a primordial spirit treasure. Haha, what's wrong with you all? Why have you fallen into silence? Hongyun knew full well what everyone was thinking, but he pretended to know nothing. Smiling lightly, he continued, "Since you all came to celebrate my new home, it means you have me, Hongyun, in your eyes. How could I be stingy? I must return a generous gift." Finally, it was time for the treasure-giving ceremony. Damn, I had been thinking for a long time, and almost couldn't find a reason to give it away. If I couldn't give it away, that would be a problem. Hearing this, everyone showed a puzzled expression. They knew that Hongyun was always generous, but could he be this generous? Could it be that by coming here they would not only not lose out, but also make a profit? Ahem, Taoist friends Dijuan and Tai, you have presented 3 sungrass plants. I have nothing to repay you with, so I will give you this gourd of 9 revolutions golden elixir that my friend Laozi gave me as a return gift. 3 sungrass plants in exchange for a gourd of 9 revolutions golden elixir pills. This deal was definitely not a loss. Dijun and Tai were immediately overjoyed, their smiles reaching their ears. They quickly stood up to thank him, chatting with Hongyun at length, almost to the point of swearing brotherhood. What? Don't get too close to Hongyun, or you'll be struck by lightning. Nonsense. Even if struck by lightning with the 9 revolutions golden elixir, one could easily be revived. As for Hongyun, he was equally delighted. He had to be. The moment he gave away the 9 revolutions golden elixir, the voice of the super feedback system rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully giving away the 9 revolutions golden elixir. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super feedback grand prize, the 9 revolutions immortal cauldron. Ding, friendly reminder, the 9 revolutions immortal cauldron is a divine alchemy tool. No special control, no spiritual energy infusion, no external flame required. Just add the required spirit herbs from the pill formula, and it will automatically produce pills. Holy crap, automatic pill production. No need for fanning boys or firelighting boys. It was a fully automated integrated design. From now on, if he wanted 9 revolutions golden elixir, as long as he had enough materials, he could just refine it, with a 100 success rate, directly taking over Laozi's job. It seemed that besides being the #1 good-hearted man and the conscience of the primordial wilderness, Hongyun would also have to add a label to himself, the #1 alchemy master of the primordial wilderness. Haha, please don't be angry, Taoist friend Laozi. It's not that I dislike the 9 revolutions golden elixir, but I simply had nothing good to give to Taoist friends Dijun and Tai. So I'll give the sun grass they presented to you, Taoist friend Laozi. These 3 plants are alive, and if you plant them they can multiply into a large patch. Then you'll never have to worry about refining pills again. Sun grass, containing the essence of the sun, was an extremely rare spirit herb. 4 refining yang attribute pills adding 1 plant would not only improve quality, but also increase the success rate. This might not mean much to others, but to Laozi, who excelled in alchemy, it was like a tiger gaining wings. A smile finally appeared on his face. Laozi stood up and said contentedly, "Thank you, Taoist friend Hongyun. I'll accept it with gratitude." Hongyun also grinned. He had to smile, because the grand prize from the super feedback system made him unable to hold back. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully giving away 3 sungrass plants. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super feedback grand prize, 3 sunflowers. Ding, friendly reminder, sunflowers are objects of ultimate yang and extreme yang, containing a large amount of sun gold essence. If they grow for a long time, it is said they can bear sun fruits, which can serve as the sun in a small world. I'll be damned. Sun fruits could serve as the sun in a small world. Whether it was the universe gourd world or his fire cloud palace world, he no longer needed to employ techniques to borrow sunlight from the great sun. He could directly use sun fruits. Excellent. Very excellent. Without using the primordial sun, these small worlds would have fewer karmic entanglements with the primordial continent. Not having karmic entanglements with the primordial continent meant that they were truly independent existences, unaffected by the primordial continent. In other words, he, Hongyun, would become the true master of the universe gourd world and the fire cloud palace world. With the 9 revolutions immortal cauldron and 3 sunflower plants in hand, Red Cloud's face had bloomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile, and he grew increasingly generous in gifting treasures. Yet he was not blindly giving. For instance, offering the 9 revolutions golden elixir to Dijun and Tai was a gesture of forging friendship. As for Laozi, presenting the sun grass was merely adding splendor to an already brilliant display. As for the renowned Yuanshi Tianzuan, he had no intention of gifting any remarkable treasures. Head Taoist, you ensure your presence fills me with gratitude. I have nothing else of value. These few ginseng fruits gifted by Xinyuanzi, I offer for you to savor their freshness. You little rascal. Coming here with a mere packet of enlightenment tea leaves, yet expecting something precious. Dream on. Yuanshi's face darkened, and though he wished to rage, he could do nothing. Courtesy demands reciprocity. If your gift is poor, the return gift will naturally be mediocre. One cannot expect to give a tea packet and receive a spiritual treasure in return. Of course, Red Cloud's mind had not heard the system's chime. The ginseng fruits had already been gifted. According to the system's rules, any further giving would not yield a grand reward. But this was only temporary. Glancing at the somewhat anxious Tongtian, Red Cloud grinned broadly and clasped his hands, saying, "The small green lotus leaf you gifted Taoist Tongtian greatly aids my cultivation. I am deeply grateful. No other treasure can express my gratitude. Here is a 12-pin golden lotus seed. It serves little purpose in my hands, so I gift it to you." A 12-pin golden lotus seed once cultivated would blossom into a 9-pin golden lotus. Though a tier below the 12-pin golden lotus, it was still an apex among innate spiritual treasures. Tongtian trembled with excitement, rubbing his hands before saying, "Since you bestow it with sincerity, I shall accept it without hesitation. Your character, lofty as clouds, earns my profound admiration. Should you have leisure in the future, you are welcome at Kunlun Mountain. I shall sweep the path to greet you. Red Cloud laughed heartily, finding Tongtian more and more worthy of friendship. Of course, his joy stemmed largely from the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gifted a 12-pin golden lotus seed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a super reward, a 12-pin golden lotus bud. Ding! Friendly reminder, the 12-pin golden lotus is a supreme innate treasure. Only one can exist in the primordial continent. Hence the system's reward can only be a 12-pin golden lotus bud. If the original 12-pin golden lotus vanishes or descends to a 9-pin golden lotus, this bud will immediately bloom into a true 12-pin golden lotus. Had it been other lotuses, such as the 12-pin green lotus or the 12-pin black lotus, the system's reward of a bud would have dissatisfied him. But for the 12-pin golden lotus, he was utterly content. Why? Nonsense. His eldest disciple, the Mosquito Taoist, during the investiture era would devour 3 pins of the 12-pin golden lotus, consigning it to history forever. At that time, his own 12-pin golden lotus could emerge, perhaps even seizing some of the Western sect's fortune. Fellow Taoists of the Wu tribe, haha, please wait a moment. I wish to speak with Taoist Huda first. Your nature is pure and kind, a true model for us all. This grain of 9 heavens soil is my gift to you. As one of the earth attribute, you can wield this soil without refinement. After much thought, it suits you best. Huta's fair face flushed crimson, already overwhelmed with joy, especially when she discovered that the soil, as Red Cloud said, required no refinement and could be controlled by her earth attribute alone. Her excitement knew no bounds. Thank you, Taoist Red Cloud. The sun golden essence you gave last time greatly benefited my tribe, and now this gift. I truly. Her eyes reddened. Red Cloud waved his hand, smiling. It's a small matter, nothing at all. Hongyun Ancestral, which please comfort your sister. I am no good at soothing women. Haha, all ancestral witches I have gifted Hutu. Now for the entire Wu tribe. Knowing your body tempering is arduous, this 8 treasures merit pool is said to greatly refine the physique. Would you accept it? This was madness. Truly maddening. Dijiang Gonggong and the other ancestral witches nearly dropped their eyes in disbelief. The 8 treasures merit pool. It would belong to the Wu tribe from now on. Taoist Red Cloud, no brother Red Cloud, from today you are our Wu tribe's elder brother. Whoever dares to trouble, you will trouble the Wu tribe. Whoever gives you grief, the Wu tribe will annihilate them. Juanti, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Stop trembling. Show more respect to my brother Red Cloud, and stop your petty provocations, or I'll punch you. Juanti was on the verge of tears. His entire body quivered like a sieve, and he coughed out an old mouthful of blood, his murderous glare at Red Cloud tangible. Red Cloud remained unperturbed, his face wreathed in smiles, as if the more he gave the happier he grew. And indeed it was so. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gifted the 9 heavens soil. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a super reward, the 9 heavens soil mountain. Ding! Friendly reminder, the 9 heavens soil mountain existed at the dawn of the primordial era, but was completely destroyed by calamity energy during the beast tribulation. Planting spiritual herbs on the soil mountain can transform acquired into innate. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gifted the 8 treasures merit pool. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a super reward, the myriad creation pool. Ding! Friendly reminder, the myriad creation pool is a chaos treasure that can transform flesh and blood beings' acquired bodies into innate bodies. His breathing grew rapid. The 9 heavens soil mountain and the myriad creation pool, one for plants, one for animals. This was a complete sweep. All could transform from acquired to innate. But this was not the end. Taoist Nuwa, this Pangamero stone contains infinite vitality and is of great use for your creation divine art. I gift it to you. Haha, Taoist Fushi, this 6 roots pure bamboo can be refined into a 6 roots pure flute. In the realm of music, who in the world can match you? I gift it to you so it may be put to its best use. Taoist Mingi, dwelling in the blood, see, it's hard to calm your mind. A grave problem. If you refine this 9 heavens ice silk into a robe, it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Meanwhile, his mind echoed with unending dings. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gifted the Pangamero stone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a super reward, Pangamero. Ding! Friendly reminder, Pangamero contains Panga's blood and will an excellent choice for body tempering. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gifted the 6 roots pure bamboo. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the innate spiritual root bitter bamboo. Ding! Friendly reminder, the innate spiritual root bitter bamboo aids in clearing the mind and enlightening the Tao, making cultivation twice as efficient. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gifted the 9 heavens ice silk. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the 9 heavens ice silkworm. Ding! Friendly reminder, the 9 heavens ice silkworm is one of the innate ferocious beasts equal to the 6-winged golden cicada. It devours all things and its silk is exceedingly precious. We're rich. This time we're truly rich. All are precious treasures. Pengu's blood marrow, the primordial spirit root kuzu, and the 9 heavens eye silkworm. Only one of each exists in the entire Honghuang, and anyone who dares to oppose will be slapped down. Hongyun's face was beaming with smiles, his body and mind brimming with joy. The others were much the same. Everyone who came to offer congratulations received generous return gifts. Especially the Wu clan. All 12 of them were grinning from ear to ear, smiling at everyone they saw. Even when they encountered their sworn enemies Dijun and Tai, they couldn't stop laughing. Even Gong Gong, the notorious big mouth of the primordial world, sauntered over to Dijun and Tai's table and boldly offered them 2 cups of wine. Dijun and Tai, not wanting to be discourteous, returned the gesture with smiles and drank 2 cups in reply. This move made everyone stare in disbelief, almost unable to trust their own eyes. It seemed they couldn't even smile so brightly in front of Hongjun. Does this mean that Hongyun's prestige among the Wu and Yao clans has surpassed that of Dao ancestor Hongjun? Unbelievable. Who said that being a good guy in the primordial world would inevitably lead to death? Hongyun not only enjoys it, but seems to be getting better at it. Of course, not everyone was overjoyed. For instance, Juanti and Jane had been scowling the entire time. This time they truly suffered a devastating loss. Losing face was secondary. The main issue was that their magic treasures had been swindled away. Senior brother, what are we going to do? The 6 roots pure bamboo is not a big deal. We can find some primordial spirit liquid later to irrigate the roots of the primordial spirit root kuzu, and a new one will grow. Although its quality will be inferior, it can still be refined again. But the 8 treasures merit pool is a different matter. Should we go directly to the Wu clan and take it back, whether by force or stealth? Jane shook his head and lowered his voice. Junior brother, don't be impatient. The 8 treasures merit pool is only temporarily with the Wu clan, but one day it will return to us. The Wu and Yao clans are as incompatible as fire and water. Don't be fooled by their current harmony. It's only out of respect for Hongyun. Soon a great war will break out, and they will all be finished. Therefore we must not be hasty. Cultivation is the most important thing. Once you and I attain sagehood, everything will be resolved with a single word. Juanti nodded repeatedly in agreement. Just then he suddenly noticed that besides himself and his senior brother, there was another person who was also gloomy, even with a face so dark it seemed ready to drip water. It was none other than Kuan Peng. The relationship between this motley bird and Hongyun was, as everyone knew, quite strained. Rumor had it that they had recently engaged in a fierce battle, and Kuan Peng seemed to have come out worse for wear. Moreover, Kuan Peng had come this time without bringing any congratulatory gifts, clearly intending to cause trouble. However, because Juanti and Jane had taken the lead, he had been sitting quietly until now. Furthermore, almost everyone had received return gifts, but Kuan Peng hadn't gotten a single feather. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This was a mighty figure who could be won over. His mind racing, Juanti suddenly had an idea. He stood up, strolled over to Kuan Peng's table, and said with a smile, Taoist Kuan Peng, you don't look well. What's wrong? Something unpleasant. Kuan Peng, or rather Hongyun's evil corpse Kuan Peng, snorted coldly and said angrily, Taoist Juanti, are you happy? To be able to remain cheerful after such humiliation, your face must be incredibly thick. Damn, hitting a man doesn't require slapping his face. Exposing a man's weakness is taboo. What the hell do you mean by that? Juanti flew into a rage, nearly exploding on the spot. However, recalling his purpose for coming, his expression shifted from dark to bright, and he sneered. I may have been humiliated terribly, but at least I dare to fight, unlike some people who are too scared to even fart. Moreover, no matter what, my senior brother and I are heaven-ordained sages. Don't be fooled by Hongyun's current arrogance. Once we attain sagehood, he will have to grovel like a tiger and coil like a dragon. But what about you, Taoist Kuan Peng? It's not that I Juanti look down on you, but if you are suppressed by him now, you will be suppressed for life. Don't you want to turn the tables? The evil corpse Kuan Peng's face instantly flushed red, his body trembling slightly, and his molars grinding audibly. Don't be surprised it wasn't anger, but an effort to hold back laughter. After a long while he finally steadied his emotions, his face dark to the extreme, and ground out between clenched teeth. What should I do, Taoist Juanti? Surely you didn't come here just to mock me. Overjoyed. This was exactly what Juanti had been waiting for after all his talk. Of course I'm not here to mock you, Taoist. You are a great power of the primordial world, the Yao clan's imperial teacher, and the ruler of the Northern Sea. Who in the world would dare to slight you? However, Hongyun is currently stronger. But if you and I join forces, it will be a powerful alliance, and our strength will leap to the top tier. Hongyun will have to behave himself. What do you think, Taoist? A powerful alliance is the key to breaking the deadlock. Otherwise, we will always be suppressed by Hongyun, especially you. Gulp. He swallowed hard. A strange expression flickered across the evil corpse Kuan Peng's face, then was replaced by resolve. All right, it's settled then. You and I will join forces to deal with Hongyun. This is not the place to talk. After the banquet, we can gather at the Imperial Teacher's Palace and discuss thoroughly. What? Taoist Jane is returning to the West to cultivate. Fine, between the two of us, dealing with a mere Hongyun is more than enough. Naturally, Hongyun was fully aware of everything the evil corpse Kuan Peng had experienced, and he almost burst out laughing. But he said nothing. Instead, he looked forward to Junti stirring up more trouble. Killing heaven-ordained sages was addictive, and he wanted to do it again. So just as the evil corpse Kuan Peng, Junti, and Jane were about to leave, he slapped his forehead, feigning sudden realization, and laughed. "Oh, my memory is so bad." He quickly stood up, blocked the three, and with a grin took out an object, continuing, "Taoist Junti and Jane, please wait. Ahem, you two sent so many generous gifts, and I haven't given you return gifts yet. Well, this is some enlightenment tea leaves that Taoist Yuanshi gave me, a full caddy. I'll give it to the two of you. Don't refuse it. This enlightenment tea was personally picked and refined by Taoist Yuanshi. It's not comparable to ordinary tea. Take it. Don't stare. Face is worthless. For you, Junti, getting actual benefits is what matters most." Junti wanted to curse and storm off, but in the end he accepted it. Face is worthless. Getting actual benefits is what matters most. These words were harsh, but true. At the same time, the sound of the system rang in Hongyun's mind again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gifting one caddy of enlightenment tea. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a super return gift, an enlightenment tea tree sapling. Ding. Friendly reminder, the enlightenment tea tree is one of the primordial spirit roots. Although it is not among the 5 great primordial spirit roots, as a primordial spirit root, its leaves contain Tao rhythm, making it an excellent aid for cultivation. In the primordial continent, innate spiritual roots were plentiful, such as the Tao enlightening tea tree, bitter bamboo, immortal apricot, green willow, and 5-pine pine. Yet among them, innate great spiritual roots numbered only 5: the peach of immortality, the fusong tree, the bodhi tree, the rin shengua, and the huangjong li. Even so, the rarity of innate spiritual roots remained unmatched. In terms of cultivation assistance, they were akin to miraculous elixirs, indeed elixirs that would never run dry. Thus, with the Tao enlightening tea tree securely in his possession, Hongyun's face was nearly split into a grin from ear to ear. He even found Zundi rather pleasing to look at. As a result, he not only forgave past grievances, but saw them off with great earnestness, sincerely expressing his hope that they would visit again. Zuni, however, was seething with rage. His fists were clenched so tightly that blood welled between his knuckles. The moment he left Huiyun Palace, he summoned the clouds and mist and vanished at top speed. He would likely never return, unless he killed Hongyun and divided his treasures. Seeing one faction depart, the remaining dignitaries had no desire to linger. They had drunk their fill, tasted the Ren Shengguo, received their return gifts. It was time to take their leave. Hongyun saw each guest off with heartfelt words as though speaking to a dearest confidant. Such demeanor moved them all deeply. Even Mingi was thoroughly touched, though whether it was genuine feeling or mere performance was something none would speak of outside. Of course, some remained aloof and frosty from beginning to end, such as Yuanshi Tianzuan. And on this occasion, he had suffered the greatest loss of all. He had come bearing only a token gift of tea, yet his return gift consisted of merely a few Rin Shengguo. Compared to the heaven-born, earthly treasures others received, his loss was staggering. Yet he could not voice any complaint. After all, the tea he brought was of equivalent, or perhaps even lesser, value than the Rin Shengguo. As the other guests departed in droves, leaving behind only minor figures such as the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, and Ronding Xinyuanzi rose and smiled. Now that matters here are concluded, I must return to Wuzhuang Temple. He clasped his fists in farewell and was about to leave, but Hongyun grabbed him arm and laughed. Fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi, do not rush off. Given our bond, let us speak within. Without giving him a chance to refuse, he pulled Xinyuanzi inside. I have returned gifts to everyone in turn, but not to you, fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi. Please do not be offended. It is not that I consider us estranged, but that I possess a grand gift too great to be known among the crowd. A gift meant only for you. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi could not help but show surprise. To be honest, seeing others reap such rich rewards did stir a sense of imbalance within him. Setting aside all else, the 9-turn golden pill, the 8 treasures merit pool, and even the 6 roots pure bamboo were all treasures he had long envied. Yet Hongyun had given all those fine items to others and left Xinyuanzi with nothing. Could anyone truly remain content under such circumstances? TSK, who says those were fine things? Do you really believe that with the 6 roots pure bamboo and the 8 treasures merit pool lost, Zuni would remain unmoved and not seek to reclaim them? Regardless, Zuni is a predetermined saint. It is best to keep entanglements with him to a minimum, lest one be plagued by endless troubles. As for me, alas, our karmic bond runs far too deep. Since the day I yielded my seat in Zhaoshao Palace, our threads have been inseparable and tangled beyond unraveling. In truth, one could say that the 2 saintly positions held by Zuni and Jidian were gifted by me. They can never fully repay this karma, which means their only recourse is to kill me. Xinyuanzi listened and nodded repeatedly. He now understood, though his friend appeared utterly benevolent on the surface, there lay beneath it a mind sharp with calculation. Scattering treasures far and wide, severely slapping the Western duo's faces. This was likely his method of building alliances while undermining the prestige of the Western duo, ensuring that even after attaining sainthood, they could never speak with authority and attract followers by the multitude. Seeing Xinyuanzi's expression, Hongyun knew his explanation had taken root. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Enough of these matters. I shall handle them myself. No need to dwell further. Now let me present my deepest treasure to you. With a sweep of his hand, he produced a formation scroll shimmering with 5-colored light. This is the small innate 5 elements array carved by me based on the great innate 5 elements array of Hongyun Palace. It possesses 1/3 of its power. Do not underestimate this 1/3 might. When I fought Jidian, it was merely 1/3 of the great innate 5 elements array that I used to trap him. With this array guarding Wuzhuang Temple combined with the Earth Book and the Rin Xingguo Tree, your defenses will be flawless. Even a saint contemplating an invasion will think twice before acting. Xinyuanzi was so moved, he nearly wept. He never imagined Hongyun's return gift to him could be so profoundly generous. With this carved small innate 5 elements array, he would essentially grasp the complete principles of the great innate 5 elements array at Hongyun Palace. Should he so desire, he could even use the small array to decipher the great array. What an extraordinary level of trust it took to entrust this to him. Fellow Taoist, you honor Xinyuanzi far too greatly. Enough of this. I shall accept it. Rest assured, if ever you Hongyun face trouble, even at the cost of my body perishing and my Tao dissolving, I Xinyuanzi will come to your aid. In other words, he had thrown his full support behind Hongyun. Even if Jidian and Zuni both achieved sainthood and moved to assault Hongyun Palace and kill Hongyun, he would not hesitate to come to his aid. No, well, he said he would come to fight alongside him, not merely to lend his presence. To lend one's presence might mean simply watching, mediating, or playing peacemaker, one who speaks with words not fists. But to fight alongside someone was entirely different. It meant standing squarely on Hongyun's side, raising fists to clash with enemies, possibly to the point of drawing blood, even death. Nodding with satisfaction, Hongyun smiled. I thank you for your goodwill, fellow Taoist. Yet even if Zuni and Jidian attain sainthood, I Hongyun have no fear of them. This Hongyun Palace is no ordinary place. Come, let me show you around properly. By the way, I also have 2 disciples, Wen Daoren and Zhu Long. Haha, you see the anomaly now, don't you? Wen Daoren was born with the law of devouring, while Zhu Long carries the purest dragon bloodline. Were it not so, I would not have dared name him Zhu Long. Aside from introducing his 2 disciples, Hongyun was in fact using this tour to further refine the layout of Hongyun Palace. The treasures were so numerous that they demanded careful organization. Otherwise chaos would reign, and what would become of Hongyun Palace's illustrious reputation? In the end, he decided to divide the palace into 5 districts, each centered around one of the 5 innate spiritual roots, with each district boasting its own core. For instance, the Earth District would center on the Jiutian Shirong Mountain, the Water District on the Wanzhou Xiaothing Pool, and the Wood District on the innate spiritual roots of Bitter Bamboo and the Daoan Lightning Tea Tree. This arrangement brought order and clarity, while simultaneously enhancing the power of the innate 5 elements Great Formation. A truly efficient solution, achieving multiple goals at once. Wen Dao and Zhu Long, you 2 may each preside over whichever district you wish, but bear in mind you must not interfere excessively in the development of that region. Each district shall resemble a miniature world. Over the long years to come, living beings may yet arise within them. Yet my Hongyun lineage remains still too sparse. Xinyuanzi departed with satisfaction. How could he not be? With the small innate 5 elements array in his possession, his combat prowess had instantly soared, matching that of the esteemed figures like Jane and the Sanqing. From this moment onward, he would bid farewell to mediocrity and ascend to the ranks of the first class, finally becoming a truly prominent figure in the primordial world. Even his gait could now be more upright and confident. However, after watching Xinyuanzi leave, Hongyun furrowed his brow slightly. He noticed that Ao Shun, the old dragon king of the North Sea, was still standing by, hesitating, as if he had something to say. What is the matter? Could this old fellow be coveting treasures? Impossible. He had already been given gifts before, and this return gift was not meager. Surely he wouldn't be ungrateful. His expression turned grim. He was indeed the greatest good-natured man in the primordial world, but that did not mean he would tolerate any stray cat or dog taking advantage of him. In his eyes, Ao Shun was precisely such a stray. Senior Hongyun, please calm your anger. This is not about me, but Ancestor Zhu Long asked me to relay a message to you. Ao Shun, a master at reading expressions, instantly understood what Hongyun was thinking and hurriedly explained. Indeed, Hongyun's expression softened considerably. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. He quickly continued. Ancestor Zhu Long recently discovered a secret realm far to the extreme north of the north, where countless treasures are hidden. They are said to predate the Beast Tribulation era. Ancestor Zhu Long, lacking strength in numbers, dared not venture too deep. He sent me to implore Senior Hongyun, in consideration of their friendship, to journey to the extreme north of the north. Extreme north of the north? Countless treasures. Something predating the Beast Tribulation. Hongyun was deeply intrigued. After all, since the great god Pangu created the heavens and the earth, the primordial world had given birth to living beings, the beasts. However, these beasts, influenced by the chaotic aura of creation, were either mentally confused or had never awakened intelligence. They acted solely on instinct, endlessly slaughtering one another. As their numbers grew, the slaughter became more brutal. The calamity aura shrouded the land, and the tribulation of the great calamity became inevitable. It was a slaughter without meaning. No ambition for conquest, no strife for territory. Just relentless killing with all their might. The strong killed the weak. The stronger killed the strong. Blood flowed like rivers across the primordial continent, and severed limbs and broken arms were everywhere. Not until the calamity aura dissipated and the chaotic energy of creation stabilized, transforming into an endless supply of innate spiritual energy, did the slaughter finally cease. During this period, some fortunate surviving beasts, especially those who had obtained fragments of consciousness from chaos primordial spirits, gradually awakened their intelligence. Among them, 3 were the most powerful ancestral dragon, primeval Qilin, and primordial phoenix. Of course, the true reincarnations of chaos primordial spirits, such as Hongjun, Leho, Chinkuan Junrin, and Yangmei Daxian, all lurked in the shadows, silently cultivating and accumulating their strength. But there was no doubt that treasures existing before the beast tribulation were creations of the primordial era. Any one of them obtained in the present age would be extraordinary, even possessing chaos attributes. Opportunity. A peerless opportunity. Especially for him, Hongyun, who possessed chaos mother Qi. If he could acquire a treasure with chaos attributes and meditate upon it, he would surely gain profound insights. Moreover, he could present the treasure to the system, which would surely reward him with a true chaos artifact. What a fortune that would be. Ahem, what exactly is going on? How did Taoist Zhu Long discover this secret realm? And what consideration led him to bestow such a great fortune upon me? I implore you, young friend Ao Shun, to enlighten me. Going was acceptable. After all, no one shuns more treasures, especially those with chaos attributes. But he must uncover the truth. He felt this was too coincidental, as if deliberately arranged. Moreover, why would Zhu Long seek him out specifically? There might be some ulterior motive. After all, although his victory over Zhuanti and Jane had brought him immense fame and unprecedented glory, this had just happened and should not have spread. At least when Zhu Long invited him, the news would not have reached him. If so, why did Zhu Long not invite stronger beings such as the Sanqing, the Demon Emperor, or the Demon Lord? It must be acknowledged that before this, even Nuwa and Fuxi were more renowned in the primordial continent, and there were others of the same level like Mingi, Kunpeng, and many more. No pie falls from the sky. There is no free lunch in the world. Hongyun, coming from a later era, deeply understood this principle. Ao Shun became even more respectful and quickly said, "Senior Ancestor Zhu Long anticipated that you would inquire in detail. He specially created a water shadow for you to view." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a round, glistening water ball appeared before Hongyun. This was the so-called water shadow. It could record sound and images, a primitive version of a recorder in the primordial world. It was a simple spell that any cultivator above the golden immortal level could easily perform. Hongyun nodded slightly and tapped the water ball with his finger. With a crisp sound, the ball burst, splattering countless droplets. These droplets rapidly combined to form a water mirror. In the water mirror, the image of Zhu Long appeared, and his voice echoed. "Taoist Hongyun, I have missed you since our parting that day. I intended to visit your cave, but mundane affairs kept me occupied. I could only meet you in this manner. By now you must have heard the gist from Ao Shun. But the truth is more complex. This secret realm was not discovered by me, but by Ancestral Dragon. He intended to enter in search of fortune, but the war of the 3 clans broke out, and he never managed to go. As you know, Ancestral Dragon perished, his Tao extinguished, and he can never enter the secret realm again." He let out a long sigh. It seemed he was reminiscing about the glorious past. After a long silence, he came to himself and continued, "This time, when you found the Ancestral Dragon Pearl, I used it to recall past events and traveled to the extreme north of the north. Indeed, I saw a secret realm. The spiritual energy there was extremely chaotic, even carrying the breath of creation. Mountains of bones and rivers of blood. It was no exaggeration to call it a sea of corpses and blood. The breath of creation, mountains of bones and rivers of blood. So it truly was the site of the beast tribulation." Hongyun's eyes grew brighter and brighter until they shimmered with an extraordinary light. Even a fool could see that his heart was stirred. Perhaps this journey would be fraught with danger, perhaps Zhu Long harbored ill intentions, but this was undoubtedly an opportunity. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No rainbow without a storm. Danger. What was there to fear? With his current strength, danger should be afraid of him. As for Zhu Long, there was even less to worry about. If he behaved fine, if not, he would be turned into a scale armor. Speaking of which, a dragon scale armor made from Zhu Long's scales would surely look magnificent and feel comfortable. To the far north lies the land of chaos. Not that beasts roam rampant, plundering and killing unchecked. On the contrary, few creatures dwell here, and it is nearly empty. The chaos of the far north is the disorder of spiritual energy. It is the frequent appearance of spatial rifts. It is the occasional scourge of chaotic storms. It is the scarred and wounded earth. It is said that when the great god Pangu split heaven and earth with his axe, the clear Qi rose to form the sky, and the turbid Qi sank to form the earth. But near the chaotic regions, the clear and turbid Qi are not so clearly separated. The far north is where the clear and turbid Qi are not clearly distinguished. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning struck. Crack! The ground split open with a deep fissure. Rumble! A black-red earth fire burst from the rift like a serpent flicking its tongue, instantly turning the surrounding miles into a sea of flames. Boom! A thunderclap echoed. Countless raindrops fell. These were no ordinary raindrops, but spiritual rain brimming with Qi. In an instant they quenched the sea of flames, leaving only endless blackness like a fresh wound on the earth. Looking around, such scars were everywhere, constantly displaying the torment and suffering it endured. But just then a flash of red light streaked by, and a young man in a red Taoist robe walked slowly forward. It was Hongyun. He wore a gentle smile, strolling with ease. It seemed as if the treacherous environment, the lightning and thunder, the rifts and earth fires that appeared from time to time, did not exist at all. The far north truly is no ordinary place. The chaotic spiritual energy reeking of destruction indeed possesses the characteristics of the dawn of creation. But how could this barren and chaotic land possibly hold treasures from the primordial beast tribulation? Even if they once existed, they would have long been ground to dust. That old dragon Zhulong wouldn't be trying to trick me, would he? If so, I won't let it go easily. I'll make the dragon clan shed a layer of skin. But just as he thought this, his nose twitched slightly, as if catching a faint scent of blood. His brows lifted slightly, and a red light flickered. His figure vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before a spatial rift. The rift was not large like an ordinary door. The only strange thing was that other spatial rifts appeared and disappeared, never fixed. But this one remained in place as if stabilized by some magical technique. Hongyun instantly understood. This must be Zhulong's doing. It was indeed somewhat impressive. No wonder he dared to hope for the resurrection of Zhulong. But still, it was only somewhat impressive. Compared to him, a peak early-stage quasi-saint with countless treasures, it fell short. With a slight smile, he stepped forward without hesitation. His body shook violently, and the world spun. The sun and moon lost their light, and the surroundings transformed abruptly. When he looked closely, he found himself in a blood-colored world. The earth was blood-red, the sky was blood-red, the plants around were blood-red, and even the faint light was blood-red. He stepped forward, and a creaking sound arose. Hongyun looked down and was startled to find the ground covered with countless bones, blood-red bones stained by blood. The bones were of various shapes. There were spinal bones, thigh bones, and skulls. They lay densely packed on the ground like a carpet of white bones, no red bones. For the first time he frowned and murmured, "Mountains of white bones, rivers of blood. How interesting." But as soon as he finished speaking, a swirling eerie wind suddenly blew over. The eerie wind howled, rustling fiercely. The blood-colored world instantly became a cacophony of wailing ghosts and howling spirits, terrifying to the extreme. The only slightly amusing thing was that the eerie wind was not black, but also red. No, it was slightly lighter than red. It could be called pink. Damn it, a pink eerie wind. What is this? Trying to give me a pink memory. He had intended to feign fear. But at the thought of pink memory, he suddenly recalled that old song and could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter. He laughed. But the vengeful spirit that had stirred up the eerie wind was nearly furious. What's going on? The howling wind, the wailing ghosts, and the bones scattered everywhere. Shouldn't this inspire fear, even tears? Why is he laughing? This is an insult to my dignity as a vengeful spirit. Even as an extra, even one who dies in the first scene, I have my pride. With a flicker, the spirit revealed its true form. It had a mouth full of fangs, eyes like brass bells, stood 8 zhang tall, and held a spinal bone as sharp as a sword, laughing at the brink of death. Ignorant, senseless. Die. It roared and thrust the spinal bone sword fiercely. Hum. The air vibrated. Countless terrifying ripples surged. Clang. The sword howled. It slashed open one spatial rift after another. Hongyun frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the spinal bone sword. The vengeful spirit's strength was limited at most at the Deluo golden immortal level, but the bone sword in its hand was extraordinarily capable of tearing the void. Spatial rending beast. Yes, that's it. Is that a spatial rending beast spinal bone in your hand? Lucky find. This is one of the most fearsome beasts of the primordial era, born with the ability to rend space, expert at ambush, assassination, and escape. Just imagine you're drinking tea and chatting with friends when the void suddenly splits open and a sword emerges. How could one dodge that? You'd be stabbed for sure, and die without knowing how. Unfortunately, this vengeful spirit's intelligence was too limited to use the spinal bone sword, or rather the spatial rending sword, properly. Since you can't use it, don't waste it. Give it to me. Without any visible movement, he reached out and seized the spatial rending sword. I happen to have an unworthy disciple who excels at ambush, assassination, and escape. This will be a gift for him. Huh. This is what they call a pillow arriving when you're sleepy. luck comes when you least expect it. As he spoke, immense flames erupted from his hand. The original spinal bone sword quickly melted, and a gleaming, slightly ethereal sword gradually took shape. He stroked the blade with his hand, growing more satisfied, nodding and praising repeatedly. As for the vengeful spirit, its eyes bulged wide, almost in disbelief. After a long while, it finally reacted, opened its fanged mouth, and stammered, You give me back my treasure. How dare you steal my artifact? Watch me activate the myriad ghosts devouring body array and reduce you to ashes. With that, it waved its arms repeatedly. The surrounding world instantly turned pink, and countless ghosts and vengeful spirits howling and wailing surged forward. This was the myriad ghosts devouring body array. Setting aside its power, the sheer number of ghosts and spirits alone would be enough to overwhelm one, for even the mightiest tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. Hongyun was slightly astonished. He had originally thought this vengeful spirit possessed limited intelligence, a simple-minded brute who could accomplish nothing and leave nothing behind, but it turned out to be quite resourceful. Though the 10,000 ghosts devouring body formation was not overly complex, it could not have been devised without a certain level of intellect. One must understand that ferocious beasts born at the dawn of creation, influenced by chaotic energies, could not awaken spiritual wisdom. If that was the case in life, even more so after death. Even if this creature before him was a vengeful spirit born from the convergence of countless resentments, it should not possess such high intelligence. Quite interesting. It seemed there was indeed something fishy going on. But it was nothing. When soldiers come, we send generals. When water rises, we build a dam. When something fishy shows up, we simply flatten it. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations were paper tigers. Since I merged the 99 soul refining gourd into the Chinkoan gourd, I haven't used it in a long time. Since you are all spirits of the dead, then enter my Chinkoan gourd. 99 soul refining collect. With a wave of his hand, a small red gourd appeared above his head. The gourd bobbed up and down, radiating a dense aura that clearly distinguished it as no ordinary object. Pop! A crisp sound rang out. The gourd's lid opened. An immense suction force, vast as the starry sky, swept across all directions. All the ghosts and vengeful spirits enveloped by this power had no time to react before being drawn into the gourd. Without the 10,000 ghosts, what was there to devour the body? What's happening? What is this? Who are you? Who exactly are you possessing such formidable power? Could it be that you are no mere prey lured here? Let me go. Let me go at once. I am not an ordinary vengeful spirit. I have a great origin. Let me go. Unfortunately, before the vengeful spirit could finish speaking, it was completely sucked into the Chinkoan gourd. Thud. The gourd stopper was sealed tight. Everything returned to normal. The world fell silent. No one would give Hongyun a pink memory anymore. As he continued forward, the red bones gradually diminished. The scent of blood grew heavier. Then he heard the rumbling sound of rushing water. A broad river appeared before him. The river surged violently, splashing countless waves. Aside from its blood-red color, it was no different from the rivers of the Hongwan continent. Taoist friend, is that you, Hongyun? Suddenly a familiar voice sounded from the other side of the river. Who else could it be but Zhu Long? His face beaming with a smile, he called out loudly. I knew you would come, Taoist friend. Looking across the entire Hongwan continent, only you are so eager to help the needy, truly worthy of admiration. Hongyun laughed heartily, his face full of sincerity, and said, Since Taoist friend Zhu Long has invited me, how could I not rush over immediately? Taoist friend, please wait a moment. I will fly across the Blood River to meet you and discuss how to search for the treasure. With these words, he paused slightly, as if waiting for Zhu Long to speak, but seeing that Zhu Long remained silent, he smiled lightly and leaped into the air. Just as he reached the middle of the Blood River, a thunderous roar erupted. A monstrous wave with the speed of lightning swept toward him. Like a colossal blood-colored dragon, it opened its gaping maw to swallow him. Within the giant wave, countless phantom images of ferocious beasts flickered, some with 3 heads and 6 arms, some with 4 heads and 8 arms, and others with 6 wings and 2 heads. In short, each one was exceedingly bizarre, utterly different from the wild beasts of the present Hongwan. This was their combined strike. Terrifying beyond measure, shocking beyond compare. It seemed as if even the sky would be devoured whole. Zhu Long on the riverbank widened his eyes in alarm and cried out, Hongyun, be careful. As he spoke, he moved to lend a hand. But despite waving his arms left and right many times, appearing flustered, he could not muster even a trace of magical power. Instead, Hongyun let out a hearty laugh and said casually, Thank you for your kind intentions, Taoist friend Zhu Long. Such a trifling matter doesn't require your assistance. Watch my Chinkoan gourd. Before his words faded, the small red gourd had already appeared atop his head. 99 soul refining collect. Another soft command. Pop. A soft sound. The gourd's lid opened. An infinite suction force burst forth, instantly forcing the blood-colored dragon to change direction involuntarily. Even though the phantom images struggled madly, trying to fall back into the blood-red river, it was all in vain. In the end, they were reluctantly sucked into the Chinkoan gourd. The story may seem long, but in reality, it happened in an instant. In just a few blinks, Hongyun had already landed beside Zhu Long, laughed heartily, cupped his hands in salute, and said, "Taoist friend Zhu Long, I offer my greetings." Zhu Long stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous, until Hongyun finished his salute before snapping back to reality. He quickly returned the courtesy, saying, "Please forgive me, Taoist friend Hongyun. You truly startled me just now. Your red gourd is far too terrifying. It is a truly wonderful treasure." As he spoke, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes, but he concealed it well, immediately replacing it with an expression of admiration. Hongyun smiled modestly and said, "You are too kind, Taoist friend. This is my Qiankuan gourd, which possesses both the power of the 99 soul refining gourd and the ability to store all things. It is indeed my capable assistant." Zhu Long grew even more envious. His eyes shifted slightly, and he asked, "So this Qiankuan gourd can also dissolve souls? I have heard that after a soul dissolves, a trace of essence remains, the so-called true spirit. Is that true?" At present, the rules of heaven and earth were incomplete, and the primordial witch Hoodoo had not yet sacrificed herself to create the cycle of reincarnation, so people's understanding of souls was still quite limited. It was not surprising that Zhu Long had such a question. As for Hongyun, having come from a later era, and possessing the 99 scattering soul gourd, he had a considerable understanding of souls. Seeing Zhu Long's inquiry, he did not hoard his knowledge. He smiled and explained, "Taoist friend Zhu Long is correct. After a soul dissolves, a trace of true spirit does remain. But not all souls possess it, only those that are extremely powerful retain a true spirit. Ordinary souls simply dissolve and vanish." Zhu Long showed an expression of being enlightened, but his eyes flickered. After a moment, he said with slight embarrassment, "Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Taoist friend. Ahem, in this burial ground of ferocious beasts, there are a vast number of remnant souls. Could you please use your gourd to collect and refine them, and give me the true spirits? Rest assured, I will not let you suffer a loss." The ancestral dragon once left behind a chariot, the Zulong chariot. Though it is damaged and incomplete after some repairs, it can still be considered a fine treasure. "If you help me, I am willing to gift you this chariot." Now he understood. It all became clear. No wonder Zhu Long had invited no one else but him, Hongyun, to this secret land to seek treasures. So he had a request. Others might have higher cultivation and combat power, but they did not possess the 99 soul refining gourd, so they could not refine souls to obtain true spirits. He wondered what Zhu Long wanted the true spirits of ferocious beasts for. Could it be necessary for resurrecting the ancestral dragon? Regardless of what Zhu Long intended, a Zulong chariot was enough to tempt him and make him agree without hesitation. "Deal. Since you are so sincere, Taoist friend, I have no objection. However, may I take a look at the Zulong chariot first?" Ancestral dragon carriage, a fine treasure. I wonder what material it was forged from, for though it is merely a carriage, it emanates a chaotic aura. Although it was incomplete and almost devoid of decorations, with only a rough skeleton remaining, it still inspired a sense of worship at first sight. It must be known that Hongyun was a peak early-stage quasi-saint, one of the rare powerhouses in the world. Even when facing Hongjun Patriarch's Purple Dawn Palace, he only felt a sense of vastness and awe, never a urge to worship. This ancestral dragon carriage is no ordinary thing. It might be a treasure born in the Chaos era. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Hongyun's eyes lit up, and he nodded with satisfaction, smiling. "Taoist Zhu Long, no time to waste, let's begin now. I am new here and don't know where the most ferocious beast remnant souls are. Please guide me, Taoist." Actually, without him saying it, Zhu Long would naturally guide the direction, for the ferocious beast true spirits were the most important step in his transformation into the ancestral dragon, and he could not afford any mistakes. Rumble. Like thunder roaring. Like lightning striking. The whole world changed color. The only thing that remained unchanged was a giant red-skinned gourd towering between heaven and earth. The gourd's mouth faced downward, continuously devouring the ferocious beast remnant souls. Extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, thousands of remnant souls vanished into it. But this was not enough. Far from enough. Hongyun's expression flickered, and with a flash of his figure he appeared above the gourd, slapping his hands onto it fiercely. Rumble. Another earth-shattering explosion. The giant gourd shook, and its mouth suddenly enlarged pitch black like a Taoye's maw, as if about to swallow this small world in one gulp. However, the ferocious beast remnant souls in this small world were simply too numerous to the point of being densely packed, including those hidden in the blood-red ground and the blood-red river. Attracted, they drifted out, some howling skyward, others brandishing claws and fangs. Even though they had died long ago, countless millennia ago, their ferocious aura still shot straight into the clouds, making one's face change in terror. Zhu Long watched, unable to help grinning. Fortunately, he had invited Hongyun. If it had been someone else, without the cosmic gourd, they would have been powerless against these ferocious beast remnant souls. At the same time, his interest in the cosmic gourd grew even stronger, and he wished he could take it for himself immediately. If I had such a gourd in hand after achieving the true form of the ancestral dragon, I would definitely be able to dominate the world, and even face the three pure ones, Nuwa, and the two Western Taoists, with my head held high. No matching the 3 pure ones Nuwa and the 2 Western Taoists is just my small goal. More importantly, I need to have the strength to fight Hongjun, at least to make Hongjun fear me. Hongyun's original form is a fire cloud. If I can refine him into the ancestral dragon carriage, it will surely bring this powerful artifact to its peak again, and my strength will reach an unparalleled level. As he thought this, when he looked at Hongyun, there was already a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. But this ruthlessness vanished in an instant, replaced by sincerity, joy, and the brotherly bond of sharing weal and woe. Unfortunately, all his expressions changes were caught by Hongyun's eyes. This was the advantage of being in a high position. With a single glance, he could see the people below clearly. Interesting, it seems this Taoist Zhu Long has no small ambition. But no matter, you want the ferocious beast true spirits, right? I'll give them to you. I'm curious to see what you're up to. I just wonder, after I give the ferocious beast true spirits to Zhu Long, what good treasure the system will reward me with. He paid no attention to Zhu Long's little schemes. As the saying goes, before absolute power, any conspiracy is just a paper tiger. On the contrary, at this moment, feeling the 18 masses of ferocious beast true spirits condensed in the cosmic gourd, his heart was full of joy, and he couldn't wait to give them away. Haha, Taoist Zhu Long, congratulations. Devouring tens of millions of ferocious beast remnant souls, I have refined 18 masses of ferocious beast true spirits. Is that enough? 18 masses? Enough, more than enough. Originally 9 would have been enough, but now 18 double, naturally, even more than enough. Zhu Long laughed heartily, and said with satisfaction, "Thank you, Taoist Hongyun. 18 masses of ferocious beast true spirits are already sufficient for my use." As he spoke, he reached out to take them. However, Hongyun did not take them out immediately. Instead, he smiled faintly and shook his head meaningfully. Zhu Long was startled, then immediately realized and laughed heartily again, quickly waving his sleeve to send the broken ancestral dragon carriage to Hongyun. "Taoist, is this enough now?" "Haha, you are too cautious. What kind of person am I, Zhu Long? How could I possibly go back on my word? Indeed, 18 masses of ferocious beast true spirits, very pure. Only Taoist Hongyun, with such a treasure as the 99 soul-scattering gourd, no, it has now been upgraded to the cosmic gourd, could refine them. No one else could." Hongyun also grinned, laughing very heartily. Of course, it was not because of Zhu Long's flattery, but because of the crisp sound of the super feedback system in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully sent out 18 masses of ferocious beast true spirits. Ding, congratulations to the host, received a super gift from the system, 18 resentful spirit pearls. Ding, friendly reminder, the 18 resentful spirit pearls are filled with pure resentment death aura. If refined properly, they can be transformed into the 18 hells. The 18 hells. Holy crap, what does the system mean? Is it asking me to learn from Hutu, the ancestral shaman, and incarnate into reincarnation? No way, absolutely not. A thing that brings happiness to others but pain to oneself. Never do it, even if beaten to death. However, upon second thought, if the 18 resentful spirit pearls could really transform into the 18 hells, they could improve his own Fire Cloud Palace world. My Fire Cloud Palace is in existence on par with the Purple Dawn Palace belonging to the Chaos level treasure class, but I have only refined it for a short time, so it has not yet reached the level of the Purple Dawn Palace. Now the Fire Cloud Palace has the 5 primordial spiritual roots, which can continuously convert chaotic Qi into primordial spiritual Qi. In the future, countless living beings will surely be born. Since there are living beings, there will be death. If I create a reincarnation passage in the Fire Cloud Palace, it will mean life and death, and when it reaches its ultimate form, it can completely detach from the primordial world and exist independently. This is a huge temptation. Once successful, it will be completely different from an ordinary small world. You must know that the primordial world is not eternal. One day the boundless calamity will arrive. By then, if he achieves the Tao Saint status, it would be fine, but if he cannot, wouldn't he be destroyed along with the primordial world? Must prepare for a rainy day. Must make plans early. The 18 resentful spirit pearls, though unable to form the Fire Cloud Palace's reincarnation passage, at least provide the 18 hells. Moreover, this 18 hells world can also be used as a prison. Whoever disobeys, just throw them in and let them enjoy some hellish service. His smile grew ever brighter, almost revealing his back teeth. Hongyun shook his head and swayed, saying, "Friend Zhulong, I wonder what other requests you may have." "No need for politeness whatsoever. If you have any needs, just speak them. Hongyun will grant whatever is asked." Hearing these words, one could only say he was truly magnanimous. "Any request, and it shall be granted. Whatever is asked, it shall be fulfilled." Aside from the number 1 kind-hearted soul of the primordial world, the conscience of the primordial world, who else would dare to be so arrogantly boastful? Zhulong chuckled inwardly, thinking that Hongyun was incredibly vain. No matter how many flattering words were spoken, even if he suffered devastating losses, Hongyun would still smile like a blooming flower. What number 1 kind-hearted soul of the primordial world? Nonsense. He should be called the number 1 fool of the primordial world instead. However, the more foolish Hongyun was, the more beneficial it was for him. Just a few words of flattery easily spoken were all it took. To not make use of such free labor would be a waste. Cough cough. Friend Hongyun's righteousness is truly admirable. This poor Taoist is thoroughly convinced. Well, actually the true spirits of the fierce beasts are nothing special. What is most precious here are the essence souls of the four great fierce beasts. The four great fierce beasts, you must have heard of them, yes, namely Taoye, Xiongqi Taowu, and Hundun. They were the overlords of the beast era, fell during the beast calamity, and their essence souls are hidden here. Shocking. Unbelievably shocking. Hongyun's eyes bulged wide, almost unable to believe his own ears. Could the essence souls of the four great fierce beasts actually be hidden in this place? No, well, it is the essence soul, not the remnant soul. A remnant soul is merely the residue of the divine soul after death, lacking memories of past lives, unaware of Taoist laws and supernatural abilities, existing dimly in the world, acting purely on instinct. The essence soul is entirely different. They possess partial memories of their past lives, sometimes even a great deal of them remembering the Taoist laws and supernatural powers of their previous existence. If conditions are favorable, they can even be reborn. There has always been a rumor in the primordial world that Hongjun Daozu, the demon ancestor, Lao Yangmei Daxian, and Xingquan Jinren were all born from the essence souls of the chaotic demonic gods when their bodies perished fighting Pangu. Whether this rumor is true or false no one can confirm, but it is certainly not without foundation. Furthermore, the ancestor dragon, primordial Qilin, and primordial phoenix were no ordinary figures. They were fierce beasts born after the creation of heaven and earth. Through fortunate circumstances, they devoured the essence souls of chaotic demonic gods, thereby awakening their spiritual wisdom, passing down their lineage, and dominating the primordial world. In fact, apart from those three, the four great fierce beasts had also devoured the essence souls of chaotic demonic gods, similarly awakening their spiritual wisdom and preparing to establish their own race after the great calamity. Unfortunately, they lacked the great fortune of heaven and earth, ultimately perishing in the beast calamity, leaving only the most pure essence souls hidden within this world, always ready to seize the opportunity for rebirth. The reason I went to such great lengths to find this small world was precisely to prevent them from resurrecting and wreaking havoc upon the primordial world continent. Zhulong briefly explained, his expression suddenly growing agitated, his breathing even becoming rapid. Friend Hongyun, you are the #1 kind-hearted soul of the primordial world, a role model for countless beings. To guard the primordial world, a matter of such importance, whom else but you? Hongyun stumbled, nearly falling face first onto the ground, his face filled with exasperation caught between laughter and tears. He had always considered himself shameless enough, never imagining that this old loach was even more shameless than he was. This would not do. If things continued like this, would Hongyun lose an important title? The #1 thick-skinned person of the primordial world. Penno, the #1 kind-hearted soul of the primordial world, must be upheld. Friend Zhulong's spirit of selflessness deeply impresses this poor Taoist, who says that on the primordial world continent, Hongyun alone is the kind-hearted soul. Friend Zhulong surely deserves the title of the #2 kind-hearted soul of the primordial world. Well, then you rest here and leave the rest to me. What's the big deal about the four great fierce beasts' essence souls? With this Qinquan gourd in hand, subduing them poses no problem. However, regarding their specific location, I would greatly appreciate your guidance, friend Zhulong, as I am relatively new here. Zhulong nearly burst with laughter. Hongyun, this fool, had been used as a tool once again, and the essence souls of the four great fierce beasts were about to fall into his hands. At that time, combined with the ancestor dragon pearl and the 18 clusters of fierce beast true spirits, all integrated into one, it would be difficult not to transform into the ancestor dragon. The corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. He quickly slapped his chest and called out, "Leave this matter to me. There happens to be a map here. With it you can follow the clues and surely succeed immediately." Immediate success was impossible. The essence souls of the four great fierce beasts were not ordinary little demons or monsters. They could not be dealt with in just a few moves, it would take much more effort. The Taotai essence soul was hidden within a canyon. Looking down from the high sky, the canyon resembled an elongated neck with a gaping mouth at the front and a round belly at the rear. "Vile beast, surrender yourself immediately," he shouted in a booming voice. He did not waste too many words, directly throwing down 9 grains of star sand. He was not using the star sand to smash. With the power of the star sand, one strike could shatter the Taotai essence soul, completely causing it to perish utterly in heaven and earth. Instead, he was utilizing the soul-scattering properties within the star sand, unleashing a devastating soul-scattering technique. Once the Taotai essence soul was exhausted and unable to resist, it could be easily captured. Roar! The Taotai essence soul sensed the danger. It manifested a massive shadow, its blood-red maw wide open as if ready to devour the entire world. Unfortunately, no matter how large its mouth, the 9-turned star sand remained slightly larger, leaving it like a bone stuck in the throat, unable to swallow. Meanwhile, the soul-scattering function of the 9-turned star sand was exerted to its utmost limit. Within moments it rendered the Taotai drowsy and unsteady on its feet. Seeing this, Hongyun could not help but show delight. The Qiankuan gourd flew into the air, its stopper popping off with a swift motion, sending an irresistible sucking force sweeping across the earth. The Taotai struggled with all its might, but it was futile. It could only let out a wailing cry and fell into the Qiankuan gourd. It was done. Just that simple. It was not that the Taotai essence soul was too weak, it was simply that his magical treasure was too powerful. Next it's time for the other 3 fierce beasts. Haha, come into Hongyun's bowl. Meanwhile, Zhulong, having obtained the 18 clusters of fierce beast true spirits, could not wait to begin refining them. He believed that with his exquisite divine ability, he should be able to complete the refining before Hongyun could capture the essence souls of the 4 great fierce beasts. At that time, after fusing the 4 great fierce beasts' essence souls, and incorporating the ancestor dragon pearl that had long been absorbed into his body, soaring to the heavens was within reach, and the form of the ancestor dragon was already within easy grasp. Back then the ancestor dragon devoured the essence soul of a chaotic demonic god, thereby awakening its spiritual wisdom and becoming one of the 3 great overlords of the world. Today I, Zhulong, will follow in the ancestor dragon's footsteps. Success is certain. When that time comes, the dragon clan will rise again and vie for supremacy over the primordial world continent. Haha, after all these years of scheming, it is finally about to come to fruition. All thanks to that great fool Hongyun. However, as he was just thinking this, he heard a prolonged laugh. Friend Zhulong truly has excellent taste, laughing out loud while enjoying the scenery alone. Tisk, this poor Taoist Hongyun is deeply impressed. It was none other than Hongyun. He walked across the air, appearing slow, yet moving swiftly, reaching the spot before Zhulong in just a few steps. The essence souls of the 4 great fierce beasts are now within my Qiankuan gourd. I had originally thought they would resist to the death, but unexpectedly each one crumbled without much effort. Zhulong was utterly stunned. How was this possible? Had something gone terribly wrong? Even if Hongyun stood at the peak of early quasi-saint, merely a single step away from mid-quasi-saint, subduing the 4 great fierce beasts' essence should never have been so effortless. You must understand, these were the 4 great fierce beasts. Once their murderous might had shaken the heavens, and they had dominated the entire era of fierce beasts. Even reduced to mere essence, they remained extraordinarily powerful entities, far from common mortals that any passerby could simply subjugate. Indeed, in his heart, Hongyun was nothing more than an insignificant nobody, a third-rate figure in the primordial world, at best a second-rate character. No wonder he harbored such notions. In recent years he had been consumed with plotting the restoration of the ancestral dragon, scarcely paying attention to the grand events unfolding across the primordial world. Especially of late, when he had delved deep into oceans of corpses and seas of blood, nearly severing all ties with the outside world. Naturally, he knew nothing of the series of miracles Hongyun had wrought. They say one who has not been seen for 3 days deserves to be regarded with fresh eyes, yet he continued to view Hongyun through the lens of old prejudice. No wonder he suffered such a devastating blow. Hongyun, however, wore an air of nonchalance and smiled. Indeed, it was somewhat too easy. I did not expect it to be quite so straightforward. Perhaps their power has been eroded by the heavenly Tao, but regardless, they are not as formidable as one might imagine. In any case, the matter is settled. The myriad living beings of the primordial world need no longer fear the devastation wrought by the 4 great fierce beasts. Before long, my Qiankuan gourd will refine them utterly. What? Refine them completely? That cannot be. The 4 great fierce beasts' essence must be reserved for me, Zhulong, to refine in full. Zhulong grew desperately anxious, at once forcing a grin as he pleaded, fellow Taoist Hongyun, regarding the 4 great fierce beasts' essence, you must not refine them. Hongyun paused, confusion etching across his features. Why not? Did you not warn me that the 4 great fierce beasts' essence could revive and prey upon living creatures? What has changed? The hypocrisy was blatant, slapping him squarely across the face. Even Zhulong, thick-skinned as he was, felt his cheeks flush crimson. Yet he was cunning enough to recover swiftly. His eyes flickered as he spoke. You are aware of my ambition to resurrect the ancestral dragon, are you not? These 4 great fierce beasts' essence hold great utility in that endeavor. With that he bowed deeply, his voice filled with genuine earnestness. I beg your assistance, fellow Taoist. My dragon clan shall be eternally grateful. His head remained bowed, his tone sincere. Yet his eyes betrayed murderous intent. Should Hongyun utter a single syllable of refusal, Zhulong would turn on him without hesitation. Even if he could not kill him in one strike, he would seize the 4 great fierce beasts' essence by force. The restoration of the ancestral dragon's stature was a grand design he had nurtured for years. It could not be allowed to fail. To his surprise, just as he braced for Hongyun's rejection, a voice as gentle as the spring breeze reached his ears. I understand now. Why did you not say so sooner, fellow Taoist Zhulong? The 4 great fierce beasts' essence. What difficulty could there possibly be? Not only that, but Hongyun hurriedly helped him to his feet, speaking with utmost sincerity. Put myself in your position. If I were a scion of the dragon clan, I would likewise spare no effort to resurrect the ancestral dragon. After all, he is the banner of our clan, the pillar that steadies our people. Here lie the four great fierce beasts' essence. I pray you accept them, fellow Taoist Zhulong. To contribute even the smallest measure toward the ancestral dragon's resurrection fills me with honor. Huh, he is actually giving them up. Not only that, but with such magnanimity, such understanding. For a moment, Zhulong found himself at a loss for words. Even the certainty of killing Hongyun after his success began to waver. Hongyun was far too kind-hearted, so genuinely good that even a schemer like him felt a pang of reluctance to strike. Yet the thought lasted only an instant before his inherent ruthlessness reasserted itself. One who achieves great things does not linger on trifles, and killing a single person hardly mattered. When the ancestral dragon rose to dominate the primordial world, the lives he ended were countless. What was one Hongyun in comparison? But not now. Before achieving the ancestral dragon's true form, he would need Hongyun's power and must cultivate goodwill toward him deliberately. At this realization, the murderous intent in him flickered and vanished, replaced by an expression of radiant joy and exuberant delight. I am deeply grateful, fellow Taoist Hongyun. Words cannot express how much I Zhulong owe you. Saying you have given me a second life would not be an exaggeration. When this matter concludes, I shall reward you abundantly. With those words, he seized the four great fierce beasts' essence without hesitation and swallowed them whole. His aura shifted instantly, mysterious, vast, and majestic. Even the heavens and earth around him quivered under the weight of his presence. Countless beast souls that had escaped the Qiankuan gourd's absorption bore expressions of terror, yet they dared not scatter. Instead, they knelt upon the ground, bowing in unison, as though witnessing the sovereign of all fierce beasts. Hongyun observed the scene, and rather than showing any signs of tension or suspicion, allowed the corner of his mouth to curve upward in a smile of satisfaction. Of course he was satisfied. He had no doubt that these countless beast souls were not paying homage to Zhulong. Even after swallowing the four great fierce beasts' essence, Zhulong lacked the capability to command such devotion. In truth, these beast souls were bowing to their four lords, the four great fierce beasts, Taoya, Xiongqi Taowu, and Hundan. What? The four great fierce beasts perished long ago, and Zhulong had already consumed their essence. System, are you merely decorative and capable of delivering meaningful rewards? Hongyun had bestowed the four great fierce beasts' essence, a gift of such immense weight. It was inconceivable that he would receive nothing in return, nothing of greater value. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully bestowed the four great fierce beasts' essence. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a super reward, the four great fierce beasts. Ding! A friendly reminder, the four great fierce beasts originated from the residual essence of fallen chaos demon gods, whose remains merged and devoured one another after the creation of heaven and earth, giving birth to creatures of utmost ferocity. Though they have awakened to some degree of sentience, their wisdom remains limited. They possess no understanding of profound cultivation methods and act solely on instinct. To put it plainly, the four great fierce beasts were nothing more than four brute enforcers, strong in body but feeble in mind. They were useless for delicate tasks. They could not handle work requiring thought or strategy. They could only perform rough, arduous labor. Performing rough, arduous tasks. That is indeed problematic, for I have no such chores to assign them. As the thought crossed his mind, Hongyun suddenly recalled the ancestral dragon palanquin, and an idea immediately took shape. In that case, why not put these four to use pulling the carriage? Yes, that is exactly what they shall do. The mere contemplation of it filled him with exhilaration. Whenever he traveled, he would ride within the ancestral dragon palanquin, while the four great fierce beasts drew it forward. The spectacle would be utterly breathtaking. Should he traverse the primordial world in such grand fashion, all eyes would fixate upon him, envious onlookers stamping their feet in envy. That is precisely why Zhulong earns the title of a good man, far surpassing Hongyun himself, deemed the foremost kind-hearted individual in the primordial world. Zhulong not only gifted him a carriage, but also indirectly bestowed four fearsome beasts. If there existed a card to recognize goodness, he would surely issue one to Zhulong. No, a single card could never adequately convey his gratitude. He would need at least two. A truly virtuous soul, Zhulong. Alas, this man's mind has been devoured by greed, and he is likely courting his own demise. Boom. A dull thunderclap exploded. Crack. Lightning split the sky. The entire small world trembled violently. This realm was already unstable, and now chaotic Qi rampaged, space fissures flickering constantly, as if it teetered on the brink of destruction. The cause of all this was not Hongyun, but Zhulong, who was striving to cultivate. To say he was striving to cultivate was not quite accurate. In fact, Zhulong was striving to merge the ancestral dragon pearl, the 18 true spirits of ferocious beasts, and the four essences of the supreme beasts. His eyes were tightly shut. Chaotic Qi swirled around him. A dragon shadow, boundless in pressure and terrifying to the void, circled and roared behind him, seemingly ready to merge into his body at any moment. This was the phantom of the ancestral dragon's fortune, a manifestation of the fortune bestowed by the primordial heavenly Tao upon all favored beings born of heaven and earth. The ancestral dragon had perished, and his fortune had naturally returned to the heavens, but now Zhu Long forcibly condensed it. Unfortunately, there was always a slight gap, and the phantom of the ancestral dragon's fortune remained elusive. Zhu Long grew anxious. Ignoring the unstable factor of Hongyun by his side, he suddenly shook his form, transforming into a 10,000 zhang dragon that nearly spanned the entire small world. The dragon's head rose high, emitting roars. Countless ferocious beast bones suddenly flew up like birds returning to their nests, scrambling and rushing into his gaping maw. Even the river of blood, like a reversed waterfall, surged into Zhu Long's mouth. His body grew even larger, his belly bulging, and his eyes turned bloodshot, as if they would drip blood. Hongyun witnessed all this, could not help but touch his chin and chuckled softly, these big eyeballs red and round like two giant lanterns. If hung in front of my fire cloud palace, they would surely be quite a sight. By now he had already guessed what Zhu Long intended to do. Yet he remained unmoved, seemingly unafraid that Zhu Long, after achieving the ancestral dragon form, would silence him. Of course he was not afraid. Even if Zhu Long became the ancestral dragon, and was as formidable as the original, or even if the original ancestral dragon were resurrected in his prime, Hongyun would not be intimidated. Without using other means, just summoning the four supreme beasts would be enough to bite that long serpent, the ancestral dragon, all over. As for Zhu Long, who had just stepped into the quasi-sage realm, killing him would be effortless for Hongyun. As for Zhu Long, seeing that even after devouring countless ferocious beast bones and blood, he was still short of achieving the ancestral dragon form, he became extremely anxious. Suddenly he caught sight of Hongyun. A thought struck him, and he immediately called out, "Taoist Hongyun, please lend me your aid. You must have realized. To be honest, I am not resurrecting the ancestral dragon, but rather based on my own self, I will merge the ancestral dragon pearl, the 18 true spirits of ferocious beasts, and the 4 beast essences to achieve the ancestral dragon form. Once I become the ancestral dragon, the dragon clan will surely rise again, becoming the 3rd great race besides the Yao and Wu clans. Then Taoist Hongyun, you will be an honored guest of the dragon clan." He did not say what would happen if he refused, but the fierce gleam in his eyes said it all. Hongyun frowned, deeply displeased, and was tempted to directly suppress the arrogant Zhu Long. But after thinking it over, he decided to lend a hand, not for any other reason, but simply because he felt that a dragon scale armor forged from the scales of the ancestral dragon would differ in grade from one forged from Zhu Long's scales. Since I want to forge a dragon scale armor, I naturally want the best. Zhu Long's scales won't do so, I have to help. With that thought, he waved his hand grandly. The Qiankuan gourd shot into the air, its mouth opened, and it spewed out countless pure, true spirits of ferocious beasts. Not only that, but he then opened his mouth and blew, spitting out his innate red cloud flame. Whoosh! The flames met the true spirits of the beasts and instantly ignited, enveloping Zhu Long's entire body. Instead of being alarmed, Zhu Long was overjoyed and laughed wildly. Excellent, excellent. With Taoist Hongyun's help, the ancestral dragon pearl, the 18 true spirits, and the 4 beast essences can merge in an instant. Phantom of the ancestral dragon's fortune, why do you still linger? Enter my body now. Boom. The hovering phantom of the ancestral dragon's fortune flickered and drilled into Zhu Long's body. Instantly Zhu Long's aura surged, his cultivation rose step by step, and in the blink of an eye he reached the level of a mid-stage quasi-sage. This was achieved without adopting Hongjun's method of severing the 3 corpses, essentially following the path of Pangu's great god, proving the Tao through sheer power. In terms of combat prowess, he was likely on par with a late-stage quasi-sage, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him the number 1 under Hongjun. Feeling the surging power, Zhu Long could not help but laugh wildly, his ferocious dragon head becoming even more terrifying. Suddenly he twisted his dragon head, looked at Hongyun, curled his lips in a cold sneer, and his crimson lantern-like eyes glittered with a murderous gleam. But in the end he did not pounce directly. Instead, he shook his form and transformed into a human shape. It was still Zhu Long's appearance, but his aura was even more imposing. His sharpness was fully exposed like an unsheathed sword. Even the space around trembled slightly, tearing open cracks, as if it could not bear the pressure of this aura. Showing off his power. Nakedly showing off. Hongyun frowned, a look of displeasure flashing across his face. But this expression was fleeting, replaced by a face full of joy. He clasped his hands and smiled. Congratulations, Taoist Zhu Long, on successfully transforming into the ancestral dragon today. Soon you will soar through the 9 heavens and awe the 8 wilds. Zhu Long laughed again, his face full of arrogance, having completely forgotten the help Hongyun had just rendered. He said flippantly, "Taoist Hongyun flatters me. But from now on you must not call me Zhu Long. Call me Ancestral Dragon, for I am already the Ancestral Dragon. Considering this is your first offense, I, the Ancestral Dragon, will spare you this once and not bother with you." His eyes flickered slightly, his nostrils nearly pointing skyward. He continued, but death may be forgiven, yet punishment cannot be avoided. Since you have offended my taboo, you must pay the price. How arrogant. Too arrogant. So arrogant, he didn't know his own name. A typical case of giving an inch and taking a mile climbing up the nose. Hongyun curled his lips into a cold smile and said angrily, what does Taoist Zhulong think? He has grown powerful and wants to spar with me. Fine. Since I have nothing better to do, I'll exchange a few moves with you lest you think yourself invincible under heaven. The best material for forging the dragon scale armor was already in hand, so why bother being polite? If it came to fighting, he would fight. If it came to killing, he would kill. Moreover, he had a disciple who was a true ancestral dragon, but his cultivation was still shallow, unable to seize the phantom of the ancestral dragon's fortune. But once his cultivation deepened and he reached the great Luo realm, if the phantom of the ancestral dragon's fortune remained masterless, it would automatically attach itself to him. In other words, even for the sake of his disciple's future, he would never allow Zhulong to truly become the ancestral dragon. Zhulong paused for a moment. He had not expected Hongyun to be so uncompromising. By all accounts, given Hongyun's reputation as a perpetually accommodating man, he should have taken the initiative to yield and apologize. After all, Zhulong had already attained the form of an ancestral dragon, his combat prowess now comparable to that of a late-stage quasi-saint. Could this wretched magnanimous fool actually possess some hidden trump card? Ah, right, the Qiankuan gourd. Hongyun owned a formidable Qiankuan gourd, one capable of containing the very forces of heaven and earth and further endowed with the power to refine souls. It was an exceptionally rare treasure. No, he could not afford to alienate Hongyun just yet. Though he had achieved the body of an ancestral dragon and possessed overwhelming combat strength, he himself lacked any truly powerful magical artifact. The thought of magical artifacts brought to mind the ancestral dragon carriage. Not long ago, in an effort to ingratiate himself with Hongyun, Zhulong had voluntarily gifted the carriage to him. But now was the time to retrieve it. Return a gift that had already been given. Wasn't that beyond shameless? Nonsense. What kind of place was the Honghuang continent? Those who clung to propriety died first. Only the thick-skinned could thrive and prosper. Had they not witnessed the two paths of the West whose faces grew progressively thicker with each passing era, yet whose lives became increasingly carefree and liberated? With a subtle shift of intention, his arrogant bearing dissipated by nearly 7 parts. He forced a smile and said, Friend Hongyun, forgive me. I spoke carelessly. Ahem, attaining the form of an ancestral dragon was truly my greatest fortune. Yet it is a pity that the treasures left behind by the ancient ancestral dragon have either been destroyed or lost over the centuries. It is an unpleasant memory to revisit. What was he implying? The subject had shifted too abruptly and rather clumsily at that. Any fool could see this was not genuine repentance, but a calculated maneuver. However, Hongyun's eyes flickered slightly. He thought to himself, feigned courtesy and false humility. These were his specialties. If Zhulong wished to play the part, then so be it. He would indulge him. Unless he could strip that magnificent dragon hide from him, Hongyun would count himself defeated. Thus he too subdued his aura and offered a smile. I always knew friend Zhulong could not be the sort to renounce old friendships. Haha, all of this was merely a misunderstanding. As the most magnanimous man in all of Honghuang, the very conscience of this world, I, Hongyun, have always believed that as long as one treats others with sincerity, others will surely treat one in kind. Friend Zhulong, do you not agree? Agree. Agree, my grandmother. Those who treat others sincerely are the first to die. In the Honghuang world, it was all about honeyed words and hidden daggers, about wearing a smiling face, while nursing betrayal underneath, about presenting one countenance to the front and another to the back. Yet facing Hongyun, who was about to be schemed into his death, Zhulong naturally could not voice such truths. He cleared his throat, lightly suppressing the urge to retch, and replied with a smile, Friend Hongyun speaks with great wisdom. If I treat others with sincerity, they will surely treat me in kind. This is but the natural way of the world. Ahem, profoundly reasonable. That being said, I, Zhulong, am absolutely sincere toward friend Hongyun. I wonder whether friend Hongyun might reciprocate that sincerity, and whether the ancestral dragon carriage I gifted you earlier might. Even with his thick-skinned nature, speaking so directly still made him somewhat embarrassed. But this implication was barely different from outright declaration. Hongyun understood instantly, his expression shifting to one of dramatic realization. Strange as it was, Hongyun showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, the corner of his mouth twitched upward, revealing unmistakable delight. In fact, genuine joy. Excellent. Friend Zhulong should have said so from the beginning. What is the ancestral dragon carriage? It is nothing of consequence. I shall return it to you with pleasure. Indeed, now that you have successfully transformed into an ancestral dragon, I have yet to present any congratulatory gift. Let this ancestral dragon carriage serve as my token of celebration. Please do not refuse. Huh, was it really this straightforward? Zhulong was utterly bewildered, hardly daring to believe his own ears. It was only when he actually saw the ancestral dragon carriage that he confirmed Hongyun was not playing games. He He was genuinely returning the carriage with sincere intent. What kind of mentality was this? Was Hongyun's mind addled? Did he not understand that the ancestral dragon carriage had simply gone in a circle and returned to him, meaning he had gained nothing at all? True, the ancestral dragon carriage had indeed completed its circuit and returned to Zhulong. But to claim Hongyun had gained nothing was demonstrably false. In fact, he had gained quite a lot. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully delivering the damaged ancestral dragon carriage. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the system reward pack, the complete ancestral dragon carriage. Ding. A friendly reminder: this complete ancestral dragon carriage was forged by the ancestral dragon using heaven-opening gold. It is said that heaven-opening gold originated from the skull of the great Pangu, possessing unsurpassed offensive and defensive power. For full particulars, the host is advised to investigate and explore independently. Completely dumbfounded, shocked to his core. No wonder Zhulong had been so eager to reclaim the ancestral dragon carriage, risking his dignity without hesitation. Its origins were truly astonishing. Heaven-opening gold, forged from Pangu's skull, possessing unsurpassed offensive and defensive power. This was absolutely a treasure of the highest order. Even if it did not reach the caliber of a chaos treasure, it far surpassed all other artifacts in the Hongwang world. If not for Zhulong's presence, he would have summoned it immediately for a closer inspection, then mounted the 4 great fiend beasts and strolled about, grandly showing off to his heart's content. Humility. Remember, true humility is the greatest display of power. Patience. Once Zhulong is dealt with, I shall refine a set of dragon scale armor and wear it. Would that not be even more magnificent? That is settled. Clad in dragon scale armor, riding the ancestral dragon carriage drawn by the 4 great fiend beasts, TZF, I shall undoubtedly be the most dazzling figure across all of Hongwang. The more he thought, the more thrilled he became. The more he reflected, the more timely the ancestral dragon carriage seemed. It was simply the finest artifact for projecting dominance while traveling. And yet, just as his lips stretched toward his ears, Zhulong's mouth was curving with equal extremity. What he discovered with astonishment was that there was no trace of Hongyun's imprint upon the damaged ancestral dragon carriage. In other words, after receiving the carriage, Hongyun had never refined it at all, simply stowing it away in his personal spatial realm. This meant that with merely a thought, he could claim the ancestral dragon carriage as his own, with the effortless ease of an extension of his very arm. Magnificent. Simply magnificent. It was undoubtedly because Hongyun failed to recognize the carriage's true worth and did not grasp its formidable power. He swiftly refined it, and a surge of confidence filled him. His gaze shifted, subtly settling upon Hongyun's Chinquan gourd. Ahem, friend Hongyun, truly the #1 magnanimous man of Hongwang, never taking advantage of others. I deeply admire you. However, with only the ancestral dragon carriage, my collection of magical artifacts remains somewhat lacking. If only friend Hongyun could gift me the Chinquan gourd as well. Hongyun stumbled backward, nearly falling face first into the dust, his face twisting in utter incredulity as he stared at Zhulong. How shameless could one possibly be? What was greed incarnate? This was greed incarnate. Did he truly believe himself an ancestral dragon entitled to snatch and seize at will? What a wretched creature. His expression turned cold. He flatly refused. I beg your pardon, friend, but the Chinquan gourd is my most precious treasure. I cannot part with it. Cannot part with it. Zhulong's brows rose slightly, a cold smile spreading across his face. Haha, friend Hongyun, some matters are no longer within your control. Today that Chinquan gourd will be given to me, whether you wish it or not. What I Zhulong, I mean what I the ancestral dragon set my sights upon, must become mine. A surge of aura, a torrent of murderous intent. Candle Dragon's eyes blazed like lightning, shooting 2 beams of cold light as he glared viciously at Red Cloud. If looks could kill, Red Cloud would have been torn to pieces by now. Daoist fellow Red Cloud, I ask you one last time, the Chinquan gourd, will you give it or not? Don't be in a hurry to answer. Let me first tell you what the ancestral dragon chariot is. Haha, it is a magical artifact capable of both offense and defense, refined by the ancestral dragon from the metal of heaven's opening. Do you know what the metal of heaven's opening is? Ignorant as you are, you've probably never heard of it. The metal of heaven's opening is transformed from Pangu's skull. His face was full of complacency. His face was full of arrogance. He looked at Red Cloud as if watching a clown. However, to his disappointment, Red Cloud did not show any sign of fear, not even a change in his expression. He remained as calm and cold as ever. Candle Dragon, originally, I had no wish to be your enemy. That is why for the unreasonable demands you made, I satisfied them all to the extent I could. But you have grown so insatiably greedy that you have reached the point of killing me for my treasures. Then do not blame me for not giving you a chance. The ancestral dragon chariot is indeed extraordinary, but so what? In the end, it is nothing but a chariot. If it truly possessed earth-shattering power, your dragon clan would not have suffered such a disastrous defeat during the 3 clans' war for supremacy. This was the truth. No matter how powerful a magical artifact, it still requires a capable wielder. If the wielder is incompetent, even a heaven-defying artifact is useless. Red Cloud's words were undoubtedly a mockery of the dragon clan's lack of talent, and even the ancestral dragon himself was subjected to merciless ridicule. He flew into a towering rage. Candle Dragon's nose was almost twisted with anger. You see, what he hated most was being reminded of the three clans' war and the dragon clan's defeat. Red Cloud's words had undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. Once the reverse scale was touched, there was nothing more to say. Only a fight to the death or death in battle. As for any guilt he might have felt toward Red Cloud, it had already been burned away by his fury. Red Cloud, how dare you? The affairs of my dragon clan are not something for a mere fire cloud like you to meddle in. Very well, since you dare to defy me, then die. I, Candle Dragon, no, I, the ancestral dragon, have been worrying about lacking an opportunity to assert my might in the primordial world. I will use your head to proclaim the dragon clan's resurgence. Rumble. A great crash. A dragon claw as massive as a mountain slammed down fiercely. This claw carried the might of the ancestral dragon. The surrounding space was torn apart, and countless chaotic energies churned violently, as if they could not bear the pressure and were on the verge of destruction. But Red Cloud did not move an inch. He even curled the corner of his mouth, slightly revealing a contemptuous sneer. Candle Dragon, you underestimate me far too much. After all, I, Red Cloud, am a mighty quasi-sage. Trying to kill me with a single slap. Haha, wishful thinking. Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. 9-turn star sand charge. Rumble. 9 stars shot out with the speed of thunder and lightning, charging at the dragon claw without any sign of weakness. If there had been only 1 star, the ancestral dragon's claw could definitely withstand it. 2 would be no problem. Even 3 would be manageable. But there were 9 entire stars. Continuously, like endless waves, one after another, they crashed wildly. Crack. The sound of shattering rang out. The ancestral dragon's claw finally broke. Like glass struck by a heavy blow, it instantly shattered into pieces, then vanished into nothingness, disappearing into the torn void. What treasure is this? Candle Dragon cried out, his face showing shock. 9-turn star sand, how formidable. Red Cloud, I have changed my mind. If you give me this 9-turn star sand, I will not take the Hongjun gourd. Let us turn hostility into friendship. What do you say? Red Cloud was almost amused. What the hell? Give you the 9-turn star sand to turn hostility into friendship? Do you think your face is that big, eh? Some people are just so ignorant, blinded by greed, thinking themselves the greatest under heaven, but in truth they're the biggest joke under heaven. Unable to resist, he raised an eyebrow, and a playful idea came to him. He smiled and said, wanting the 9-turn star sand is not impossible. As long as you agree to one condition of mine, not to mention the 9-turn star sand, even if I add the Hongjun gourd and give you both, it doesn't matter. Overjoyed, Candle Dragon's eyes instantly became bright as lanterns. He hurriedly said, good, no matter what condition, I will agree. Haha, with these 2 treasures plus my ancestral dragon body and the ancestral dragon chariot, who in the primordial world would dare to disobey? The dragon clan will surely rise and become the undisputed 3rd great clan. In his mind, Red Cloud's so-called condition was just an excuse to save face. What first good old man of the primordial world? It was merely Red Cloud praising himself. He was weak and facing conflicts, afraid to fight for benefits, and even a treasure as precious as the Hongmeng Purple Qi he dared not seize and had to give away. Red Cloud's weakness and tractability were indeed infamous in the primordial world. Taoist fellow Red Cloud, hand them over, don't be polite. The 9-turn star sand and the Hongjun gourd, I want both. Let's turn hostility into friendship, ha. Red Cloud also smiled and extended his hand as well, saying, if that's the case, then you also hand over something, Taoist fellow Candle Dragon. Cash on delivery, so neither owes the other. That made sense. Cash on delivery, the fairest deal. Candle Dragon nodded, but suddenly realized that he still didn't know what Red Cloud actually wanted. So he asked with a smile, no problem, we'll do cash on delivery. But may I ask, what does Taoist fellow Red Cloud want? I emphasize again, whatever you want, as long as I have it, nothing is off limits. Red Cloud showed a pleased expression and smiled. Taoist fellow Candle Dragon is a straightforward man. Then hurry up and take out a knife. Speaking of which, I've long wanted to refine a dragon scale armor. With your dragon hide and scales tisk, my dragon scale armor will surely be majestic and awe-inspiring, making me the most dazzling guy in the primordial world without a doubt. He was stunned. Completely stunned. Candle Dragon almost thought his ears were playing tricks. What did this mean? Red Cloud wanted to refine a dragon scale armor, and using his own dragon hide and scales. Damn it. This is fucking with me. Stripping my skin and taking my scales. This clearly means to kill me. Suddenly enlightened, he finally realized that Red Cloud was deliberately messing with him. The so-called giving him the 9-turn star sand and the Hongjun gourd was bullshit. Damn it, without his dragon hide and scales he would be dead. How could he give anything? Fury soared to the sky. Aura surged. The might of the ancestral dragon was unmistakable. Red Cloud, you dare to play me? Red Cloud showed no fear, sneering. You played me first, why can't I play you? However, there is one thing I am not joking about. I truly need your dragon hide and scales to refine a dragon scale armor. As his words fell, his whole body trembled. A vast and majestic aura soared into the sky, scattering the clouds in midair and pressed heavily toward Candle Dragon. In terms of sheer might, it was not inferior to Candle Dragon's ancestral dragon power. Heart-pounding. Sensing the overwhelming aura of Hongyun, Zhulong suddenly realized something was amiss. It seemed that this primordial era's #1 good-natured person was not a simple character after all. From the sheer force of his presence, he appeared to be no less formidable than himself. Had he been careless and kicked a steel plate? No. Since things had come to this, even if it was a steel plate, he had to keep kicking until he shattered it, even if it meant breaking his own feet. Once he made up his mind, he hesitated no more. Surrounded by surging dragon aura, the newly refined ancestral dragon chariot appeared before him. Originally just a carriage, it now radiated an indestructible brilliance. The chariot's surface was covered with flickering runes exuding the unique aura of the primordial era's creation, spanning ages and crushing all. Even the 9-turn star sand trembled involuntarily under this aura, as if it could not hold on. Indeed, the primordial gold used to forge the ancestral dragon chariot was transformed from Panga's skull, carrying some of his essence. And the 9-turn star sand was refined by Pangu from 9 chaotic stars, making it extremely sensitive to Panga's aura. Haha, Hongyun, with the ancestral dragon chariot in my hands, what can you use to fight me? The ancestral dragon chariot was forged from primordial gold, which was transformed from Panga's skull. All the countless beings and treasures of the primordial era are remnants of the great god Pangu. Facing his skull, they can only retreat in awe. He glanced at the 9-turn star sand, growing even more complacent, his mouth almost curling to his ears. Simultaneously, the ancestral dragon chariot slowly moved, pressing toward Hongyun. Though just a carriage, it emanated a terrifying aura like an emperor. Wherever it passed, chaotic energy rippled, and space was torn into countless cracks, as if even heaven and earth dared not oppose it. Formidable. Truly formidable. No wonder it was the ancestral dragon chariot. Even in its incomplete state, it was awe-inspiring. Hongyun couldn't help but admire it, yet instead of panic, a genuine delight appeared on his face. Nonsense. How could he not be delighted? If the incomplete version of the ancestral dragon chariot was already this fiercely impressive, the complete version in his hands would be absolutely earth-shattering. Of course, before unleashing the complete ancestral dragon chariot, he still needed to boast a little and put on a show. He coughed lightly, curled his lips in disdain, and sneered. I thought it was something special. The ancestral dragon chariot. It's not a rare treasure. It's as if everyone doesn't have one. What? The ancestral dragon chariot is not a rare treasure. As if everyone has one. Zhulong nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face filled with shock, and then he burst into loud laughter. Hongyun, you are truly speechless to say such ignorant words. Enough. Since you are so stubborn and unyielding, then die. As his voice fell, he struck out with both hands continuously. The ancestral dragon chariot suddenly accelerated, emitting a thunderous roar, as if to destroy heaven and earth and crush the ages. Hongyun smiled slightly and waved his hand fiercely. The chaotic energy before him rippled, space split open with countless gaps, and a flawless ancestral dragon chariot appeared. Not only that, but in front of the chariot were 4 ferocious beasts pulling it, the 4 great ferocious beasts. Go, let the ignorant Taoist Zhulong witness the true power of the ancestral dragon chariot. Roar. The 4 great ferocious beasts raised their heads and roared in unison, while countless remnant souls of slain beasts from mountains of corpses and seas of blood joined in the howling. Rumble. A violent collision sounded. Space annihilated, small world shattered. Chaotic energy surged, earth fire erupted, and hurricanes descended. Moments later, a blur shot backward with the speed of lightning. It was the damaged ancestral dragon chariot. It was no match at all. In one collision, it shattered into pieces. As luck would have it, the largest piece flying backward, the fastest, slammed solidly into Zhulong. Poor Zhulong, even with his ancestral dragon body, was smashed, dizzy and disoriented, vomiting mouthfuls of blood, almost losing half his life. With a flicker, Hongyun appeared before him, grinning. Taoist Zhulong, are you alright? Be careful not to damage the dragon scales and skin. That's my future dragon scale armor. Zhulong opened his mouth and spat out another stream of blood, grinding his back teeth in fury, nearly dying of rage. He never imagined he would be defeated so miserably. But it was nothing. This was just the beginning. Without the ancestral dragon chariot, he still had his ancestral dragon body, which could still make Hongyun suffer. However, just as he was about to unleash his ancestral dragon form for a surprise attack and deliver a fatal blow to Hongyun, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The previously fused ancestral dragon pearl, the 18 true spirits of ferocious beasts, and the 4 great beast essences began to destabilize, as if about to separate again. This was disastrous. His face instantly turned even paler. In the end, he dared not use his ancestral dragon form. He opened his mouth and whispered in surrender, misunderstanding, coughed Taoist Hong, this is all a misunderstanding. You are magnanimous, please don't bother with me. Hongyun laughed heartily, shaking his head. So it's a misunderstanding. But what I said is true. I really want to forge a dragon scale armor. Daoist Zhulong, no, now I should call you Daoist Ancestral Dragon. I deserve a slap for forgetting. So Daoist Ancestral Dragon, will you peel off your dragon skin and scales yourself, or shall I do it? Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Zhulong trembled all over his face, as white as paper, nearly fainting from fear. Trembling and shaking, he again whispered in supplication, Don't joke, Daoist Hongyun, don't make such jokes. By the way, there are many good things in my dragon clan's treasury. I recall a phoenix feather and a Qilin horn, both absolute treasures. If Daoist Hongyun spares my life, I am willing to offer them. Phoenix feather, Qilin horn, they are indeed good things. But no matter how good they are, can they compare to ancestral dragon scales? Hongyun frowned and said angrily, Daoist, are you mocking me? You are now the ancestral dragon. How precious are your scales? Can they be compared to a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn? Unless the phoenix feather is from Yuanfeng and the Qilin horn from Shikolin. Zhulong was on the verge of tears. How could the phoenix feather and Qilin horn in the dragon treasury be from Yuanfeng and Shikolin? That was impossible. Daoist Hongyun, no, don't act. I still have treasures. Please don't kill me. One must never be lenient with a treacherous ingrate. Especially since Zhulong, while begging for mercy, was not giving up. He was waiting for the ancestral dragon pearl, the 18 true spirits, and the 4 beast essences to stabilize for a massive counterattack. Strike while the iron is hot. Hongyun would not be soft-hearted. With the 9-turn star sand suppressing and the Qinkuan gourd descending in the blink of an eye, he subdued Zhulong. That was not all. Once Zhulong entered the Qinkuan gourd, he immediately activated its soul-dispersing function to begin refining Zhulong's divine soul and consciousness. Good deeds always bring good rewards. No matter what others think, as the foremost good-hearted person in the primordial world, the conscience of the primordial Hongyun steadfastly believed this. Take this journey to the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea small world, for instance. He never anticipated such abundant gains. 18 wraiths, 4 great ferocious beasts, and the Zhulong chariot, each of which was immensely formidable and exceedingly rare. As for the rift sword, it was merely a trifle, never weighing on his mind. Not to mention that after slaying Zhulong, his dragon scales, hide, bones, and sinews were stripped away. More importantly, all of his Zhulong pearls, the 18 clusters of ferocious beast true spirits, the 4 ferocious beast essence souls, and the broken Zhulong chariot returned to his hands. Too many treasures. Every time he returned, he was laden with riches. What a delightful dilemma. I shall embed the 18 clusters of ferocious beast true spirits into the 18 wraith pearls and slowly nurture them. Perhaps when the 18 wraith pearls transform into the 18 layers of hell, these 18 ferocious beast true spirits could become the 18 lords of hell. At that time, each lord would govern 1 layer of hell, and their cultivation would surely be formidable, at least at the great Luo level, perhaps even becoming excellent allies in group battles. At the thought of group battles, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he immediately resolved this delightful decision. As for the 4 ferocious beast essence souls, let them be a boon for the 4 ferocious beasts. Since they share the same origin, devouring these essence souls might bring unexpected transformations. With a subtle thought, the 4 ferocious beast essence souls flew out of the Qinkuan gourd and surged toward the 4 ferocious beasts. A howl! The 4 beasts roared in unison. They displayed intense excitement, wagging their heads and tails like pampered lapdogs receiving treats, utterly devoid of any ferocity. Swiftly they gulped down their respective essence souls. In an instant the heavens and earth changed color and fierce winds howled. Countless residual souls of ferocious beasts wailed and even knelt in unison, as if welcoming the birth of a king. Such an extraordinary celestial phenomenon was utterly unexpected, and even Hongyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Fortunately, this occurred in the extreme north within the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea small world. Had it been on the primordial continent, it would have stirred up an unimaginable storm. In the blink of an eye, 4 streaks of blood-red light flashed, and the original 4 ferocious beasts transformed into 4 burly, robust men. Unlike ordinary cultivators who had taken human form, their bodies were covered with eerie patterns which were the phantom images of their original forms. Particularly on their chests, there were ferocious skull-like visages terrifying enough to silence a crying child. Logically, even if the 4 ferocious beasts had developed intelligence, they would find it extremely difficult to transform into a Tao body due to the chaotic primordial aura of the opening of heaven. In fact, not to mention them, even Zhulong Feng Zhu and Shi Qilin, after countless years of cultivation following the tribulation of ferocious beasts, had not fully transformed and retained their most prominent features. For instance, Zhulong had a human body with a dragon's head, and his descendants, including Zhulong, all bore this form, unable to truly transform into a Tao body. In other words, the successful transformation of the 4 ferocious beasts into Tao bodies was a miracle, a variable beyond the control of the primordial heavenly Tao. It was fortunate that this happened in the extreme north within the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea small world, where the influence of the primordial heavenly Tao was weak. Otherwise, the 4 ferocious beasts would have been reduced to ashes by heavenly tribulation before they could transform. But since they had already succeeded in transforming, it was no longer an easy matter for the primordial heavenly Tao to intervene. However, Hongyun frowned and said angrily, I told you to pull the chariot, but now you've transformed. How can you pull it? Taoye, the leader of the 4 ferocious beasts, stepped forward with a fawning grin. Master, please calm down. We can freely switch between our original forms and our Tao bodies. Pulling the chariot will not be hindered. The original form might be more powerful in battle, but the Tao body was easier for cultivation and breakthrough. This was the reason all species chose to transform into Tao bodies after cultivation. Hongyun pondered for a moment, then waved his hand brusquely. With a swoosh, flames erupted, enveloping the Zhu-Long chariot. At the same time, he threw the broken pieces of the chariot into the fire. After nearly half a day, the flames gradually extinguished, and the Zhu-Long chariot had completely changed shape. Its main structure remained, but it had transformed from a chariot into a sedan chair, carried by 4 bearers. With 4 swift sounds, 4 thick poles appeared before the 4 ferocious beasts. These are your sedan poles and your magical artifacts. Forged from the primordial gold, refine them well, and they shall become the foundation of your Tao. The 4 ferocious beasts were both astonished and delighted. Their coarse hands caressed the poles incessantly, their grins reaching their ears. For them, this day was a grand celebration. They had not only successfully transformed, but also received a magical artifact. After all, this was an artifact forged from primordial gold, perfectly suited for the first batch of beings born after the opening of heaven, a match made in heaven. Thank you, Master, for bestowing these treasures. From now on, we are willing to die for you. They knelt in unison, their demeanor submissive. Hongyun smiled faintly and waved his hand. Rise. I don't need you to die for me, you just carry the sedan chair well. The corpse mountain blood sea small world is the graveyard of countless ferocious beasts. Perhaps there are things you need here. Go and seek your fortunes. Just don't disturb me here. I need to forge a dragon scale armor, one that is extremely stylish. Whether I become the most dazzling figure in the primordial world hinges on this. Zhu-Long was on the verge of death. Upon seeing Hongyun, he immediately begged for mercy. Brother Hongyun, spare my life. I was wrong, truly wrong. I should not have been so greedy and insatiable. Hongyun sneered coldly. Spare you? If I spare you, what about my dragon scale armor? I'm counting on it to be stylish. Zhu-Long wailed, knowing he was doomed. After a moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth. I am willing to offer all my essence to you, Brother Hongyun. I don't ask for forgiveness, only that you spare my soul. The Zhu-Long chariot, though extremely powerful, lacks a true spirit to guard it. I am willing to become the true spirit of the Zhu-Long chariot to protect the chariot for you. Please, Brother Hongyun. No, Master, grant me this. I will be the true spirit of the chariot, your loyal servant, never to betray or defy again. This was worth considering. The Zhu-Long chariot had transformed into the Hongyun sedan chair, which indeed needed more adornment. If Zhu-Long became its true spirit, the sedan chair would come alive. Very well, I'll give you a chance. Zhu-Long, why are you still standing there? Turn all your essence into dragon scales, and help me forge the dragon scale armor. Once the dragon scale armor is forged, you will become the true spirit of the Hongyun sedan chair. I will keep your dragon bones, sinews, blood, and flesh. If you serve loyally, you may yet have a chance to soar through the heavens again. With supreme cultivation and unmatched combat power, one could instill fear in others. But to win genuine loyalty, mere cultivation and strength were insufficient. One must offer sufficient rewards. What constituted sufficient reward? That question seemed difficult to answer. After all, a snake coveting an elephant spoke volumes about human greed. No matter how much one gave, there would always come a day when it was deemed insufficient. Yet in truth, once the essence of such rewards was understood, the answer became remarkably simple. In 2 characters, it boiled down to one thing: hope. Take for instance the 4 fiend beasts. Their loyalty to Hongyun was absolute. Even serving as humble servants or palanquin bearers, they did so willingly. On one hand, this stemmed from awe before Hongyun's peerless cultivation and unmatched combat prowess. But more importantly, Hongyun had granted them the opportunity to take human form, bestowing upon them artifacts forged from the primordial metal of creation, offering them hope of ultimately achieving the Tao. With such hope laid bare before their eyes, no temptation, no matter how alluring, could ever shake their loyalty. Similarly, at that moment, Zhu-Long too harbored unwavering devotion toward Hongyun. Unlike the 4 fiend beasts, however, his aspiration centered on soaring through the 9 heavens once more. Hongyun's retention of his dragon blood, bones, flesh, and tendons all served this singular purpose. As for Hongyun himself, he had reaped abundant benefits, particularly now draped in scales of dragon armor that blazed with golden radiance, so dazzling it nearly burned one's sight. When spiritual energy coursed through him, a colossal dragon phantom stretching 10,000 zhang materialized, shaking its head and swaying its tail with formidable majesty enough to chill the blood of any who beheld it. Ha ha, with this dragon scale armor, I Hongyun shall surely be the most radiant figure across the primordial continent. With a flicker of movement, he leapt onto Ancestor Dragon's palanquin, or rather now renamed Hongyun's palanquin. and gave it a gentle pat, calling out, "Where are the four fiend beasts?" Raised the palanquin. The sound of tearing through air erupted like whistles. The four fiend beasts rushed forward at great speed, hoisted the sedan chairs on their shoulders, and ascended toward the clouds carrying trails of auspicious mist. At the same time, a massive dragon coiled above Hongyun's palanquin, its imperial aura radiating in all directions with overwhelming might. Magnificent. Simply magnificent. Even if a true sovereign appeared, their bearing would scarcely match this grandeur. Breaking into unrestrained laughter, Hongyun's mouth stretched nearly to his ears, utterly consumed by pride and self-satisfaction. Ahem, merely circling within the miniature realm of corpse mountains and seas of blood will suffice to satiate my cravings. Such an imposing display should be reserved for critical moments. Under normal circumstances, it's far too terrifying. Intimidating ordinary folk matters little, but should Junti be frightened away, he'd cease his schemes against me. And how dreadfully boring that would prove. With major affairs concluded and no further purpose lingering in the blood sea of corpses, it's time to return to the primordial continent and pay a visit to malicious corpse Kunpeng to learn what fresh schemes Junti has devised. With this thought in mind, he descended from the Hongyun palanquin, waved his hand to dismiss it, and transformed his dragon-scale armor back into a crimson Taoist robe, once more assuming the guise of that unassuming, benevolent figure from the primordial continent. The spatial rifts remained intact. A single step carried him back to the primordial continent. Chaotic Qi surfaced intermittently, while spatial fractures flickered in and out of existence. The land beyond the northernmost reaches of the extreme north continued to destabilize. Suddenly Hongyun's stride faltered, and his brows knitted sharply. Something felt gravely amiss. Not that the surroundings had shifted, but rather that his instincts had changed. Danger lurked, that much was certain. His entire body tensed as 9 turn-star sands spiraled around him in a defensive formation. In that same instant, a blood-red blade cleaved through the heavens and tore across the void itself, striking horizontally. Wind shrieked around the blade's edge with piercing intensity. Its momentum surged like a thunder tribulation spanning heaven and earth, clearly intent on cleaving him in two with a single stroke. Fury erupted within him, a mixture of rage and indignation. Hongyun let out a cold snort and roared, "You insignificant wretches dare assail this Taoist. Die!" His finger struck forward like a blade. The 9-turn-star sand spun violently, expanding to resemble a genuine star as it hurtled directly toward the crimson blade. Rumbles shook the heavens repeatedly. The violent impact echoed endlessly as space itself cracked like shattered glass under a hammer's blow, crumbling into dust. A void storm swept across heaven and earth, devastating the already unstable northern reaches. Hongyun stood amid the tempest with a stern countenance, his lips curled in menace and his gaze cutting through the chaos like bitter winter wind. Whoever dared strike from the shadows would face no mercy. Death alone awaited them. The sharp ring of a sword leaving its scabbard echoed through the void. Its ring was crystal clear, yet radiated murderous intent. Instantly the collapsing space around them churned like boiling water as chaotic Qi surged wildly, threatening to erupt into a primordial storm. One sword shatters eternity. One blade slaughters 10,000 immortals. This was the slaying immortal sword. Hongyun's eyes narrowed instantly, his expression turning grave. He had never anticipated a second attacker, least of all one bearing the name Tongtian. Tongtian, we harbor no grudge between us. Why resort to such despicable treachery? Cold light erupted from his eyes as his aura surged explosively. With a sweeping gesture, a fearsome black spear emanating terror manifested before him. The god-slaying spear. Its only equal was the slaying immortal sword. Both weapons collided with the force of lightning and hurricane blade, meeting spear in a clash of sheer determination. The spear point struck the sword's edge without yielding. Space crumbled anew beneath the collision, withering like dead branches before the obliteration. The chaotic storm howled toward them, yet dissolved in an instant before these two supreme artifacts of heaven and earth, incapable of producing even the smallest disturbance. The sole anomaly lay in the brief silence that followed their impact. A stillness so profound it seemed time itself had frozen, as though witnessed in slow motion. This quietude proved fleeting. That momentary stillness served only to amplify the coming devastation. And so it transpired, for as reality, suspended eruption, exploded outward. The heavens and earth shifted in color as void suddenly appeared, and chaos descended, giving the impression that creation itself had reverted to primordial disorder, awaiting Pangu's divine intervention to reshape the world anew. The entire primordial continent quaked relentlessly, while countless powerful beings registered subtle shifts in their expressions, revealing undertones of alarm. Tongtian, I understand you possess the 4 swords of Zhuxian. If death is what you seek, then why wield only a single sword? One insignificant blade hardly measures up to the task. Hongyun's voice cut through the chaos like ice as his spiritual energy surged, vast as an endless ocean, crashing and undulating in relentless waves to fuel the god-slaying spear. The slaying immortal sword faltered, letting out a pure-toned cry before retreating as a streak of sword intent. The god-slaying spear thrust forward, seeking to press the advantage. But at that critical moment, the 9-turn star sand cracked under pressure, pushed back by the blood-colored blade, and fractured along its surface. His expression shifted subtly. Recognizing he could not pursue under these conditions, Hongyun swept both hands and withdrew the 9-turn star sand, then directed the god-slaying spear with a single gesture to intercept the blood blade. The god-slaying spear was a primordial magical treasure amplified by the remnant soul of demon ancestor Lu, within it, granting it extraordinary power when fully activated. Even the slaying immortal sword, a fellow primordial treasure, had been forced back, so the blood blade stood no chance against such might. A single strike shattered the blade, its edge crumbling into fragments as cracks raced across its entire length, paying dearly for the damage it had inflicted upon the 9-turn star sand. The situation is dire. Even though Hongyun struck first, repelling the immortal slaying sword with the god-slaying spear and wounding the blood blade, the predicament remained grim. It could even be described as utterly disastrous. This was clearly a premeditated and meticulously planned ambush. The opponents were two primordial great powers. Their cultivation was at least at the early quasi-saint stage, possibly even mid-quasi-saint, with terrifying combat prowess and astonishingly formidable treasures. The bloodblade, though chipped by the god-slaying spear, was still immensely powerful, at least superior to the 9 revolution star sand. The immortal slaying sword was even more formidable. The 4 immortal slaying swords were all primordial spiritual treasures, supreme instruments of slaughter. What troubled him even more was that the appearance of the immortal slaying sword meant Tongtian had arrived. And Tongtian possessed all 4 immortal slaying swords. Combined with the immortal slaying formation diagram, they could form the immortal slaying sword formation, a presence akin to a primordial supreme treasure, unbreakable except by 4 saints. That would be far too dangerous. Tongtian, since I have already seen through your disguise, why continue to hide? Is that amusing? A true man should act with openness and integrity. I, Hongyun, have always believed that among all the primordial titans you alone are a genuine man and a true hero. But I never expected to be mistaken. Turns out you are also a sneaky, despicable coward. Yet despite his fierce denunciation, Tongtian still did not appear. Only the immortal slaying sword kept emitting clanging chimes, eager to strike, as if it could descend at any moment. Something was wrong. With Tongtian's temper having been scolded as a coward, how could he remain so composed? Impossible. In a crude analogy, among the 3 pure ones, Laozi was as steady as a dog, Yuanshi as cunning as a wolf, and only Tongtian had a bull-headed stubbornness, making him somewhat of a man of passion. But today this man of passion had actually started to play it safe. No matter how he thought about it, it felt wrong. A thought flickered through his mind, and he couldn't help blurting out, "You are not Tongtian." That's it. Only this explanation accounts for why you have been skulking in the shadows, afraid to show yourself. Not Tongtian, yet able to borrow the immortal slaying sword. I guessed who you are. Haha, excellent, perfect. Then let me weigh your worth. He had guessed the identity, but did not voice it. It was not out of fear, but because once spoken he would lose the excuse to go on a killing spree. After all, the 3 pure ones had not yet parted ways. To outsiders, they were still a single entity. Killing one would likely provoke the other 2. But if he pretended not to know, the nature of the matter would be entirely different. Someone attacked me trying to kill me. I countered in righteous anger and slew the assailant. What fault could there be? Even if brought before the highest heavens, no error could be found. A slight curl of his lips formed a cold smile. With a few swift motions of his hand, the small primordial 5 elements array was completed in an instant. With this array, he was already in an invincible position. Unless the real Tongtian came and actually deployed the immortal slaying sword formation, anyone else would have a tough time. Rumble. The 9 revolution star sand surged forth once more. The cracks had long vanished. Moreover, it now possessed not just pure collision force, but also radiated a power that could intimidate the soul. This was the function of the soul scattering sand. Both of you, stop hiding your strength. I am ready. Attack with all your might. Having weathered the first wave of surprise assault, next came his fierce counterattack. As the saying goes, one must return a favor. Humph, the so-called first good man of the primordial, so arrogant. I was almost fooled by your kind exterior. A hoarse voice sounded. It was obviously intentionally disguised. Indeed, 2 great powers joining forces to ambush someone, and the target being Ancestor Hongyun, known as the good man of the primordial. If word got out, their reputations would be utterly ruined. Not only would they be condemned by 1,000 fingers, but they would also be cursed behind their backs. Hongyun, however, smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. I know who you are, but I won't say it. You know who you are, but you can't say it either. That way, even if they suffered a loss, it would be in vain. They would have to swallow their pride. What? He was besieged and more likely to be at a disadvantage. Ridiculous. With his trove of treasures, he could wipe out the enemies with just a few pieces. How could he possibly suffer a loss? If worst came to worst, he could always take out the Fire Cloud Palace. That was a peer of the Purple Heaven Palace, a chaos spiritual treasure. Moreover, with his continuous refining and infusion of various heavenly treasures, it had long surpassed its former self. Hongyun, this day next year will be your anniversary of death. Prepare to die. Another hoarse voice rang out. It seemed to harbor a deep hatred for him. No sooner had the words fallen than a fierce assault was launched. Rumble. The blood blade blazed like fire searing across millions of miles. The chip on its blade had long disappeared, and the cracks were nowhere to be seen. The only thing left was an even greater ferocity. Hongyun gave a cold snort, and with a fierce point of his hand the 9 revolution star sand charged forward. But this time they were completely different from before. Their surfaces shimmered with the flowing light of the 5 elements, as if wrapped in a 5 elements barrier, greatly enhancing their resistance. Moreover, the soul-scattering function manifested. The moment it contacted the the blade faltered slightly, as if stunned. Though it was only a split second in a duel between masters, a momentary lapse could change the entire outcome. The 9 revolution star sand instantly seized the initiative, hammering the blood blade like a fierce storm. However, if one counted carefully, they would notice that the 9 star sands had somehow become 10. The 10th was none other than the Sun Core. After countless rounds of collision, the Sun Core suddenly burst forth with blinding radiance, as if it had turned into a real sun. In that instant, the sun essence poured out without restraint, all of it pressing down upon the blood blade. Poor blood blade, having grown accustomed to the previous impacts, met the attack with the same inertial force, only to be struck utterly off guard. Crack! A sound of shattering arose. Note, it was not a chip or a crack, but a complete fragmentation. Though not reduced to powder, it was close enough. It was beyond repair in any case. That aside, the Sun Core, having gained the upper hand, continued to spin like a great sun, rumbling as it smashed toward the hidden assailant. How despicable, Hongyun! That's a sneak attack. A sharp shout rang out. It was the first hoarse voice. Don't be so arrogant. Taste my immortal slaying sword. Clang. The sword's cry was like steel, its killing intent surging like a tide. A dazzling light, like a lightning bolt spanning heaven and earth, stabbed straight toward him. Yet Hongyun's expression remained unchanged. With a wave of his hand, whoosh, a black flash appeared, tearing through the void, piercing through the ages. The god-slaying spear, like a divine dragon emerging from water, shot forth with the speed of lightning to meet the attack. Bang! They collided. Sparks flew everywhere, and a sea of fire erupted. Cracks spread across space, and the void was nearly reduced to dust, turning into the most primal chaotic Qi. Look at the 2 primordial spiritual treasures. The immortal slaying sword bent into a bow shape, emitting creaking sounds, as if it was about to snap. In contrast, the god-slaying spear remained straight and firm. For a pitch-black phantom figure was leaping and roaring on the spear tip, frenzied like a demon, utterly terrifying. Demon Ancestor Luoho. This is Demon Ancestor Luoho. An extremely shocked voice rang out. Perhaps due to excessive shock, these 2 words were not deliberately lowered in tone. Thus Hongyun immediately recognized it was none other than Jie-in. Hongyun was greatly displeased and angrily said, Jie-in, you're not playing by the rules. Weren't we supposed to hide our identities? Why did you voluntarily expose yourself? I understand. You realized you couldn't win and would suffer, and might even end up like Junti, killed by me once, so you deliberately revealed your identity. How treacherous. But unfortunately your scheme won't work. I don't buy it. Even if you deliberately reveal your identity, you must still be killed. Jie-in was almost furious. Am I as shameless as you say? Who would deliberately reveal their identity just because they realized they couldn't defeat you? I am a specially ordained sage. Why would I need to scheme against a person about to die like you? The space twisted. He simply revealed his form with a serious expression and shouted sternly. Hongyun, stop changing the subject. Tell me, what is your relationship with Demon Ancestor Luoho? You always claim to be the #1 good person of the primordial world, the conscience of the primordial, yet you possess the magic treasure of Demon Ancestor Luoho, and within that treasure, there is even the shadow of Demon Ancestor Luoho. Shouldn't you explain? I truly regret it. I should have believed my junior brother's words long ago, gathered like-minded people who uphold justice, and killed you, this evil demon. So righteous and imposing, righteous and stern. Those who didn't know would think that Hongyun had ambushed him, and he was the one forcefully counterattacking. He burst into loud laughter. Hongyun curled his lips slightly, his face full of disdain and mockery, and said contemptuously, Enough, Jie-in, stop putting on an act. This is the far north beyond the north. There aren't many spectators. Your performance is wasted. Hurry up and make your move. The battle at Fire Cloud Palace wasn't satisfying. This time I must kill you, and let you experience what Junti felt that day. Speaking of which, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the direction of the immortal slaying sword with overwhelming killing intent, and said word by word, And you will die today too. I really want to know whether Dao Ancestor Hongjun can resurrect 2 specially ordained sages within a single day. As his voice fell, his entire body trembled. Spiritual energy surged out like a breached flood. It split into 2 streams. One stream rushed toward the god-slaying spear. The other stream poured into the Sunstar core. Crack. The phantom within the god-slaying spear became increasingly distinct, almost solidifying, while the faint voice of demon ancestor Luoho could be heard. All things in the world are illusions of demons. Kill, kill, kill. All living beings are demons. Die, die, die. Rumble. The aura of the god-slaying spear instantly soared. The entire far north beyond the north turned black. It was as if billions of demons were resurrected, or endless evil spirits were howling. On the other hand, the immortal slaying sword, though also a lethal weapon, was alone and could not hold its ground, and was forcibly suppressed. Arrogant. Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? A gloomy voice sounded, and he also removed his concealment. At the same time, space twisted and a middle-aged man appeared. It was none other than Yuan Shi. Hongyun, I originally only wanted to teach you a lesson, but now it seems I must get serious. The immortal slaying sword's power is mediocre. It can't do anything to your god-slaying spear. Then see how my Panga banner fares. With a wave of his large sleeve, the immortal slaying sword turned into a sword aura and flew back into his sleeve. In its place appeared a small banner. As soon as this banner appeared, chaotic chi swirled around it. The space creaked as if it could not bear the pressure and would collapse directly. The banner body shook slightly, causing the earth to tremble and the sky to shake, tearing through chaos, piercing heaven and earth. The overwhelming aura of the god-slaying spear was instantly suppressed. Over the far north beyond the north, only the Pango banner was fluttering in the wind. On the banner's surface, a giant appeared holding the heaven-splitting axe, splitting heaven and earth. The Panga banner was transformed from the blade edge of Pangu's heaven-splitting axe. It bore the imprint of Pangu's creation of heaven and earth and possessed the power to create and destroy worlds. Hongyun frowned, knowing that Yuan Shi had resorted to his trump card. This was a fight to the death. But he was puzzled and couldn't help asking, Taoist Yuan Shi, we have no past grievances or recent enmity. Why do you insist on conspiring with Jie to kill me? Although the return gift I gave you last time at Firecloud Palace was indeed a bit lacking, the congratulations gift you gave me was also quite poor. It was just a gene of enlightenment tea leaves, not even as good as the ginseng fruit I gave in return. Yuan Shi snorted coldly, unwilling to answer more, and simply said, You are an evil heretic who has obtained the inheritance of demon ancestor Luo. We of the Tao ancestor lineage naturally have a duty to eliminate you. That's going too far. In the primordial world, there is no such thing as evil heretics. As long as one can achieve cultivation, it is a good Tao. Not to mention others, ancestor Mingi dwelling in the Netherblood Sea is evil enough, yet he is still one of the great powers of the primordial whom no one dares to underestimate. Moreover, Hongyun only obtained the god-slaying spear. He still cultivates his own Red Cloud great art, which has nothing to do with evil heretics. What a lame excuse. Damn it, he's asking for death. I have no choice but to kill him. Thinking this, Hongyun laughed heartily, nodded, and said, Fine, then let's see which is stronger, your Panga banner or my god-slaying spear. The spear tip lifted, revealing its sharp aura. The supreme majesty of the innate spiritual treasure covered the sky and earth, crushing down on the Panga banner. The Panga banner seemed to sense this pressure. Its surface fluttered even faster, and the figure of Pangu on it almost came to life, as if it could lift the heaven-splitting axe at any moment and strike down fiercely. Taoist Hongyun, don't forget about me, Jie. A gloating voice sounded. It was Jie, unwilling to be left out. They could even do such a despicable thing as ambush, let alone outnumbering the enemy. Rumble. 18 prayer beads appeared. They were like 18 small worlds simultaneously shooting out tens of thousands of rays, generating infinite force. They actually forced the Sunstar core back. Hongyun was both shocked and angry, but he dared not be careless. He quickly waved his hand. The 9 revolution star sand gathered together with the Sunstar core, finally temporarily blocking the 18 prayer beads. A bit of trouble. After all, one cannot focus on 2 things at once. The main problem is that old bastard Yuan Shi, who is going all out as if he had a blood feud or a wife stolen. Of course, there was another point that had to be mentioned. He had been careless, thinking that with many treasures he could do whatever he wanted. In reality, Yuan Shi had no shortage of treasures, and his cultivation seemed to be a bit higher. This is awkward. If it really doesn't work, I can only summon the 4 ferocious beasts and have them desperately hold one down. But with the abilities of the 4 ferocious beasts, at most they are at the Deluo level. Even if they band together, they probably can't defeat Jie. What to do? Only defend and not attack, be a turtle with its head tucked in. Hongyun felt that his defenses had reached their peak. Outside, there was the lesser 5 elements formation of heaven and earth, and within he had just refined the dragon scale armor. Unless a genius well-versed in formations wielding a primordial innate treasure were to attack him while he was utterly defenseless, could he breach these 2 layers of defense. Otherwise, even if the Tao ancestor Hongjun were to come, he could not break through his defenses and harm his true body with lightning speed. Hongjun was striving to merge with the Tao. Even if he wished to come, it would likely take a while. As for the other great powers of the primordial world, none seemed capable of this feat. Damn it. Since my defenses are so formidable, why should I be afraid? Even if Jane and Yuanshi join forces, I'll still fight them without hesitation. Jane clearly holds back. After being taught a lesson by me, he's psychologically burdened, afraid to go all out without holding anything back. As for that old bastard Yuanshi, he's murderous and ruthless, as if he won't rest until he kills me. Fine, I'll take you down first. With this thought, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. A small red gourd appeared beside him, the Chinquan gourd. The Panga banner and the Godslayer spear were evenly matched. A deciding victory would not be a matter of a single day. Since that was the case, he needed to rely on other treasures. For instance, the Chinquan gourd, even if it could not absorb Yuanshi, its power to contain all things would force Yuanshi into a fluster for a while. Once you're flustered, I'll have my chance. He sneered inwardly, having already prepared the sky-splitting sword. Speaking of this sword, it was not particularly powerful, just an ordinary magical artifact. He had refined it casually, intending to give it to the mosquito Taoist who excelled in ambush and assassination. With the sky-splitting sword, his abilities would be greatly enhanced. But who could have predicted that plans would change faster than they could be made? Under siege by two destined saints, the only way to break the deadlock was to kill or gravely wound one of them. An ordinary person would surely choose Jane, for compared to Yuanshi's ferocity, Jane seemed far easier to bully. In reality, however, Jane had learned from a painful lesson and was already on guard. Deceiving him would be exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. And such a trick could usually only be played once. If the first attempt failed, there would be no second chance. In other words, he had to succeed on the first try. Yuanshi, with his overwhelming momentum and arrogance, was the perfect target for the trap. I can't infuse too much spiritual energy into the sword, or it might alert Yuanshi. The chest or neck are hard to hit. Maybe I should aim for the buttocks. The buttocks are good, large in area. Once pierced, it will hinder his movement, and his combat power will plummet. Then I can take the chance to finish off Jane, and the great plan will be within reach. Moreover, compared to Jane, he had one advantage against Yuanshi. The Godslayer spear contained the remnant soul of the demon ancestor Luo. This meant that during battle he only needed to exert minimal control, or even entrust the spear entirely to lose remnant soul. Not so with the Panga banner. Though it contained a shadow of Pangu, it was merely an imprint, perhaps with a trace of the primordial aura, but absolutely devoid of Pangu's will. In other words, Yuanshi had to focus all his attention on controlling the Panga banner to fight against the Godslayer spear, since he was largely facing the demon ancestor Luo. Yuanshi, your buttocks are definitely not going to survive this time. Things were indeed developing as he had planned. Jane, though capable of breaking through the 9 revolution star sand and the Sunstar core, kept hesitating, afraid of being trapped again, and fought very conservatively. Yuanshi, as always, was fierce, but because of the Chinquan gourd, he gradually became disheveled. Several times he tried to use the slaughter sword again, but the Chinquan gourd forced him to have no free hands. As for Hongyun, controlling 5 artifacts at once, even with the Godslayer spear aided by Lu's remnant soul, left him panting heavily. If not for his carefully laid plan, he might not have been able to hold on much longer. Rumble. The Godslayer spear and the Panga banner clashed head-on once more. The Phantom of Pangu and the demon ancestor Lu both fought, with true fury, holding nothing back, determined to fight to the death. The earth turned to dust. Space was torn into nothingness. Earthly fire surged forth. Chaotic storms howled in. To put it bluntly, after this battle, the far north would be even more fractured, and might even slowly revert to chaos, no longer belonging to the primordial continent. If this battle had taken place on the primordial continent, the countless living beings affected would have perished without a single survivor. Meanwhile, the Chinquan gourd unleashed its power. The immense suction force and the eerie soul-refining and soul-scattering abilities all came into play, leaving Yuanshi overwhelmed and utterly disheveled. Hongyun, this is not your true skill. Yuanshi roared. The Panga banner must be controlled by me, while the Godslayer spear is wielded by the demon ancestor Lu. You merely assist. This is unfair. Even if I am defeated by the demon ancestor Lu, not by you, old ancestor Hongyun. I will never be defeated by you, never. So many words. A classic case of frustration. Did he not know that villains die from talking too much? Hongyun sneered inwardly. His spiritual energy surged even more fiercely. The might of the Godslayer spear was overwhelming. For a moment it seemed as if the demon ancestor Lahu wielding the spear had come back to life. That was not all. The Chinquan gourd shot out endless red light, its soul-refining and soul-scattering power reaching such a degree that anyone enveloped by the red light would become dizzy and mentally sluggish. Though Yuanshi was powerful under this double assault, he still became flustered. Unable to bear it any longer, he complained to Jane Taoist. Jane, can't you put in some effort? Have you lost all your edge just because you were trapped once? Jane smiled bitterly, gritted his back teeth, and said sternly, Taoist, Yuanshi, do not panic. Watch me use the 12-rank Golden Lotus of Merit to suppress this brat. The 12-rank Golden Lotus of Merit. Another primordial innate treasure. If it were truly unleashed, Hongyun would be in trouble, inevitably suppressed, for he had no second innate treasure to counter it. At this critical moment, he dared not be careless. With a thought, the sky-splitting sword tore through the void, and his plan shot straight for Yuanshir's buttocks. It was Yuanshir's misfortune. Pushed into a fluster by Hongyun, Yuanshir upon hearing that Jane was about to use the 12-rank Golden Lotus let out a long breath and relaxed his vigilance mentally. At that very moment a sharp sword without any warning emerged from the void and aimed directly at his buttocks, stabbing fiercely. A dull thud. Poor Yuanshir, completely unprepared, had his buttocks pierced straight through. No wonder he was unprepared. Who could have imagined that Hongyun would be so treacherous, ambushing him specifically in the rear? Even more terrifying, the sky-splitting sword seemed to have entered from one place and emerged from another, leaving him utterly humiliated. Oh! A heart-wrenching scream rang out. Yuanshir was furious beyond measure, his voice turning shrill as he roared, "Hongyun, you dare wound me. I will kill you, kill you." His resentment soared to the heavens. Rage blazed like a wildfire. Yuanshir's voice was far too shrill, piercing the clouds, sharp and grating. It reminded Hongyun of a certain type of person, those who served emperors and consorts in the imperial palace. But could the effect truly be so swift? After being severed, wouldn't it take a month or two for the male hormones to fade before the voice turned shrill? Moreover, Yuanshir was a quasi-saint, great power, a heaven-ordained saint. Even a minor injury to his body would heal in no time. After all, that fellow Zhuanti had been reduced to ashes, yet within days, he was alive and kicking, roaming around to beg. "Hongyun, you despicable villain. I will kill you. I will kill you right now." Yuanshir's shrill voice continued. It was far too similar to that kind of person. Hongyun couldn't help but marvel, wondering if the void-shattering sword in his hand had an accelerated effect. "You, relying on your reputation as the primordial wilderness's greatest goody two-shoes, stand on a moral high ground, looking down on heaven-ordained saints, on teacher Hongjun, and even daring to criticize the heavenly Tao. Someone like you should have died long ago. I truly regret striking so late, letting you live for so many years." Every word was filled with hatred. There seemed to be envy and jealousy mixed in as well. Hongyun was slightly stunned. He never expected that Yuanshir's reason for killing him was this. As they say these days, it's not easy to be a good person. Especially a pushover. It's even harder. The tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. The ancients did not deceive me. Ahem, an accident, pure accident. Seeing that Yuanshir was about to lose his mind, Hongyun chuckled, grinning as he explained, "I originally intended to strike your thigh, but I miscalculated the position and went for the root of the thigh. No harm done. Since you never marry or have children, you're a man with no attachments. That thing is unnecessary anyway, it only gets in the way in your pants. I'm actually helping you, doing a good deed." Those words were utterly outrageous. Yuanshir trembled with rage. His lips turned white, and he nearly fainted. Even Jane, who had been standing frozen, could no longer bear it, and shouted sternly, "Hongyun, one cannot be so despicable and shameless. First you killed my junior brother, then trapped me in a grand formation, and now you have wounded brother Yuanshir. You deserve to die, truly deserve to die. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we must kill you to rid the people of a scourge, to rid the primordial wilderness of a scourge. Fellow Taoist, will you not strike yet?" At first Hongyun paid no heed. What nonsense about deserving to die? Did he really fear them? If they dared come and kill him? But upon hearing the last sentence especially, "Fellow Taoist, will you not strike yet?" his mind shook violently, and he sensed danger. He reacted with lightning speed, leaping upward like a flash. Yet it was too late. A sword light, like a venomous snake, flashed, breaking through the lesser primordial 5 elements array, piercing his chest, and driving through his body. Cruel and merciless. Even more terrifying, this sword was none other than the Absolute Immortal Sword, one of the 4 swords of immortal slaying. The Absolute Immortal Sword, a primordial spirit treasure, one of the 4 swords of immortal slaying, ever-changing, killing, without mercy. In other words, once struck by this sword, even if it did not hit a vital point, death was inevitable. How could the name Absolute Immortal be in vain? The Absolute Immortal Sword, the third person. Hongyun clutched his wound, feeling his life force rapidly fading, and exclaimed in horror, "I understand. This is a chain trap. Once ensnared, step by step you fall into the trap and die without a doubt." At first it was a sneak attack with Yuanshir and Jane striking together, then a direct assault again by Yuanshir and Jane. This gave Hongyun the impression that only 2 people had come to kill him, Yuanshir and Jane. But in reality, a third great power of the primordial wilderness had been hidden in the shadows all along, holding the Absolute Immortal Sword, quietly waiting for an opportunity. Poor Hongyun, unknowing, remained in the dark from start to finish, even feeling quite pleased with himself. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? What grievance or enmity exists between us?" His expression grew listless, his eyes devoid of luster, his body shrouded in deathly aura. But he refused to give up, steadfastly refusing to fall. Staring at the third person, he said, "You easily broke through my lesser primordial 5 elements array. You are a formation genius. Among the great powers of the primordial wilderness, who has this ability?" The third person was entirely wrapped in black robes, not a single aura revealed. Upon hearing this, however, his body trembled slightly, as if showing a hint of reluctance. Just then Jane shouted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Fellow Taoist Yuanshi, let us finish him together. The treasures we obtain shall be divided equally between the western lands and your Kunlun. How about that? Yuanshi laughed loudly, his voice still sharp, and said, good, so be it. Hongyun died. Hongyun's eyes, once filled with deathly gloom, suddenly flickered with a few glimmers, and his voice rose sharply, bellowing, you want to kill me for my treasures? Not so easy. Void-shattering sword explode. Boom. The void-shattering sword instantly turned to dust, exploding into fragments, radiating thousands of rays of light. Particularly the surrounding space now showed large cracks in the void. This was the nature of the void-shattering sword. Though merely an ordinary treasure pitifully low in grade, it possessed incredible ability to tear open the void. Hongyun stepped into the spatial rift, dragging his fading body, and turned to look at the black-clad figure Yuanshi and Jane. His gaze was filled with hatred. His eyes were ruthless and merciless. He said, each word distinct, if I do not avenge this grievance, I swear, I am not human. Yuanshi, Jane, go home and await my wrath. And you, black-clad one, I will surely find out who you are, and I will return this sword strike to you in the same manner. Yuanshi and Jane were greatly startled and tried to hasten over, but it was too late. The void rift closed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they could only see Hongyun's furious eyes. As for the black-clad figure who had struck Hongyun with his sword, his body trembled slightly, his expression extremely complex. For a moment, he did not make a move either. Whoosh! The void vanished and Hongyun was gone. Only a few drops of blood fell. While struck by the absolute immortal sword, he is already doomed. Whether we finish him off or not makes little difference. Jane said thus. Yuanshi nodded, then sighed. It is a pity about his treasures. Whether the 9 revolution star sand or the god-slaying spear, both are rare and precious. Once we possess them, our cultivation and combat power will surely ascend to a higher level. They exchanged a few words of regret, and Yuanshi and Jane's faces were all smiles, only frowning slightly when they saw the still stunned black-clad figure. Fellow Taoist, do not blame yourself. Though Hongyun bestowed many favors, his intentions were sinister. Killing him is to rid the people of a scourge, to do a good deed. Brother Jane speaks wisely. For the sake of the millions of beings in the primordial wilderness, in accord with the heavenly Tao's trend, killing him is truly a cause for rejoicing. Why must you fellow Taoists display such childish sentimentality? The black-clad figure finally reacted, snorted coldly, but never spoke. He cast down the absolute immortal sword in his hand, turned, and left. Clearly he was unwilling to associate with these two despicable scoundrels. Boundless chaos. No distinction between heaven and earth. No yin and yang. Only the occasional chaotic storms that tear through everything, annihilating all. Let the chaotic qi return to nothingness. Then fill the nothingness with chaotic qi once more. Suddenly a vast and magnificent palace drifted slowly into view. It rose and fell within the chaos like a lone boat on the ocean, threatening to capsize at any moment. Yet upon closer inspection, it was enveloped in a layer of 5-colored radiance, remaining unscathed despite the relentless battering of the chaotic storms. Not only that, after the chaotic storm subsided, it began to absorb the chaotic qi like a voracious beast, as if these violent energies were the very nutrients it needed to grow. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have been utterly stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. One must understand that while chaotic qi contains spiritual energy, it is also filled with countless impurities, chaotic and exceedingly toxic. Not to mention ordinary mortals. Even a golden immortal of the great Luo caliber, upon inhaling a few breaths of chaotic qi, would have their eyes roll back and promptly meet their demise. The primordial 5 elements grand array is truly remarkable. Not only did it withstand the ordeal of the chaotic storm, but it also seized the opportunity to absorb the turbid qi, transforming it into the 5 elements, and then exuding primordial spiritual energy. A cheerful voice rang out. It belonged to none other than Hongyun. The palace floating in the chaos was naturally his Hongyun palace. Unlike when he had first charged into the void rift, he now wore a red Taoist robe, his face radiant. His entire being was brimming with vibrant life force. There was not a trace of his former near-death state. Time in chaos is immeasurable. I wonder how many years have passed in the primordial world during my seclusion. I hope I haven't missed the grand spectacle. As he spoke, he furrowed his brow, slightly sinking into recollection. That day, struck by the absolute immortal sword, he felt his life force draining away. In shock and fury, he had no choice but to self-destruct the void sword, using the rift it tore to flee. At first, it was a precarious gamble between life and death. In just a few breaths, most of his vitality had ebbed away. He had to resist the pervasive chaotic qi, and by the end, he was nearly unconscious. Only after exerting tremendous effort to enter Hongyun Palace, and relying on the unceasing power of the primordial 5 elements grand array, did he manage to suppress the worsening of his injuries. But the power of the absolute immortal sword lay in its absolute nature. It ceaselessly eroded his body and sapped his vitality. In the end, forced by necessity, he reverted to the form of a red cloud, igniting a fierce blaze of Hongyun fire, continuously scorching himself to gradually expel the absolute immortal power. Heaven rewards the steadfast. With the support of the primordial 5 elements' grand array and an abundance of rare treasures, he narrowly succeeded in completely expelling the absolute immortal power. Perhaps this was also a form of nirvana and rebirth. After reconstituting his Tao body, he felt his thoughts were clear, his body at ease, as if he had shed a heavy burden. With a subtle thought, he knew it was time to sever the second corpse and break through to the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. The method of severing corpses was not perfect, but it was a shortcut to rapidly enhance cultivation. He believed that one day he would merge the 3 corpses into one, restoring a perfect body. He closed his eyes, meditated for a moment, then gently waved his hand, uttering the word sever. Instantly, a beam of white light shot out from his body. A man who bore an 80 or 90% resemblance to him in appearance and stature stood before him. "I Huyunzi salute the original body." Hongyun smiled slightly and said, "Haha, Huyunzi good, you shall be called Huyunzi. No need for formalities. You and I are one, why distinguish between us?" With that, he waved his hand and sent the Qiankuan gourd to Huyunzi, saying with a smile, "This treasure is now yours. It contains the 9-fold star sands and the solar star core. Even ordinary quasi-saints in your hands will be as insignificant as dogs and chickens." Huyunzi was taken aback, showing surprise, and could not help but say, "Original body, they are your offensive weapons, especially the 9-fold star sands and the solar star core. If you give them to me, what will you do?" Indeed, that was true. The Qiankuan gourd had made fewer appearances, but the 9-fold star sands and solar star core had repeatedly helped Hongyun turn danger into safety. They were his most familiar artifacts. Hongyun smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured, I have the God-Slayer spear, which is more than enough. Moreover, this time, I won't be foolish enough to fight them alone. Instead, I will arm a group of people, and you are one of them." Fighting alone was no longer an option. Not that Hongyun's cultivation and combat power were inferior to the heaven-ordained sages like Yuanshi and Jane. Rather, these heaven-ordained sages had become shameless, no longer engaging in solo combat, but always ganging up for group fights. In such group battles, his weaknesses became apparent. Jane had Juani. They were like a day and night combo covering 24 hours a day. Even though he looked down on them with utter contempt, Hongyun had to admit that both of them possessed top-tier cultivation and combat power, let alone when they combined. The 3 pure ones were still a unified entity at this point. Even after they later separated, there was still some bond between them until after the investiture of the gods, when they completely fell out. Nuwa had Fushi, and behind her lurked powerful figures like Dijuan and Tai from the demon race. Her strength was not to be underestimated. As for Dijuan, though not a heaven-ordained sage, he possessed the Hongmeng Purple Qi, and his power was beyond words. He was himself the demon emperor with an unimaginably vast influence, and had a staunch brother Tai, who was absolutely fearless in group battles. All things considered, Hongyun was the most pitiful. Though he possessed the primordial mother Qi, which could lead him to become a great Tao sage in the future, far superior to the heaven-ordained sages, he was always alone. He had a good friend Xinyuanzi, but that one had a soft, timid nature, foremost in playing the turtle. If asked to oppose the heaven-ordained sages, he would likely turn coward immediately. Relying on heaven or earth is not as good as relying on oneself. After painful reflection, Hongyun decided that while enhancing his own cultivation and strength, he would also establish a force, one that no one would dare to underestimate. Mosquito Taoist Ancestral Dragon, you too must cultivate diligently and improve your cultivation as quickly as possible. At the very least, you must reach the realm of Golden Immortal of the Great Luo before you can venture out and gain experience. Mosquito Taoist, this is the Rift Sword. It self-destructed once, but its core was not damaged. I have divided it into 2 and refined them carefully. Take this one for self-defense. Ancestral Dragon, this is the Ancestral Dragon Pearl, a relic left by the Ancestral Dragon of the Dragon Clan. After you refine it, your cultivation will soar, and breaking through to Quasi-Saint is only a matter of time. 2 disciples were still too few, not enough to sustain a force. Suddenly he thought of the 4 ferocious beasts. With a flicker of thought, he waved his hand and said, "Where are the 4 ferocious beasts? Your cultivation has reached the Great Luo realm. To break through further, you need the aid of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I have here the Pangu marrow, which contains the blood and will of Pangu, an excellent resource for body forging." The 4 ferocious beasts, despite their fortuitous transformation into Tao bodies, remained simple-minded and physically robust. It was nearly impossible for them to first sever the 3 corpses, then merge them into one and eventually attain sainthood. Therefore, they needed to take a different path. That path was to emulate Pangu and achieve enlightenment through force. Even if they could not ultimately reach the saint level, they should at least become quasi-saints. The 4 ferocious beasts never expected such a great fortune. So easily they obtained the Pangu blood marrow. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they wept. "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. We will cultivate diligently and go through fire and water for you, even if it means death." In unison they knelt and bowed. Hongyun nodded with satisfaction, then pondered and smiled. Though you are the first living beings after the creation of the world, your innate level is not yet reached. I possess a cauldron of creation for all things. Cultivating within it can transform your mortal flesh into innate essence, greatly benefiting your cultivation. Hearing this, the four ferocious beasts were ecstatic beyond measure. They knelt again to express their gratitude, then joyfully headed to the cauldron of creation for cultivation. In truth, they had long known that within the Fire Cloud Palace existed a cauldron of creation. Taoist One and ancestral dragon Hongyun's direct disciples often bathed in it, their mortal flesh already transformed into innate essence, their cultivation soaring rapidly. But they were merely Hongyun's servants, palanquin bearers. How could they compare to direct disciples like Taoist One and ancestral dragon? Even knowing the benefits of bathing there, they could only envy. Fortunately, Hongyun was not petty. He finally remembered them, and the more they thought, the more excited they grew. Tao Tai opened his huge mouth, grinning so wide his back teeth nearly showed, and boasted, "Once my body transforms from mortal to innate, coupled with the Pangu blood marrow, my cultivation will surely break through to the peak of the great Luo golden immortal in no time." His eyes shot forth blood-red light, like lightning. Behind him, the shadow of a Tao Tai faintly emerged, its giant mouth open, fangs bared, as if to devour the heavens and the earth. Its aura was formidable. Xiongqi chuckled, equally proud, shaking his head. "Big brother is right, my cultivation will also reach the great Luo peak." Hee, then let's have a contest to see who truly deserves to be the leader, how about? As he spoke, he stretched lazily. Xiongqi's shadow emerged. Its wings spread 10,000 zhang fur like a hedgehog's, all bristling, terrifyingly bizarre. "Haha, are you two elder brothers so overjoyed that you want to show off? Your little brother won't hold back either." Hundun laughed loudly. Behind him, a round shadow appeared, headless and tailless, yet with 4 wings and 6 legs. With a slight movement, immense flames surged skyward as if to burn the world to ashes. Tao Wu IV had long been displeased and naturally refused to be outdone. He said nothing, only snorted through his nose. Instantly, a shadow of Tao Wu appeared, human-faced, tiger-bodied, 10,000 zhang tall. Its fangs and sharp teeth were all bared. Its long tail, like a whip, caused the void to tremble with each swing. The 4 ferocious beasts radiated terrifying might. Even at the Great Luo level, they could fight against Great Luo golden immortals at the peak. But at that moment, a lazy voice rang out. "Stop comparing. What's the point of comparing every day? Go quickly to the cauldron of creation to cultivate. Lately, a little creature has been sneaking in. Be careful not to step on or crush it." It was Taoist One. As the senior disciple, he still carried the authority of a master. At his words, the 4 ferocious beasts immediately restrained their auras and obediently headed toward the cauldron of creation. The little creature Taoist One mentioned was the 9 Heavens Ice Silkworm, a ferocious beast as renowned as the 6-winged golden cicada. Of course, the ferocious beast here was different from the 4 ferocious beasts like Tao Tai. It was not among the first living beings after creation, but was born after the Dragon Phoenix catastrophe. Nevertheless, the 9 Heavens Ice Silkworm was extremely formidable. Its icy aura could freeze and injure anything. Even the true sun fire had been frozen to shards. Moreover, because it was unaffected by the chaotic energies of creation, it was born with intelligence. However, the transformation into a humanoid form was particularly difficult. But difficult did not mean impossible. Especially after the body evolved from mortal to innate essence, taking human form would become effortless. That was why the 9 Heavens Ice Silkworm risked punishment to sneak into the cauldron of creation. Hongyun knew of this, of course. The Fire Cloud Palace was his domain. Everything that happened there was clear to him. Yet he did not intervene, mainly because he had no time. The crisp sound of the system had already echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting the 4 ferocious beasts with the opportunity to attain enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a gift pack, the 4 Fiends Heaven-Devouring Array. What? This is possible. Giving away enlightenment opportunities brings return gifts. But just now, gifting the sky-splitting sword did not seem to trigger any response from the system. What's going on? Ding! Friendly reminder, the sky-splitting sword was damaged by the host and split into 2, no longer meeting the system's return gift rules. Ding! Friendly reminder, the 4 ferocious beasts originally had no chance for enlightenment, but due to the host's strong intervention, they now have that possibility. This satisfies the principle of giving triggers return. The system's crisp explanation entered his mind. Suddenly enlightened, Hongyun thought it over carefully and realized it was exactly so. The 4 ferocious beasts, tainted by the chaotic energies of creation, had no chance for enlightenment. But he had repeatedly bestowed benefits, essentially handing them the opportunity. That can be understood. But what are the wonders of this 4 Fiends Heaven-Devouring Arrays? Ding! Friendly reminder, the 4 Fiends Heaven-Devouring Array is a boundless killing formation. Based on the host's situation with the Hongyun Palanquin as the array eye and the 4 ferocious beasts guarding the 4 directions, it can elevate the cultivation of the 4 ferocious beasts by 1 major realm. It can only be broken by 4 great powers of a higher realm. A fine treasure. Absolutely a fine treasure. Far more useful than celestial herbs. Unbreakable except by 4 great powers. Isn't it similar to the immortal slaying sword formation? Overjoyed Hongyun nearly jumped for joy. That means if the 4 ferocious beasts are at the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal, entering the 4 fiends' heaven-devouring array would immediately grant them quasi-saint combat power. What does that mean? Absolutely cheating. Master, would you like to taste the freshly refined 9-turn golden pill? While he was secretly pleased, a child of 8 or 9 sneaked over carrying a huge alchemy cauldron, the 9-turn immortal cauldron. This child was the spirit of the 9-turn immortal cauldron, who under Hongyun's careful nurturing had taken human form. He was primarily responsible for refining various miraculous pills. But at this moment Hongyun was not in the mood. He waved his hand and smiled. Go play. Remember, the 9-turn golden pill is extremely precious, not to be given to just anyone. He could eat them like candy, but his disciples could not. It wasn't stinginess. Although the 9-turn golden pill could forcibly raise cultivation, having only cultivation without the corresponding realm was dangerous, at best leading to demonic possession, at worst death. Taoist one has the lowest cultivation, just a golden immortal, at most 1 pill a month. Ancestral dragon can take 1 every half month. As for the 4 ferocious beasts, it would be a waste for them. Better keep them as candy for me. By the way, you are familiar with the 9 Heavens Eye silkworm. Give her a few pills to help her improve cultivation. After she takes human form, bring her to see me. Xuanyuanzi had been troubled lately. 1,000 years ago, Hongyun had accepted an invitation from Zhulong to journey to the mountains of corpses and seas of blood at the far north, purportedly in pursuit of a great opportunity. Yet a full millennium passed with no word from him. He had vanished completely, as though Hongyun had never existed at all. Of course, for cultivators such as they, time was of little consequence. For them, 1,000 years was no more than a brief meditation nap. However, a rumor had recently surfaced claiming that ancestor Hongyun had perished over 1,000 years prior in a mutual destruction with Zhulong over a treasure. He naturally refused to believe it. On one hand, he could not fathom Hongyun ever competing for treasure with Zhulong. After all, Hongyun was known throughout the primordial world as the utmost philanthropist, forever shoving benefits toward others, content to suffer losses rather than seize advantages. How could he possibly bring about mutual devastation with Zhulong over a mere treasure? That was entirely inconsistent with Hongyun's nature. On the other hand, Xuanyuanzi deeply understood Hongyun's true capabilities. With Zhulong's mere cultivation base, how could he possibly be Hongyun's match? If Hongyun had truly intended to seize the treasure, Zhulong would have only 2 choices: surrender it willingly or be slain, leaving his flesh to serve as a meal of braised dragon meat for Hongyun. Qingfeng Minghua, have you ascertained the source of this rumor? Who started it? His expression dark and grim, he looked straight at Qingfeng and Minghua and asked without preamble. Ancestor Hongyun is my closest friend. Whoever dares to slander him insults me, Xuanyuanzi, and I will make them understand precisely why flowers bloom so red. His voice already carried the chill of killing intent. Poor Qingfeng and Minghua trembled violently, nearly collapsing to their knees on the spot, and hastily replied, Master, despite our extensive inquiries throughout the primordial world, we have been unable to trace the origin of these rumors. But it is reported that Gonggong, one of the 12 ancestral witch gods, personally traveled to the far north and observed that the earth veins are shattered and the void lies in chaos, confirming that a great battle indeed occurred there. Moreover, ancestral witch Gonggong discovered several drops of blood that appeared to belong to ancestor Hongyun. His voice grew increasingly faint as he spoke. By the end, both men were kneeling on the ground with their heads bowed, daring not even breathe. Only after a long silence did Xuanyuanzi murmur softly, could the rumor be true? Has fellow Taoist Hongyun truly perished? Impossible. If fellow Taoist Hongyun had perished, why does the minor primal 5 elements formation he gifted me continue to function flawlessly, entirely unaffected? His expression shifted subtly. A possibility struck him, and through gritted teeth he said, there remains another possibility. Certain heaven-destined saints may be exploiting their immense fortune to conceal Hongyun's death, obscuring it from heavenly divination. His eyes grew sharp, his voice dropping lower still. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from him. Xuanti, it must be Xuanti. That man is utterly despicable and shameless. Alas, he is a heaven-destined saint who I cannot avenge my fellow Taoist Hongyun. It was at that moment that a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the heavens. His fellow Taoist Xuanyuanzi present. I am ancestral witch Gonggong, come specifically to return the personal effects of fellow Taoist Hongyun. Gonggong, returning Hongyun's belongings. Xuanyuanzi shuddered and could not suppress a sigh, yet he dared not show disrespect, and quickly replied, Ancestral witch Gonggong, please enter. Forgive me for not welcoming you properly. With a wave of his hand, the great doors of Wuzhuang Temple creaked open. A golden pathway materialized, stretching directly from beneath Gonggong's feet to the main hall of Wuzhuang Temple. Fellow Taoist Xuanyuanzi, please restrain your grief. Alas, who could have foreseen that parting 1,000 years ago would mean never meeting again? To speak honestly, our witch clan has received the greatest favor from fellow Taoist Hongyun. Besides the solar gold essence, the 8 treasures merit pool has over these years nurtured countless extraordinary great witches for our clan. Were it not for this, our witch clan would long have been overshadowed by the demon race. And my younger sister Hutu, upon hearing of fellow Taoist Hongyun's demise, she wept openly on the spot. Had it not been for the breathing earth soil he gifted her, her cultivation would never have risen within a millennium to rival great brother Dijong's level. In short, Hongyun's death was deeply pitiable, and they felt profound sympathy. What? Investigate the truth, uphold justice, and avenge Hongyun. Forget it. That pond of water is far too murky, no one dares to meddle. What could Xinyuanzi say? He sighed deeply and accepted those few drops of blood. Feeling the familiar aura, his eyes reddened and tears nearly spilled. A good friend of many years gone like this. From this day forward, the primordial world would lose another sincere and genuine soul, leaving only schemers and deceitful rogues. Enough. From this day forth my Wuzhuang temple shall seal its gates and withdraw from all worldly affairs, lest we become thorns in someone's side. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, O Hongyun, if you and I had merely remained at Wuzhuang temple and stayed aloof from worldly matters, how could this have come to pass? Unable to bear it any longer, tears streamed down his face. However, at that very moment, a rumbling sound erupted, like countless muffled thunderclaps exploding simultaneously, as though 10,000 cavalry charges thundered past. The heavens shook. The earth trembled. Startled, Xinyuanzi and Gonggong rose together, their figures flashing forth like lightning as they gazed toward the sky. A colossal palace hung suspended in the sky. Chaos energy swirled about it, primal spiritual Qi rippled through the air, and 10,000 golden rays erupted, shimmering with boundless radiance. At the palace entrance stood 4 towering giants, so massive they seemed to bridge heaven and earth. Their majestic aura surged fiercely, and behind them various visions continuously manifested. There was the Taotai devouring the heavens, the Qiongqi rending the earth, Hundun roaring in chaos, and Taowu shrieking in defiance. Upon the shoulders of these giants rested an enormous sedan chair large enough for 4. Dragon aura misted around the sedan chair, auspicious clouds billowed, and golden light shimmered continuously. A 10,000 zhang dragon coiled and roared incessantly upon the chair's roof. Within the chair sat a figure in tranquil composure, his fiery crimson Taoist robes stirring, without wind, occasionally catching the glint of scale-like patterns. Beside him stood an enormous black spear, its tip radiating terrible sharpness, pulsing with unstoppable momentum as it rose and fell. Anyone discerning treasures would recognize it at a glance, as it was precisely the god-slaying spear, the legendary artifact of the ancient demon ancestor Luo. Hongyun. It's Hongyun. Xinyuanzi was overcome with joy and could not help but cry out. Haha, fellow Taoist Gonggong, it seems I need not restrain my grief. Hongyun lives. He lives? Gonggong was equally dumbfounded, his eyes wide with incredulity. This cannot be. The far north has been reduced to ruins. By my estimation, at least 2 supreme experts besieged Hongyun, and yet he survived all this. I'm thoroughly convinced, truly convinced. Ancestor Hongyun is indeed extraordinary. Our witch clan can only sigh in awe. As for Hongyun, his divine sense swept across all directions. Seeing that nearly all the great powers were gazing toward him, he nodded satisfactorily, stretched lazily, and slowly rose to his feet. Boom. The Hongyun carriage seemed to awaken. Boundless purple Qi radiated from it. The coiled dragon above threw open its maw in a furious roar. Its draconic majesty resonated through all directions and ages. I, Hongyun, have returned. Each word was spoken with deliberate weight. His voice was not loud, yet it carried the force of 10,000 thunderclaps. From the heavens, it reached every corner of the primordial continent, causing billions of living beings to shudder in terror. Hongyun was still alive. Not only alive, but his cultivation had reached an even higher level. Moreover, he had returned to the primordial era with overwhelming force. Yuanshi was dumbfounded. Absolutely dumbfounded. How could Hongyun still be alive? After all, that was the Juetian sword, one of the innate spiritual treasures possessing the power to annihilate all life. Under a single stroke of that sword, no one was beyond its killing reach. Even a quasi-saint powerhouse was no exception. What in the world is going on? Why couldn't the Juetian sword, Juetian, sever immortality? Could it be Tongtian's doing? That was the only explanation. After all, the Juetian sword was Tongtian's artifact. No one else could have tampered with it. But why would Tongtian do this? Was his second senior brother in his heart truly less important than an outsider like Hongyun? His brows furrowed. He was both furious and exasperated. He abruptly turned to Tongtian, only to discover that Tongtian was equally stunned, then deeply shocked, his face a mask of disbelief. In fact, not only Tongtian, but even Laozi, who was usually as unflappable as a mountain, could not help but let out an ah of great surprise. Hongyun is unscathed. This is getting troublesome. He said this softly. Turning to Yuanshi, he added, for the time being, second brother, you should stay in Kunlun Mountain to cultivate, and not go anywhere, especially not to the western region. Yuanshi was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face. As a matter of fact, he had been planning to go to the western region to discuss with Jane and Junyi what to do next. Whether to eradicate the root of evil and continue the hunt for Hongyun, or to keep a low profile and wait for a better opportunity. But Laozi's words had thrown his plans into disarray. Ahem, elder brother, since the trouble is indeed troublesome, the trouble should be resolved, otherwise it will only grow. Laozi shook his head and sighed. Since the trouble dares to show itself, it is not afraid of you trying to resolve it. Moreover, what you did last time with Jane and Ahem, that person was indeed not proper. If word gets out, your reputations will be utterly ruined. Furthermore, even you and I have to admit that Hongyun enjoys considerable prestige in the primordial era. His reputation as the old good man is well recognized by both the Wu clan and the Yao clan. Doing such a thing means going against the countless living beings of the primordial era. Have you considered the consequences? Yuanshi's face turned extremely ugly. His gaze was dark as water. He fiercely flicked his sleeve. He snarled, I am a heaven-ordained saint, why should I care about what others say? Moreover, in the primordial continent, strength reigns supreme. Whoever dares to speak nonsense will be annihilated directly. What consequences could there be? Having said that, his tone softened, carrying a hint of complacency, and he continued, elder brother, though you are diligent in cultivation, you may still have some misunderstanding of what it means to be a saint. My understanding is that a saint represents the heavenly Tao, represents everything in the world. I am the truth, and the truth is me. I say Hongyun is an evil heretic, and even if countless beings consider him a good man, he is still an evil heretic. Such was his arrogance. As a saint, whatever he said was law. As for what the countless beings thought, what did it matter to him? Laozi frowned slightly, shaking his head with a bitter smile. What second brother says is not without reason. All beneath the saints are ants, why would we care about the thoughts of ants? But there is one thing second brother has forgotten, you and I are only heaven-ordained saints, now not yet true saints, so we cannot disregard the thoughts of the countless beings of the primordial era. That was indeed true. After all, he had not yet become a saint. Yuanshi was instantly silenced. The smugness he had just displayed vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Tongtian, who had been standing by, turned extremely pale and asked in a trembling voice, elder brother, second brother, what do you mean by that? The rumor says that Hongyun was ambushed in the far north and perished. Was it you who did it? His face was filled with shock. He was utterly incredulous. No matter how he racked his brains, he could not understand why his two elder brothers would commit such a despicable and shameless act. As far as he knew, Hongyun had never offended the three pure ones. The last time he returned gifts, while not exceptionally lavish, had demonstrated Hongyun's sincerity. Why did it have to come to this? Laozi sighed, his eyes brimming with wisdom, and said, third brother, you are still too naive. Hongyun appears to be striking at Jane and Junyi, but in truth he is undermining the authority of U.S. heaven-ordained saints. If he continues, the countless beings of the primordial era will soon have no respect for us. That boy Hongyun has grand ambitions. I even suspect he intends to unite the Wu and Yao clans to oppose us heaven-ordained saints, and even our master Hongjun. What? Tongtian was stunned, his eyes wide as saucers. For a long time he could not react. Did Hongyun really have such intentions? It didn't seem like it. Wasn't he just a bit chivalrous and kind-hearted? Wasn't he just an old good man? How could that be interpreted as uniting the Wu and Yao clans to oppose the heaven-ordained saints, and even master Hongjun? Not only was Tongtian utterly baffled, but even if Hongyun himself heard this, he would probably be equally perplexed. Meanwhile, in the western Lingshan, within a vast palace, two figures sat cross-legged, exactly Jane and Junyi. Upon hearing Hongyun's voice from the sky, they abruptly opened their eyes, revealing expressions of shock. After a long silence, Jane sighed and said helplessly, if you strike a snake but fail to kill it, endless trouble ensues. Indeed, now we are in trouble. The western region will face a true great enemy. Junyi, however, smiled slightly and said, elder brother worries too much. Even if Hongyun had not been ambushed, he would still have been at odds with the western region, a trouble in itself. On the contrary, after the ambush, he will surely harbor a deep hatred for the three pure ones. When chaos erupts in the east, it will be the perfect opportunity for us to seize some fortunes. This is what is called a blessing in disguise. The cycle of cause and effect has always been like this. There is no absolute bad nor absolute good, only opportunities. Having said this, he closed his eyes slightly, and an aura of mystery and unfathomability emanated from him. Jane was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Congratulations, junior brother. Your state of mind has reached a higher level. A breakthrough in cultivation is imminent. Junyi also showed a joyful expression. But the next moment his smile froze, because Hongyun's voice came again from the sky. 1,000 years ago in the battle at the far north, you three, Yuanshi, Jane, and Junyi, joined forces to ambush me, but failed to kill me. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution, will not be escaped. Now it is time for me, Hongyun, to strike. You ensure start with you. On Kunlun Mountain wash your neck and wait. Heaven-ordained saints Hai Hongyun will kill heaven-ordained saints. His voice resounded like a great bell spreading far and wide, heard clearly by every living being in the primordial era. A great upheaval was about to occur in the primordial era. The heavens were about to change. The heaven-ordained saints once revered and feared by all now faced a true great enemy. Hongyun, the first old good man of the primordial era, the conscience of the primordial era, having been ambushed and assassinated in the far north. He would no longer endure. He openly broke ties with the heaven-ordained saints. Hongyun was no fool. Naturally, he knew that the third person who had assassinated him in the far north could not be Zhundi. But to get to the bottom of some matters, one must first play dumb. Moreover, letting Zhundi take the blame could also lull the third party into complacency, making it easier for him to uncover the truth. Kunlun Mountain 3 Pure One's Hall. Listening to Hongyun's words, Yuanshir's face instantly turned livid, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Hongyun, you base fellow, how dare you insult me like this? Fine, very good. Then let's settle old and new scores together. His gaze was icy cold, and his killing intent was almost tangible. His aura swelled instantly like a towering mountain, unattainable and beyond gaze. It shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands, rattling all directions. This was his response. No need for words. No matter how loud the voice, it's not as effective as a fist. As if echoing him at almost the same moment, a soaring aura erupted from the west. Vast as the stars, mighty as the ocean. Even without dense killing intent, it still made countless living beings tremble in fear, forcing them to prostrate. Not only that, following this aura, a second aura soared into the sky from the west. Equally vast as the stars, mighty as the ocean. But it carried more sharpness and killing intent. For a moment, space itself trembled slightly, emitting cracking sounds, as if it could not bear the pressure. In the heavenly court of the Demon Clan Sun Palace. Hongyun is too arrogant this time, he's in danger. Dijuan's gaze was deep, as if he saw through everything. If he had been low-key, the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western Taoists would have found it hard to openly deal with him, but now the gloves are off. Tai frowned and asked, Big brother, what should we do? Hongyun has been quite generous to us. Should we lend him a hand? Dijuan shook his head. No need for that. We'll just sit on the sidelines. In the primordial world, being generous isn't enough, a strength is what matters most. Buzhou Mountain Ancestral Witch Hall. Dijiang was shocked and exclaimed, What is Hongyun doing? Trying to overpower the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western Taoists single-handedly. What a joke. Huda, being kind-hearted and grateful, couldn't help but urge, Big brother, what should we do? Should we help him? Hongyun has done great kindness to our witch clan. Dijiang gave a bitter smile and shook his head firmly. It's not that I'm heartless, but we lack the strength and dare not get involved. If it were only the 2 Western Taoists, I would definitely stand by Hongyun's side, but with the 3 pure ones added, it's different. Our witch clan is a great clan, not only with us 12 siblings, but also countless clansmen. I must think of them. Huta's face grew increasingly grim. But thinking of the clan, she could only sigh helplessly. Netherworld blood, see Netherworld Palace. Ancestor Mingyi suddenly raised his head, listening intently to every word Hongyun said. Then he laughed with great joy, beaming brightly. Hongyun, haha, you finally returned. Challenging the 3 pure ones. Interesting. This time there's a good show to watch. The primordial world is about to be in chaos. Chaos is good. Only with chaos can my netherworld blood gain more resentful souls and my power grow stronger. As he spoke, his eyes flickered with cold gleams, his aura surged, then instantly retracted. One must pull chestnuts from the fire. He didn't need a peaceful primordial world. What he loved was chaos. Zhonghuang Mountain Nuwa Palace. Hearing Hongyun's domineering words, Nuwa frowned slightly, and for some reason her slender fingers seemed to tremble. But in an instant she regained her elegant composure, though her face was extremely serious, even with a hint of anger. Hongyun is indeed audacious, daring to provoke senior brother Yuanshir. It seems that sword strike in the far north was too light, it didn't teach him to be low-key. Fushi frowned, deeply puzzled. Strange, the hexagrams clearly show that Hongyun has shallow fortune, is abandoned by the heavenly Tao, and his luck is extremely decayed. How could he turn misfortune into fortune? Nuwa showed a puzzled expression, but soon gave a cold smile, and said decisively, no matter what, he won't escape this time. Despising the heaven-ordained sages leads only to death. Longevity Mountain 5 Villages Temple. Zenyuanzi was anxious and slapped his thigh hard, exclaiming, Hongyun is foolish. How can he offend the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western Taoists at the same time? These are 5 heaven-ordained sages. No, before things get out of hand, I must go and persuade him in person. Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist Gongong. With that, he leaped into the sky. Gongong's mouth hung open for a long time. When he came to his senses, he shuddered and turned to leave. What? Wait a moment. No way. He was no fool. He knew that Hongyun was now a big disaster magnet. Whoever got involved would die. Fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi, why are you here? Hongyun looked surprised at the flustered Zenyuanzi. Brother, though we haven't seen each other for 1,000 years, there's no need to be so impatient. I was just thinking that after I slay you, ensure I would visit you. Zhen Yuanzi stumbled, almost falling flat on his face. At a time like this you're still joking, Hongyun. Are you tired of living? Unable to contain himself, he shouted sternly. Hongyun, what nonsense are you spouting? The three pure ones are incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Their cultivation is unfathomable, their combat power unmatched. How can you oppose them? No matter what grievances you've suffered, no matter what happened in the far north, now is not the time to act impulsively. Listen to my advice, don't go to Kunlun Mountain. Hide in the Fire Cloud Palace or come to my 5 villages temple. I'll ensure your safety no matter what. What is a true friend? This is it. Hongyun was deeply moved and couldn't help sighing. What virtues do I have to deserve a friend like you? Even if I die, I can rest in peace. But you don't really think I'm blinded by hatred and rushing to my death at Kunlun Mountain, do you? He burst into laughter. He shook his head. I, Hongyun, may be the #1 good-natured person in the primordial world, but I'm not the #1 fool. Do you really think I lack the strength to challenge the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western Taoists? Haha, maybe I didn't before, but now I think I can give it a try. I want to let all living beings in the primordial world know that heaven-ordained sages are not that great. If they dare to act despicably, unjustly, unrighteously, and inhumanely, I dare to slay them. Boom. Every word exploded like a thunderclap. Like a great bell, it spread far and wide, reaching the ears and hearts of countless beings in the primordial world. Not only that, his aura rose with each word. From early quasi-sage to peak early quasi-sage, then mid quasi-sage, and finally, to peak mid quasi-sage, only one step away from late quasi-sage. Also surging in aura were the 4 great fiends carrying the sedan chair. Unbeknownst, they had entered the 4 fiends' heaven-swallowing array, and their original peak, great Luo golden immortal cultivation, instantly became early quasi-sage. For early quasi-sages, what did that mean? They could absolutely sweep the primordial world. The mere aura they emitted made the void tremble. But this was not the end. Hongyun's sedan chair trembled slightly, and a 10,000 zhang dragon soared into the sky. It was Yulong, who had almost become the ancestor dragon. Its aura was vast and mighty. A dragon's roar, its dragon might shook tens of thousands of miles. It was clearly a mid-quasi-sage. The primordial land lay in utter silence. Billions of living beings were stunned. The mighty figures of the great desolation, including the 3 pure ones, the 2 paths of the west, and other supreme beings, were all utterly terrified. Who could have imagined that in merely 1,000 years Hongyun's power would have grown to such a terrifying extent? A peak mid-stage quasi-saint, 1 mid-stage quasi-saint. For early-stage quasi-saints, this was far too formidable. No wonder he dared to challenge the 3 pure ones and the 2 paths of the west. He truly possessed such strength, and one had to acknowledge it. Jin Yuanzi, my friend, now you can rest assured, Hongyun said slowly, withdrawing his aura as he smiled at Jin Yuanzi, who was utterly stunned. I had intended to seek you out for reminiscing after slaying you, ensure, but since you have come, would you be willing to accompany me to Mount Kunlun? Jin Yuanzi was taken aback, then understood. By rushing to meet Hongyun, he had already taken Hongyun's side and thoroughly offended the 3 pure ones and the 2 paths of the west. Even if he returned to the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou and never saw Hongyun again, he could not escape this suspicion, nor would he be forgiven by the 3 pure ones and the 2 paths of the west. Thus, why not follow this path to the end and stand with Hongyun? Even if the 3 pure ones and the 2 paths of the west achieved sagehood in the future, given the power Hongyun had displayed, they probably would not dare to act rashly. Although all beings beneath sages were mere ants, a quasi-saint still bore the character saint, a large ant so to speak. And if enough large ants gathered, they could even bite an elephant to death. He slapped his thigh decisively. Finally making up his mind, he declared in a loud voice, very well, since you have spoken thus, Hongyun, I, Jin Yuanzi, will risk my life to accompany you, my noble friend. At that moment, a surge of azure water light rushed over. It was Gonggong, the water ancestral witch. Seeing Hongyun, he grinned broadly, and said, Hongyun, haha, congratulations on your return to the primordial world. On behalf of the Wu clan, I warmly welcome you. Originally, Gonggong had seen the situation turning unfavorable and, taking advantage of Jin Yuanzi's departure, had fled, fearing he would be implicated by Hongyun. But who could have guessed that after crossing just a few mountains, Hongyun's overwhelming aura would burst forth, revealing the presence of 6 quasi-saints, at once startling Gonggong so much that he nearly stumbled and fell flat on his face. It was then that Dijiang, the spatial ancestral witch, and his elder brother sent a message using his spatial divine power. Gonggong, go immediately to the Fire Cloud Palace and express your welcome for the return of Patriarch Hongyun. You must be enthusiastic and show sincerity. If possible, in your personal capacity, express support for Hongyun's campaign against Yuanshi. Participating is also acceptable. But remember, do not over-involve yourself. Do not actually clash with the 3 pure ones. At most, offer verbal support. The Wu clan had roamed the primordial world for hundreds of thousands of years, not merely through brute force, but also through the intellect of Dijiang, their leading elder brother. This act of hedging bets on both sides was a slippery move. If Hongyun achieved a great victory, Gonggong as an ally would naturally bring benefits to the Wu clan. If Hongyun failed, Gonggong would merely be considered a fool who made a rash choice representing no one but himself, and the Wu clan would suffer no harm. Even Gonggong himself would at most face a scolding. Out of respect for the other ancestral witches, the three pure ones could not say much. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. Although Gonggong was notorious in the primordial world for his big mouth, he was not someone who only relied on muscles without brains. As soon as Dijiang reminded him, he understood instantly. Thus he quickly employed his water escape technique and hurried to Hongyun's side. Haha, I heard that you Hongyun are going to deal with Yuanshi. Can I count myself in? I've long been dissatisfied with that old fellow. To be honest with you, relying on his unfathomable cultivation, he has always looked down upon the Wu clan. Not long ago some tribesmen were hunting and merely approached Mount Kunlun a little only to be killed with a single slap. The area around Mount Kunlun was rich in spiritual energy, attracting many animals. The Wu clan who lived by hunting had long coveted this blessed land and repeatedly tried to claim it for themselves. Unfortunately, the three pure ones resided at Mount Kunlun. Whenever a Wu approached, they would be immediately expelled. Those who insisted on disobeying would inevitably meet their end. The three pure ones were not known for their good temper. When it came to killing, they never hesitated. Over time, this led to considerable friction between the three pure ones and the Wu clan. But due to the overwhelming power of the three pure ones, the 12 ancestral witches dared not openly break ties. However, this time, through Hongyun's hand, they could severely suppress the arrogance of the three pure ones. Hongyun was no fool, he was well aware of this. Yet he felt no displeasure at being used. Instead, he said with shared indignation, Yuanshi is far too tyrannical, killing Wu clan brothers at will. This is utterly outrageous. The primordial world has suffered under Yuanshi for too long. Others may not dare to stand up for justice, but I, Hongyun, as the foremost good man of the primordial world and its conscience, must step forward. Let us go to Mount Kunlun now to seek justice for the Wu clan and uphold righteousness in the primordial world. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. Even a heaven-ordained sage must pay the price for bullying our Wu clan brothers. The topic seems a bit off, doesn't it? Gonggong blinked, thinking, I just meant to participate a little, but things are getting blown out of proportion. Seeking justice for the Wu clan and upholding righteousness in the primordial world, those were not my words. But now he could not refute them. Hongyun had already proclaimed the slogan. Waves of Tao sound spread in all directions like ocean waves, one after another, ceaseless. At the same time, the four ferocious beasts lifted the sedan chair. Countless roars of beasts rang out, and the 10,000 Zhang dragons let out sonorous cries. Their procession traversed the sky, heading toward Mount Kunlun. Given Hongyun's speed, reaching Mount Kunlun would take no more than a blink of an eye, but he deliberately slowed down, moving at a leisurely pace. Instead, he created an immense commotion. The dragon cries pierced the clouds, the beastly roars thundered in the ears. It was not only the countless cultivators of the primordial world who heard and saw clearly, but even ordinary beings. The primordial world was shaken, truly shaken. Almost every intelligent being knew that Patriarch Hongyun was going to seek justice for the Wu clan, uphold righteousness for the primordial world, and challenge the heaven-ordained sage Yuanshi. Countless streaks of light flashed, and many people followed behind Hongyun. Even more streaks of light sped directly toward Mount Kunlun. Why such haste? They had to hurry. If they arrived late, all the good spots would be taken, and how could they watch the excitement? After all, this was a duel between two quasi-saint greats. Rarely seen in 1,000 years, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps they might even learn some divine techniques and secret arts. Even if not, broadening their horizons would be worthwhile. However, amid this universal anticipation, something unexpected occurred. Yuanshi had gone into seclusion. My second brother suddenly felt an inspiration and is now in closed-door cultivation. You should return, Hongyun, said Laozi, lying without batting an eye. If you wish to spar, I am willing to accompany you for a practice session, but let us not harm our harmony. Tongtian also stepped forward and said, Yes, Hongyun, please return. It is better to resolve enmity than to keep it. Let bygones be bygones. Yuanshi has actually played the coward. This is truly a marvel unprecedented in the world. It must be understood that Yuanshi, one of the three pure ones, has always been arrogant and proud, regarding himself as the orthodox lineage of Pangu. Even the 12 ancestral witches who shared the same origin were deemed heterodox and wayward. Yet this very man, when faced with Hongyun's challenge, actually hid behind the excuse of secluded cultivation, an excuse that was anything but legitimate. It was utterly shattering to one's worldview. The exalted image of the three pure ones towering above billions of sentient beings in the Honghuang collapsed in this very moment. Instead, Hongyun rose from being known as the most amiable man in the Honghuang to becoming a true titan comparable to a heavenly destined saint. Of course, this was merely the perception of those unfamiliar with the truth. In reality, Laozi had skillfully transformed the conflict between Hongyun and Yuanshi into a broader confrontation between Hongyun and the three pure ones as a whole. This was a ruse of substitution. Shameless bullying of the few by the many. Absolutely brazen. Hongyun had never intended to face Yuanshi alone, and seeing Laozi employ such petty cunning, he merely dismissed it with a laugh. Glancing coldly at Laozi and Tongtian, his expression darkening, he sneered. What is the meaning of this, you two? Playing good cop and bad cop, forcing me to abandon this battle. Pure wishful thinking. On that day in the far north, Yuanshi, Jin, and Zhuanti, 3 heavenly destined saints, took me by surprise and attacked me. Fortunately, I had some means at my disposal and survived through sheer desperation. I swear I will not rest until this grievance is avenged. By the way, at that time Yuanshi wielded the 4 swords of immortal slaying. Tongtian, those swords are your sacred treasures, which means you were complicit as well. His voice was not loud, yet it resounded like thunder. Nearly everyone present heard it with trembling hearts and shook with fear. 3 heavenly destined saints, ambushing someone unprepared. The 4 swords of immortal slaying. This was undoubtedly a combination of ultimate devastation. No, it was 3 combinations of ultimate devastation. Anyone present, even Laozi, who was hailed as the eldest senior brother of the Honghuang, would likely have perished under such circumstances. Yet Hongyun not only survived, but his cultivation reached a higher level, and he returned to the Honghuang with overwhelming force to seek open vengeance. Formidable. Absolutely formidable. Only these 2 words could describe the crowd's impression of Hongyun. Tongtian's expression darkened with displeasure, and he shouted angrily, "Fellow Taoist Hong, you do not slander with falsehoods. My conduct, Tongtian, has always been above reproach before heaven and earth. When have I ever caused you trouble? I knew nothing of your ambush. As for today's matter, perhaps my second brother was in the wrong. But you have gathered thousands of cultivators to besiege my Kunlun mountain. What is your intent? Are you deliberately humiliating the dignity of our 3 pure ones?" The meaning was clear enough. Even if Yuanshi was at fault, why not resolve it privately? Must it be made so spectacularly public? Was this not openly slapping the faces of the 3 pure ones? Hongyun was precisely trying to slap the faces of the 3 pure ones, and he had already succeeded halfway, so naturally, he would continue. Thus he did not deny it at all. With a cold smile he said, "If you had not done wrongful deeds, why would you fear me striking your face? Tongtian, let me ask you, has Hongyun ever wronged the 3 pure ones? Last time at Hongyun Palace, were not the return gifts I offered considered generous? Yet you turned around and plotted against me, even employing the primordial treasure of the 4 swords of immortal slaying. Do you truly believe I, Hongyun, am a soft persimmon to be squeezed at your whim? I have slain 1 heavenly destined saint before, I care not if I kill a second." The scope of his targets expanded once again. From Yuanshi to the 3 pure ones. Now it had reached the heavenly destined saints. This was an opportunity to slap the faces of the heavenly destined saints. How could Tongtian bear to endure this? With a fierce sweep of his wide sleeve, a crisp ringing sound echoed, and the chinkping sword was already drawn. The blade was thin as a cicada's wing. Its edge shimmered with cold brilliance. Heaven and earth trembled together. Hongyun, I respected you as a true warrior, but you have repeatedly insulted the heavenly destined saints. Then let me show you the might of a heavenly destined saint. As his words fell, he swung his sword. Boom. A sound like thunder rolled forth. The heavens changed, the earth cracked, and spatial rifts flashed into existence. Coiling and winding like a great serpent spanning the skies. Crisscrossing and interlacing like lightning descending to the mortal realm. Although it was but a single sword strike, the sword shadows filled the heavens, ubiquitous and inescapable, with nowhere to hide and no means to evade. 1 sword stroke, and 10,000 paths perish. What an immensely powerful sword. Is this truly Tongtian's genuine combat ability? Jun and Tai had already arrived, concealing themselves within the void without revealing their presence. But upon witnessing Tongtian's sword strike, Jun could no longer restrain himself. Heavenly destined saints are indeed extraordinary. Oh, I am no match for them. Tai, however, patted his chaos bell and laughed heartily. Brother, do not inflate others' prestige while diminishing our own. Tongtian is nothing to fear. If I were to fight him, I would surely triumph. Meanwhile, Nuwa and Fushi, hidden in the void on the opposite side, also displayed expressions of shock. Nuwa said, "Senior brother, Tongtian's sword Dao has reached its absolute pinnacle. If he had struck on that day, Hongyun would have had no chance of survival. What a pity." She shook her head and sighed softly. Fushi frowned and said, "The same applies to this encounter. Tongtian's combat prowess is astonishing. Although Hongyun possesses numerous magical treasures, he may still not be able to withstand it." On the other side, within the ancestral witch space of Dijiang, the 12 ancestral witches observed everything clearly. Dijiang sighed. Tongtian, the lowest among the 3 pure ones, already possesses such combat ability, let alone Yuanshi and Laozi. Issue the order, designate Kunlun Mountain as a forbidden zone of the witch clan. No one may enter without authorization, or they shall be punished according to clan law. Zhu Rong, after Hongyun is slain, offer a golden fire earth vein to seek Laozi's forgiveness so as to save Gonggong's life. In short, no one held Hongyun in high esteem. Hongyun, however, merely smiled faintly. Facing this overwhelmingly domineering sword strike, he showed no panic whatsoever, nor did he attempt to dodge. Gently raising his hand, he pointed toward the heavens. Crack! A shattering sound rang out. A black spear pierced through the void, surging straight upward. Dark aura swirled around its body, and a blurred shadow struggled and screamed within the shaft. Though silent, it seemed to echo within every person's heart, causing nearly everyone in that instant to become transfixed, as though plunging into mountains of corpses and seas of blood, giving rise to endless killing intent. This is the God-slaying spear. Who is the true spirit within the spear? Why does it fill me with killing intent? Could it be the demon ancestor Luoho? How is that possible? Imprisoning the demon ancestor Luoho as the spiritual essence of the God-slaying spear, Heaven's Hongyun truly dared. A series of astonished cries rang out. The God-slaying spear moved as fast as lightning. The moment it ascended, it collided with the Qingping sword. Needle tip against weed on. Hardness meeting hardness. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Crash! Like a shattered mirror. Vast areas of space collapsed inward, transforming into terrifying voids. Primordial chaos Qi churned endlessly, even giving birth to chaotic storms. If not for the numerous great cultivators present who had long since erected layered formations to protect the Honghuang continent at this moment would likely have been a sea of flames exploded into fragments. Tongtian's face flushed red as he spat a mouthful of blood. One hand trembled slightly. The Qingping sword in his grasp also lost its dazzling brilliance from before drooping its head like a defeated rooster. As for Hongyun, he stood tall and unmoving, his expression unchanged. Beside him, the black spear continued to rise and fall rhythmically. Within it, the dark shadow either howled at the heavens or laughed madly, appearing unusually excited. Everyone was stunned. Absolutely stunned. Tongtian had actually lost. And he lost so quickly and so miserably. With just one strike, he was sent spitting blood. How could this be? Had Tongtian held back? Impossible. That sword strike spanned the heavens and earth, pierced through the ages. It was undoubtedly the most powerful blow of the mid-stage quasi-sage realm. But how could he have been defeated? Had Hongyun grown so powerful? Unbelievable. Truly shocking. That can't be right. No matter how formidable Hongyun is, he's only on par with Tongtian in cultivation. How could his combat strength be so much greater? Dijuan revealed a look of astonishment. His brows were tightly furrowed, his face full of confusion. There must be something fishy. I feel that Hongyun didn't even use his full strength. It seems he employed some kind of trick. Tai patted the chaos bell, his gaze suddenly fixed on the God-slaying spear, and said with certainty, "Big brother, don't you think Hongyun's God-slaying spear is very strange? The spirit of the treasure is the demon ancestor Luoho. And what kind of person is the demon ancestor Luoho? How could he be content to be subordinate to another? If my guess is correct, it wasn't Hongyun who defeated Tongtian with one move, it was the demon ancestor Luoho who defeated Tongtian with one move." One had to admit that Tai's insight was indeed sharp, even surpassing that of some heaven-ordained sages. For example, Nuwa, after thinking for a long while, suddenly realized and said, "The God-slaying spear. It was all because of the God-slaying spear. No wonder the God-slaying spear felt completely different to me than before. Hongyun is courting disaster. He actually gave the demon ancestor Luoho partial autonomy." Fushi tapped his palm with the 6 roots pure flute, frowning with deep worry. Does this mean that the demon ancestor Luoho could potentially revive from death? Hongyun, oh Hongyun, truly wise for a lifetime, yet foolish for a moment. Isn't this clearly putting himself in opposition to the Great Way ancestor? While they worried about the demon ancestor Luoho, the 12 ancestral witches had no such intricate thoughts. Staring at Hongyun, their eyes all widened. They showed expressions of shock. Zhurong rubbed a blazing flame in his palm and whispered, "Big brother, perhaps we should give this golden fire earth vein to Hongyun." Slap. Dijiang smacked him on the forehead and barked angrily, "Give nothing. Wait, Tongtian lost, but I'm still here. Don't you see I've stepped forward?" Laozi had no choice but to step forward. Before this, he had forcibly restricted Yuanshi from leaving the mountain, shifting the conflict onto himself and Tongtian, and then ordered Tongtian to face Hongyun in battle. Originally, he had planned that as long as Tongtian and Hongyun fought to a stalemate, at the critical moment, he would jump out with some appeasing words, and at most compensate with some heavenly treasures, then the matter would be settled. Of course, if Tongtian could defeat Hongyun, that would be even better. No need for soft words, no need to compensate with treasures, and perhaps even kill Hongyun on the spot, eliminating the heaven-ordained sage's greatest worry. However, the course of events greatly exceeded his expectations. Not only did Tongtian fail to defeat Hongyun, he didn't even achieve a stalemate. Instead, he was defeated in one move, spitting blood, appearing severely wounded. "Fellow Taoist Hongyun, you have gone too far." With blazing eyes, he stared intently at Hongyun. Gone was his usual decrepit demeanor. His whole body radiated surging momentum and fierce killing intent. Don't think that just because you hold a demonic, primordial, innate spiritual treasure, you can act arrogantly. This is Mount Kunlun, the territory of us 3 pure ones, and no one is allowed to run wild here. With these words, he raised the flat staff in his hand and struck down at Hongyun. This move looked very simple. It even resembled an elder disciplining a wayward junior. But as the flat staff descended, the sky changed color, the earth trembled, space emitted creaking sounds, and began to compress violently. An infinite force converged. It was as if a towering mountain had crashed down from the 9 heavens. Unstoppable. Unmatched in might. One had to admit, the leader of the 3 pure ones was truly different. Just this one move was enough to terrify most great powers in the primordial wilderness. In fact, aside from the great Wei ancestor Hongjun, no one, whether it was Jane Junti Yuanshi or Tong Tian, dared claim to surpass Laozi. Even Dijuan and Tai, who usually held themselves in high regard, were utterly respectful before Laozi, daring not to overstep. Hongyun was the first person bold enough to challenge Laozi. Dijuan's eyes shot forth 2 cold beams of light, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. Laozi has finally made his move. This time Hongyun is finished. Even with the god-slaying spear in hand, he will surely be defeated. Tai raised an eyebrow, his expression turning solemn, but his eyes were full of battle intent. He smiled and said, "Everyone says that Laozi is the senior brother. Today I finally get to see just how strong this senior brother really is." Dijuan shot his brother a surprised glance, not expecting Tai's words to subtly hint at a disdain for Laozi. Frowning slightly, he said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Laozi is the senior brother, that is universally acknowledged. Moreover, he is a heaven-ordained sage. We must never follow Hongyun's example of arrogance and conceit. Remember, we are not alone. Behind us are hundreds of millions of demon clans. We cannot act on momentary courage." Tai's eyes flickered, but he smiled and said, "Big brother is right. I have taken note." On the other side, seeing Laozi make his move, Nuwa and Fushi exchanged glances and revealed slight smiles. Nuwa said, "With the senior brother taking action, even if Hongyun doesn't die, he will suffer a great defeat. In this way, the face of us heaven-ordained sages will be restored, and we can account to the teacher." Fushi agreed, smiling. Heaven-ordained sages are the favored children of the heavenly Tao. Hongyun overestimated himself by daring to provoke us. He deserves this outcome. Compared to Dijuan and Nuwa, who clearly sided with Laozi, the attitude of the Wu clan was much more conflicted. They both hoped Hongyun could win, yet felt he couldn't possibly win. A state of extreme anxiety. Though it takes long to narrate, the actual time was extremely short. Hongyun watched the incoming flat staff, smiled slightly, raised the god-slaying spear, and pointed it toward the sky. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled. The void shattered. Black Qi instantly spread, coalescing into a pure black spear that stabbed straight at the flat staff. In his battle with Tong Tian, he had chosen to relinquish control of the god-slaying spear to the demon ancestor Luoho. But in this fight with Laozi, he took back command, matching blow for blow, steel against steel. Impossible. Could his mastery of the god-slaying spear surpass even that of the demon ancestor Luo? Dijuan couldn't help exclaiming. Nuwa was even more astounded, horrified. Such dense black Qi. Such powerful aura. How is this possible? Hongyun's mastery of the god-slaying spear has surpassed the demon ancestor Luoho. In contrast, the Wu clan members nearby all breathed a sigh of relief, finally seeing a glimmer of victory. Boom. A violent explosion resounded. The god-slaying spear and the flat staff collided in midair. It seemed like a single clash, but in an instant there were over 1,000 exchanges. Countless ripples spread through the air like a boulder dropped into a calm lake. The ripples surged in all directions. In just a moment, the hidden concealment techniques of Dijuan, Nuwa, Dijiang, and others were all shattered, exposing them to everyone's view. Their faces changed in terror, utterly horrified. Perhaps only these 2 words could describe their feelings at this moment. Too powerful. Laozi was one thing. As the senior brother of the primordial wilderness, it was only natural for him to be strong. But when had Hongyun become so incredibly powerful? Shock. Incomparable shock. No one could have anticipated that Hongyun had grown so formidable. He was actually able to match Laozi blow for blow. He even held a slight edge. How could this be? Unbelievable. No, the eldest senior brother is not using his full strength, while Hongyun has already exhausted his. Nuwa's expression shifted the most. Her delicate face had somehow turned pale, and her body trembled faintly, as if she feared something. I recall now, the god-slaying spear is a superior grade primordial spirit treasure, whereas the eldest senior brother's flat staff is merely a primordial spirit treasure at best among the middle grade. They are not on the same level, so Hongyun naturally holds the advantage. This is not due to the eldest senior brother's insufficient cultivation or combat prowess. It is a matter of artifacts. If the eldest senior brother were to deploy the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite pagoda and the Taiji diagram, the outcome would still be uncertain. Though her voice was not loud, it carried an urgency that caught everyone's ears. Dijuan and Tai were greatly startled. They exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Nuwa was a great power of the demon race, a key figure in the demon court, and their greatest ally and supporter. When had she become so close to the 3 pure ones? Although Nuwa and the three pure ones were all disciples of Tao ancestor Hongjun and nominally fellow disciples, they usually never met due to seclusion, and their relationship was merely lukewarm. But now things were clearly not what they seemed. Nuwa cared more for the eldest senior brother Laozi than for the two demon emperors. It seems that at a critical moment Nuwa may not be reliable. Dijuan said in a low voice. We cannot afford to be too hostile toward Hongyun, especially now that his combat strength rivals Laozi's. He is a great asset. Tai quickly nodded in agreement. Brother is right. The Wu clan is also hedging their bets. Gonggong is colluding with Hongyun. We cannot afford to lag behind. If they manage to draw Hongyun into the Wu clan's camp, things will become troublesome. The Wu clan will likely show even less respect for us. On the other side, Dijiang Zhurong Hotu and the others were grinning broadly. Though they were hedging their bets, Hongyun's victory would bring them great benefits, an additional ally in the primordial land. If the three pure ones won, they would merely suffer no loss. By comparison, the current battle situation was most favorable to their interests. However, at that moment, two streaks of light descended from the sky. Two figures stood on either side of Laozi, glaring at Hongyun with murderous intent. They were Zhuanti and Jane. Their faces were stern and cold, especially their eyes, which almost spouted flames. Hongyun, how dare you collude with demon ancestor Luoho? What crime do you confess? Our failure to slay you in the far north battle was the regret of billions of beings in the primordial land, and a dereliction of duty on our part as heaven-ordained sages. But it is never too late to mend. Today is the perfect time to kill you. Their aura surged. Vast and mighty. Like a towering mountain, it crashed down upon Hongyun. In the face of their overwhelming aura, Hongyun remained calm, not even lifting an eyelid. He gave a cold, contemptuous smile. Our failure to slay me was the regret of billions of beings. Jane, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe that being a heaven-ordained sage allows you to represent billions of beings? Nonsense. What reputation do I, Hongyun, have in the primordial land? Who doesn't know? The best kind-hearted person in the primordial land, the conscience of the primordial, the role model for countless cultivators. These are not boasts I made up. Having said this, he turned his head slightly and glanced at Gonggong. Gonggong shuddered inwardly, groaning with bitterness. But once aboard the pirate ship, one must have the awareness of being aboard. When it was time to step up, he could not back down. After all, it was only a war of words, not a real fight. Surely nothing serious would happen. With that thought, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward without hesitation, declaring sternly, fellow Taoist, Hongyun's name is known in every corner of the primordial land. He is universally acknowledged as the best kind-hearted person, the conscience of the primordial, the role model for cultivators. As for certain people, their reputation for scrounging is also known in every corner of the primordial, grabbing any treasure they see, robbing anything of value. Who doesn't know? At this point, he suddenly found his rhythm, inexplicably excited, and raised his voice to a roar. The heaven-ordained sages are favored by the Tao, yet they are selfish and disregard fairness and justice, chilling the hearts of billions of beings. Only Patriarch Hongyun, defying power and risking himself, stands for fairness and justice. Billions of beings in the primordial land look up to him. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his voice grew louder. Finally, his roar was like thunderclaps and tsunami waves, shaking the primordial land itself. Stunned. Utterly stunned. What was happening? Had Gonggong gone mad? How dared he say such things? Dijiang shuddered, nearly falling from the sky, his face dark as the abyss. It's over. That fool Gonggong is pushing our Wu clan onto the path of death. The earlier remarks might be excused. Our relationship with the two Westerners was already poor, but that last sentence directly offends all the heaven-ordained sages. This is courting death. Idiot. Moron. Fool. All brawn and no brain. Gonggong, I'll beat you to death. Zhuanti, Jane, Laozi, Tongtian, and Nuwa also had faces as dark as thunder. They never expected that Gonggong with his big mouth would suddenly blurt out such words. It was nothing short of earth-shattering. It was equivalent to slapping the faces of these heaven-ordained sages in front of countless cultivators. How could this be tolerated? But just as they were about to launch an attack on Gonggong, Hongyun's laughter rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Did you hear that? Who is righteous, who is evil? Did you all hear? Zhuanti, Jane, do you still remember the origin of the deep enmity between us? I, Hongyun, gave up my seat in the Zixiao Palace, securing 2 sage positions for you, and repeatedly bestowed treasures upon you. Was my grace not great? Was my sincerity lacking? But you, insatiable as the snake that tries to swallow the elephant, plotted against me time and again, and even ambushed me in the far north. Despicable and shameless. That is what you are. If this is what heaven-ordained sages are, then I, Hongyun, will surely slay them. Domineering. Unmatched domineering. That last sentence was especially explosive. But Jane and Zhuanti were nearly driven mad. However, since they were not in the right, the more they argued, the less confident they became. They were of one mind. Since they could not win with words, they would simply kill the man. Exchanging a glance, they both stepped forward. Murderous intent boiled like scalding water, surging into the sky. Hongyun laughed again and roared. What, Jane, do you intend to gang up on me? Very well. Today Hongyun will see if you have made any progress in this millennium. Red Cloud was no fool. Naturally, he would not foolishly prove his strength by fighting 1 against 3 or 1 against 4. He was no longer in the far north alone, and without aid forced to fight desperately just to escape with his life. Now behind him stood the 4 ferocious beasts as well as Zhun Yuanzi Gong Gong and the spirit of the Red Cloud carriage Zhu Long. Zhu Long had almost transformed into the ancestral dragon. Though he had lost his dragon body, his majesty remained. Especially after willingly taking control of the Red Cloud carriage, his dragon might grew even stronger and his cultivation returned to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. As for Zhen Yuanzi holding the Earth Book, he was the ancestor of Earth Immortals. Though not a heaven-ordained saint, he possessed great fortune, and his cultivation had also reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Gong Gong was slightly weaker with combat power at the early quasi-saint level, but he was one of the 12 Wu tribes, and even Laozi would hesitate to kill him outright. After all, killing one Gong Gong was easy, but dealing with the 12 Wu tribes was difficult. In other words, Gong Gong could hold back one opponent without any problem. Moreover, Red Cloud had other hidden cards. Not to mention the Fire Cloud Palace, a primordial chaos spiritual treasure comparable to the Purple Cloud Palace. His good and evil incarnations were no pushovers either. The good incarnation Fire Cloud Child after cultivation had reached the early quasi-saint stage. Armed with the gourd of heaven and earth, the 9 revolutions star sand, and the Sunstar core, his combat prowess was formidable. The evil incarnation needed no further mention. Its concealment was so deep that even Hongjun could not calculate it. It was the Demon Master Kuan Peng. After over 1,000 years of management, the Demon Master Kuan Peng had become renowned across the world, and his status among the Demon Clan was no less than that of Di Jun and Tai Yi. In particular, the Demonic Master Palace, after continuous refinement, had long been under the control of the evil incarnation Kuan Peng. Red Cloud also gifted him the lesser primordial 5 elements formation, allowing the Demonic Master Palace to transform chaotic energy into primordial spiritual energy. Thus, the concentration of primordial spiritual energy in the Demonic Master Palace was so dense it nearly turned into liquid instantly, making it a demonic treasure land comparable to the heavenly court of the Demon Clan. Without exaggeration, any demon living in the primordial land who had the fortune to enter the Demonic Master Palace would experience a transformation akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Of course, this was Red Cloud's greatest trump card, never to be used unless absolutely necessary. In short, at this moment Red Cloud had no fear of being surrounded. Even if the 6 heaven-ordained saints all attacked, he was confident he could fight them to a draw. Zhuanti and Jane also knew that Red Cloud's power had swelled to an inconceivable level. But precisely because of this, they were willing to risk great damage to their reputations and seize the opportunity to eliminate Red Cloud at all costs. Senior brother Laozi Red Cloud has colluded with Demon Ancestor Luoho and has already taken a stand against our master. If this man is not removed, the primordial world will fall into chaos. Indeed, senior brother Laozi, we must not show mercy to evil heretics. We must join forces and eradicate him completely, leaving no future trouble. Laozi frowned slightly, but after a brief deliberation he nodded. Both junior brothers care not for their own reputations for the sake of upholding the righteous path of the primordial world. Since that is so, why should I act with hesitation? With that he pointed at Kunlun Mountain. Boundless spiritual energy surged into the sky, spreading in all directions with lightning speed, enveloping everything. Second brother, third brother, since Taoist Red Cloud is unwilling to let the matter rest, how can we refuse to play along with him? Haha, it is time to display the might of the heaven-ordained saints, lest some petty scoundrels underestimate us. Swoosh. A sound of tearing air. A figure shot up from Kunlun Mountain and landed beside Laozi. It was none other than Yuanshi. His eyes were bloodshot, brimming with hatred like a ravenous beast. In his hand, a jade rui glittered with brilliant light, clearly prepared long ago to strike. As for Tongtian, he had already stepped forward. The Qingping sword was sheathed and 4 immortal slaying swords revolved around him, emitting a radiance that made even souls tremble. Niwa was stunned. Her figure flickered as she was about to descend and join the battle, but Fushi grabbed her. Little sister, wait. This is a conflict between them. What does it have to do with us? Why wade into this muddy water? Niwa was anxious. I am also a heaven-ordained saint. Red Cloud's humiliation of the heaven-ordained saints is a humiliation of me. How can you say it has nothing to do with me? Fushi shook his head and said in a low voice, precisely because you are a heaven-ordained saint you must not act. If senior brother Laozi and the others fail, we will need you to mediate. Do not deny it. Red Cloud's current strength is absolutely capable of victory. Yet the Tao Ancestor is currently merging with the Tao. Unless faced with a life and death crisis, he will not emerge from seclusion. So we must rely on you. I will go now to contact Tai Yi and Di Jun. No, the 2 of them alone are too few. Then we can add the 12 Wu ancestors followed by Kuan Peng and Mingi. Together we will plead with Red Cloud, and he must show some face. Would things really develop to this point? Niwa showed an expression of disbelief. But seeing Fushi's serious demeanor not like a joke, she could only nod slowly. Rumble. A violent explosion rang out. Kunlun Mountain had already fallen into a terrifying ocean of chaos. Countless ferocious beasts roared and struggled as if determined to destroy and devour the entire world. It was the four ferocious beasts devouring heaven formation. Since battle was inevitable, there was no room for concealment, and the initiative must be seized. Thus, while the saints were discussing, Red Cloud had already ordered the four ferocious beasts to set up the formation. Taotai raised its head and held its massive mouth wide open, fangs bared, as if about to swallow heaven and earth, its might extraordinary. Xiongqi let out a clear cry, its wings spreading 10,000 zhang, its fur like a hedgehog's, bristling and terrifying. Hundun roared fiercely without head or tail, but with 4 wings and 6 legs. At the slightest movement, infinite flames shot into the sky, as if about to burn the world to nothing. Tao Wu's voice was like thunder, with a human face and a tiger's body towering 10,000 zhang. Its mouth full of sharp fangs were all bared, its long tail like a whip, each swing causing the void to tremble slightly. The 4 ferocious beasts all returned to their true forms. Their combat power was even greater, especially under the enhancement of the 4 ferocious beasts devouring heaven formation. Their ferocious aura neared the peak of early quasi-saint. Of course, if 4 mid-stage quasi-saint experts entered the formation, they could break it and even kill the 4 beasts, not impossible. But now Laozi's side did not have 4 mid-stage quasi-saint experts unless they deployed their good and evil incarnations. However, the good and evil incarnations were everyone's greatest secret, unless at a life or death moment no one would reveal them easily before the world. If a few mere beasts aided by the formation diagram have such power. What is that? I Zhuanti am willing to break it. However, as soon as Zhuanti charged in, he was met with desperate attacks from the 4 beasts. For a moment he was thrown into chaos and nearly injured. Junior brother Zhuanti, do not panic. Tontian is here to assist you. Under the immortal slaying 4 swords, no one survives. But just as Tontian thought his intervention would immediately break the formation, the 4 ferocious beasts spat out 4 staffs from their mouths. Though they were only staffs, they were extremely hard, and even when clashing with the immortal slaying 4 swords, they did not fall behind in a short time. It is well known that the hardest bone in the human body is the skull, and the primordial gold was exactly transformed from Panga's skull. The sedan poles of the 4 fierce beasts were forged from that primordial gold. Its hardness is thus imaginable. One might even say that although the 4 sedan poles are not primordial spiritual treasures in terms of hardness, they are absolutely not inferior to such treasures. This is why they could clash head-on with the 4 immortal slaying swords and remain unscathed. Of course, there was another important reason. In his battle against Hongyun, Tongtian had already sustained considerable injuries and was thus unable to exert his full 100% combat power. As for whether there were other reasons, for instance, Tongtian deliberately held back and never exerted his full strength. Only Tongtian himself knew. Even so, everyone was greatly astonished to see that the 4 fierce beasts, aided by the 4 calamities heaven-devouring formation, had firmly trapped Zhuanti and Tongtian. How is this possible? Even if these 4 fierce beasts have experienced the calamity of fierce beasts after the creation and have cultivated for countless millennia, they cannot be this powerful. What material are these sedan poles made of that they could match the 4 immortal slaying swords? How many treasures has Hongyun hidden? He is simply a moving treasure vault. Offend anyone, but not Hongyun. He is too formidable. Just 4 sedan bearers, yet they are fighting 2 heaven-ordained sages with all their might. And judging by Zhuanti's expression, he seems to be in trouble. He's about to get beaten badly. Zhuanti's situation was indeed not good. Although he had already unleashed the enhanced divine pestle facing the frantic assault of the 4 fierce beasts, he still found himself somewhat unable to attend to both sides. Such was the formidable power of the 4 calamities heaven-devouring formation. Although there were 2 people inside the formation, each felt that they were under the full force attack of the 4 fierce beasts, engulfed in a frenzied tide of assault. If this continued, trouble would arise. He could not help but grow anxious. As his gaze flickered, his aura surged explosively, radiating a 10,000 zhang golden radiance like a blazing sun. Immediately after, his form flickered and he actually grew 18 arms. This was the 18-armed golden body. With the 18-armed golden body came 18 types of treasures: blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks, everything imaginable. With this, his combat power soared, and his disadvantage vanished instantly as he gained the upper hand over the 4 fierce beasts. However, just as he was about to break the formation, a dragon's roar resounded. At some unknown time, a sedan appeared in the formation. Its body was fiery red, as if burning with raging flames, exuding a terrifying aura that blocked his path. Hongyun always resorts to these useless tricks. A broken sedan thinks it can stop me. Die. His 18 arms swung simultaneously. All 18 treasures struck out heavily. Not to mention ordinary treasures. Even a primordial spiritual treasure would have to retreat far from this blow, or else risk being smashed to dust. Yet the Hongyun sedan remained utterly still, letting the strike land. Boom. An explosion sounded. Countless rays of light flashed. The entire Four Calamities heaven-devouring formation trembled violently. But the Hongyun sedan was perfectly unharmed, not even budging an inch. Not only that, before the explosion had even ended, a 10,000 zhang giant dragon suddenly charged out, its dragon horns like blades crashing fiercely into Junti's body. Although Junti was in his 18-armed golden body state, he was still caught off guard by the collision. He staggered and stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. Jane, who had witnessed everything, could no longer restrain himself. Stepping forward, he shouted fiercely, "What a vicious formation! I thought the four fierce beasts were the formation's eyes, but it turns out to be a sedan. Fine, I shall personally break it." But as soon as he moved, Zhen Yuanzi's figure flashed and blocked his path, smiling as he said, "Daoist Jane, your opponent is me. As for the Four Calamities heaven-devouring formation, let Junti and Tongtian break it." Jane was furious, his brows inverted, and he bellowed, "Zhen Yuanzi, do you intend to oppose us heaven-ordained sages?" Zhen Yuanzi shook his head and said earnestly, "No, I have no grievances or enmity with any of you. Why would I oppose you? I am merely standing on the side of justice. Daoist Jane cultivators throughout the primordial continent may scheme against each other. That's nothing, it's human nature. But they must not be despicable or morally degenerate. I, Zhen Yuanzi, am no saint nor the conscience of the primordial, nor a role model for all cultivators. But there are some things that must be addressed. So there is no agreement. As the saying goes, when words are not agreeable, half a sentence is too much." Jane gave a cold smile, and a prayer bead flew from his hand. In an instant it grew to the size of a mountain and came crashing down toward Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi smiled faintly, making no move to dodge. His body shimmered with five-colored light, and the shadow of a towering tree appeared in his hand, which he used to intercept. He knew his own strength was no match for Jane. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had not intended to win. Instead, he had already deployed the minor primordial five elements formation to protect himself and slowly stall for time. The final outcome of the battlefield did not lie with him, nor with the Four Calamities heaven-devouring formation, but in Hongyun's hands. If Hongyun won, they would all be delighted and taste the fruits of victory. If Hongyun lost, they would flee in disgrace, and from then on be hunted by everyone in the primordial continent. Everything depended on Hongyun. Daoist Hongyun, your schemes are indeed astonishing, but this is as far as you go. Laozi's face was expressionless, his voice resolute, each word spoken deliberately. "You don't think you can take on both me and my second brother alone, do you?" Hongyun raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Why not? Actually, I originally planned to fight all three of you Sanqing by myself. Others say how powerful you Sanqing are, but I think you're just mediocre. Especially after the battle at the far north beyond the north, that truly opened my eyes to your true capabilities. To be honest, I was greatly disappointed. Enough, stop dawdling. Come on, Laozi Yuanshi, show me your real skills. If you lose in a single move, that would be a huge disgrace." A surge of fury erupted. Even a clay figure has a temper. No matter how good-natured Laozi was, he could no longer hold back. His entire body flashed with Xinhuang light. The flat staff in his hand, like a rod, once again struck out fiercely. As for Yuanshi, he was already fuming with rage. The jade rui in his hand flickered repeatedly, instantly radiating 10,000 zhang brilliance. The killing intent surged like a tidal wave, charging straight at Hongyun. "Hongyun, today, either you die or I die. Though the primordial continent is vast and boundless, you and I cannot coexist." He was truly ruthless. It was because this time he had lost too much face. First he had acted like a turtle withdrawing into its shell, then he was forced to appear. Now he was even regarded as a mere afterthought by Hongyun. Yes, an afterthought. Hongyun had fought his elder brother Laozi to a standstill, yet now he intended to take on both of them. If that wasn't treating him as an afterthought, what was? If this could be tolerated, what could not? Hongyun must die? However, facing Laozi's full-force strike and Yuanshi's furious roar, Hongyun merely narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression unchanged. He waved his hand fiercely. The god-slaying spear shot up into the sky, transforming into a wisp of black smoke to meet the flat staff. At the same time, within the black smoke of the god-slaying spear, a five-colored radiance flashed. It was the minor primordial five elements formation. He intended to use the god-slaying spear and the minor primordial five elements formation to hold off Laozi for a moment, while he himself charged with full force at Yuanshi. "I am Laozi, the grand senior brother of the primordial era. Setting aside my cultivation and combat power, my insight is absolutely top-notch." As soon as the flat staff clashed with the Shirshan spear, he sensed something amiss. It lacked the sharpness that could pierce anything and destroy everything, but gained a force of entanglement and defense. With a flicker of thought, he immediately understood Hongyun's scheme. He couldn't help but shout loudly, "Watch out, second brother, be careful. Hongyun is about to launch a full-force attack on you." Yuanshi, being inherently proud and arrogant, was already burning with rage after such humiliation. However, upon hearing this, instead of being nervous, he was overjoyed. "Good. I thought you Hongyun truly didn't care about me. So you plan to tie up the Grand Senior Brother and attack me with all your might. That's even better. Revenge and satisfaction shall be mine today. With a slight thought, his rui gently shook and transformed into a long blade. The blade was curved. It shimmered with boundless cold light, like a rainbow spanning 10,000 zhang. It tore through space, severed time, and slashed straight at Hongyun's head. The heavens trembled. The earth quaked. The hearts of the onlookers also trembled incessantly, as if the blade were falling upon them. I was mistaken. In terms of cultivation, perhaps Laozi of the three pure ones ranks first, but when it comes to combat power, Yuan Shi is the most formidable. Jun let out a long sigh, shook his head involuntarily, and revealed a bitter smile. After obtaining the Hongmeng Purple Qi, I studied day and night, feeling my cultivation advance rapidly, and my combat power improve by leaps and bounds. Yet I never expected that Yuan Shi was the one who progressed the fastest. Tai frowned, couldn't help, but repeatedly stroked the chaos bell, and said, "What Big Brother says is reasonable. If I were to fight Yuan Shi unless I used the chaos bell's strongest strike, I would be doomed to defeat. Hongyun is in danger. He underestimates Yuan Shi too much. After all 1,000 years have passed, he probably thinks Yuan Shi hasn't made any progress." Nuwa heard the words of Jun and Tai. He couldn't help but smile lightly, and said in a low voice, 1,000 years ago Hongyun only managed to escape by relying on the sharpness of the Shirshin spear and self-detonating a void sword. Otherwise he would have died long ago. At that time Senior Brother Yuan Shi and Senior Brother Jiayin did not go all out, yet he thought they had given their full effort. How foolish. Fushi frowned, and said in a low voice, "Silence. Let me say it again, this matter has nothing to do with us. Absolutely nothing. Do you hear me?" Nuwa's face flushed slightly. She quickly nodded and smiled with a hint of embarrassment. "Big Brother is right. It has nothing to do with us. Little sister remembers." At the same time, Jiang of the 12 ancestral witches was getting a bit flustered. Not long ago he had transmitted a voice message severely reprimanding Gong Gong, expecting that Gong Gong would obey and behave. But now seeing Hongyun and Laozi fighting, Gong Gong was eager to join in. In the end, ignoring all persuasion, he charged forward with a roar and launched a fierce attack on Jiayin. This was terrible. The relationship between the Wu tribe and the two Western Taoists had always been poor. Now with new grievances added to old hatreds, reconciliation was impossible. After all, the two Western Taoists represented two saint positions. Offending them meant offending two saints. "What do you mean two saints?" "It's six." Zhu Rong whispered to remind him. "The two Western saints have a bad relationship with us. Now Gong Gong is helping Hongyun, which also offends the three pure ones. Nuwa is from the Yao race and won't stand on our side." His forehead immediately throbbed with tension. Jiang raised his hand and flicked Zhu Rong's forehead angrily, saying, "You're the only one with a mouth. Do you think I don't know? This time is really bad. I can only hope Hongyun wins, otherwise our Wu tribe will be in big trouble." Hongyun would certainly win. Everyone thought that the reason he could fight Laozi was because of the Shirshin spear and his cooperation with the remnant soul of demon ancestor Luoho. In fact, the treasures he held were not limited to the Shirshin spear. He also had the ninefold immortal cauldron. As an immortal cauldron capable of refining ninefold golden elixir anytime and anywhere, its quality was definitely above ordinary magical artifacts. Even if it didn't reach the level of a primordial spiritual treasure, it was not far off. Especially under Hongyun's dedicated nurturing, the ninefold immortal cauldron gave birth to a true spirit, further enhancing its quality and elevating its power to a new level. As for its power, it might not be good at stabbing, chopping, or slashing, but it was excellent at smashing. With a slight curl of his lips, Hongyun waved his large hand continuously, and one by one 5 elements shields appeared before him, blocking the sky. However, the long blade transformed from the rui was too sharp. The sound of cracking and splitting echoed repeatedly. The 5 elements shields were like torn cloth, sliced open layer by layer with no power to resist. Everyone watching turned pale. They knew that Hongyun would surely lose this time. If even the small primordial 5 elements formation couldn't stop the rui blade, Hongyun might even face death and dissolution. Unexpectedly, Hongyun's expression remained calm, and he even revealed a smug smile, as if he had anticipated this long ago and had a plan. Yuan Shi frowned, greatly puzzled in his heart. But seeing that he had already gained absolute superiority, he gritted his teeth and hardened his heart, thinking to himself, no matter what schemes you have in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is just a paper tiger. Jiayin, who was being harassed by Gong Gong and Jin Yuanzi and was growing irritable, saw Hongyun's expression. His mind stirred and suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but shout loudly, "Taoist Yuan Shi, beware of the Rift Sword. Beware of the Rift Sword." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Yuan Shi had just heard the words, and before he could react, he felt a disturbance in the space before him, and then a crack opened. A sharp, long sword stabbed straight at his buttocks. Yes, his buttocks again. This instantly reminded him of a certain past incident, and every hair on his body stood on end in an instant. He almost fainted from fright. but it happened so suddenly that he had no time to dodge or block with a magical artifact. With no other choice, he infused spiritual energy into his palm and grabbed fiercely. Fortunately, the Rift Sword was of ordinary quality, merely a postnatal magical artifact. Its space-ripping ability might be unparalleled, but its sharpness was far inferior. It only cut his palm and was finally deflected aside. He let out a long sigh of relief. The suspended heart finally settled in his chest. He sneered coldly, intending to mock Hongyun, but before the words left his mouth, he heard Jie Yin's heart-wrenching shout, "Taoist Yuan, sure be careful." But this warning was truly too late. A small golden glowing cauldron rushed out from the spatial crack that was about to close. It instantly grew to the size of a mountain. With a rumbling sound, it smashed down toward Yuan Shi's head. It was too sudden, catching him off guard and unprepared. Bang! A thunderous noise. Yuan Shi felt his vision go black, followed by a sharp pain in his head, and then his entire body like a stone fell straight down from the sky. Boom! Another loud noise. Yuan Shi crashed onto the ground, and the force of his fall did not diminish. He actually broke through the protective formation of Kunlun Mountain, smashing a huge hole into the mountain. Hongyun, I will kill you. I will kill you. How dare you hurt me, how dare you? A hysterical roar came from the deep underground hole. Because the cave was so deep, the sound seemed ethereal and distant. Everyone was stunned. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. Just moments ago, Yuan Shi held an overwhelming advantage. How could he have been smashed into the depths of the earth in the next instant? Hongyun was truly formidable. Despite being assaulted with full force by two heaven-ordained saints Laozi and Yuan Shi, he remained unflustered and gravely wounded Yuan Shi. Who in the primordial world could boast such prowess? Apart from Dao ancestor Hongjun, none would dare to make such a claim. Gulp. Dijun swallowed hard and smiled bitterly, saying, "It's over. Hongyun has already won. Continuing the fight is meaningless. If I'm not mistaken, Yuan Shi has been beaten half to death and has no strength left to fight." Taiyi's expression darkened. He winced as if trying to laugh, but ultimately held back, shaking his head. What should we do? Add icing to the cake and join the criticism of the three pure ones and the Western duo. As luck would have it, at that moment Fushi approached and whispered, "Demon Emperor, Eastern Emperor, now is not the time to kick someone when they're down. On the contrary, we must find a way to mediate." His eyes brimmed with wisdom and his expression radiated unparalleled confidence. Don't forget, heaven-ordained saints are heaven-ordained saints after all. Even if they are momentarily inferior to Hongyun, once they achieve sainthood, they will surely surpass him. We, the Demon Clan, must not emulate the Wu Clan. They will ultimately pay a heavy price for their short-sightedness, an extremely heavy price. Fushi excelled in music and formations, but few knew he also had a talent for divining the celestial mechanism. Upon hearing this, Dijun and Taiyi exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Fushi smiled slightly, then flashed to another location where two other great beings stood, the Demon Master Kunpeng and Ancestor Mingi. You two have seen enough of the spectacle. It's time to mediate. I know neither of you is on good terms with Hongyun, and you don't want to see him continue to strut around arrogantly, do you? Kunpeng and Mingi exchanged a glance and nodded as well. Unexpectedly, Kunpeng not only agreed, but suddenly moved, appearing directly in the battlefield face-to-face with Hongyun. "Hongyun, have you not caused enough trouble? Patriarch Yuan Shi conspired to assassinate you, and now you have gravely wounded him. Your vengeance is complete. Do you intend to fight to the death? Spare me your talk of justice and fairness. I, Kunpeng, only trust my own fists. If you want to fight to the death, I'm willing to accompany you." As his words fell, his form flickered, and he revealed his true form, the Kunpeng. Not only that, but beside him appeared a palace rising and falling, wreathed in chaotic energy, the Demon Master's palace. Hongyun frowned, a hint of fury flashing in his eyes, and roared, "Kunpeng, I'm winning, and you jump out calling for a truce. When I was being suppressed, where were you? You insatiable feathered beast, I've long wanted to teach you a lesson. Since you've jumped out, then die." Rumble. The 9 revolutions immortal cauldron spun forward, soaring like a towering mountain, brimming with murderous intent and overwhelming momentum. Kunpeng would not show weakness. The Demon Master's palace instantly expanded, a full circle larger than the 9 revolutions immortal cauldron, its chaotic energy crackling like burning flames as it hurtled toward the cauldron. Boom! A violent collision resounded. The 9 revolutions immortal cauldron, like a broken kite, plummeted into the distance. In contrast, the Demon Master's palace seemed unscathed, its chaotic energy only slightly diminished. Dijun watched and could not help but praise, "Kunpeng is no simpleton." The Demon Master's palace is evolving toward the Zixiao Palace. It seems that although his cultivation has advanced little over the years, his combat prowess has grown considerably. Taiyi and Fushi both nodded repeatedly, deeply agreeing. Initially, they had somewhat looked down on Kunpeng, but after this battle, they finally understood that Kunpeng was by no means to be underestimated. Nua's eyes flickered and she said urgently, "After that clash, Hongyun's aura seems unstable. It's time to mediate." Without waiting for Fushi's response, she stepped forward and declared, "Fellow Taoists, please hold. Allow me a word." There may have been grudges and misunderstandings before, but those are matters of the past. You've fought long enough, your grievances should have been vented. This farce should end now. Taoist Hongyun, I know you have been wronged. Elder brother Yuanshi's ambush in the far north was indeed his fault, but as Taoist Kuanping said, he has already paid the price. The implication was clear: you've vented your anger, established your authority, and beaten Yuanshi. It's time to stop. Meanwhile, Laozi and Jane both withdrew and stood behind Yuhua, leaving only Tongtian and Zhuanti still struggling within the four beasts' heaven-swallowing array, unable to extricate themselves for the moment. What was Yuanshi doing? Apologies. He was still lying in the deep pit underground, unable to climb out for a while. In other words, his injuries were even more severe than Dijuan had imagined. It was not a matter of losing half his life. He had nearly lost his entire life. It turned out that when the 9 Revolutions immortal cauldron slammed heavily onto his head, the void sword, which had previously been deflected, reappeared with lightning speed and pierced through his buttocks. Yes, in the end, he still could not protect that part of himself. It suffered another devastating blow. The only solace was that the piercing occurred during his descent into the pit, and the other great beings barely noticed, so they were unaware that his rear had been destroyed again. Perhaps that was why he had not yet climbed out. Laozi vaguely sensed it. He even had a premonition that if he continued to tangle with Hongyun, Yuanshi might not survive this ordeal. He might be killed just like Zhuanti. Although Tao ancestor Hongjun existed, and the Hongmeng Purple Qi could resurrect him even after death, it would greatly impact his cultivation and might even plant an inner demon. Given the circumstances, he could only swallow his pride and seek peace with Hongyun. After all, his younger brother's life was at stake. What was face compared to that? Fortunately, Kuanping had stood on his side at the critical moment, applying immense pressure to Hongyun, and Yuhua had stepped in to mediate. At least his face did not fall to the ground and shatter into 8 pieces. Yes, Taoist Hongyun, let bygones be bygones. We are all disciples of teacher Hongjun. There is no deep-seated hatred among us. Fushi stepped forward. A smile on his face, he clasped his hands toward Hongyun, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Then Dijuan also stepped out smiling. The words of Taoists Yuhua and Fushi carry some reason, but we cannot let Taoist Hongyun suffer a loss. What should be done? Tai laughed lightly and echoed, my brother is right. Almost being killed cannot go without some compensation. If it were me, I certainly would not be content. The 12 Wu ancestors Dijiang also approached, rarely refraining from opposing Tai, and instead nodded repeatedly, chuckling. Well said, you mangy bird. Those words of yours are actually worth listening to. Taoist Hongyun, let's stop for now. Your brothers are on your side. Taoists Fushi and Yuhua, as well as the mangy bird, are also on your side. They won't let you suffer any loss. Tai nearly had his nose twisted in anger. Who the hell is standing with Hongyun? I'm clearly on Laozi and Jiang's side. What I said earlier was just to give Hongyun a way out. You can't expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Twisting right into wrong, black into white. But at this moment he could not deny it. After all, Hongyun had already demonstrated his power. He had no desire to offend such a formidable figure. Thus he forced a laugh, and spoke. Ahem, well, as Dijiang said, right and wrong are plainly visible to all. Still, grudges are easier to settle than to forge. Let bygones be bygones. Furthermore, we've all listened to the Tao ancestors' teachings. We are companions in the same path. If I may speak plainly, if the 3 pure ones and the Western 2 were to offer some compensation, this matter could be laid to rest. What say you, Taoist Hongyun? These words would be most fitting coming from Yuhua. After all, Yuhua is a saint ordained by heaven, one of the strongest advocates for peace, and essentially the driving force behind the reconciliation. Who do you think you are, Tai? Though you call yourself the Eastern Emperor among the demon clan, and consider yourself someone of note to a saint ordained by heaven, you simply aren't worth a second glance. Yet Tai leapt forward, taking complete control of the mediation effort, strutting about like the master of the primordial world. He was the very definition of overestimating his own importance. Hongyun paid no mind to any of this. In truth, he had long known that while he'd made quite a commotion arriving at Kunlun Mountain, actually killing Yuanshi was essentially impossible. To be fair, the last time he'd successfully slain Zhuanti, it was only because Zhuanti was off guard and Jiang remained unaware. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed him either. Now that he'd severely wounded Yuanshi, his cultivation and combat prowess had been fully revealed. From this point onward, no one would dare to underestimate him again. The objective had been achieved. Continuing to fight would only bring harm with no benefit. Demanding compensation and extracting a hefty price was undoubtedly the best choice. His eyes flickered slightly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded toward Tai and said, Taoist Tai speaks reasonably. Out of respect for all the gathered cultivators here, I, Hongyun, will overlook this minor slight and let the matter rest. As his words faded, he swept his hand forward. The formalities swallowing heaven formation that had been surrounding Tongtian and Zhuanti gradually dissolved, and the 4 beast generals, Candle Dragon and Hongyun's palanquin, all withdrew behind him. Hand over your treasures now. As major powers of the primordial world, I trust you won't disappoint me. If someone merely offers a pound of tea leaves again like last time, but expects a substantial gift in return, that would be nothing short of absurd. Since their relationship had already deteriorated beyond repair, there was no reason to hold back. He absolutely couldn't let this opportunity slip away. With the three pure ones' vast wealth and the Western Two's reputation for gathering treasures, they must possess something truly remarkable. The expressions on the faces of the three pure ones and the Western Two darkened considerably. No, they were absolutely grim, their faces as black as soot from a cooking pot. This time they had truly suffered a devastating loss. Not only had they been completely overshadowed by Hongyun suffering a massive blow to their reputation, but they were also being forced to surrender treasures they had amassed over years. It was incredibly infuriating. Yet they had no choice but to comply. Hongyun's combat prowess had been fully displayed, and even combined the five of them had no means to counter him in the immediate future. Moreover, among the assembled onlookers lurked numerous potential threats. While only Gongon from the 12 ancestral wizards had descended, his presence likely reflected the stance of the others. Additionally, the attitudes of Dijuan and Tai remained somewhat ambiguous. Their intervention was largely motivated by considerations of face toward Nuwa, otherwise they would have welcomed the continued conflict. Mingi was even worse, a person who thrived on chaos and would rather see the world descend into disorder. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. They had no choice but to accept the loss for now. It is what it is. Suffering a loss is sometimes a blessing in disguise. If he desires treasures, I happen to have one to offer. Laozi spoke thus. His expression showed none of the desperation typical of a defeated man. Instead, he carried an air of serene detachment. With a wave of his hand, he produced a piece of wood. Yes, simply wood. It appeared utterly unremarkable, as though plucked from anywhere in the mountains, a dead branch with no spiritual energy emanating from it. Do not underestimate this piece of wood. This is a branch from the world tree. Surely all present Taoists have heard of it. The world tree, as its name suggested, was a tree that spanned the myriad heavens and worlds. It grew forth after the great Pangu opened the heavens and split the earth, and legend held it was connected to Panga's meridians. Unfortunately, during the calamity of the fierce beasts, the world tree had been shattered, vanishing completely from existence. Only a single trunk remained, known as Jianmo. Even as mere fragment, it possessed the power to connect heaven and earth, far surpassing ordinary magical treasures and even the innate spiritual artifacts. This was truly an excellent treasure. Hongyun's eyes immediately brightened. Excellent Taoist Laozi truly shows sincerity. I shall accept this world tree branch. Taoist Tongtian, what is that wincing expression about? Surely you wish to gift me a treasure as well. Then I won't refuse. Tongtian's pained expression stemmed from his grief over Laozi's world tree branch, an emotion Hongyun seamlessly interpreted as an offering directed at himself. Hongyun erupted in fury, consumed by both anger and frustration. How dare you, Hongyun? Having extorted a world tree branch, you still show no contentment. Now you reach for me as well. This was simply outrageous. How could he tolerate such audacity? He nearly drew the four swords of immortal slaying to charge forward again, but Laozi's piercing gaze restrained him. Letting out a long sigh, he helplessly shook his head and produced a string of beads, saying, "These are the 24 defeaters of the sea, innate spiritual treasures." Before he could finish, Hongyun impatiently snatched them away. 24 defeaters of the sea. This was undoubtedly an exceptional treasure. Once refined, they could become 24 miniature worlds. Given their value as a gift, the system's reward would surely be extraordinary. Perhaps even the complete set of 36 defeaters of the sea. The complete set comprises 36 pearls that, once refined, form 36 miniature worlds known as the 36 heavens. Wasting them as mere weapons would be extravagant. He could instead place them within the Hongyun Palace world, thereby granting it the 36 heavens. Now that the 18 hells exist alongside the 36 heavens, my Hongyun Palace is destined to defy the heavens itself. It may yet evolve into something as vast as the primordial world. Should this ever come to pass, he would be invincible. To oppose him would mean warring against an entire primordial world. No one possessed such power, not even Hongjun. Meanwhile, Jang stepped forward, waved his hand to release 10 immortal apricots without uttering a word, then turned and departed with Juandi. There was nothing more to say. Having reached this point, the Western Two's face was completely lost. They could not remain here any longer. What? That compensation of merely 10 immortal apricots paled beside what Laozi and Tongtian had already surrendered. They should count themselves fortunate to give anything at all. Given Juani's nature, he would rather face death than offer compensation. A bountiful harvest. One could say it was an immense gain. Though it seemed he had merely acquired 3 treasures once they were sent out, the system would bestow generous rewards, undoubtedly elevating his power to new heights. Yes, they must be sent out. However, 3 treasures were indeed too few to distribute. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand, mixing a branch of the world tree with some Pangu's blood marrow, and performed a simple refinement. Though the refinement was simple, these 2 items were no ordinary objects. As soon as the refinement was complete, they emanated a terrifying aura. What was once merely a branch of the world tree now radiated a blood-red glow crystal clear, capable of growing or shrinking thick or thin, reminiscent of the Rui Jingu Bang. Hongyun Ancestral, which I thank you for upholding justice this time, and for allowing Hongyun Ancestral, which to assist me greatly. Having no other gifts to offer, this branch of the world tree, after my simple refinement, has become a remarkable artifact. I present it to the Hongmeng Ancestral Witch Clan. Haha, the reason I give it to Hongmeng Ancestral, which is that after my refinement, even without spiritual energy to activate it, by merely communicating with the wood element within, one can unleash its full power. Hongmeng, azure like bamboo with a bird's body and a human face riding 2 dragons, was the Eastern Wood Ancestral Witch. In other words, just as Ho-Tu could manipulate the earth element, Hongmeng could effortlessly control the wood element. The branch of the world tree, though a divine tree, was still a condensation of wood element, making it most suitable for Hongmeng. Indeed, when Hongmeng with endless gratitude took the branch of the world tree, he instantly felt an innate compatibility with it. Of course, it was innate compatibility. Pangu's blood marrow was infused into it, and the 12 ancestral witches were all transformed from Pangu's essence blood, sharing the same origin. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, I Hongmeng am not eloquent, but today's great kindness shall be repaid like a gushing spring. Should you ever command, I would go through fire and water without hesitation. From now on your affairs are mine, Hongmeng's. Whoever bullies you bullies me. And whoever dares to bully me, this Hongmeng staff of mine will smash their skull. The implication was clear. If such a scene occurred again, not only would Gong come to aid Hongyun, but Hongmeng would certainly join as well. Seeing this, Laozi could not help but frown, a look of displeasure crossing his face. He had originally thought that the branch of the world tree, though a treasure, was of limited use, at most a staff that could grow or shrink, and giving it to Hongyun was no great loss. Who would have thought that Hongyun would immediately pass it on to Hongmeng, gaining a substantial favor for nothing? How utterly outrageous. And Hongmeng, having received the treasure, not only showed no gratitude, but glared back with fierce wide eyes. What did he mean? Did he want to fight? Yet despite his anger, he was helpless. A gift given was like water spilled. He could only watch as Hongyun curried favor. In reality, however, Hongyun paid no heed to Hongmeng's gratitude, for a crisp voice resounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully sending out the branch of the world tree. Ding! Congratulations, host, the reward received is a world tree sapling. Ding! Friendly reminder, the world tree is the great tree that supported heaven and earth after Panga's sacrifice in creating the world. It was Panga's contingency plan to prevent heaven and earth from merging again. Understood. After Pangu created the world and perished fearing that heaven and earth might merge again, he left behind a contingency plan. That plan was the world tree. The contingency plan left by the great god Pangu. Tsk tisk, this is definitely a windfall. He was overjoyed. The corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears, and he almost hummed a little tune. Especially seeing Laozi's ashen face, his delight only grew. But this was only the beginning. Don't forget, he still had the 24 Dinghai divine pearls and 10 immortal apricots. To whom should I give the 24 Dinghai divine pearls? To Dijuan and Tai. No, those two are obsequious and untrustworthy. To Niwa and Fushi. Those two have long sided with the heaven-ordained sages. They are foes, not friends, and perhaps even enemies. Suddenly, he spotted Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, lurking in the crowd, and an idea struck him. Where is Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea? Today I owe my victory to the aid of fellow Taoist Zhulong. Your dragon clan has made a great contribution. These 24 Dinghai divine pearls were originally the possessions of the ancestral dragon. Today I return them to their rightful owner. Ao Shun, take the pearls. Ao Shun was dumbfounded. Completely stunned. For a moment, he stood frozen, unsure of what to do. To be honest, though he was one of the 4 Dragon Kings, his cultivation was mediocre. The reason he had hurried over was not to watch the spectacle, but because he sensed the aura of the Zhulong Ancestor. The Zhulong Ancestor had not returned, and he was anxiously worried. Suddenly sensing the Zhulong's presence, how could he not come to investigate? When he saw the situation, he nearly fainted. The Zhulong Ancestor, one of the Dragon Clan's foundations, was reduced to a mere dragon soul trapped within a magic artifact. He was almost furious, about to explode with rage. Unfortunately, Hongyun was too powerful. Even if he ground his molars to dust, he could only swallow his anger. But just as he was about to slip away and consult the other Dragon Kings, he was suddenly called out by Hongyun. What was going on? Capturing the dragon soul of their ancestor, and then gifting the 24 Dinghai divine pearls. A slap, followed by a sweet. Young friend Ao Shun, do not be alarmed. Things are not as you imagine. I did not imprison the Zhulong dragon soul, I was protecting him. Alas, that day at the far north our expedition started smoothly. With my help, fellow Taoist Zhulong gained great benefits. Unfortunately, at a critical moment, I was ambushed and fellow Taoist Zhulong was gravely wounded, nearly perishing. With no other choice, I placed him in the Hongyun carriage to nurture. Nonsense. Not a single word of truth. However, Zhulong was under control and dared not speak. Jane had already left and could not defend himself. As for Yuanshi, he was still groaning in an underground cavern. As for the mysterious third person, perhaps he was among the crowd, but since he chose to hide, he naturally dared not step forward to refute. Thus the blame for Zhulong's death was firmly pinned on Jane and Yuanshi. Ao Shun reacted quickly, immediately showing a look of sudden realization, and said with tearful gratitude, "Thank you, Ancestor Hongyun. Ancestor not only saved our clan's Zhulong, but also bestowed the 24 Dinghai divine pearls. I, the little dragon, truly do not know what to say. From now on the dragon clan shall follow Ancestor's lead. We will go through fire and water without hesitation." Alas, another one willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. The old man's lips trembled with rage, and he longed to sweep his sleeves and leave. But this place was Mount Kunlun, his own domain. Even if he swept his sleeves, there was nowhere to go. As for Tongtian, his eyes narrowed into slits, shooting out a gaze like two blades glaring fiercely at Ao Shun, or rather at the 24 calming sea pearls. He had made up his mind once this matter was settled, he would find an opportunity to visit the Dragon Clan and demand the return of those 24 calming sea pearls. What? The Dragon Clan refuses? Then let's have a bloody good slaughter, just the thing to vent today's fury. In the primordial world, there is only one red cloud. As for the Dragon Clan, they are nothing but dog's hit. Even if they still have some hidden strength, they cannot possibly be his match. The former overlords are like toothless tigers, easily bullied, or like a fallen phoenix that is worse than a chicken. Although Ao Shun was not highly cultivated, his skill in reading expressions was absolutely top-notch. Catching a glimpse of Tongtian's gaze, he shuddered all over and inwardly lamented his misfortune. But since things had come to this, he could only return to the Dragon Clan first. At worst, he would summon the other Dragon Kings to discuss countermeasures. There was no other choice. The last heavenly calamity had inflicted such severe losses on the Dragon Clan that they could no longer endure any turmoil. In truth, if possible, he would have liked to return the 24 calming sea pearls to Red Cloud. But when he looked up, Red Cloud seemed lost in thought, so he dared not disturb him. Red Cloud was not lost in thought. He was exhilarated. So exhilarated that he could not speak. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted the 24 calming sea pearls. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the 36 calming sea pearls. Ding. Friendly reminder, the complete set of the 36 calming sea pearls forms an ultimate postnatal spirit treasure. When refined and nurtured, it can evolve into 36 small worlds known as the 36 heavens. 36 calming sea pearls. In his hands. 36 heavens. In his hands. Just like that. From now on, when fighting, why bother with 9-turn Stardust Sand or the Chinkoan Gourd? Just whip out the 36 calming sea pearls and smash away. One calming sea pearl is one world. 36 calming sea pearls are 36 worlds. Who in the world can withstand the bombardment of 36 worlds? Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, you have finished distributing the treasures. Can you leave now? Laozi's gloomy voice rang out, interrupting Red Cloud's reverie. My Mount Kunlun is too small to accommodate a great power like you. Goodbye, and don't bother to see me off. This was an outright expulsion. Indeed, Red Cloud had gone too far. He had just slapped their faces, seized their treasures, and then divided the spoils right on their territory. It was an utter humiliation. Even Laozi, with his good temper, could no longer bear such repeated insults. But Red Cloud, utterly unconcerned, laughed heartily and said smugly, "Don't rush, fellow Taoist Laozi. There's still one treasure left to divide. What's the hurry?" Saying this, he paid no heed to Laozi's face, which was about to drip with displeasure. He took out the immortal apricot and first presented it to Dijuan and Tai, then to Fushi and Nuwa, and finally generously gave one even to Mingi and Kunping. At the same time, the crisp sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted the immortal apricot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the immortal apricot tree, a primordial spiritual root. Ding. Friendly reminder, the primordial world has 10 types of primordial spiritual roots. 5 of them are major primordial spiritual roots, including the Bodhi tree, the Fusang tree, the Ginseng fruit tree, the peach tree, and the yellow china plum. And the other 5 are primordial spiritual roots, the bitter bamboo, the 5-needle pine, the gourd vine, the immortal apricot, and the enlightenment tea tree. The reward this time is the immortal apricot tree. Ding. Reminder again, if the host gathers all 10 primordial spiritual roots, there will be a pleasant surprise. The system will initiate a super treasure reward. Holy shit. A super treasure reward. That was definitely a pleasant surprise. He nearly jumped for joy. After all, last time he gathered the 5 major primordial spiritual roots, he obtained the primordial 5 elements grand formation, which could not only convert chaotic energy into primordial spiritual energy, but also served as the ultimate protective formation in the world. If gathering the 5 major primordial spiritual roots yielded such results, gathering all 10 would surely be even more formidable. Absolutely fantastic. When one is elated, it is easy to become reckless. Red Cloud was no exception. His mouth suddenly widened, and he transformed from the primordial world's good old man into the primordial big mouth. You have never tasted anything from fellow Taoist Jane, have you? Today is your first time. Don't stand on ceremony. If you enjoy it, let me know. I'll go to the west again to fetch a few more. Jane gave the immortal apricot, but Juanty hasn't yet. He owes me one. In the past, the two Western Taoists often came to the east to scrounge. Now it's my turn to go to the west and scrounge. Haha, how wonderful. Everyone staggered, nearly falling flat on their faces full of black lines, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They suddenly realized that the good old man Red Cloud had become the primordial thick face. And that wasn't all. Red Cloud waved his hand and laughed. Now let's head home. No to 5 Villages Temple. Fellow Taoists who wish to come join us. Fellow Taoists, Xinyuanzi's ginseng fruits are said to be ripe again. Hee you know what I mean. Additionally, I have some fine fruits such as peaches and yellow china plums to share with everyone. Xinyuanzi laughed heartily. Good. Let's all go. We'll hold a celestial fruit feast. Originally, everyone feared offending the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western Taoists, and dared not go to 5 Villages Temple. But when they heard that besides Xinyuanzi's ginseng fruits, Red Cloud would also provide peaches and yellow china plums, their eyes widened. These were fruits born from primordial spiritual roots, needless to say filled with abundant spiritual energy. More importantly, these fruits contained traces of the laws of heaven and earth. Eating them and contemplating carefully would surely yield insights far easier than arduous seclusion. For some, attending such a celestial fruit feast was a tremendous opportunity. Fortunes like this were rare, missing it would bring lifelong regret. As for offending the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western Taoists, there was a saying, the law cannot punish the many. As long as everyone went, the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western Taoists, despite their displeasure, could do nothing. Ahem, fellow Taoist. Red Cloud extends the invitation. Mingi would be honored to accept. As it happens, I have some profound fruits from the blood sea of the underworld for everyone to taste. Haha, Mingi, what's so good about profound fruits? I have sun fruits here. Fellow Taoist. Red Cloud will surely love them. Brother, don't glare at me. I'm going no matter what. I've been craving yellow china plums for ages. Taiyu. Alright, let's go then. Fellow Taoist Laozi, please forgive us. As the elder brother, my face has been completely disgraced by Tai. Little did anyone expect that the immortal fruit banquet, which would profoundly influence the fate of Hongwang, would be held so casually. The initiator Hongyun was undeniably the organizer and leader of the banquet. He was branded by the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western Taoists as the chief culprit and prime instigator. Xinyuanzi, who provided the venue, was a crucial participant and host of the banquet. The 3 pure ones and the 2 Western Taoists denounced him as an accomplice to tyranny. As for Mingi, who was the first to express his support and attend the banquet, he voluntarily contributed the Xian fruit, thus becoming a participant as well. Though the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western Taoists did not openly curse him, they privately reproached him for being duplicitous and fickle as a blade of grass atop a wall. Tai, however, thanks to Dijuan's exculpation, did not greatly offend the 3 pure ones or the 2 Western Taoists, yet he was still blacklisted and fell into disfavor. But all that was later. Now the assembly gathered together, feasting on immortal fruits, drinking spirit wine in great gulps, chatting about the heavens and the earth, discussing the Tao, and reveling in carefree comfort. Even the 12 ancestral witches Dijuan and Tai were chatting and laughing, having shed their former habit of fighting and killing upon meeting. The ginseng fruits have arrived. With a loud shout, Qingfeng and Mingyue carried the ginseng fruits and slowly entered the grand hall. The crowd, upon smelling the rich fragrance, were almost intoxicated. Especially the low-level cultivators who had come along, their eyes nearly popped out. Haha, ginseng fruits cannot be kept for long. Don't just stand there, start eating. Quasi-saint powerhouses each received 1 fruit. The low-level cultivators, those at the Daluo golden immortal level and below, had to share. Yet, even that filled the crowd with immense excitement. Some who took only a small bite suddenly radiated a powerful aura, breaking through on the spot. Haha, I've finally broken through. This bottleneck had trapped me for so long, but now I've broken through. Though I haven't broken through, my cultivation has deepened, and my spiritual energy has become purer. I'm not far from a breakthrough. The innate spirit fruits are truly extraordinary. This is just the ginseng fruit. There are still the flat peaches and the yellow middle plum. Heaven, this feels so unreal. Am I dreaming? Of course it was no dream. Because soon the 9 heavens ice silkworm, who had taken the form of a young girl of about 10, walked gracefully in carrying a large tray of flat peaches. The flat peaches have arrived. Please enjoy, fellow Taoists. Before the crowd could even marvel, a young boy emerged carrying the yellow middle plum. He was none other than the artifact spirit of the 9 heavens immortal cauldron. The yellow middle plum is here. Please taste it, fellow Taoists. The crowd's eyes nearly popped out. Some couldn't help but repeatedly swallow their saliva. However, the quasi-saint powerhouses seated in the front row did not fix their eyes on the immortal fruits. Instead, they stared intently at the young boy and girl delivering the fruits. Fellow Taoist Hongyun is truly blessed. This pair of young attendants seems far from ordinary. Indeed, though their cultivation is still low, the girl emanates pure icy coldness while the boy exudes a rich fragrance of medicinal pills. Their origins are certainly extraordinary. You may not have noticed, but to be honest, I discern a clue. The girl should be the Nine Heavens ice silkworm in human form, while the boy seems to be a spirit of a magic artifact, perhaps the immortal cauldron that appeared recently. One had to admit that these great powerhouses of Hongwang had truly remarkable insight, guessing almost the entire truth. Hongyun did not conceal it. He laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Mingyi, your vision is truly sharp. You saw through it at a glance. Yunbing Yunding, what are you waiting for? Come quickly and pay respects to Mingyi and the other ancestors." Yunbing was the Nine Heavens ice silkworm. After her transformation, she requested a name from Hongyun. After some thought, Hongyun graciously bestowed the last character of his own name upon her, calling her Yunbing. As for Yunding, he was the Nine Revolutions immortal cauldron. Seeing that the Nine Heavens ice silkworm had a name, he was filled with envy and resentment, so he took the name Yunding himself. Hongyun indulged his whim. Even two attendants are so extraordinary. I've heard that fellow Taoist Hongyun also has several disciples. They must be remarkable as well. Would you care to introduce them? As the first supporter of the Immortal Fruit Banquet and the contributor of the Xian Fruit Ancestor, Mingyi was warmly welcomed by Hongyun and Xinyuanzi and seated in the most important position. He could not help but feel elated. Hongyun pondered briefly and thought, why not? Taking this opportunity to introduce Wen Daoren and the Ancestral Dragon would allow them to act on my behalf in Hongwang in the future. So he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Mingyi, you flatter me. My two disciples have decent aptitudes, but their cultivation is far too shallow. It is still early for them to achieve anything. By the way, speaking of it, my eldest disciple actually has some connection to your netherworld blood sea. Wen Daoren Yunlong, come quickly and meet fellow Taoist Mingyi." Wen Daoren, the first mosquito in the world, was born in the netherworld blood sea. Hongyun encountered him when he visited the netherworld, so it was not an exaggeration to say he had some connection to Ancestor Mingyi. Mingyi, of course, recognized this at first glance. He could not help but show envy and stroked his beard as he sighed, "Fellow Taoist Hongyun, what a fortunate encounter. The first mosquito in the world. Its future is certainly boundless. Furthermore, your second disciple named Yunlong is extremely extraordinary. I actually sense the aura of the Ancestral Dragon from him. Could it be that he has the bloodline of the Ancestral Dragon?" Hongyun smiled faintly and did not answer. He could hardly say that this was the second Ancestral Dragon himself, not merely a descendant. The name change to Yunlong was simply because the name Ancestral Dragon was too ostentatious and unsuitable for appearing in Hongwang. Such matters could not be explained clearly, so it was better to act mysterious. Just then a sudden commotion arose outside, and a monkey dashed in. Upon seeing Hongyun and the others, the monkey immediately knelt on the ground and cried out, "Greetings, esteemed elders. I am Luer Mihu, and I have come specifically to seek Hongyun as my master." These words shocked everyone, their eyes wide with disbelief. What a bold monkey. Knowing full well the prestige of Hongyun, it still dared to barge in and seek apprenticeship. Truly reckless. Xinyuanzi's face darkened. He frowned and said angrily, "Qingfeng Mingyue, how did you guard the entrance? How could you allow a macaque to disturb us?" Qingfeng and Mingyue were startled and quickly knelt to explain, "Master, forgive us." This monkey was one of the scattered cultivators attending the banquet. He was eating peaches outside the hall when, for some unknown reason, he suddenly jumped up and rushed in. Luer Mihu had no other skills, but with his 6 ears pricked up he could hear in all directions. It was likely that he had overheard Hongyun and the others discussing disciples, and felt that the opportunity had come, so he rushed in to seek apprenticeship. He was clever. Hearing Qingfeng and Mingyue's explanation, he quickly said, "Please, great immortal Xinyuanzi, do not blame Qingfeng and Mingyue. I barged in on my own whim. I am Luer Mihu, born before the beast calamity. In my youth, I foolishly eavesdropped on the Tao teachings of Ancestor Hongjun, who rebuked me and said, 'The Tao shall not be transmitted through the 6 ears.' Since then I have been cut off from the Tao. Today I heard the ancestors discussing the matter of taking disciples. I have come to recommend myself and humbly request to become the disciple of Hongjun. Please, merciful master, take me in." The 6-eared macaque was undoubtedly a tragic figure. Among the 4 primordial monkeys, he was the first to emerge walking the primordial lands even before the beast calamity. Alas, relying on his innate divine powers, he acted too arrogantly, daring to eavesdrop on the teachings of Tao Ancestor Hongjun. This enraged the Tao Ancestor, who decreed with a single utterance, "The Tao shall not be transmitted to the 6-eared, thus sealing his path to enlightenment. It was not until the great calamity of the journey to the west that he seized the opportunity, when the Tao Ancestor was absent and the 6 sages were in seclusion, secretly listening to the teachings of Patriarch Bodhi. He managed to acquire considerable skills rivaling the Monkey King himself. Yet it was precisely this that brought about his doom. Lured by Tathagata into becoming a tribulation in the journey, he ultimately met his demise, his spirit extinguished, and his Tao lost. A life that should have shone brilliantly thus ended in such a pitiful obscure manner, evoking deep sighs from Hongyun, who understood the full story. Just as Hongyun was lamenting, Xinyuanzi spoke first. Frowning with displeasure, he said, "You impudent monkey, you know full well that you have been barred by Tao ancestor Hongjun, yet you still dare to seek apprenticeship. If I accept you, would that not cause fellow Taoist Hongyun to violate the Tao ancestor's decree? Begone, begone. Allowing you to attend the immortal fruit feast is already an extraordinary grace. If you are still unsatisfied, do not blame me for using my great power to expel you." Mingyi also frowned and echoed, "Fellow Taoist, Xinyuanzi has considered this well. We cannot defy the Tao ancestor's decree for the sake of a single reckless monkey. It would be a loss far outweighing the gain." Dongwang Tai was even more direct, waving his hand to drive away the macaque. "Begone at once, do not disturb our wine and immortal fruits. I was hoping to ask fellow Taoist Hongyun for more yellow middle plums." Fellow Taoist Hongyun, a few neighbors in the Sun Palace are also quite interested in the yellow middle plums. Could you perhaps spare a few for me? Not too many, 5 or 6 would suffice. Emperor Dijuan, wearing a helpless expression, quickly interjected, "Second brother, what are you saying? To taste even one is a great fortune, do not be insatiable." Tai slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Brother, how can you call this insatiable? We don't want the yellow middle plums to eat in secret, but to give them to the 2 ladies of the Moon Palace. I am thinking of you, brother." As he spoke, he winked repeatedly with a knowing look. Dijuan's face flushed red, and he opened his mouth, but found nothing to say. Hongyun instantly understood. It seemed Dijuan and Shiha had already begun their courtship, though the wedding date was unknown. Waving his hand, he laughed, "A few fruits are nothing. Since fellow Taoist Tai has asked, I shall gladly offer them. Not only yellow middle plums, but also peaches and ginseng fruits. Give a few to fellow Taoist Dijuan as well. When it comes to women, one must be generous. Strike when the iron is hot to show one's true masculine spirit." Dijuan's face reddened once more, yet he accepted the offering with grace, naturally expressing his gratitude. As for the 6-eared macaque, Hongyun gazed at him with a contemplative expression. After a long while, he finally spoke. "You are one of the 4 primordial monkeys born of noble origin. With proper guidance, you could become a great figure of your era. But unfortunately, your innate nature is unruly, and you dared to eavesdrop on the Tao ancestor's discourse, thus incurring this calamity. Countless eons denied entry to the Tao, forever severed from the Dharma. However, heaven never seals off all paths. I believe the Tao ancestor only intended to teach you a lesson, not to utterly destroy you. If you promise to reform your unruly ways, I may permit you to enter my school and learn. But whether you become my disciple will depend on your conduct." This was essentially an acceptance of apprenticeship. The remark, "depends on your conduct," was merely a face-saving gesture toward Hongjun. The 6-eared macaque, being intelligent, immediately kowtowed repeatedly, his voice choked with gratitude. "Disciple pays homage to master. Disciple will surely reform his unruly nature and strive to perform well." Xinyuanzi, Mingyi, and the others exchanged glances, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Hongyun's strength was evident to all. Even disregarding Hongjuan's decree likely posed no great issue. But for them lacking the skill to handle such matters, it was better not to meddle. The atmosphere grew awkward. Fortunately, at the critical moment, hurried footsteps broke the tension. It was Qin Feng and Mingwei. They bowed respectfully and said, "Master." Outside the gate, Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, has come with heavy gifts, seeking an audience to thank the venerable Hongyun for his bestowal. Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea. That old fellow, after obtaining the 24 calming sea pearls, had scurried away without even attending the immortal fruit feast. Could it be that he was not an ungrateful wretch, but had gone back to fetch treasures? Seeing Xinyuanzi's questioning gaze, Hongyun laughed heartily and said, "Invite him in quickly. Though Ao Shun's cultivation is modest, he represents the Dragon Clan, we must not slight him." Ao Shun was most respectful. Entering the hall, he presented 2 brocade boxes and said, "I thank the venerable Hongyun for bestowing the 24 calming sea pearls. After consulting with the other 3 Dragon Kings, I have specially brought 2 gifts in return. The first is the phoenix feather obtained by an ancestor of our clan during the 3-clan warring period from the direct bloodline of the primordial phoenix. It is said to contain the true blood of the phoenix. By meditating upon it, one can cultivate the nirvana fire of the phoenix. The second is the Qilin horn, also from the 3-clan warring period, taken from the direct bloodline of the primordial Qilin. It contains the true blood of the Qilin. Absorbing it grants the Qilin secret arts, which are never transmitted outside the Qilin clan." Good heavens! What was the Dragon Clan thinking? Were they not planning to survive? The phoenix feather and Qilin horn were truly precious items, even used by Zhulong to tempt Hongyun in exchange for his life. Yet now Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, had brought them willingly. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Hongyun's suspicion was correct. The Dragon Clan indeed did not want to part with the phoenix feather and Qilin horn. But the situation left them no choice. When Ao Shun hurried back to the North Sea Dragon Palace with the 24 calming sea pearls frantically summoning the 4 Dragon Kings for a meeting, he realized the Dragon Clan was in dire straits. Fourth brother, you are courting death. The 3 pure ones and the 2 Western sages are celestial sages personally appointed by the Tao Ancestor, his direct disciples. Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea and leader of the 4 Dragon Kings, slapped his thigh hard, almost leaping to his feet. His face turned pale and his lips trembled. And we are the losers of the last great calamity. If not for our ancestor merging into the 4 seas, we would have been annihilated long ago. Yet even so, our enemies still watch us with hungry eyes. What we must do now is keep a low profile, lower than ever. But you involved yourself in the conflict between Hongyun and the 3 pure ones. This. What can we do? He was nearly frantic. Finally he gritted his teeth and said, it seems we must appease both sides. I will take the 24 calming sea pearls and personally return them to Saint Tontian. You take the phoenix feather and Qilin horn as a return gift to the venerable Hongyun. May he for the sake of these treasures forgive us and absolve us of the crime of taking the calming sea pearls. Tontian was deeply vexed. The assassination attempt in the far north had nothing to do with him, yet he paid a heavy price. Not only did he suffer public humiliation, but his 24 Dinghai Shinju were also lost. However, when he saw the miserable state of Yuanshi, his gloomy mood improved somewhat. He had lost face and treasures, but at least he hadn't been beaten half to death. Hongyun, I Yuanshi will never forgive you. No matter how arrogant you are, you will never become a saint. But I Yuanshi will one day attain the saint position and tower above you. Big brother, third brother, we cannot let this matter rest. I intend to go to the outer heavens to seek our master and beg him to personally suppress Hongyun. Laozi frowned and shook his head, stopping him. Second brother, you must not. Our master is currently harmonizing with the Tao and cannot afford the slightest distraction. Moreover, he will not concern himself with such petty conflicts among juniors. For now, we must endure. As the saying goes, patience brings peace, a step back leads to a broader horizon. Yuanshi was furious, his face ashen, his molars grinding audibly. He thundered, endure. I cannot endure. That boy Hongyun already surpasses us in combat. If we do not slay him promptly, unless we attain the saint position, he will forever remain above us. Laozi gave a cold smile. That is true. Therefore what we must do now is not fight or kill nor complain to our master, but to achieve the saint position. From today onward, neither of you is to leave, and no disciple is to step beyond Mount Kunlun. Meditate deeply on the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Once you attain the saint position, characters like Hongyun will be mere chickens and dogs. Just then Tongtian's chief disciple Duo Bao Doran rushed hastily into the hall and announced, Master, both uncles, the Dragon King of the East Sea Ao Guang seeks an audience. He says he has come on behalf of Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, to return the 24 Dinghai Shinju. At these words, all 3 were astonished. But after the surprise, Tongtian's face lit up with joy. He chuckled. Ao Guang is sensible enough to return the items to me. The decision to make him the Dragon Clan's chieftain was indeed a wise move. Let him ascend the mountain. Treat him with courtesy. After all, the matter with Hongyun has little to do with the Dragon Clan. However, before he could finish, Yuanshi snorted coldly, his displeasure evident. Laozi, on the other hand, his eyes flickering, smiled and said, Ao Guang does act prudently. But by returning the 24 Dinghai Shinju, is he not afraid of incurring Hongyun's wrath? Afraid? Terrified? Faced with Laozi's question, Ao Guang's face was full of bitterness as he spoke the truth. Our clan is no longer what it once was. If we provoke the Hongyun Ancestor, he could annihilate us with a single finger. Thus, while I, the little dragon, returned the 24 Dinghai Shinju to Saint Tongtian, I have also sent my 4th brother Ao Shun to present the phoenix feather and the Qilin horn to the Hongyun Ancestor. I hope that in light of these 2 treasures, he will forgive our transgression. Alas, the Dragon Clan only wishes to recuperate in the 4 seas, never daring to stir up trouble. Yet calamity befalls us from nowhere. His words were spoken with utmost sincerity. Even Yuanshi, who had been frowning with displeasure, could not help but show sympathy. The Dragon Clan had indeed suffered undeservedly in this conflict. Enough, stop complaining here. He waved his hand, his expression still cold, but his demeanor softened. I Yuanshi am not an unreasonable man. The wrongdoer must be held accountable, I will not blame the Dragon Clan. Ao Guang was overjoyed. The very reason he had hastened to return the 24 Dinghai Shinju was to hear those words. Now that his goal was achieved, the anxious stone in his heart could finally be set down. But just as he was about to take his leave, Laozi suddenly asked, Chief Ao Guang, is it true that the phoenix feather contains the true blood of Yuanfeng and the Qilin horn contains the true blood of Shi Qilin? Ao Guang was startled, wondering why Laozi would ask such a question, but he dared not refuse to answer. He quickly replied, indeed it is so. These 2 treasures come from the direct bloodlines of Yuanfeng and Shi Qilin, and the true blood they contain is quite pure. Laozi nodded in satisfaction and dismissed him, but his fingers kept moving in calculations, and the smile on his face grew broader. Yuanshi and Tongtian, observing this, were greatly astonished. Yuanshi asked, Big brother, what makes you laugh? Tongtian echoed. Indeed, Hongyun has gained 2 more fine treasures. Is that not detrimental to us? Laozi shook his head then nodded but did not answer directly. Instead, he asked with a smile, second brother, third brother, do you know why Yuan Feng is forever bound to the immortal volcano, and Shi Qilin never leaves the Qilin cliff? Yuan Shi was taken aback then replied, Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin initiated the war among the 3 clans burdened with grave sins. Only by such means can they atone for their transgressions, ensuring their descendants survive and avoid extinction. Tongtian nodded and added, Zulong merged into the 4 seas, stabilizing them, so that the dark seas could not encroach, allowing the dragon clan to thrive in the 4 seas. Yuan Feng eternally guards the immortal volcano, preventing it from ravaging the primordial land, and the Phoenix clan uses it as their ancestral ground. Shi Qilin resides at the Qilin Cliff, stabilizing Buzhou Mountain, which serves as the pillar of heaven and earth. The Qilin Cliff also became the habitat of the Kirin clan. Laozi nodded, smiling. Third brother speaks truly, but not entirely. In fact, each of the 3 is suppressing a part of the residual soul of the demon ancestor Luoho. Hongyun obtained the Shinshin spear, which contains a fragment of Luoho's soul. I suspect he has released the part that Zulong was suppressing. If he further releases the parts suppressed by Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilin, Luoho's residual soul will reunite, and he will be resurrected. This was a calamity, a great calamity. If Luoho is resurrected, chaos will surely engulf the world, perhaps even a calamity like the War of the 3 Clans. Yet this is also an opportunity. How could Hongyun alone contend with Laozi and Yuan Shi? Only because of the Shinshin spear. If Luoho is reborn, the spear will naturally return to him, and what will Hongyun have then? Moreover, given Luoho's cruel and vengeful nature, the first person he will want to kill is likely Hongyun, who once manipulated him. Therefore, what we must do now is find a way to send Hongyun to the immortal volcano. Yuan Feng is intelligent. The favor of a destined saint is enough to make her do anything, winning her over will be effortless. Shi Qilin is no fool either. This matter benefits him and the Kirin clan in every way, he will cooperate fully. Also, we must inform the 2 Western saints. If there is any risk, they cannot stand idly by. The 3 destined saints exchanged glances and suddenly burst into triumphant laughter. The laughter drifted across Mount Kunlun, sending shivers down the spines of the disciples. Duobao Daoren even wondered if the 3 old men had lost their minds. Looking at the phoenix feathers and Kirin horn in his hands, Hongyun couldn't help but grin. The dragon clan had voluntarily offered these treasures, which surely meant there was a problem, and a big one at that. However, so what? The patriarch Hongyun had dared to strike the 3 pure ones and kill the destined saints. Oh, what did he have to fear from the dragon clan's problems? Ahem, Ao Shun, I accept your return gift. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhulong is doing very well here. He is diligently cultivating and reshaping his body. Once he forges a perfect dragon physique, he will naturally return to the dragon clan. By the way, don't go back empty-handed. Take some ginseng fruits, peaches of immortality, and yellow plum fruits. Make yourself at home. Oh, we should visit often. If you have such treasures, don't hoard them. Ao Shun almost burst into tears. What a joke. Such treasures, if not hoarded, should they be handed to you? Only a fool would not hoard them. But at this moment, what could he say? He could only hang his head and do his best to flatter. Then, with repeated thanks, he took the ginseng fruits, peaches of immortality, and yellow plum fruits, and left Wuzhuang Temple with great reluctance. It was not because he was reluctant to part with Hongyun, but because he couldn't bear to leave the phoenix feathers and Kirin horn. As Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, departed, the others also took their leave one by one. The first immortal fruit banquet came to a successful conclusion. Although no date was set for the second, everyone expressed great interest in attending again, and some were even impatient. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Hongyun. Through the journey to Mount Kunlun and this immortal fruit banquet, you have surpassed the 3 pure ones, and the 2 western paths, becoming the true number 1 of our primordial world. Jin Yuanzi said with a full smile, congratulating him thus. In fact, he and Hongyun were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If Hongyun was the first, he was the second. Hongyun's might was unparalleled, and thus his own prestige also soared. Of course, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. After finishing his congratulations, he furrowed his brow slightly and showed a worried expression, saying, given the temperaments of the 3 pure ones and the 2 western paths, they will never simply let this go. From now on, we must be extra cautious. Hongyun laughed heartily, his face full of indifference, waving his hand and saying, thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, but it's nothing serious. I'll deal with whatever comes. If they dare to come, I'll fight back. However, you fellow Taoists must beware of their underhanded tricks. Coincidentally, in the past millennium, I have made modifications to the small innate 5 elements formation. Do you still remember that Kuan Peng's Demon Master Palace is shrouded in chaotic qi, showing a tendency to transform into a chaos spiritual treasure? The modified small innate 5 elements formation will have this function. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi was overjoyed. He knew that Hongyun would not shortchange him. Others had received the 24 calming sea pearls and the branch of the world tree. How could his own share be ordinary? If the Wuzhuang Temple could gradually transform into a chaos spiritual treasure like the Demon Master Palace, he would have ample confidence. You see, a so-called chaos spiritual treasure is a treasure that can exist in chaos and convert chaotic qi into innate spiritual energy. This meant that from then on the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Longevity would have a continuous supply of innate spiritual energy, which would be extremely important for all living beings dwelling there. Words of gratitude are unnecessary. If the three pure ones and the two western paths seek revenge against you, Zhen Yuanzi will stand firmly by your side, as I did this time. At this point, as if remembering something, Zhen Yuanzi hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his bosom. These are 3 drops of your blood found by the primordial witch Gong Gong in the far north. Today I return them to their rightful owner. 3 drops of blood. The far north. Hongyun showed a surprised expression. What kind of place was the far north? The space in heaven. There were unstable spatial cracks where everywhere chaotic qi ran rampant, and occasionally chaotic storms occurred. In such a harsh environment, these 3 drops of blood were still perfectly round, as if they had just flowed from the body, brimming with vigorous vitality. Upon a slight investigation, he instantly understood. It turned out that these 3 drops of blood were his heart's blood drawn out after the absolute immortal sword pierced his chest. Given the power of the absolute immortal sword, these 3 drops of blood should have lost all vitality long ago. Yet by a fortunate coincidence, they had merged with the essence of the dragon scale armor, resisting the power of the absolute immortal. Although the dragon scale armor was forged from the scales of Zhulong, at that time Zhulong had already transformed into the ancestor dragon. In other words, the essence of the dragon scale armor they had merged with was actually the purest essence of the ancestor dragon scales. In another sense, although they were Hongyun's vital blood, they were also completely different from his ordinary blood, possessing their own unique value. This was perhaps the reason they had maintained their vitality in the harsh environment of the far north. Well, since you have such an opportunity, let me create a living being. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed his finger at the 3 drops of blood. Rumble. A dazzling radiance burst forth like a sun exploding. The 3 drops of blood gradually merged into one. Then this single drop began to rotate continuously, frantically absorbing the surrounding innate spiritual energy, and gradually grew larger. After a while, it had expanded to the height of a person, and then a sound like puff was heard, like an eggshell breaking, and a figure slowly emerged. He bore a 50 to 60% resemblance to Hongyun, yet there were clear differences. A misty aura shrouded him as if he were immune to all calamities. Zhen Yuanzi was both surprised and amazed, unable to help saying, "Fellow Taoist, Hongyun truly has remarkable skills. You have actually conceived a blessed immortal." Before his birth, he endured a strike from the absolute immortal sword and suffered hardships in the far north. His tribulations in this life are already over. What remains is a bright path ahead. Hongyun raised an eyebrow slightly, suddenly thinking of something, and said with a smile, "A blessed immortal. Quite interesting. All right, you shall be called Yun Zhongzi." The name Yun Zhongzi was destined to be extraordinary in later ages. Especially during the investiture of the gods era, Yun Zhongzi played a catalytic role and was one of the important drivers of the investiture calamity. It is said that Yun Zhongzi was the reincarnation of a trace of Hongyun's undying true spirit after his fall. Of course, such a thing could not happen now. Hongyun felt that with his own abilities, unless Hongjun was willing to set aside his dignity and personally intervene, he would never fall. Since that was the case, another Yun Zhongzi was needed. Originally, he had thought of creating a clone, but that would surely alert the 3 pure ones who would have become saints by the time of the investiture. Who would have thought that everything is governed by fate? Yun Zhongzi was thus born. Moreover, because he shared the same origin but was a different person, even the 3 pure ones would probably only calculate that Yun Zhongzi was born from the clouds, but they would not be able to figure out the relationship between them. From now on, you will follow my good corpse Hui Yunzi and learn the Tao. How far you can cultivate will depend on your comprehension. Yun Zhongzi is a backup plan. A backup plan from the Fengshen era. It is still far off, no need to waste too much energy. The most important thing for Hongyun now is to help Zhen Yuanzi modify the minor primordial 5 elements array, enabling it to absorb chaotic qi and transform it into primordial spiritual energy. After the demon teacher palace of the evil corpse Kuanping was completely refined, it became one of his magical artifacts. He naturally spared no effort in transplanting the primordial 5 elements grand array over. Although the array I consists of branches of the 5 primordial spiritual roots, making the effect slightly inferior, it is still absolutely eye-catching. As for Zhen Yuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple, this cannot be done. On one hand, it must be kept secret. On the other hand, Zhen Yuanzi has the ginseng fruit tree, which can serve as the main array eye with the other 4 array eyes assisting it. This approach has a drawback. The primordial spiritual energy transformed from chaotic qi will be predominantly primordial with spiritual energy, with the other types of spiritual energy merely serving as supplements, resulting in imbalance. However, for Jin Yuanzi, this is actually the best possible outcome akin to adding wings to a tiger. Such rich, primordial, with spiritual energy. Haha, my cultivation seems to have even advanced. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, you are truly a great talent. I won't say more, between us being polite would only create distance. Wonderful. My ginseng fruit tree has actually begun to bear fruit again. Haha, truly wonderful. Jin Yuanzi was so delighted he nearly jumped up. He had completely lost his usual composure. The disciples Qingfeng Mingyue and others watched in stunned amazement. Hongyun smiled slightly, took out a few 9 revolutions golden pills, and handed them to Qingfeng and Mingyue, saying, "You have all worked hard. 1 pill each. Cultivate well. By the way, there is something I wish to ask. 1,000 years ago, did anyone come to Wuzhuang Temple to discuss arrays with your master?" Qingfeng and Mingyue received the 9 revolutions golden pills, overjoyed, and naturally had no reason to conceal anything. Reporting to the honored uncle, 1,000 years ago, Fuxi, the emperor of the Yao race, came to discuss the Tao with our master. They were extremely excited in their conversation. As for whether they mentioned arrays, this disciple does not know. It was Fuxi. Could it be not Nuwa? No, there might be some trickery here. Perhaps Fuxi broke the array while Nuwa made the move. Hongyun's eyes narrowed slightly, shooting out 2 cold glints. But in an instant they returned to normal. In the boundless chaos, the Hongyun Palace. At first glance it seemed merely a palace floating in the chaos. But once you step inside, you immediately realize that it is vast and boundless, unmistakably a small world. A mere small world is not enough. I want a true world. Even if it cannot match the greatness of Honghuang, it must come close. The 18 layers of hell are done. Now I need the 36 heavens. 36 calming sea pearls emerge. With a wave of his hand, the 36 calming sea pearls turned into streaks of light swirling around him to form a mysterious array, unmistakably the 36 heavens grand array. Being trapped in this array is like being suppressed by the 36 heavens. Even a sage would have to struggle for a while. Of course, this has a prerequisite. The 36 calming sea pearls must have evolved into the 36 heavens. Otherwise, even if they form the array, its power is mediocre, at most capable of trapping a quasi-sage. In someone else's hands, it would be extremely difficult for the 36 calming sea pearls to evolve into the 36 heavens. But in my hands, within my Hongyun Palace, with countless heavenly and earthly treasures, and the nurturing of the primordial 5 elements grand array, evolving them into the 36 heavens is effortless. Smiling slightly, he waved his hand again and commanded softly, "Go." Swish, swish, swish. The 36 calming sea pearls shot into the sky, arranging themselves in an extremely mysterious manner, radiating infinite brilliance like 36 stars. However, as soon as they stabilized, the earth began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Hongyun Palace swayed, as if unable to withstand the pressure brought by the 36 calming sea pearls. Raising an eyebrow, Hongyun instantly realized this was a sign of the world collapsing. Just as after Pangu created the world, the Honghuang world still had a tendency to close up, requiring a strong support. Fortunately, I had already thought of this. World tree emerge. He tossed his hand into the air, and a seemingly ordinary sapling appeared on the ground. But as soon as it touched the earth, its roots grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye they had penetrated to the last layer of the 18 layers of hell, even showing a tendency to envelop the entire hell. At the same time, its branches shot up with lightning speed, quickly reaching the sky. The countless leaves then propped up the 36 calming sea pearls, almost as if these pearls were the fruits it bore. The world instantly stabilized. Hongyun Palace returned to calm in an instant. The world tree then faded away as if disappearing, while the 36 calming sea pearls emitted rumbling sounds and grew larger until they transformed into 36 small heavens. Unfortunately, this is still just a prototype. There is still a long way to go before evolving into 36 great heavens. But there is no need to rush. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Haste makes waste. By the way, with the world tree connecting and supporting, the 18 ferocious beast vengeful spirits should be able to transform into 18 hell lords. Hongyun Palace was his palace. Everything within it could be manifested with a mere thought. Sure enough, the next moment 18 clusters of ferocious beast vengeful spirits floated out of the 18 layers of hell. They kept roaring and struggling as if trying to escape the entire world's bindings, but once they arrived beside Hongyun, they immediately quieted down. Moreover, as they constantly changed shape, they ultimately became 18 fierce-looking men. "Greetings, master." Almost in unison they knelt and kowtowed with solemn expressions and respectful attitudes. Hongyun nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "Good. After this period of nurturing, you can finally transform. But your cultivation is still a bit lacking. The 4 ferocious beasts, also creatures of ferocity, have already reached the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal, only 1 step away from Quasi-Sage. Yet you have only reached the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Never mind. Here are 18 9 revolutions golden pills for you. Quickly return and cultivate. At least reach the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal before you can be of help." Ferocious beasts are ferocious beasts. Even after transformation, their intelligence is limited. Reaching the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal is already their limit. If they wish to continue increasing their cultivation, they can only follow the path of proving the Tao through strength rather than Hongjun's method of slaying the three corpses. But proving the Tao through strength. Even the great god Pangu ultimately failed in this, let alone them. In other words, the 4 ferocious beasts and the 18 Hell Lords can at most reach the peak of Quasi-Sage and cannot advance further. While the peak of Quasi-Sage is already impressive, if they can all reach that level, my Hongyun's power would likely surpass even Hongjun's. Even if the 6 sages joined forces, they would be thoroughly suppressed. No, I must not be so unambitious. I possess the chaotic Mother Qi, I am destined to become a great Tao sage. How can I set my sights on Hongjun and the 6 sages? Hongyun Palace is my foundation for achieving the Tao. I must continue to perfect the world of Hongyun Palace, even though it is already incredibly extraordinary. Currently, Hongyun was quite satisfied with his Hongyun Palace. But one person's strength alone was insufficient. He must ensure that all his disciples and followers grew powerful as well. After all, the 6 heaven-ordained sages had each established their own factions upon achieving sagehood. Why did the Demon Clan and the Wu Clan ultimately fall? To a large extent, it was because they refused to submit to the rule of the 6 sages, maintaining their own territories and leaders. Of course, the situation was now somewhat different. Jun possessed the Hongmeng Purple Qi and his cultivation steadily advanced. If he was shrewd enough, he might even attain sagehood by leveraging the great merit of blessing the Demon Clan. Thus, there would be 7 sages. If the 12 primordial witches united, they could also wield sage-like power, making 8 sages in total. If that happens, it would be even more intriguing. Perhaps I could give Jun a hint and truly help him achieve sagehood. As for the Wu Clan, they are a bit troublesome. Jiang Gong Gong and Zhu Meng all act like rush for benefits, flee when none. So I must focus on nurturing Ho Tu. In fact, he had already bestowed a generous gift upon Ho Tu. Shirong was divine soil. Though only a single grain, it could expand into infinity. If Ho Tu utilized it well, as her own power increased, she would eventually rival a late-stage quasi-saint or even a peak powerhouse. However, Ho Tu was destined to incarnate the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was a troublesome matter. Oh well, I'll worry about it later. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. There's always a solution. Besides, by the time the 6 heaven-ordained sages achieve sagehood, I might already be a great Tao sage capable of crushing even Hongjun, let alone those insignificant beings. Despite his words, he still dared not be careless. He immediately summoned his 3 major disciples, Mosquito, Taoist, Cloud Dragon, and 6-eared Macaque. He also gathered Cloud, Zhongzi, Cloud, Ice Cloud, Ding, the 4 great fiends, and the lords of the 18 hells, assembling them all in the main hall of Hongyun Palace to expound the Tao. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The 36 calming sea pearls grew increasingly vast and majestic. The 18 hells also became more stable and formed. Hongyun Palace grew even more formidable. The thematic framework of the Hongyun Palace world had begun to take shape, though not yet comparable to the primordial world. Its potential was immense. Suddenly, Hongyun ceased his sermon, his brow slightly furrowed in surprise. He sensed a peculiar aura that traversed the chaotic void and the innate 5 elements grand formation arriving directly before him. A phoenix aura. Yes, it is the phoenix aura. It seems to be emitted through the phoenix feather. With a thought, he brought out the phoenix feather. But before he could act, the phoenix feather floated up on its own, and a clear woman's voice rang out. Taoist Hongyun, I am Yuan Feng of the Undying Volcano. I heard that you possess the god-slaying spear, and that within it resides the remnant soul of Luo Ho. I specially invite you to the Undying Volcano for a discussion. Yuan Feng. Inviting me to the Undying Volcano? Good heavens, even though she is eternally suppressed there, her intelligence is still so well-informed. Truly worthy of being one of the 3 great overlords of the previous Kulpa. To be honest, after obtaining the phoenix feather, Hongyun had already considered visiting the Undying Volcano. Don't misunderstand. It wasn't to harm Yuan Feng. Rather, it was to return the phoenix feather to Yuan Feng and at the same time acquire some good treasures from the Phoenix clan's treasury. There was no other way. These days, treasures were becoming increasingly hard to find. Such a golden opportunity should not be missed. But who would have thought that before he even set off, Yuan Feng was already impatient and extended an invitation on her own. However, the reason for the invitation was not the phoenix feather, but the god-slaying spear and the demon ancestor Luo Ho. That was quite interesting. During the 3 clans' hegemony, the conflict among them would not have been so devastating. But Luo Ho and Hongjun, for their own interests, fanned the flames wildly, ultimately driving the 3 clans into an uncontrollable, mutually destructive war. Could it be that Yuan Feng, not daring to seek revenge from Hongjun, wanted to vent her anger on the remnant soul of Luo Ho within the god-slaying spear? That wouldn't do. By now, the remnant soul of Luo Ho had long been subdued by him and had become the artifact spirit of the god-slaying spear. If it were destroyed, his combat power would suffer greatly. Taoist Hongyun, there is no need to be suspicious. This invitation is entirely beneficial to you with no harm at all. Probably sensing that Hongyun had been pondering for too long, Yuan Feng continued. Do you know, fellow Taoist, that besides the god-slaying spear, the demon ancestor Luo Ho also possessed another treasure, the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. The 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus is suppressed by me in the Undying Volcano. If you can subdue it, not only will you gain a magical artifact, but you will also relieve me of the constant torment of suppression. Why not do it? 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. This was a supreme treasure and innate spiritual artifact. In the past, the reason Luo Ho could stand against Hongjun was precisely because of the god-slaying spear and the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. If he could acquire both, he would undoubtedly strike it rich. But if such a fine treasure was not claimed by Yuan Feng for herself, but instead required constant suppression, there must be a catch. Fellow Taoist, please understand. It's not that I don't want to, but I cannot. Faced with Hongyun's doubt, Yuan Feng was honest. But her voice carried bitterness. The 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus contains a part of Luo Ho's remnant soul. Unless it is destroyed, no one can refine it. And to destroy Luo Ho's remnant soul, one must break through the defense of the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Only the god-slaying spear in the world can achieve that. So that was it. No wonder Yuan Feng had invited him. Hongyun revealed a look of sudden understanding and smiled. Since fellow Taoist Yuan Feng has said so, I shall humbly accept. Once this matter is settled, I will immediately visit the Undying Volcano. The floating phoenix feather slowly descended, finally returning to stillness. Clearly Yuan Feng had heard his reply and departed. But Hongyun's face immediately darkened. He had thought that Hongyun Palace was as impregnable as a fortress, but the truth proved otherwise. Yuan Feng, no matter how powerful, was merely a quasi-saint. Yet she could transmit information through the phoenix feather. Didn't that mean she could also probe the interior of Hongyun Palace through the phoenix feather? That absolutely would not do. Hongyun Palace was his stronghold, it could not become a sieve. With a swift thought, Hongyun waved his hand, and a flame surged forth, the Hongyun flame. Not only that, after a moment's deliberation, he waved his hand again, infusing the Hongyun flame with the power of soul scattering. Go envelop the entire Hongyun Palace. At his command, the flame shot out instantly, becoming boundless, shrouding the entire Hongyun Palace. Now Hongyun Palace truly lived up to its name of fire. Huyanzi, I entrust this Hongyun flame to your control. Ensure that no one can spy on Hongyun Palace. As for the Undying Volcano, since Yuan Feng has invited me, how can I not go? Is there a conspiracy? What is there to fear? I'll meet soldiers with arms and water with earth. She is merely a has-been overlord in my eyes, nothing more than a clay chicken or a pottery dog. In the southern reaches of the primordial wilderness, the immortal volcano blazed eternally. Amid the searing ocean of flames, countless sparks suddenly surged upward like monstrous waves, flooding in all directions. Within the dense inferno, a middle-aged beauty adorned in a feathered rainbow robe slowly stretched her limbs, revealing a curvaceous and alluring form that captivated the soul. It's done. No wonder they say Red Cloud is the greatest good-natured soul in the primordial wilderness, truly soft-hearted. The three pure ones will owe me a great favor this time. A future sage's favor. Tisk, my Phoenix clan may finally rise and no longer be trapped in this immortal volcano. Alright, all of you go down and make preparations. To better fulfill our promise, we must first give Red Cloud a little appetizer. As her words fell, streaks of flame drifted away, each one a phoenix. Yet one flame remained. It was a majestic man, his feathered robe pure black, his expression stern. Ancestor, I have returned from the outside world and heard of Red Cloud's deeds. He alone fought Laozi and Yuanshi to a standstill. He is no easy opponent. Is it truly wise to ally with the three pure ones and plot against Red Cloud? If he escapes and learns the truth, our Phoenix clan may face annihilation. I beg you to reconsider. That was indeed a concern. Yet Yuanfeng, as one of the three ancient overlords, was not one to fear risk. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, as the saying goes. With a faint smile, she said calmly, Fengshi, your worries are not unfounded, which is why I must lay careful plans. Outsiders only know that I am eternally bound to the immortal volcano, thinking it a dragon's den or tiger's lair where I suffer. Very well, let them believe what they wish. Red Cloud, known as the greatest good-natured soul, is but a fame-seeker. When he sees a beauty like me suffering here, he will surely feel compassion. As she spoke, her smile grew brighter, her eyes sparkling like crystal, exuding charm. Even if he somehow escapes, it will be the scheme of demon ancestor Lu, not my doing. What does a suffering woman have to do with it? A woman's schemes can be truly venomous. Fengshi couldn't help but admire. The ancestor is wise. In this way, whether Red Cloud lives or dies, our Phoenix clan will be the beneficiary. The three pure ones are destined sages. With their protection, our Phoenix clan will leave the immortal volcano, return to the primordial wilderness, and become the third great clan. Recalling the clan's former glory, he showed a nostalgic expression. But soon he snapped back, bowed deeply to Yuanfeng, and transformed into a black flame, departing. Meanwhile, Red Cloud remained unaware of the trap awaiting him. With a sorrowful and compassionate expression, he walked across the primordial wilderness, each step covering thousands of zhang. Whenever he encountered a conflict, be it between demons and witches, among demons, or among witches, he would earnestly mediate, even gifting a few miraculous pills upon parting. Of course, he did not only give without receiving anything in return. In truth, his journey on foot across the primordial wilderness was not to solidify his reputation as the good-natured soul, but to search for rare treasures and supplement the deficiencies of the Fire Cloud Palace world. The Fire Cloud Palace world had taken shape and held great potential, but it lacked living beings. Allowing it to develop naturally under the nourishing primordial spiritual energy would eventually produce life, but it was too slow. Thus he adopted this crude method, transplanting creatures from the primordial wilderness into the Fire Cloud Palace world. Yet this transplantation came with conditions. Plant life could be moved freely. For animal life, only those without awakened intelligence were accepted. Any creature with even a spark of intelligence was rejected. He needed these beings to regard the Fire Cloud Palace world as their home, not to be half-hearted and still yearn for the primordial continent. After 3 whole months of travel, when Yuan Feng had nearly withered from waiting, he finally arrived at the immortal volcano. Scorching flames billowed in all directions. Like ocean waves, fierce and terrifying. The surrounding land was barren, devoid of any life. A dead world of blackened earth and emptiness. Red Cloud, however, paid no heed, a smile on his lips as he stepped forward. Rumble. The flames erupted, instantly forming a colossal dragon millions of zhang tall, charging straight at him. Its might was overwhelming, its killing intent palpable. But before it could reach him, it crumbled inch by inch, reverting to flame. Yet no sooner had the dragon vanished than a proud phoenix appeared. It cried out to the heavens, flapping its wings, gently sending countless flames surging toward Red Cloud, as if to drown him. Red Cloud smiled again. Without any visible movement, he simply opened his mouth and inhaled. The endless flames, including the phoenix itself, all rushed into his mouth and disappeared without a trace. He had devoured them, swallowed them whole, and left nothing behind. In that instant, the immortal volcano became a bare, pitch-black, broken mountain. Only after a moment did small flames slowly emerge, beginning to burn fiercely once more. But this time they had learned their lesson. None of the flames dared approach Red Cloud. He nodded in satisfaction, strode forward, and laughed. Taoist Yuanfeng, Red Cloud has come to visit. Will you not come out to meet me? Silence. No answer. Only the flames still blazed. Frowning slightly, he continued forward, walking straight to the heart of the fire, a volcanic crater. After a moment's hesitation, he flickered and leaped in. But the moment he landed, he realized everything had changed. Gone were the scorching flames and blackened earth. Instead, a vast wilderness stretched before him, thick with the stench of blood. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, covering the ground. Even beneath Red Cloud's feet lay a man. Wait, this man wasn't quite dead. He glared at Red Cloud with fierce hatred, as if they shared a blood feud or a stolen wife. Buddy, that's too much. You're dying, so why stare at me? What's the point? With that, he unceremoniously stomped down, grinding the man to dust. An illusion? Interesting. Yuanfeng, is this your way of welcoming me? Very well, since I have leisure, I'll play along. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Just then a loud shout rang out. It's him. He killed our Phoenix clan brothers. Brothers, kill him. Avenge our brothers. Suddenly, countless phoenixes emerged from nowhere, swarming forward in a desperate suicidal charge. Gazing at the scene before him, Hongyun curled his lips into a cold sneer. He was no fool. How could he not know that the moment he plunged into the volcano's mouth, he had entered an illusion? This illusion seemed to depict the war among the 3 races, perhaps a single pivotal battle or a synthesis of all conflicts. In any case, the instant he entered the illusion, he found himself on the battlefield of the 3-race struggle, forced to steel his mind and face the crisis at hand. A few mere fledgling phoenixes dare to confront me, to challenge the dignity of a quasi-sage. Who gave you the audacity? He thundered. He did not even unsheath the Godslayer spear. He simply reached out a hand and swatted them away like flies. Slap, slap, slap. Crisp sounds rang out without cease. One after another, the charging phoenixes were crushed in midair, reduced to nothing but blood mist. Ignoring the corpses strewn across the ground, disregarding the stench of blood that rose to the heavens, he strode forward step by step. With each step, a palm struck out, and another phoenix exploded in the air. Brutal, ruthless, truly decisive in slaughter. In moments, he had annihilated every foe before him. Yet his pace did not falter. He walked toward the place where the scent of blood was thickest. Their corpses piled upon one another, dense and almost impossible to tread upon. Phoenixes, dragons, and Cheelants alike. One could hardly fathom how many had perished in this battle. No wonder the 3 formidable races, once so domineering, were ultimately forced to withdraw from the stage of history. With a death toll like this, no matter how many clansmen there were, they would not be enough to sustain the losses. Boy, are you the reinforcements the Phoenix clan summoned. Ha, I fear not even Hongjun, let alone you. A cold voice rang out. From the place where the blood aura was most intense, space twisted, and a figure materialized. Hongyun was all too familiar with that figure. Who else could it be but Luoho? They had met often within the Godslayer spear. But now Luoho's spirit was more vigorous, his cultivation stronger, and he had seemingly reached the peak of the quasi-sage realm. Come, stop dawdling. Let me slay you and achieve my grand ambition of dominating the primordial world. With the power of the entire primordial world, I will surely take the final step and become a heavenly Dao sage. Hongyun shook his head disdainfully and said calmly, you will not succeed. The three-race struggle, the Dragon Han calamity. You lost, and you lost utterly like a stray dog. I care not whether this illusion was constructed by your remnant soul or by someone else. Disperse it now, and we shall remain friends. Otherwise death is certain. There was no overwhelming killing intent, no astonishing aura. He spoke as if stating a fact, a simple, undeniable truth. Of course these words were directed not only at the remnant soul of Luoho, but also at the hidden hand behind the scenes, Yuanfeng Fengxi and others. Luoho's eyes narrowed sharply. His killing intent surged like a towering mountain pressing down upon Hongyun. Boy, you think you can shatter my demon heart with alarmist words. If you are still far too green. Take this. As his words fell, his hand flickered. A black spear appeared, and above his head hovered a black lotus. The Godslayer spear. The 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Luoho thought highly enough of him to unleash his trump card from the very start, muttering incantations as demonic sounds surged from all directions. Swish. The Godslayer spear thrust forward with unparalleled might. Black Qi coiled endlessly, collapsing the void and shaking the world. It seemed as if this single strike could annihilate heaven and earth. Hongyun's expression shifted slightly. This was undoubtedly an illusion, but that did not mean it lacked lethal power. If he failed to respond properly and died within the illusion, it might well be an eternal death. In other words, this was a killing array, using the scenes of the three-race struggle, channeling a portion of Luoho's power from that era. How insidious! How resolute the intent to kill him! Who could it be? Was it set by Yuanfeng, or by the remnant soul of Luoho? But now was not the time to dwell on it. What he needed was to fight to pulverize the illusionary Luoho with the most ferocious means. You have the Godslayer spear. Do I not have one too? Comparing your illusionary Godslayer spear to my real one is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly overreaching. As he spoke, he raised his hand. A black spear appeared as well, and he thrust it forward. Bang! The spear tips collided. Crack! The black spear shattered like broken glass, instantly turning to powder. Without a doubt, it was Luoho's Godslayer spear. Not only that, but Hongyun, wielding the Godslayer spear, continued forward, breaking through the defense of the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, with unstoppable momentum and plunging the spear into Luoho's chest. Luoho's face was full of disbelief. His mouth agape, he stammered, "You? How do you have the Godslayer spear? Could it be that you are me?" "Oh, what does that mean? What does you or me mean? Did he think that I am the real Luoho, and he is merely the illusionary Luoho?" Hongyun was momentarily bewildered, but he soon understood, because right after Luoho dissolved into specks of black shadow and vanished, several streaks of light shot over from the horizon. Among them was a figure he knew intimately, none other than Dao Ancestor Hongjun. In his hand was a slightly damaged creation jade disc. Above his head hung a purple palace constantly swallowing chaotic qi, and around him hovered four indistinct immortal swords, the four swords of Zhuxian. "Luoho, you have killed enough. It is time to stop. If you cease now, I and the fellow Taoists will spare your life. Otherwise you will surely die without a burial place." Fellow Taoists. Hongyun frowned slightly, glancing at the few figures beside Hongjun, and quickly made a guess. The one holding the Qinkuan cauldron should be Qinkuan Junren, also a reincarnation of a chaos demon god's remnant soul. Pity his mind wasn't sharp enough. He was used as a pawn by Hongjun and eventually killed. And this one with a willow branch in hand. Could it be the renowned Yang Mei Dashing? Knowing him is better than seeing him, truly extraordinary. His ethereal aura seems not far from the sage realm. Yang Mei Dashing was a Taoist who had attained enlightenment from a hollow willow tree. Unlike Hongjun, who painstakingly controlled the primordial world, Yang Mei followed the path of self-development, turning his hollow willow trunk into a world and promoting himself to the heavenly Tao. After slaying Luoho, he left the primordial world, heading to some unknown corner of chaos. This path was somewhat similar to Hongyun's. Only Yang Mei's small world was based on his own hollow willow trunk, while Hongyun's was based on the Fire Cloud Palace. I could take this opportunity to chat with this great immortal, he who transcends the 5 elements and exists outside the 3 realms. However, before he could speak, Hongjun made his move. The Zhuxian sword diagram descended from the sky, and the 4 swords of Zhuxian trapped him directly. Sword intent surged like a tide, devouring his body and bones.